Chapter 1501. Chapter 1501. And back after saying goodbye to Scorponok's mother, Jiang Fei couldn't wait to go home. There was a saying that going back to his hometown without clothes was like going back to his hometown at night. Now that Jiang Fei had gotten so many treasures, of course, he was eager to share them with the girls at home. Speaking of which, this unexpected trip to the zebra system had been a huge gain for Jiang Fei. In terms of personal strength, he had acquired 18 energy cores, giving Jiang Fei and his girls the best chance to be the best in the universe. And this ship, the Dawn, made Jiang Fei's fleet directly the most powerful fleet in the universe. Jiang Fei's fifth fleet was just a mixed transport fleet before, and they were not even a third-rate fleet, only running transport, fighting pirates. But with the addition of this superclass battlecruiser, the strength of the entire fleet more than quintupled. Jiang Fei now even dared to say that his fifth fleet was not a standard-issue fleet in the universe. Moreover, in Jiang Fei's mind, there was an even more ambitious goal. That is, when 0541 had finished with Lux, and when he had obtained the construction drawings for the Aurora, Jiang Fei would mass-produce super battlecruiser. He then forms a fleet of battleships that he will use to attack the player-safe zone in the Alpha sector of the Dominican system. If he can break through the light film, then Jiang Fei will have a chance to go through the super wormhole and into Gamma space, where Jiang Fei will have the capital to challenge the human race in Gamma space. The reason why God is a god, that's because they can do whatever they want in the lower dimensions, and they're just a bunch of normal people in their own space. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei ordered Lux to take control of the spaceship to make the jump. The battleship designed by this game development team was very much in line with Jiang Fei's habit. That was, no matter how big the ship was, it's all on autopilot. All the captain has to do is give the order. After all, these ships were designed for gamers. Who would experience the pleasure of being a captain? Who would want to be a navigator or a communications officer for someone else's ship? Visit freewebnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. Even driving a small patrol boat is more fun than doing the odd job. Therefore, the battleships that were developed for the gamers were fully automated. The gamers only had to give orders to the virtual adjutant, who would complete the rest of the tasks. "Aye, Captain!" agreed Lux, who immediately piloted the Aurora into the jump sequence. "Charging. Phase engines are powering up. Phase drive engaged. Accelerating." The Hesitance Aurora is so large that it's traveling at a very slow speed, especially with such long distances across galaxies, that it takes more than 20 minutes just to turn around and recharge itself. But once it starts, Dawn is still moving very fast in phase space, even faster than a small shuttle. Jiang Fei could actually understand the fact that the Aurora was turning slowly, and the jump was starting slowly. After all, the ship was too big for a battleship that was more than 1,000 kilometers long. It would take time for it to turn. "Captain, we're too far away from our target to make the jump all at once, so we need to make the transition through these systems," Lux said to Jiang Fei during the jump. "Well, you optimize the route." Jiang Fei nodded. Long and delicate journeys are very time-consuming, even after mastering interstellar jump technology. Although the advent of interstellar jump technology has greatly reduced the speed of interstellar travel, which is no longer the same as before. One or even several generations would not be long enough for a spacecraft to cross two distant galaxies. But it still took Jiang about 3 days to make the jump from Zavila to the Dominican system. "Captain, we are arriving in the Dominican system," Lux said to Jiang Fei 3 days later. "I see. After the jump, well, go to Tarandit and send a message to my fleet in advance to tell them that this ship is mine," Jiang Fei ordered. "Yes, Captain." Lux obeyed and began to execute. 0541. "How's your seduction going?" Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. 0541 hadn't paid much attention to him in the past 3 days. It seemed like he was really focused on courting girls. However, they are basically the exchange of artificial intelligence data flow interaction. Jiang Fei simply do not notice. "Ha ha, Captain Adult. This accompanies a girl which to have an overnight success. This is not working hard." 0541 some bashful smile way. "Oh." Jiang Fei nodded. To be honest, he really did not think it was that hard to get girls. This guy might be lucky, or he might be a natural ladies' man. In any case, all the girls were willing to take the initiative to woo him. Although his side beautiful woman loved dead innumerable, but really did not pursue who. "Captain, sir, if you have nothing else to do, I will go first." It seems that 0541 on Lux is really moved. "And go. Right. Have time to help me to make a section of fusion equipment. Jiang Fei suddenly remembered something, so added, Yes, Captain! 0541 replied. Although Jiang Fei got a large amount of the core of energy, and he himself to carry out the second and third fusion is very simple. As long as the core of the will of those few pieces into his own core of a section will be done. But Bera and the other girls were different. They hadn't experienced a fusion at all. So they had to ask the 0541 manufacturing device to accelerate the two identical cores to double their escape velocity before they could collide. After everything was accounted for, Jiang Fei in the dawn closed his eyes for half an hour. The spacecraft stepped out of phase space. The official arrival of the Dominican system. Captain, the identification code has been sent, and we are waiting for their response. Lux reported to Jiang Fei as she piloted the Aurora during a short jump to Tyrannid. I know. Jiang Fei nodded. Not long before Lux got a reply from the Fifth Fleet. Hoodlum, is that really you? Aurelia's excited face appeared on the screen. After all, it had been half a month since Jiang Fei had gone missing. During that time, Aurelia and Garona had been going crazy. If it wasn't for Garona, who always sent people to the training ground to comfort Bera and other girls, I'm afraid these girls would have rushed out to find Jiang Fei. That's right. It's me. I'm back. Jiang Fei smiled and continued. Not only am I back, but I've also brought back a powerful battleship. Chapter 1502. Chapter 1502 Best Gift Ever. After verifying its identity, the Aurora slowly made its way into Tyrannid's gravity well. Captain, our request for a berth has been granted, and the tow ship will arrive shortly, Lux said to Jiang Fei. Yes, I know. Jiang Fei nodded, and the Aurora, guided by a tractor, slowly docked at the cargo dock on Tyrannid. The Aurora was too big to fit in a dock in a military port, and only a large freighter berth in a cargo port would allow it to dock. After the ship had stopped, Jiang Fei returned to Tyrannid via the trestle bridge. Hoodlum, I'm so glad you're all right. The Ice Queen, Aurelia, greeted him personally. My lord, you have returned at last. Garona was also excited. Yes, this is indeed a dead tone, but the harvest is quite good. Jiang Fei smiled and said to Aurelia, Here, this ship is your flagship. Ask the adjutant on the ship for the specific functions. This is a battleship? Aurelia was dumbfounded. Although she had led the fleet for many years, she had never thought that a battleship could be built this big. Wasn't this a target? Yes, this is a battleship. Do you think it's too big to be a target? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Of course, he understood the shock in Aurelia's heart, thinking that he also thought that the battleship was so big that it would be a target for others. But after knowing how powerful the capital ship was, Jiang Fei became a loyal supporter of the giant ship and cannon. Yes, such a big ship isn't flexible enough to steer or dodge. It's easy to sink, Aurelia said, although the silver battleship looked very high-tech. In Aurelia's eyes, it was huge. It's still a sore point that can't be covered up. Why are you dodging? Aurelia, you'll never guess how strong the ship's shield is, Jiang Fei said mysteriously. How big can it be? At most, it's a 700 lattice plasma shield generator. That's the most advanced shield generator. It's very expensive, and few ships are equipped with it. A normal heavy cruiser is a 600 lattice plasma shield, he said. Aurelia is absolutely expert, and as a senior fleet commander, Aurelia knows these things inside out. Hee hee. Aurelia, guess again. Jiang Fei deliberately kept it a secret. What? This ship has a breakthrough in shield technology? That's right. It's big enough to be equipped with a space station grade shield. In that case, it might be able to break through 1,000 lattice. Aurelia's eyes lit up as she said. You underestimate it. Jiang Fei laughed. The super battlecruiser had not only enough firepower to suppress a small fleet, but also an amazing defense capability. Belittled? Come on. Hoodlum, don't keep me in suspense. Aurelia's interest was piqued. Well, listen carefully. Jiang Fei paused for a moment before continuing. The ship's shield value is as high as 162 thond. 500. How is that possible? Aurelia shouted with her eyes wide open. She didn't believe in the existence of such a shield, because even a star-class shield didn't have such powerful protection capabilities. That's why I said I found a treasure. You can check out the specific attributes yourself. I've already approved your identity. Just look for the virtual adjutant when you get on the ship, Jiang Fei said with a smile. It'll go now. Aurelia did not even turn her head after she said that. She ran straight along the trestle bridge toward the Aurora. She was more curious about this ship than she was about Jiang Fei. As an experienced fleet commander, the allure of such a powerful battleship to Aurelia was unimaginable. Trotting all the way to the Aurora's bridge, Aurelia saw a virtual projection of Lux. "Hello, Acting Commander. I'm the ship's adjutant. Lux, it's my pleasure to serve you," Lux said politely to Aurelia. Before leaving, Jiang Fei had already completed the authorization for Aurelia. Although the Aurora was very powerful, Jiang Fei was very self-aware. He knew that he was not a professional in fleet command, and he had recently acquired so many cores of will. Jiang Fei's main task now was to strengthen his own power. As for the Aurora, she will be under the command of a more professional officer, who will be most effective. "Hello, I want to know the exact parameters of this ship," Aurelia ordered at once. "No problem, Commander." Lux waved her hand, and a light screen appeared. It showed the data she had shown Jiang Fei before. "Is it that powerful?" Aurelia was not a layman like Jiang Fei. She looked at the data and realized the horror of the ship without needing Lux to explain it. "This is the ship's power tree, and the psychic blast has been unlocked," Lux explained. "Is this all true? How is this possible?" Aurelia was utterly shocked. She couldn't believe the Aurora's firepower and strong defense capability. Her incredible abilities made her even more unable to believe it. "Of course it's true," said Lux proudly. "How do you unlock these skills?" Aurelia asked. "Need to destroy enemy ships to gain psionic power." Then Lux explained the bonus rules to Aurelia. "I see." Aurelia soon understood what Lux was saying, and at the same time, she was complaining that Jiang Fei didn't know what he was talking about. According to Aurelia, the ship must have been primed with the Avenger's quantum shield, because such a super ship would appear on the battlefield with a natural ability to mock. The unknown enemy must have subconsciously set fire to it first, because a ship this size is too dangerous. But the Aurora's super shield strength makes the fleet desperate, and if the Avenger's quantum shield were to double back, it's possible that a fleet could fire the Aurora and kill itself. Ouch! Aurelia sighed after learning that the bonus points could not be changed. Although the first point was wrong, the power of the psionic mind detonator was not bad. It could also play a big role in fleet battles. "This is definitely a gift made for me." Aurelia was extremely touched after learning about the Aurora's capabilities. Despite the Iceberg Queen's strong personal abilities, as a fleet commander, her obsession with battleship is much more than the pursuit of individual strength. Chapter 1503. Chapter 1503 Allocation Problem. Standing at the bridge entrance, Jiang Fei saw that Aurelia was completely engrossed in the ship. Judging from her behavior, even if the Ice Queen did not plan to stay on the ship for the rest of her life, she would not be leaving anytime soon. "Forget it. As long as you're happy." Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. Then, he turned around and left the spaceport. While Aurelia was immersed in the power of the Aurora ship, Jiang Fei had already arrived at the training ground on planet Tyrandot. "Bella, I'm here." At that moment, Jiang Fei was extremely excited. Firstly, he had already been separated from the girls for a period of time, especially after experiencing the hardships this time. Jiang Fei missed the girls very much. Secondly, Jiang Fei planned to train in the training ground with the girls for a period of time. In the past, Jiang Fei did not want to train in the training ground. One reason was that the Dominican galaxy was constantly changing. He could not leave it. Another reason was that Jiang Fei's strength had reached a bottleneck. This was not something that could be achieved by training alone. However, it was different now. Jiang Fei had obtained a large number of cores of will. These cores were enough for him to upgrade his own core to the third stage. This way, he would need to speed up the flow of time in the training ground to help him save time. 0541. How is the task that I asked you to do? Jiang Fei asked at his heart as he walked towards the training ground. "Captain, everything is ready. Once you arrive at the training ground, you can begin the fusion work," 0541 said. Previously, Jiang Fei had asked him to build a collider to help the girls perform a part of the fusion. "That's good." Jiang Fei nodded. He hoped that before he started the three-stage fusion process, he could help the girls complete the fusion process of the energy core. "Oh right. Don't be idle during the time that I'm fusing. Hurry up and take care of Lux. Don't embarrass me," Jiang Fei said seriously, and did not forget to tease 0541. "There's no rush. There's no rush." 0541 instantly became shy when he mentioned Lux. It seemed that 0541 had grown up with Jiang Fei. Therefore, 0541 had inherited Jiang Fei's indecisive nature. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived at the training ground. After checking that everything was normal, Jiang Fei entered the training ground as well. I'm back! Once he entered the training ground, Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Ah, Fei? Great! Husband, you're finally back. Hubby! I missed you so much. Sir, that's great. We're relieved that you're alright. Jiang Fei's return caused the girls to gather around him. A group of girls were chattering. Although it was messy, it could be seen that the girls were concerned about Jiang Fei. Husband, are you alright? Why haven't you come to see us for so long? Bella came before Jiang Fei with a wronged expression. If not for Garona sending people to assure them that Jiang Fei was fine every day, Bella would have long rushed out to look for Jiang Fei. I ran into something, but am fine. Moreover, I've gotten quite a lot of benefits. As soon as I came back, I came to look for you guys. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Hubby, you've worked hard. Bella said with a face full of gratitude. Although Jiang Fei said it easily, she could feel the danger in it. At this time, although the girls had already formed their initial combat strength, however, in the vast universe, it was still not enough to help Jiang Fei. Therefore, they still had to rely on Jiang Fei to shelter them from the wind and rain. This made Bella feel touched. But at the same time, she also felt a little sad. That's right. If only we could help husband, Sylvie said with a distressed expression. Sir, I really hope that we can help you share your worries. Hua Mulan nodded as well. Don't worry. You guys will become stronger soon. Jiang Fei said with a mysterious expression. Become stronger? How? Bella was immediately energized. This little girl was very strong. Back then, she was the #1 fighter beside Jiang Fei. Especially when she was on Earth. She was really invincible. However, after entering the universe, although Bella was much stronger than the average person, her combat power of around 2 million was not of much help to Jiang Fei. It was even difficult for Jiang Fei to protect himself. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not dare to bring her out. Otherwise, with Bella's violent temper, Jiang Fei would not be able to protect her at all times. This time, I took a risk and obtained a large amount of energy cores. With these energy cores, you can immediately become stronger. Then, you can help me. Jiang Fei did not keep them in suspense this time. Instead, he said it directly. Really? Energy cores? Or a large amount? The girls present were all dumbfounded. They were by Jiang Fei's side. Naturally, they knew how precious energy cores were. Today, when Jiang Fei opened his mouth and said a large amount, it was too unbelievable. That's right. It's a large amount. Jiang Fei said as he spread out his hand. 18 sealed energy cores appeared in front of the girls. This is real? Even if they saw it with their own eyes. The girls found it hard to believe that it was real. That's right. All of them are real. These 6 will cores are mine. I plan to strengthen the rest of your bodies. Jiang Fei said. Great. I can finally help my husband. The girls were overjoyed. They did not desire power because they wanted to be powerful. They wanted to help Jiang Fei instead of being a burden to him. Then, how do we split these energy cores? Bella's words instantly calmed the girls down. Although there were 18 energy cores, according to the fusion rules that Jiang Fei had mentioned, clearly, the few beginner fusion users added together were not as powerful as a high-level fusion user. Therefore, these energy cores had to be fused to a high level as much as possible. However, there were very few energy cores after the fusion. There were so many girls present. It was impossible for everyone to get their hands on them. The will core belongs to my husband. There is no doubt about that. Bella has already fused the life core. With the 3 life cores here, she can fuse to the 2nd level. There is nothing to fight over. Now, there are only 9 left. Nina said slowly. That's right. The girls replied in unison. As for the distribution of the will core and the life core, none of the girls present had any meaning. Of course, they would not fight over anything with Jiang Fei. On the other hand, Bella was the most important person in Jiang Fei's heart. In addition, the 2 of them had already fused with the energy core. As the best choice to maximize their combat power, it was understandable for them to give the 2 energy cores to them. However, the other 9 energy cores were given to the girls. Although they had a harmonious relationship, everyone wanted to help Jiang Fei. Therefore, at this time, everyone had no intention of giving in at all. Chapter 1504. Chapter 1504. Become stronger. Bella. Husband. I want this. Sylvie pointed at the time core and shouted, "Husband, can I have one?" Ariel looked at Jiang Fei with hope. She was the weakest among the girls because when she was resurrected, she had used Phoenix's incomplete form to transform her human body. Therefore, Ariel's strength was stuck at quasi-level 5. Although her strength had increased after receiving the giant beast meat from Jiang Fei, she still could not be compared to the other girls. Therefore, without the support of the energy core, Ariel might not be able to help Jiang Fei for the rest of her life. It was not just Sylvie and Ariel. Hua Mulan, who was beside them, did not say anything. However, her gaze towards the energy core was even more passionate. The desire in her eyes did not need words to express it. Among the girls, Nina had a gentle personality. She was the calmest one. However, this did not mean that she did not want to obtain the power core. However, she had always appeared in front of the girls as a big sister. Therefore, she was too embarrassed to show it. Seeing the girls looking at him eagerly, Jiang Fei did not know how to make a choice. After all, these girls were all sincere to him. He also liked these girls very much. It was not appropriate for him to side with anyone. Fei, go help Bella fuse the life core first. We will discuss the distribution of the other energy cores ourselves. In the end, it was Nina who helped Jiang Fei out of the predicament. Alright then. Jiang Fei looked at Nina gratefully. This former holy maiden of light was still rather convincing. Once she said that, the other girls stopped arguing. Seeing that Jiang Fei had agreed to let the girls decide the ownership of the remaining 9 energy cores, the remaining girls immediately gathered around Nina. In Jiang Fei's small group, other than himself and Bella, Nina was undoubtedly the person with the highest reputation. Her words were still more convincing. Even Bella gave Nina face. Let's go. Sisters, let's go over there and discuss. In order not to disturb Jiang Fei, Nina took the other girls away. The inner space of the training ground was large enough for Jiang Fei and the others to use. Husband, let's begin. Seeing that the other girls had left, Bella looked at Jiang Fei excitedly and said, she knew that Jiang Fei had obtained 3 full life cores. These life cores were enough for her to advance to the second stage of the fusion stage. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he ordered 0541. Take out the equipment. Yes, Captain. 0541 immediately moved the collider that he had previously created out of the ring space after hearing Jiang Fei's order. Swoosh. A white light flashed and the collider appeared in front of Jiang Fei and Bella. How do I use this? Jiang Fei asked. You just need to put a life core into the entrance of the collider and let Miss Bella stand at the exit of the acceleration tunnel. 0541 said. Is it safe to do this? Jiang Fei said worriedly. He had to take the risk back then. At that time, Akid series had already gained the upper hand. It could be said that Jiang Fei had made a desperate attempt to fuse the energy core. Fortunately, he had made the right bet. In the end, he was lucky. Sir, how can I not take the risk if I want to become stronger? I am extremely lacking in the data related to the energy core. Therefore, my understanding of the fusion of the energy core is limited to a collision of 2 times the escape speed. Although there is a certain risk in doing so. This is the only method we have so far. 0541 said helplessly. Fei, you don't have to say any more. Just do as 0541 says. Bella was very calm. She had always been very interested in strength. She was very eager to become stronger. In addition, she was determined to help Jiang Fei. This made it impossible for Bella to give up any chance to become stronger, let alone this little bit of risk. Alright. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Jiang Fei nodded. He knew Bella's stubborn temper. No one could change the things that this girl had decided. 0541. Let's begin, Bella said with a smile. It seemed that she was not only worried about the potential risks. Okay, let's begin, Jiang Fei said to 0541 when he saw that Bella was ready. At the same time, he placed a life core at the entrance of the collider. Come on! Bella smiled as she walked to the exit of the collider. Bella maintained her smile as she faced the black hole exit. Captain, I'm starting to accelerate. As 0541 spoke, the collider began to work. The life core began to accelerate in the energy circuit of the collider. Half a minute later, the life core's speed was doubled. Miss Bella, it's starting! 0541 suddenly shouted. Boom! The life core that had been accelerated was like a bullet that was fired straight at Bella's heart. Ah! Jiang Fei cried out in fear. If he did not know that this was to help Bella fuse with the life core, he would have gone to intercept the attack on Bella's behalf. Buzz! Just as the accelerated life core was about to touch Bella's chest and pierce through her heart, the life core in Bella's body suddenly jumped out. Swoosh! A blinding green light enveloped Bella. Under the strong light, the two life cores began to slowly fuse together. The fusion time was not long. However, in Jiang Fei's eyes, seconds were like years. In Jiang Fei's eyes, the short moment had become extremely long. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Jiang Fei was in this situation. Bella's fusion was actually very smooth. However, Jiang Fei was still very worried. 5 seconds later, the life core's fusion was completely completed. The moment the green light disappeared, the life core that had initially fused returned to Bella's body. Bella, how are you feeling? Jiang Fei asked with concern. Dot! Bella closed her eyes tightly. Although her face was calm, she did not say a word. Bella, are you okay? Seeing that Bella did not speak, Jiang Fei became even more worried. Swoosh! At that moment, Bella's eyes suddenly opened. A dark green light flashed across her eyes. Husband! I feel power! Such strong power! Bella said excitedly. Other than power, do you feel any discomfort? Jiang Fei asked with a worried look. No. I'm fine. Very good. I've never felt so good before. Bella was very excited at that moment. The new power made it impossible for her to calm down at this moment. Oh right. Bella, a period of fusion will give you a new ability. This ability is lifelong. In the future, even if you fuse it to a higher level, it will only strengthen this ability. Jiang Fei asked curiously. He also wanted to know what kind of power Bella had obtained. After all, Tyrion's beast taming and his 10th dimension were very powerful skills. Chapter 1505. Chapter 1505. The Disappointed Bella. Ability? Bella was at a loss because she had not obtained any skills. What? You did not sense it? Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. After a period of fusion, he immediately sensed his own 10th dimension. No! Bella shook her head. Although she felt that her entire body was filled with power, she really did not notice that she had gained any additional skills. How is this possible? Jiang Fei was a little confused. Previously, when he was communicating with Tyrion, Tyrion had told Jiang Fei with certainty that as long as he completed the fusion, he would definitely obtain the initial skill. I don't know either. Perhaps the life core and the will core are different. Bella was a little disappointed at this moment. However, she still comforted Jiang Fei to prevent him from worrying for her. This shouldn't be. Although Jiang Fei felt that the other energy cores would also obtain skills after fusing. Tyrion also had the will core after all. Therefore, he was not sure what would happen after the other cores were fused. 0541. Do you know what happened? Jiang Fei asked. Captain, I lack relevant information. I cannot make a judgment. 0541 said helplessly. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. Husband, don't worry. I am already very satisfied to be able to obtain such powerful strength. My current combat strength is conservatively estimated to be around 5 million. Or even stronger. After I get used to it, I will perform the 2-stage fusion. By then, I will definitely be able to break through the 10 million mark. Bella said confidently. Sigh. That's all I can do. Jiang Fei sighed. Although he felt sorry for Bella, he could not change the fact that the girl did not obtain any skills. After Bella finished her fusion, she immediately went to get used to the new power. When she left, the other girls gathered around her. Ah, Fei. We have decided. Nina walked up to Jiang Fei and said. How did you decide? Jiang Fei asked curiously. We have finally decided that Hua Mulan will receive the 4 power cores. Sylphie will receive 2 time cores. I will take 2 space cores. And the remaining space core will be given to Ariel. Nina said. Do you all agree to this plan? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. I agree too. The girls nodded one after another. This plan was the result of their discussion. Although it was best to hand over the energy core of the same attribute to one person in order to allow for a higher level of fusion. However, the energy core was a very precious treasure. It was impossible to obtain a large amount of it every time like today. Energy cores of the same attribute could only be obtained by chance. Therefore, Nina had obtained 2 space cores. After a period of fusion, she did not intend to monopolize another spatial core. After all, the probability of Jiang Fei finding another spatial core was very low. If he wanted to increase the strength of Jiang Fei's team as much as possible, it was the best choice to give the remaining spatial core to someone else. Ariel was also very willing to accept the result of being Nina's substitute. After all, her body was flawed. It was very difficult to increase her strength. Therefore, as long as there was a chance, she would not let it go. Even if she had to be someone else's substitute, she would not hesitate. Although not every girl had obtained the energy core, such as the little cat girl Cirilla who had just joined Jiang Fei's faction. She did not have a chance to obtain the energy core. There were many reasons why Cirilla did not obtain the energy core. First, she had joined later. Even if the girls doted on her, she still could not compare to the friendship between the other girls. Secondly, the reason why Bella and the other girls accepted Garona and Soraya was because in Bella and the other girls' eyes, they were the same as Aurelia. They were infatuated with Jiang Fei because of the evil substance in Jiang Fei's body. When the evil substance in Jiang Fei's body disappeared, they might become strangers with Jiang Fei. Although the girls accepted the girls because they pitied them, they could not give them the most precious treasure in the family. If they woke up and ran away, the treasure would not be returned. After combining all these factors, the girls finally decided to keep it to themselves. They digested all the energy cores internally. Other than Garona, who did not get the energy cores. Another girl who came from Earth also looked aggrieved. Si Tang was also staring at the energy cores in Jiang Fei's hands. However, she did not get the energy cores because the other girls were ostracizing her. She was just not strong enough. When Si Tang was on Earth, she only had a few tricks up her sleeves. When she was in her peak, she was just like a special forces soldier. She could not even defeat a level 2 metahuman. Later on, after she was injected with the gene reagent and under the guidance of Shang Guanqi, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. However, when she left Earth with Jiang Fei, she was only at level 4. With such low strength, Si Tang could not even eat the giant beast's meat. She could only train hard under the stimulation of Jiang Fei's low-end gene reagent. Later on, in the training ground, the time acceleration allowed her to receive more training. Moreover, with the help of Bella and the other girls, Si Tang had barely broken through to level 5. However, she had just entered level 5. Her combat strength was only slightly over 10,000. The giant beast's meat could only be eaten from the ground up. Although her training speed was much faster than before, she was still far from the level of the other girls. Therefore, although Jiang Fei had brought back a large amount of energy cores, Si Tang was too weak. Her body was unable to withstand the impact of the energy cores. Therefore, she could only watch Nina and the others discuss the ownership of the energy cores. She could not even say a word because she was too weak. The energy cores had nothing to do with her. Little Ing, don't worry. There will be an opportunity in the future. As long as you train hard. When you become stronger, I will get the energy cores. I will definitely give them to you first. Jiang Fei looked at Si Tang's pitiful expression. He could only comfort her. It's a deal, Si Tang immediately said. She was extremely thirsty for strength. Among the core girls around Jiang Fei, her strength level was the lowest. Even the girls from the Saintly Virgin Guards were stronger than her. Although the girls from the Saintly Virgin Guards were only at level 4 after they were resurrected. Their bodies were all biohuman bodies that had been modified. There were no impurities in their bodies. They could directly consume the giant beast meat without having to worry about their bodies exploding. However, Si Tang was different. She had wasted her entire childhood. Her body had accumulated too many impurities. She could only rely on her own efforts to purify her body bit by bit. Or, she could take the risk and pour energy into her body like Jiang Fei did. After all, taking shortcuts required taking risks. Chapter 1506. Chapter 1506 Soul is One. As for Jiang Fei, although he hoped that the girls around him could increase their strength as soon as possible, he did not want them to take unnecessary risks. Therefore, although Si Tang's strength was slowly increasing, she was still a distance away from the other girls. No matter how unwilling Si Tang was, the girls had already decided on the distribution. After Jiang Fei looked at the distribution results, he nodded. Although not every girl could get an energy core. However, this distribution plan was already the best choice for the time being. Alright, let's prepare for the fusion. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. The other girls' fusion was not as simple as Jiang Fei and Bella's, because they had never fused an energy core before. The first fusion would take a long time. However, the first fusion was less risky. The safety factor was almost as high as 100%. It was the same if it succeeded. There was almost no possibility of failure. When 0541 had already prepared the biocabin and moved it out of the ring's spatial core, Jiang Fei arranged for Hua Mulan, Nina, Sylvie, and Ariel to enter the biocabin. 0541. You are in charge of the rest. I have to start the second fusion. After Jiang Fei placed the 4 energy cores into the biocabin, he handed the fusion work to 0541. 0541 was already quite experienced in the fusion of the primitive energy cores. After all, Jiang Fei and Bella had completed the primitive fusion under his plan. Captain, don't worry. 0541 smiled. The fusion of the primitive phase was not dangerous at all. To the girls, it was just a matter of time. The initial stage of fusion required different amounts of time due to the different attributes of the energy core and the individual circumstances of the person who fused it. It could be a few hours or a few days. However, it would definitely not be completed in an instant like the initial stage of fusion. Therefore, during this period of time, Jiang Fei found a quiet place alone. He took out 2 cores of will and began to prepare for the second stage of fusion. Although the second stage of fusion of energy cores was not as fast as the first stage of fusion, it was not as complicated as the initial stage of fusion. Jiang Fei only needed to remove the restriction on the 2 energy cores and get closer to his own core of will. Swish! After the restriction was removed, the 2 cores of will in Jiang Fei's hands immediately wanted to escape like other galaxies. However, under Jiang Fei's powerful suppression, the 2 energy cores could not escape from his hands at all. As Jiang Fei's hands that were holding the cores kept coming closer to his forehead, the 2 blue cores instantly lit up. Come on! Fuse! My baby! Jiang Fei looked at the 2 glowing cores in his hands and muttered to himself in the air. Buzz! Just as the 2 cores were about to touch Jiang Fei's forehead, the cores in his body leaped out. Swish! 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 At that moment, blue light flashed around Jiang Fei. The bright light made it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Come on! With an angry roar, Jiang Fei pushed the 2 primitive cores toward his own energy core. Boom! With a loud boom, the 3 will cores began to fuse with each other. Under the guidance of the blue light, the 2 primitive will cores gradually liquefied. Then, they fused into Jiang Fei's original piece of fused will core. Swoosh! The blue light faded away. The fused will core entered between Jiang Fei's eyebrows. However, Jiang Fei still kept his eyes closed. He looked like an ancient Buddha made of mud. The blue light dots surrounded Jiang Fei, making him look mysterious and dangerous. Although his expression was peaceful, anyone who saw him would feel an inexplicable fear from the bottom of their heart. Jiang Fei's current appearance was neither ferocious nor terrifying. The inexplicable fear came from the heart of the observer. It was as if he could trigger the greatest fear in his heart whenever he got close to him. At this moment, Jiang Fei, who was still in a meditative state, did not know what was happening outside. He was completely immersed in his own heart. Where is this? The 10th dimension? No. This is definitely not the 10th dimension. Jiang Fei initially thought that he had entered the 10th dimension. However, he soon realized that this was only his inner world, because there was no physical body here. Only the consciousness in the depths of his heart remained active. Congratulations, my brother! A voice came from behind Jiang Fei. Who are you? Jiang Fei was shocked. After all, this was his inner world. The sudden appearance of a second person would naturally scare him. I am you! Have you forgotten? I have helped you a lot. When Jiang Fei turned around, he found a person who looked exactly like him standing behind him. However, this person's entire body was covered in a layer of flames made of black gas. However, the black gas was already intermittent. It looked like it would go out at any moment. You? Are you the guy who has taken over my body? Jiang Fei was shocked. Then, he immediately became cautious. Are you taking advantage of this opportunity to possess me? Snatch your sister. You are me. I am you. We are the same person. What is there to snatch? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said, What do you mean? Jiang Fei was confused. 0541 had never mentioned anything about Jiang Fei being the black form. Nothing much. I came out to see you this time because I am about to run out of evil substances. I am afraid that I will not be able to appear alone in the future. However, as the other half of this boat is sold, I hope that you can work hard and not die early, because that would drag me down, said Jiang Fei with a serious face. You're leaving? Jiang Fei asked with doubt. It would be great if I could leave you. I hope that after we fuse, we can perfect your original soul and make you truly strong. Not like now, said Jiang Fei with a sigh. Then, he lowered his head and muttered to himself. What are you mumbling about? Jiang Fei frowned and asked. Nothing. All right. Let's cut the crap. Prepare to accept my gift to you. Also, take care of Garona and Aurelia for me. Jiang Fei did not explain. He only gave Jiang Fei a hint of his signature evil smile. Then, his entire body began to burn fiercely. The black flames burned fiercely. The evil aura in the black smoke quickly disappeared in the flames. Only a pure mass of spiritual energy was left. This mass of spiritual energy instantly suppressed Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not have the strength to resist at all. Following that, his spiritual energy wrapped around Jiang Fei and began to permeate crazily into him. Because the two souls were originally split from the same source, the fusion process was very smooth, regardless of whether Jiang Fei was willing or not. The two souls quickly merged into one again. Chapter 1507. Chapter 1507 was unprecedentedly powerful. Ah! Jiang Fei cried out in pain. A huge amount of spiritual power was forcefully pouring into his body. This spiritual power was so pure and huge that it seemed as if it was going to explode Jiang Fei's entire body. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had already obtained the second section of the fused will core. This made his sea of consciousness very tough. The other thing was that the spiritual energy was very pure. Moreover, it did not have any offensive properties. It was gentle, and it came from the same source as Jiang Fei. As such, Jiang Fei's bloating pain was equivalent to eating too much. He could not digest it for a moment. Although it was painful, there was no danger of his body exploding. While Jiang Fei was in pain, he was also receiving a large amount of information. Among the information, most of it was about his understanding of his own power. So, the 10th dimension can be used like this. So, my spiritual attack can be so powerful. After receiving the information, Jiang Fei suddenly understood. He had never thought that he could be so powerful. In the past, Jiang Fei thought that he could only increase his own strength to a higher energy level. However, he had never realized that his strength had not been fully developed. This was also the reason why Jiang Fei's body was also suitable. However, Jiang Fei's strongest state was only around 9 million combat power. On the other hand, Jiang Fei's darkening state could reach 15 million combat power. This was like a box of gunpowder. After Jiang Fei's darkening state, he added some ingredients to make an AK-47 that was filled with bullets. On the other hand, Jiang Fei's true self only made a packet of paper and a bunch of firecrackers. The power of the two was completely incomparable. The mind power ball contained too much knowledge and skills. As a result, Jiang Fei spent a lot of time absorbing the knowledge. When he woke up from his meditation, it was already 2 days later. Jiang Fei stood up and let out a long breath. After obtaining the mind power and knowledge, Jiang Fei suddenly felt like he had lived 2 lives. At the same time, Jiang Fei finally understood that the soul that had occupied his body was another version of himself. Don't worry. I have been reborn. I will live a completely different version of myself, Jiang Fei said to himself. This was not only to the darkening Jiang Fei who had disappeared, but also to Jiang Fei himself. After fusing with the darkening Jiang Fei naturally obtained the memories of the darkening Jiang Fei. At the same time, his personality was also partially neutralized by the darkening Jiang Fei. He was no longer as indecisive as before. Congratulations, Captain. You have completed the second stage of fusion. Would you like to begin the third stage of fusion now? 0541 smiled. I have just completed the second stage of fusion. I have not fully adapted to my powers yet. The third stage of fusion will only begin in a few days. Jiang Fei replied. Captain, you have changed. 0541 said with some relief. Jiang Fei's transformation reminded him of the blackened soul. It seemed that the two Jiang Fei had already fused. At this moment, Jiang Fei was constantly exuding a sense of confidence. He had already grown into a true powerhouse from the inside out. Yes, I've changed. Thank you for taking care of me these days. Of course, I have to thank him even more. Jiang Fei nodded. He had a lot of emotions in his heart. He had gone from an ordinary middle school student to a powerful powerhouse in the universe. The time that had passed was too short. It had caused Jiang Fei to be unable to adapt to his identity as a powerhouse. It was only after he had fused with Jiang Fei that Jiang Fei truly had the heart of a powerhouse. After this fusion, Jiang Fei's biggest gain was not how much power he had gained. Instead, it was that he had matured. Regardless of whether it was his way of thinking or his understanding of power, Jiang Fei had greatly improved both in terms of his understanding of power. Captain, what is your approximate strength now? 0541 asked. I'm not too sure either. If I don't use my spiritual power, I think so. As Jiang Fei spoke, His aura suddenly exploded. Boom! A powerful aura instantly filled the entire training ground. Jiang Fei's combat power instantly rose to 19 million. Why is it so exaggerated? 0541 was also shocked. After all, Jiang Fei had just broken through the 10 million combat power threshold. Now that he had activated the infinite battle intent realm, Jiang Fei's combat power had almost doubled. In the past, I did not know how to use my domain and power, so my combat power was greatly suppressed. After fusing with him, I finally knew how strong I was. With the bonus from the fusion of the two pieces of the will's nucleus, I can basically reach the pinnacle of the galactic overlord level without using my spiritual power, Jiang Fei said confidently. Then, what level is your spiritual power at? 0541 could not help but use honorifics when Jiang Fei unintentionally revealed his powerful aura. At this moment, Jiang Fei and the captain from before, they were two completely different people. I'm not very sure. Other than teacher and those cosmic behemoths, no one else is stronger than me. Right. Jiang Fei muttered to himself because his spiritual power could not be tested. He did not know what state he was in. However, Jiang Fei believed that even if he encountered a hermit-level existence, as long as the opponent was not a master at spiritual power, he would not have to be afraid. So strong! 0541 sighed from the bottom of his heart. As Jiang Fei's support system, he was definitely Jiang Fei's loyal underling. Even if he was invincible, he would still be proud? Hee hee. Is he strong? If he doesn't enter the light membrane, what's the point of being strong? Jiang Fei said calmly. After the soul fusion, Jiang Fei had become much more mature. Even though he had obtained such powerful strength, he did not forget about it. When 0541 mentioned the Gamma Space Intruder, he also fell silent. Don't worry. I will definitely go to the Gamma Dimension. I want to see what these so-called gods are capable of. Jiang Fei smiled. After experiencing this fusion, his confidence came from the bottom of his heart. It was as if any difficulties and enemies would become his stepping stone. That's right. Captain, if you can save Bella and the others from Dawn Break, you will definitely be able to save this universe from the game. 0541 was also full of confidence. It was as if this was the power of a leader. I'm not in the mood to be a savior. However, if someone dares to have designs on me and my loved ones, I will not let them live a comfortable life, Jiang Fei said calmly. Captain, you will definitely succeed, 0541 said. At this moment, he suddenly felt that following such a leader was truly a blessing. His captain had really grown up. Chapter 1508, Chapter 1508. Different fusion results. Although he still had the 4 cores of will in his hands, Jiang Fei did not intend to fuse them all at once. There was a saying, haste makes waste. Jiang Fei knew this very well. He did not want to leave behind any hidden problems for himself by blindly expanding his strength. His strength had temporarily come to an end. Jiang Fei turned around and returned to the center of the training ground. There were 4 biopods there. Hua Mulan and the other girls were fusing the energy cores of the primitive stage. 0541. How are they? Jiang Fei asked. At that moment, the 4 girls were lying quietly in the biopods. The dark green nutrient fluid covered their entire bodies, providing the necessary energy support for their bodies. Captain, the fusion of the primitive stage is very smooth. Ariel and the others have completed the initial fusion. They are now adapting to their bodies, 0541 explained. How long will it take for them to wake up? Jiang Fei asked. About 6 hours, 0541 replied. Okay, I got it. Jiang Fei nodded. While the girls' bodies were adapting to the energy core, Jiang Fei found Bella, who had completed the fusion. How do you feel? Jiang Fei asked. This feels great, Bella said excitedly. That's good. Although Jiang Fei said that, he was still a little disappointed. After all, Bella had not been able to obtain a skill from a fusion. After all, this skill was the only one. Only a fusion would give her a chance to obtain it. However, Bella had clearly missed this opportunity. Husband, look, I don't have any burden in transforming now, Bella said as she activated her domain. In an instant, a layer of physical energy formed a scale armor that covered Bella's entire body. It allowed her to transform into the dragoness state. How beautiful! Jiang Fei could not help but praise Bella when he saw her transformed state. After a period of fusion with the life core, when Bella activated her territory again, her scale armor had already turned dark green. This streamlined scale armor looked very beautiful. At the same time, It also provided Bella with a stronger defense. Humanoid creature. Race unknown. Combat power. 9.5 million. This was the result Jiang Fei obtained from observing Bella through the goggles. As Bella was considered a cyborg, this was not recorded in the civilization that produced the goggles. Therefore, the race was considered unknown. However, this was not what Jiang Fei was paying attention to. The main point was that Bella's combat power had already reached 9.5 million. If she took another step, she would be close to the level of the overlord of the galaxy. After all, Jiang Fei had been in the universe for a long time, and it could be considered as a series of fortuitous encounters. However, even so, before the second phase of the fusion of the will core and the darkening of Jiang Fei's soul combined into one, Jiang Fei's strongest combat power was only SOSO. However, Bella had just completed the first phase of the fusion and had already reached Jiang Fei's peak combat power. Could it be that the basic type of energy core does not have any skills, but the increase in strength is more obvious? Jiang Fei guessed. The energy core was divided into 5 types. They were life, strength, time, space, and will. Among these 5 types, life and strength were the basic types. They all directly increased the physical strength of the fused person. Time and space were considered advanced types. They would give the fused person a part of the ability to interfere with external things, or to interfere with space, or to influence time. The nucleus of will was the most special existence. It affected the will of all living things. It was not only intelligent creatures that had thoughts and wills. Giant beasts and other creatures also had wills. Even a grain of sand, a piece of rock, even a planet had its own will. However, dead things like planets had simpler wills and were more persistent. External forces would not be able to interfere with them. Due to the lack of data on the situation after the fusion of the energy cores, Jiang Fei was unable to determine whether Bella was acting strangely, or whether the fusion of the basic energy cores should be like this. With a sense of confusion and temptation, Jiang Fei stayed with Bella for a while. Then, he turned around and went to the center of the training ground. At that moment, the other girls also walked out of the biochemical cabin. The 4 girls, who had completed the initial stage of fusion, did not seem to have changed much. Although there were some improvements in their strength, it was not very obvious. Jiang Fei was not surprised by this. The main improvement of the energy core in the initial stage was to allow the fusion user to comprehend their own domain. For example, Jiang Fei's infinite battle intent domain and Bella's energy scale armor. However, the domain needed time to be comprehended. This could not be completed in an instant. Therefore, after the fusion, the girls' combat power would not increase too much. Previously, after Jiang Fei and Bella completed the primitive stage of the fusion, the reason for their combat power to increase so much was because their strength had increased by leaps and bounds compared to the powerhouses on Earth. At this time, the girls' combat power was close to 1 million. When they were on Earth, they would be able to move heaven and earth in seconds. Therefore, this little improvement was insignificant to them. All of you take a rest first. After 2 hours, we will begin the fusion, Jiang Fei said to the girls around him. As the increase in strength in the primitive stage was not very high, there was no time for the girls to get used to it. 0541. You should start preparing. Jiang Fei chatted with the girls while he instructed 0541 to start working. 2 hours later, everything was ready. Nina and the other 3 girls stood in front of Jiang Fei and waited for the fusion to begin. You? Jiang Fei took a deep breath and said to the girls, although Bella and I have successfully completed the fusion, there is still a lot of risk involved. Have you all decided? Husband, don't worry. We will succeed too, Sylvie said. Yes, husband. The sisters will succeed, Ariel said from the side. As she had only obtained 1 spatial core, she had nothing to do with the subsequent fusion. Her main task now was to focus on comprehending her own domain power. Alright, since everyone is so confident, let's begin. Ariel, you have to hurry up and comprehend your own domain. Although there is only 1 spatial core, this is after all an advanced energy core. If you can comprehend a powerful domain, it might not be of little help to me. Jiang Fei comforted Ariel, who had only obtained 1 spatial core. Don't worry, hubby. I won't hold everyone back, Ariel said as she made a face at Jiang Fei. Alright, 0541. Get ready to begin. Jiang Fei nodded. After everything was ready, Hua Mulan walked to the first one. She would receive the initial fusion of the power core. Chapter 1509. Chapter 1509. Power in Space. Are you ready? Jiang Fei looked at Hua Mulan and asked. Yes. Hua Mulan nodded. Her eyes were filled with determination. Let's begin. Jiang Fei said to 0541. Okay. 0541 replied and immediately activated the collider. Buzz! As the collider was activated, the power core that Jiang Fei had put into the energy circuit began to accelerate. Boom! The power core that had been accelerated to twice the escape speed flew out and shot straight toward Hua Mulan's heart. It seems that the basic type of power core has been blessed at the heart. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Previously, Bella's life core was also at the heart. Swish! Just as the power core was about to hit Hua Mulan, the power core in her body leaped out and the two power cores began to fuse. At this moment, Jiang Fei was also focused on watching the fusion process. If anything unexpected happened, he could immediately rescue her. However, the accident that Jiang Fei was worried about did not happen. The entire fusion process was very smooth. In just a few seconds, the two power cores had fused into one. Swish! A dazzling red light completely enveloped Hua Mulan and finally entered her body. 2 seconds later, Hua Mulan opened her eyes. At the same time, an extremely terrifying power was emitted from her body. Boom! Among the people present, other than Jiang Fei, the other girls were pushed far away by this powerful aura. How do you feel? Jiang Fei asked with concern. Master, I feel power. It's extremely powerful, Hua Mulan said with a face full of surprise. Then, have you obtained any skills? Jiang Fei asked the question that he was most concerned about. Yes. Hua Mulan's answer made Jiang Fei feel a mixture of emotions. After a period of fusion, Hua Mulan had obtained a skill. This made Jiang Fei very happy. However, at the same time, Hua Mulan could obtain a skill. That meant that the basic energy core could bestow skills during a period of fusion. On the other hand, Bella had not obtained anything. There must be a problem. If it was a normal skill, it would not be a problem. As the owner of the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei knew how terrifying this skill was. Losing such a skill would be a huge loss. Mulan, what skill have you obtained? Nina asked curiously. Hua Mulan was once her captain of the guards. Therefore, the two of them could be considered as half-best friends. They were very close. I don't know what this skill is called, but the effect should be power manipulation, Hua Mulan said. Power manipulation? The other girls were confused. They did not quite understand the meaning of this skill. Let me put it this way. As long as the opponent's energy level is not more than twice my level, I can seize control of the attack power regardless of whether it is a physical attack or an energy attack. Moreover, I can also learn this skill. However, when I use it myself, I can only use attacks that are equal to my own energy level, Hua Mulan explained. What the F***CK? Enhanced version of stellar transposition? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. This ability was too awesome. It was practically invincible. Doesn't that mean that enemies who are not 3 times as powerful as Sister Mulan are no match for me? Ariel said with some envy. Among the people who had obtained the energy core, she was the only one who was not qualified to perform the initial stage fusion. Therefore, it was impossible for her to obtain such a super skill. You can't say that. I can't control my spiritual power. Hua Mulan shook her head. That's still very powerful. Jiang Fei nodded. Although Hua Mulan's power control could not shift all types of attacks, there were not many people who were good at spiritual power attacks. Therefore, with this skill, she was already able to look down on everyone else. That's right. Sister Mulan, you have to protect me from now on, Ariel said coyly. Of course. I won't let you get hurt. Sir, I will always be by your side, Hua Mulan said seriously. All right, Ariel said happily. Mulan, release your aura. I want to see how strong you are, Jiang Fei said. He wanted to see how strong Hua Mulan's strength control was. Okay. Hua Mulan nodded and displayed her power. Humanoid creature, race unknown. Combat power, 9 million. Although Hua Mulan's combat power was slightly lower than Bella's. With her ability to control power, her actual combat ability was clearly much better than Bella's. Sigh. There's really something wrong with Bella, Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he instructed Hua Mulan to first get used to her power. It was time for him to fuse with the other girls. The second person to accept the fusion was Nina. The process was still very smooth. After the 2 spatial cores fused, they released a bright purple light. A few seconds later, the light faded. Nina had successfully completed the first part of the fusion of the spatial cores. Ah, Fei. My ability is spatial manipulation. Without Jiang Fei asking, Nina took the initiative to tell him about her ability. Nina's spatial manipulation ability included the simplest form of spatial displacement. However, her teleportation range was larger. The consumption was smaller. And it was more stable. If the conditions allowed, she could even bring people to teleport between planets at will. Hee hee. I have an additional transportation captain. Jiang Fei laughed. Because of the widespread use of technology such as phase suppressors and warp blockers, it was not easy to use spatial power to teleport people. It was very likely that he would be blocked by someone. He might even crash into the spatial barrier and die without a complete corpse. However, things were better now. With Nina as the transport captain, Jiang Fei was much safer when he was teleporting soldiers. With the power of the spatial core, normal blocking equipment would not be able to stop Nina. Not only that, I can also split space within a small area and rearrange it, Nina said with a slightly smug tone. With her calm personality, she was able to show such a smug expression. From this, it could be seen that this ability was indeed very powerful. Split space? Rearrange it? Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. Space cracks were indestructible. This was common knowledge in the universe. However, Nina was able to split space. This destructive ability was terrifying. After all, space was already shattered. What was the use of having high defense? There are limitations. If the opponent's strength is too strong, I can't interfere with the space around him, Nina said with some embarrassment. I see. Jiang Fei nodded. Although he was a little disappointed, it was within his expectations. After all, if there was no limit, Nina would really be invincible. Come on, Sylvie. It's your turn. Jiang Fei nodded at Sylvie. Now, she was the only one who had yet to undergo a fusion. Okay, let's see what kind of ability I can get. Sylvie came to the front of the collider and said with anticipation. Chapter 1510, Chapter 1510 Star Power. The first phase of the fusion was very fast. In just a few seconds, Sylvie's initial fusion was completed. An orange light enveloped Sylvie. Then, Jiang Fei and the others noticed that Sylvie had become illusory. What's going on? Jiang Fei took 2 steps and arrived in front of Sylvie. However, when he saw that Sylvie was somewhat illusory, Jiang Fei did not dare to interfere because he did not know what had happened to Sylvie. Swoosh! The orange light faded, and the time core merged into Sylvie's body. She had once again returned to reality from the illusion. Are you okay? Jiang Fei asked with concern. Honey, I'm fine. Sylvie smiled. In the next moment, she appeared behind Jiang Fei. Her speed was so fast that Jiang Fei could not see her clearly. What a fast speed! The other girls were also amazed. This is nothing. I can still be faster. Sylvie laughed proudly. The ability that she had obtained was to control the flow of time. She could speed up or slow down. Unfortunately, time could not be reversed. Even so, Sylvie's ability to control time was very terrifying. Using the flow of time to accelerate herself was the most basic application. However, for an assassin like Sylvie, having extreme speed allowed her to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, when she accelerated someone's time to the extreme, that person would age and die at a speed visible to the naked eye. She could even accelerate a person's upper body and decelerate the lower body. The result of this was that that person's body would be completely torn apart. However, Sylvie and Nina had the same problem with time control. It was easy to use their own abilities. However, when they used their abilities on others, if the other party's energy level was higher than theirs, then it would be very difficult for them to influence them. Okay, Jiang Fei nodded. From the results of the girls around him after a period of fusion, he had finally come up with some ideas. Although Hua Mulan and Bella had fused with the most basic energy core, it was precisely because of the type base. Although they did not have the ability to control time or space, they did not have any restrictions when using their power. On the contrary, when Nina and Sylvie controlled space and time, not only were they unable to directly affect enemies whose energy levels were higher than their own, but when they used their abilities, it was also quite a burden on their own bodies. Jiang Fei had a deep understanding of this point. His 10th dimension was extremely powerful. After pulling enemies into the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei was invincible. However, pulling powerful enemies into the 10th dimension itself would cause great damage to Jiang Fei. If he could not kill the enemy in a short period of time, the 10th dimension's energy consumption would be too fast and Jiang Fei would end up digging his own grave. After sorting out these thoughts, Jiang Fei arranged for the girls to practice their newly acquired skills. At the same time, they also familiarized themselves with the newly acquired power. During this period of time, Jiang Fei did not idle around. He was also busy adapting to the power after the second stage of fusion. After all, there was still the third stage of fusion waiting for him. Apart from Jiang Fei, who was going to undergo the third stage of fusion, Bella and Hua Mulan would also undergo the second stage of fusion. Everyone, including Jiang Fei, was looking forward to the completion of the fusion of all the energy nuclei. What kind of power could Jiang Fei and the girls around him achieve? 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Due to the accelerated flow of time in the training ground, only 3 days had passed in the outside world. However, during this period of time, Jiang Fei and the girls had basically gotten used to the new power that they had obtained. Moreover, Hua Mulan, who was the most hardworking, had even comprehended her own domain. Boom! 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 Hua Mulan, who had fully activated her domain, was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Jiang Fei in the training ground. From the looks of it, Hua Mulan, who was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of strength, had completely suppressed Jiang Fei. Oh my god! Isn't this power core's boost to combat strength a little too exaggerated? On Jiang Fei's side, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. Hua Mulan's strength was far beyond his imagination. At this moment, Jiang Fei did not go easy on her. Other than not using the 10th dimension and his spiritual attacks, he had basically used all of his skills. However, even so, he could barely maintain an undefeated ending. At this moment, Hua Mulan was using all of her power. Under the control of her power, Jiang Fei's attacks were not effective at all. A stream of energy shot towards him. Before Hua Mulan could even get close to him, Jiang Fei was reflected back. This caused Jiang Fei to have to defend against his own attacks. Not only was Jiang Fei at a disadvantage when it came to long-range attacks, he was also at a disadvantage when it came to close-range attacks. His fists were aimed at Hua Mulan, but they always went off course for no reason. Although it was not as exaggerated as a direct rebound, it was still a battle between experts. This kind of deviation was often fatal. Sister Mulan's control of strength is too invincible. Unless her energy level is 3 times higher, there's no way to fight. The girls who were watching the battle discussed among themselves. Yeah, I'm really envious of this ability. With this kind of power, I can definitely help my husband on the battlefield, Ariel said with a face full of envy. Although she had obtained a spatial core, however, it had only strengthened her spatial ability. At most, it would help Jiang Fei to teleport people. Her efficiency was not as good as Nina's. As for fighting, she was really in a tight spot. Although Ariel's combat strength had already exceeded 1.5 million, and she could not defeat others on the battlefield with her spatial ability, she should be able to run for her life. However, who would not want to fight? Who would be willing to just be a transport captain? Sir, I'm going to be serious. At this moment, Hua Mulan's words made everyone's eyes widen. It turned out that she had not used her full strength just now. Come on! Although Jiang Fei was surprised by Hua Mulan's strength, he was very confident in himself. After completing the second stage of fusion, Jiang Fei had 19 million combat power. He had already reached the peak of the Galactic Overlord level. He was still a little confident in fighting against Hua Mulan, who had just broken through 10 million combat power. Domain! Open it for me! As Hua Mulan shouted, Jiang Fei felt the girl's aura in front of him suddenly change. In an instant, Jiang Fei felt that the person standing in front of him was no longer the heroic girl. Instead, it was a tall mountain. It was a huge star. A powerful aura was constantly pressuring Jiang Fei. It was a pure power. An extremely powerful power. My lord! This is my domain star power! Please enlighten me! As Hua Mulan shouted, the girl flew like a meteor towards Jiang Fei. The tip of her fist sparkled with starlight. The immense power contained within made Jiang Fei feel an unprecedented pressure. Chapter 1511. Chapter 1511 Lu Site's Communication. F***CK! This is bad! Jiang Fei cried in his heart. Hua Mulan's attack was extraordinary. It was so powerful that it was hard to imagine. If Jiang Fei used his spiritual power, Hua Mulan would definitely be heavily injured. However, if he only used his physical strength to block it, he would definitely be the unlucky one. Although Jiang Fei's body had been baptized by the scorpion milk and made him as strong as a human-sized giant beast, Hua Mulan had fused with the power core. This thing was the embodiment of the universe's origin power. One of it contained the power essence of an entire galaxy. Moreover, Hua Mulan had fused with the first form of the two combined forms. Mulan! Pull back! Jiang Fei shouted. He did not want to face Hua Mulan head-on. If that happened, one of them would definitely be injured. Therefore, at this critical moment, Jiang Fei directly activated the power of the 10th dimension and transferred himself and Hua Mulan into his own exclusive space. In the 10th dimension, time was frozen. Therefore, Hua Mulan, who was trying her best, was also frozen on the spot. Phew! Jiang Fei took a deep breath and said to Hua Mulan, "When I let you out later, you must remember to pull back. However, do not pull too hard. I will help you resolve it in sections." Dot! Although Hua Mulan was unable to move, her mind was still active in the 10th dimension. Therefore, she could hear everything that Jiang Fei said clearly. "Okay, I let you out. Be careful to pull back," Jiang Fei said. After seeing Hua Mulan's determined gaze, Jiang Fei activated the power of the 10th dimension and sent her out. After leaving the 10th dimension, Hua Mulan naturally removed the time freeze. Under her powerful strength, she continued to charge forward. However, after receiving Jiang Fei's instructions, Hua Mulan began to slowly withdraw her strength. However, the power of this attack was too strong. If she suddenly withdrew her strength, even Hua Mulan, who had the power control ability, would also be injured. Swish! After 1/10 of a second, Jiang Fei appeared behind Hua Mulan. Then, he activated his ability again and pulled Hua Mulan back into the 10th dimension. In the 10th dimension, Hua Mulan was once again frozen. "Continue with the previous steps. Let's take it slow," Jiang Fei said to Hua Mulan. Then, he moved Hua Mulan out again. After leaving the 10th dimension, Hua Mulan returned to her charging posture. The girl began to slowly retract her strength again. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei kept pulling Hua Mulan in and out to help her divide her strength. After repeating it for more than 10 times, Hua Mulan's star power finally returned to the level that she could control. The girl's charging posture finally stopped. "Sister Mulan, this move of yours is too powerful. It scared me to death." Ariel, who was at the side, had an expression that scared the baby to death. I just comprehended this domain. It allows me to gather my own power and the power that spread across the entire battlefield in the previous battle, and then complete a fatal blow. But because the power is too strong, I can't control it freely," Hua Mulan explained. "Huh? Gathering all the energy in the battlefield?" Nina was stunned. This domain was not ordinary. After all, Hua Mulan had only sparred with Jiang Fei for a short while before she was able to unleash such a powerful attack. If she used this domain on a battlefield where experts gathered, who would be able to withstand her attack? "Mulan, don't use this move in the future." Jiang Fei frowned slightly. Hua Mulan's domain was too powerful. She was already unable to control the attack just now. If it was really on a battlefield where experts gathered, then, although Hua Mulan could unleash an invincible attack, it would be a huge burden on her. It might even cause irreparable damage to her. "Okay, I understand." Hua Mulan nodded. Although she had promised Jiang Fei that she would not use this skill easily, if she really encountered a crisis, with Hua Mulan's personality, she would definitely step forward without hesitation. While Jiang Fei was chatting with the girls, a light suddenly flashed and Bison entered the training ground. "Why are you here? Did something happen?" Jiang Fei asked. If there was nothing else, Bison would not have come here to look for him. "Nothing much. It's just that the Merchant Alliance has sent a message. General Luster wants to talk to you," Bison said respectfully. He had always admired Jiang Fei as his boss. However, today, he saw a sense of awe in Jiang Fei. "Oh, I got it. You go back first. It'll be right there." Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he instructed the girls to train in peace. After some time, he would perform the second stage of fusion for Hua Mulan and Bella. After leaving the training ground, Jiang Fei returned to his flagship. With the Dawnlight, this super battleship had replaced Jiang Fei's previous flagship. Now, this super battleship had become Aurelia's treasure. This little girl had spent almost all day on this ship. Even her highly evolved adjutant, Lux, had become her best friend. "Ah, Fei, you're here." Aurelia was very happy to see Jiang Fei on the ship. "Yes, Lux wants to talk to me." Jiang Fei nodded. "Yes, I know that. Lux, help me connect to the communication channel." Aurelia instructed very skillfully. At this time, her relationship with Lux was already somewhat similar to that of Jiang Fei and 0541. I'll be done soon. Sister. Lux immediately agreed. She did not know when she had changed the way she addressed Aurelia. Why are you her sister? Jiang Fei asked curiously. I have been alone since I was young. Later on, I spent a lot of time in the military. I always had to deal with men. Although it was just a job, I still felt a little awkward. I really hit it off with Lux. I feel pretty good having a sister like her, said Aurelia with a smile. Hee hee. As long as you're happy. Jiang Fei smiled. After experiencing this fusion, his strength had increased tremendously. Moreover, he could immediately undergo a 3-stage fusion. After that, his combat power would definitely increase tremendously. Therefore, Jiang Fei no longer paid much attention to external things. After all, after reaching Tyrion's level, things like spaceships and battleships were no longer in their eyes. Sir! The communication has been connected. Larxie's voice was heard. At the same time, the large screen opened and a fish-headed officer appeared on the screen. I am Sir Lust, communication officer. Sir Lust is in a meeting. Please wait a moment. The fish-headed officer said to Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Luster did not let Jiang Fei wait for too long. After about 10 minutes, the fish-headed man flashed to the side, and Luster's head appeared on the big screen. Chapter 1512. Chapter 1512. The best training. Ah, Fei. Are you still stationed in the Dominic Galaxy? Lu Site asked directly. Yes. Am still in the Dominic Galaxy. Jiang Fei nodded. Why are you still there? Quickly retreat. The combined forces of the Audra Empire and the Visari army are about to attack. Lu Site said anxiously. If it was not for Tyrion's sake, he would not have bothered with Jiang Fei, who was courting death. Previously, the Merchant Alliance had already given up on the Dominic Galaxy. All of the Merchant Alliance's deployment had already been withdrawn. Jiang Fei had only accepted the mission of covering the rear. However, so much time had passed. Jiang Fei's fleet had not withdrawn from the Dominic Galaxy. Lust did not care too much about a mixed transport fleet. After all, the combat power of such a fleet was limited. Even if they lost it, it would not affect the Merchant Alliance. However, a transport fleet was fine. However, Jiang Fei, the second generation, could not die. He was Tyrion's disciple. If something happened to Jiang Fei, Tyrion would lose his temper. Who could stop him? Therefore, Lust had no choice but to urge Jiang Fei to withdraw from the Dominic Galaxy several times. However, there was a saying that a general's orders were not to be taken. Jiang Fei pretended not to hear it and stayed in the Dominic Galaxy. As there had been no war in the Dominic Galaxy, Lust turned a blind eye to it. He did not force Jiang Fei to leave. However, it was different this time. The Audra Empire had joined hands with the Visari army. This powerful combined fleet was not something that Jiang Fei could resist. Age? How did they get together? Jiang Fei was shocked. The Audra Empire and the Visari Alliance had fought many wars before. Why did they suddenly join forces? Could it be that there were players among them? I'm not sure about the specifics. However, you have defeated the Audra's fleet once before. It can be considered that you have offended the Audra Empire. The Visari army has always had a grudge against us. It is not surprising that they joined forces to attack. Lust clearly did not have any specific information. All right. I understand. Jiang Fei nodded. When will you return? I will send someone to pick you up. Lu Site asked. Why should I return? The Dominic Galaxy has been an inherent territory of our Merchant Alliance since ancient times. I, Jiang Fei, will not allow anyone to trample on the sovereignty of our Merchant Alliance. Jiang Fei said righteously. My ancestor, please stop fooling around. This time, it is not a joke. The enemy has gathered more than 20 elite fleets. Your small, broken ships will not be able to withstand it. Lust was about to go crazy. Please rest assured, my lord, as long as I, Jiang Fei, am still alive, I will not let the enemy take an inch of our land. Jiang Fei said passionately. Those who did not know better would think that he was some kind of loyal martyr. However, Jiang Fei was actually very confident. He had just obtained a main ship, the Aurora ship. Compared to the super battleship, the combined fleet of the Audra Empire and the Visari army was a small, broken ship. Although after joining forces with the Visari army, the Audra fleet would have many strong fighters to assist in the battle. But do not forget, the girls around Jiang Fei were also different from the past. Hua Mulan alone was equivalent to half of a hermit-level powerhouse. Bella, Sylvie, and the other girls had also broken through the 10 million combat power threshold. All of them had the strength equivalent to the overlord of the galaxy, in addition to Jiang Fei's own powerful combat power. Unless there was a hermit-level powerhouse directly participating in the battle, Jiang Fei really could not think of how he could lose. With confidence, Jiang Fei naturally would not retreat. He needed to use this opportunity to train his troops. First of all, Larxie had blown the ship of Dawn into the sky. However, Jiang Fei had never seen how powerful this ship could be in battle. Secondly, Jiang Fei and the girls around him had just obtained their strength. They also needed to battle to familiarize themselves with this explosive power. At that moment, the Audra Empire and the Vizari army came knocking on Jiang Fei's door. Jiang Fei could not ask for more. If Les wanted him to leave, how could Jiang Fei agree to it?
Jiang Fei, be realistic. The enemy this time is more ordinary than you. You are being arrogant.
Lust, who did not know Jiang Fei's true strength, was still trying to persuade him. He was really afraid that if Jiang Fei died, Tyrion would vent his anger on him.
Age?
What?
Sir, the signal is interfering. Listen.
No.
Clear. Pa.
Jiang Fei pretended to shout a few words. Then, he gave a look to Larxie and directly cut off the communication.
Don't answer the Merchant Alliance's communication for the next few days.
Jiang Fei instructed Larxie.
Yes, sir.
Larxie nodded.
Also, turn on the radar at full power. Don't let the enemy reach the door. We still don't know anything.
Jiang Fei added.
Fei, don't worry. I have already sent the Lone Star scout ship to patrol the outer perimeter of the Star Zone,
said Aurelia.
That's good.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to Aurelia,
this is the first battle of the Aurora. You have to fight beautifully. Don't worry. I will not let them down.
Aurelia's eyes were filled with excitement. As a fleet commander, no one would not want to command a super warship like the Aurora. This kind of warship was simply a symbol of invincibility. After instructing Aurelia to be on high alert, Jiang Fei returned to the training ground. This time, the Audra Empire and the Vasily Legion had actually joined forces to attack. In front of the many powerhouses of the Vasily Legion, it would definitely be difficult to resolve this war with just the fleet. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to let his female army join the battle. Initially, Jiang Fei had planned to perform the 3-stage fusion of the Wakor and let Hua Mulan and Bella complete the 2-stage fusion as well. However, it was time for Jiang Fei to pay attention now. After this fusion, Jiang Fei and the girl's strength had already soared. If they were to rashly fuse again without adapting to their current strength, it was very likely that they would leave behind future problems for themselves. Battle was undoubtedly the best way to train oneself. During battle, Jiang Fei and the girls could quickly adapt to their new strength and lay a solid foundation for their fusion again. After returning to the training ground, Jiang Fei briefly explained the situation. The girls were immediately excited. Why did they work so hard to increase their strength? Was it not to help Jiang Fei on the battlefield?
Hubby, can we fight with you now?
Ariel asked excitedly.
Yes. This time, we will fight side by side.
Jiang Fei smiled and nodded.
It has been a long time since I last fought. My body is a little stiff.
Bella clenched her fists. A layer of energy scales instantly covered her. The dark green scales flickered with a metallic light. The girl's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 1513. The fleet of Chapter 1513 had arrived. Seeing that the girls around him were eager to join the battle, Jiang Fei was full of confidence. In the past, he had always been the passive party in the war. He was always the one who got beaten up. Every time he risked his life, it was not for the sake of winning the war. Instead, it was to survive in the war. However, this time was different. Jiang Fei was no longer facing the pressure of survival. This war was just a trial for him. After this war, Jiang Fei and his female army would be famous throughout the entire universe. After receiving the news that the combined army of the Odora Empire and Vizari's army was about to arrive, Jiang Fei did not leave the training ground. During this period of time, Jiang Fei and his female army had been training hard in the training ground. They were ready to welcome the arrival of the invaders with their strongest stance. One day later in the real world, Bison arrived at the training ground.
Master Jiang Fei, Miss Ollier has asked me to inform you that the enemy is about to arrive at our star area,
Bison said after bowing to Jiang Fei.
I understand.
Jiang Fei nodded and immediately asked Hua Mulan to gather the female army. After a few minutes, Jiang Fei's female army had finished gathering. Other than Bella and the others, the ladies of the Saintly Virgin Guards were also ready to go. Although these ladies did not receive any special treatment. However, under the nourishment of the giant beast meat, they had nearly 1,000,000 combat power. What kind of concept was that for 3,000 soldiers of the Saintly Virgin Guards to have close to 1,000,000 combat power? Perhaps no one in the entire universe would be so extravagant as to have such a personal guard army.
Let's go! Everyone has been cooped up in the training ground for too long. It's time for some exercise.
Jiang Fei laughed.
We can finally leave this damn place.
Sylvie heaved a long sigh of relief. Although the time acceleration in the training ground could allow the girls to increase their training efficiency, they would stay in this tiny place all day long for several years. No one would be able to stand it.
Yeah. It's so boring to stay here all the time,
Ariel said with a pout. After leaving the training ground, Jiang Fei brought the girls to the flagship Aurora. As Garona had told the girls about Aurelia, the girls were not surprised to see Aurelia. All the girls, including Bella, believed that Aurelia was the same as Garona. They were infected by the evil substance in Jiang Fei's body. Therefore, they did not blame Jiang Fei for being a womanizer. Moreover, Aurelia was clearly a capable person. The entire fleet was organized under her command. The efficiency of the fleet was even higher than when Jiang Fei was the commander. However, Jiang Fei did not dare to say much. After the two parts of the fusion, the two souls had become one. The blackened Jiang Fei no longer existed. Now, there was only one Jiang Fei in the world. Because he was afraid that Bella, the little jealous person, would go crazy. Jiang Fei did not mention the matter of the two souls becoming one. He planned to keep the blackened Jiang Fei as the scapegoat.
Ah, Fei, you're here.
Aurelia came out to welcome them.
Where are the enemies?
Jiang Fei asked.
The scout ship outside the star zone was destroyed 15 minutes ago. They should have already entered the star zone,
Aurelia said.
They are now 7,200 light seconds away from us.
At this time, Lux added,
because of the warp suppressor, they can only advance through the sublight speed engine. Therefore, the estimated time of their encounter is 2 hours.
Aurelia continued.
2 hours?
Jiang Fei thought for a moment and said,
Then, let's not wait for them. Let's take the initiative to attack. That's good. Although we can use the power of orbital weapons to fight in Tyrannid's gravity well, it is still too close to the planet. It is very easy to cause damage to our spaceport.
Aurelia nodded and said. Previously, Jiang Fei and the others had been defending the gravity well because they were previously weak. They had to use aerial thunder and orbital weapons to weaken the enemy's strength. Only then would they be able to withstand the enemy's attack. However, things were different now. Although the enemy was the combined army of the Audra Empire and Vazari's army, Jiang Fei's strength was not what it was in the past. Although his fleet was weaker, one Dawnlight was stronger than a few elite fleets.
Bison! Gather the Marines and stand by. Mulan! Get the girls to prepare for battle.
Jiang Fei ordered. Jiang Fei's thoughts on this battle were very clear. He did not care about the fleet. He would leave it to Aurelia to take charge. After all, she was the professional fleet commander. If Jiang Fei, the second in command, insisted on coming up with ideas, it would only cause more trouble. However, when it came to a fight between experts, Jiang Fei had to appear. He and the girls around him were the absolute main force. Although Bison was once Jiang Fei's #1 fighter, now, among the girls around Jiang Fei, more than half of them could torture him.
Yes, my lord.
Bison accepted the order and left.
My lord, don't worry. We have already prepared for it,
Hua Mulan said confidently. Half an hour later, the 5th mixed fleet left the harbor and headed towards the incoming enemy fleet.
Sister, we have detected the enemy's movement.
When they were about 3,000 light seconds away from the Allied fleet, Lux had already locked onto the few warships that were heading towards them. At this moment, on the radar of the Audra Empire's fleet, it was still pitch black.
Fleet, stop moving forward. Charge the main cannon of the Aurora. Fire freely.
Aurelia did not stand on ceremony. Since he could see further than the enemy and could shoot further, what was there to stand on ceremony about?
ZZZ.
Following a burst of energy surging sounds, the Aurora's 200-plus main cannons began to charge.
South.
After a few seconds of charging, the 200-plus main cannon shot out destructive beams of light straight ahead.
Toot.
At the same time, Alarms rang out within the fleet of the Audra Empire.
High energy reaction detected ahead. Dodge!
The radar operator shouted loudly. However, it was already too late. The greatest characteristic of beam weapons was their speed. If they started to dodge while the opponent was charging, they would still be able to reduce some of their losses. However, if the opponent were to fire, you could only pray that the opponent would miss, or that their own spaceship would be able to withstand it.
Boom! 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 Boom!
A series of explosions erupted within the fleet of the Audra Empire, as they were in a marching formation. The fleet of the Audra Empire was arranged in a very dense formation. Even if the Dawn's radar did not lock onto them, it would still be very difficult for them to miss. Furthermore, the radar of the main fleet had already locked onto them tightly.
Reporting damage.
The commander of the Audra fleet was an old man. If Aurelia was present, she would definitely be able to recognize that this old man was her former commander. He was also her teacher in Fleet Command Adams. Chapter 1514. Chapter 1514. Crushing Technology.
7 frigates have been sunk. 2 light cruisers are heavily injured. And 1 medium cruiser is slightly injured.
The adjutant immediately reported the battle damage to Adams.
Withdraw the 2 heavily injured light cruisers from the battle sequence. The rest of the ships concentrate their shield energy to the bow and continue moving forward.
Adams remained calm, even though he had not seen the enemy and was hit head-on. However, such a small loss was nothing to the entire combined fleet. The combined fleet of the Audra Empire and the Vizaria Legion continued to approach planet Tyrandit, while the main cannon of the Aurora was once again fully charged.
Fire in unison!
Following Aurelia's command, the 200 main cannons on the Aurora emitted a dazzling brilliance. In this battle between teachers and students, Aurelia, who had the Aurora, undoubtedly had the advantage.
Boom, 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 boom!
The combined fleet that was bombarded again still did not find any traces of the enemy.
Battle damage report.
Adam's expression did not change. Although he had not seen the enemy twice, he had experienced countless battles in his life. It was not like he had not seen a worse situation than today.
11 frigates and 1 light cruiser were sunk. 4 light cruisers and 1 medium cruiser were seriously injured. And 2 heavy cruisers were slightly injured.
The adjutant's expression was rather ugly. Although all the ships had gathered their shield energy to the bow, the problem was that as the fleet advanced, the distance between the two sides had undoubtedly increased. The energy weapons lost on the way had decreased, so the power was greater. This caused the combined fleet's losses to become even more severe.
Order the heavily injured ships to withdraw from the battle sequence. Have the scout ships returned any information yet?
Adams frowned slightly. This situation of being beaten up without being able to fight back made him feel very aggrieved.
Not yet,
the adjutant answered dejectedly. More than a dozen exploration ships had been sent out long ago, but they had not returned any valuable information. After 2 rounds of artillery fire, there was less than 2,500 light seconds left between the joint fleet and Jiang Fei's fleet. When the main cannon of the Dawnlight finished recharging, the exploration ships sent out by the joint fleet finally found traces of the 5th fleet.
Sir! The exploration ship has found the enemy. The coordinates are XXX.
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 The adjutant shouted with excitement. They had been passively beaten up previously. If not for the old marshal's calm and commanding look, they would have thought that they had seen a ghost.
Boom, boom, boom!
At this moment, the flagship's hull shook violently. Clearly, the Dawn's 3rd round of cannon fire had arrived.
2,300 light seconds away?
Adams did not care about the ship shaking. He widened his eyes and asked the adjutant. This distance was not something an ordinary cannon could hit.
That's right. The coordinates are very accurate,
the adjutant confirmed. Most of the 5th Fleet's ships were trash. They were a random unit, so the invisibility effect was not very good. Although the Dawn was advanced, it was too big. Invisibility and other things had nothing to do with it. So the joint fleet's scout ship easily locked onto their coordinates.
How is this possible?
Adams had joined the army since he was young. He had fought countless wars and small battles. It could be said that he knew the capabilities of the warships of various forces like the back of his hand. However, he had never heard of a warship that could fire beyond 300 light seconds. Not to mention when they were first attacked, they were at least 3,000 light seconds away from the enemy. What kind of concept was 10 times the range? This meant that if the enemy's fleet had sufficient mobility, they could easily kite him to death without paying any price.
Order!
The 2nd and 3rd fleets left the main channel, while the 9th and 12th fleets left the main channel to the right. After completing their escape, the 4 fleets immediately charged forward at full speed. They must complete the encirclement of the enemy fleets within 3 minutes.
Adams was indeed a veteran commander. After he learned of the enemy's advantage, he immediately made a response. Soon, the four fleets and the main fleet separated and surrounded the two sides. The reason why Adams was pressing so hard was that the Aurora's firepower was too strong. 3 minutes meant that the main fleet would have to endure at least 3 cannon attacks. Adding the previous 3 cannon attacks, there would be about 100 battleships that would be sunk before they met the enemy.
How can there be such a powerful spaceship?
Adams was very puzzled. If it wasn't for the unusually large size of his combined fleet, as a veteran commander, he really wouldn't be willing to fight against such a powerful warship. Because regardless of whether he won or lost, his losses were immeasurable.
Sister, the enemy has split up their troops. It seems like they are planning to surround us.
Lux immediately reported to Aurelia. Her ship's radar was much better than the combined fleet. The enemy's every move was practically transparent in her eyes.
I wonder who is leading the troops of the Audra Empire this time. It looks like they have some ability. They actually made such a response immediately after getting our coordinates.
Aurelia nodded. The enemy's response was very good.
After blocking her retreat path, she was unable to use her range advantage to kite the enemy. This tactic was actually very simple. She could split her forces to deal with the enemy, or she could take them down one by one. If Aurelia had a standard fleet under her command, she would choose to split her forces to fight them head-on. She would use her outstanding fleet command ability to defeat her opponent through continuous detours and division. Unfortunately, the fleet under Aurelia's command was a transport fleet. There were only a few light frigates and a few drone motherships. They could bully pirates, but if they were to fight against a regular army, they were practically a treasure of experience. To put it bluntly, other than the Dawn, there was no one else in the entire fleet that could fight. Hence, the moment they split up, the Fifth Fleet would become like the current combined fleet. The ships that were separated from the Dawn could only be beaten passively.
Stop the cannon fire. Turn the fleet. Target the enemy on the left flank. Go up and face them,
Aurelia ordered. The Fifth Fleet, that had been preparing for this for a long time, changed direction and charged towards the enemy's left flank.
Sir, the enemy has changed direction. Their target is Tesla's left flank fleet,
the adjutant reported.
Order Tesla to slow down his fleet and focus his shield on the bow. Be prepared to be bombarded. The right flank fleet. Cancel the shield defense and supply all the energy to the engine. Make sure to go behind the enemy as soon as possible,
Adams ordered.
What about us?
The adjutant asked.
Continue to maintain the current speed and pray for Tesla.
Although there was a hint of reluctance in Adams' eyes, his expression was very firm. There was a saying that mercy does not rule the army. For the sake of victory in the battle. At this moment, Tesla's left-wing fleet had been sacrificed as bait. Chapter 15:15, Chapter 15:15, A Desperate Counterattack.
Brothers, the battle plan has changed. The fleet is to slow down immediately and concentrate the energy to supply the front shield.
Tesla's expression did not change after receiving the order. But he already understood his own situation. Although no one was willing to be used as bait. As a soldier, Tesla naturally knew that there would be sacrifices in order to win. And today, the one who was sacrificed was him.
Get the Psionites to supply all their psionic energy to the shield. Whether or not we can survive depends on the speed of our brothers.
Tesla gave the order. In an instant, the left-wing fleet began to slow down. At the same time, the shield at the bow of their ship became brighter and brighter.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Another round of cannon fire destroyed a few frigates. Due to the addition of the Psionites, the defense of the warships of the Audra Empire skyrocketed. In addition, Dawn was currently on the move. The hit rate would inevitably drop. So the losses of the Tesla fleet this time were not as great as before.
My lord! The enemy is coming for us!
At this time, the radar personnel of the Tesla fleet had also noticed the movements of the Fifth Fleet.
Come on! It's good that they took the initiative to move closer to us. This way, the fleet on the right wing can complete the encirclement faster.
Tesla nodded slightly.
Sister, there are still 500 light seconds left from the enemy's left-wing fleet. Our fleet is about to enter the attack range,
Lux said to Aurelia at this time.
Order the Grey Horse-class drone carrier to release the drone formation. The Cobalt Alloy light frigate will shrink in defense. The Guard air defense vessel will pay attention to intercept the enemy's drones,
Aurelia ordered methodically. The other ships of the Fifth Fleet were worse off. If they all entered the attack range, then it was obvious that the enemy would be able to hit them as well. Following Aurelia's order, the Fifth Fleet behind the Dawn immediately began to release the drones. More than a dozen Grey Horse-class UAV carriers carried 2 squadrons of drones. And in an instant, A large number of drones took off. Like a dark cloud, they pressed down on the front of the fleet. The small and nimble drones were extremely fast. They quickly left the fleet and headed straight for the Tesla fleet.
Sir, the enemy has released a large number of drones.
At the same time, Tesla's adjutant began to report on the battle situation.
Is the enemy an aircraft carrier fleet?
Tesla frowned. Logically speaking, a fleet consisting mainly of drone aircraft carriers did not have too much direct firepower. They usually relied on drones for ultra-long-range combat. On the other hand, they hid in the distance to carry out kiting tactics. However, today, the fleet Tesla was facing not only had extremely strong firepower, but they also took the initiative to attack. This kind of action was very puzzling.
Release the unmanned fighter jets to intercept.
Although he did not understand, Tesla still gave the order to respond. Whoosh 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 whoosh. On the Tesla fleet side, a large number of unmanned aerial vehicles also set sail to intercept the 5th Fleet's unmanned aerial vehicle fleet. After a few dozen seconds, the two fleets encountered each other. The fighter jets kept fighting in the air while the 5th Fleet's WAVs went straight for Tesla's fleet. Faced with the threat of the bombers, the Tesla fleet's WAVs definitely could not let them pass. They tried their best to intercept and destroy these bombers. However, the 5th Fleet's WAVs that were escorting the bombers were not to be trifled with either. For a moment, the huge number of unmanned fighter jets tangled together in a chaotic mess.
No! The enemy is an aircraft carrier fleet. There are too many unmanned fighter jets. We can't stop them.
Tesla frowned. Although he had a few unmanned aircraft motherships on his side to support and defend against the air, because there were too few of them, the unmanned fighter jets that he carried could not keep up with the enemy for a long time.
Order! Fire the fleet's main cannons. Target the area where the drones are engaged. Order! Move the defensive spaceships to the front of the fleet and try to intercept the remaining enemy drones as much as possible.
After Tesla gave the order, the entire left-wing fleet immediately reacted. All the ship's main cannons fired at the same time. There was no need to aim at anything. They just needed to fire at the battlefield where the drones were entangled.
Boom, 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 boom.
Beams of energy beams flew past. In an instant, the battlefield that was entangled with the drones was cleared. More than 90% of the drones were vaporized. Whether it was the 5th Fleet's drone formation or the Tesla fleet's intercepting drones. However, there would always be some who slipped through the net due to the actions of the cannons and mosquitoes. Without the entanglement of the intercepting drones, the remaining bombers once again increased their speed and pounced on Tesla's fleet.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
The defensive spaceships at the forefront of the fleet fired. They were equipped with high-frequency laser weapons with extremely fast firing speed. This type of invincible weapon had a short range and low power. Hitting a warship was basically no different from scratching an itch. However, it was extremely efficient when it came to fighting drones. Moreover, each defensive spaceships were equipped with dozens of high-frequency laser weapons. Therefore, the effect was just like shooting a sparrow with a shotgun. With a single hit, there would be a whole bunch of them. However, the number of drones in the 5th Fleet was too many. Even if the defensive spaceships used high-frequency laser weapons to intercept a portion of them, there were still hundreds of bombers that broke through the blockade.
Boom, boom, boom.
The one-eyed magic missiles carried by the bombers poured out.
Sir! The Yoshino! The Solon has been sunk.
The adjutant's voice was very painful. Although Tesla's fleet had already lost a few warships, the two that had just been sunk were heavy cruisers. They were one of the core forces of the fleet, and they were also Tesla's most precious assets. Tesla only nodded lightly. Since he was acting as bait, he had long been mentally prepared. Not to mention the two heavy cruisers. Even if his flagship was destroyed, he would be buried along with it. Tesla was mentally prepared.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
The high-frequency laser weapons of the defense spaceship continued to fire. A large number of bombers and fighter jets of the 5th Fleet were blown up. However, before these bombers were blown up, they continued to pour out their own missiles.
Boom, boom, boom.
A few more frigates and light cruisers were destroyed. Tesla's mouth twitched slightly when he received the battle report.
High energy reaction ahead. Dodge!
At this time, the fleet alarm sounded. It was obvious that the main cannon of the Aurora had been recharged.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Another few light warships were destroyed. At this time, Tesla's fleet was already crippled. The overall combat strength of the entire fleet was not even 40% of its peak strength. And they had yet to enter their firing range. In other words, their own fleet was about to be completely annihilated. And Tesla and his fleet had yet to fight back. One could imagine how aggrieved they were.
Damn it! Even if I die, I still have to fire a shot at these bastards. Attack with all my forces.
Tesla's eyes were red, and he immediately ignored Adam's order to slow down, seeing that the enemy fleet was about to enter his firing range. But his own fleet was also running out. If this continued, Tesla might not even have the chance to counterattack. Chapter 15:16. Chapter 15:16. The purpose of Aurelia. The Tesla fleet that was advancing at full speed soon entered the firing range. After experiencing 3 rounds of cannon fire, there were less than 1/10 of the Tesla fleet left.
Fire in unison. I want to destroy the opponent's flagship,
Tesla roared.
Sir, I'm afraid we don't have the ability to harm the opponent's flagship.
The adjutant had a bitter look on his face. He had no way to judge the victory or defeat of this war, but he knew that his fleet had a slim chance of survival. At this time, there were less than 10 spaceships left in the fleet, although the remaining ones were all heavy cruisers with considerable combat power. Tesla's adjutant was still pessimistic when faced with that super warship.
What is this? A giant transport ship?
Through the video transmitted from the reconnaissance ship, Tesla finally saw the silver-white hull of the Aurora. Tesla had seen spaceships that were more than 1,000 kilometers long, but they were all transport ships. They were extremely slow, and their hulls were very heavy. They were practically moving targets. However, the ship in front of him was obviously a battleship. From its ferocious muzzles, it could be seen that this guy was the main culprit behind the heavy damage to his fleet.
How is this possible? How can a battleship be so big and so agile?
Tesla was completely dumbfounded, because what he saw was clearly contrary to what he knew. Although the Dawn was far less agile than the scout ship, or even the heavy cruiser, it was still much better than the transport ship. Moreover, its acceleration and braking ability were very strong, but its steering was only slightly slow. If the maneuvering problem was solved, it would not become a target for others. Then the giant ship would mean more main cannons, stronger firepower, more energy reserves, and stronger shields. With these, the giant ship was almost invincible.
Change the target. We can't sink the ship.
Tesla quickly made a judgment. From the size of the ship, if it was a battleship, then even if his fleet was at its peak, at most, he would only be able to injure it. Now that his fleet was completely damaged, it was likely that they would not even be able to break the other shield. Thus, Tesla made a prompt decision. He ordered the fleet to change their target of attack from the Aurora to a few other Grey Horse-class unmanned aircraft carriers.
Yes, sir!
Tesla's crew was also determined to die. They were all united against a common enemy. They almost gritted their teeth. They hated the fleet in front of them to the bone. Now, they had finally entered the firing range. If they could not sink the enemy warships, they would not be satisfied even if they died.
Sister, the Brown Bear-class heavy cruiser has entered the firing range.
At the same time, Aurelia received Lake's report.
Order them to fire freely. Then, the engine of the Dawn will be shut down. The deceleration nozzle at the bow and the port turn nozzle will be opened. The ship will be in a straight line to block the incoming cannon fire for the other ships,
Aurelia ordered.
Yes, sister.
Lux immediately began to carry out Aurelia's orders, because this Dawn was designed for players. So Lux could complete all the operations on his own. So all Aurelia had to do was open her mouth, and the Aurora could do just about anything she wanted.
My lord, we are locked on target.
At this time, Tesla's fleet also completed fire control lock.
Fight for me. Fight hard. Avenge our fallen brothers.
Tesla's voice was a little hoarse. He knew that today, he would not have the chance to leave the battlefield alive. This battle would be his last. As a fleet commander, although it was a bait mission, Tesla did not want his last battle to be sealed.
Brothers, please, at least sink one enemy ship.
Through the information sent by the scout ship at the front, Tesla had already noticed that the huge ship in the distance had started to move sideways. It was obvious that it wanted to block the damage for the other ships. If all the attacks were blocked by it, then Tesla's fleet's attacks would most likely cause 0 damage. This was something Tesla could not accept.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Tesla's fleet fired. The few remaining heavy cruisers fired at full power. The crew knew that they were going to die, but they still continued forward bravely. They piloted the cruisers and fired as they continued forward.
Order the members of the fleet to hide behind Braveheart. Don't worry about the 2 brown bears.
1 minute before Tesla's fleet fired, Aurelia also gave the order. Soon, the other spaceships hid behind the Aurora, while the only 2 Brown Bear-class heavy cruisers in the fleet continued to fire as they advanced. The Brown Bear-class heavy cruisers were the typical sandbag ships in the Merchant Alliance's fleet. Their purpose of existence was to rush to the front to absorb damage. Otherwise, a single heavy cruiser. Why would they only have 20 or so automatic cannons? The cheap Brown Bear class was simply cannon fodder, beaten up by others. However, as a sandbag, the Brown Bear class heavy cruiser was also known for its thick skin and thick flesh. Boom, boom, boom! Beams of energy hit the shield of Dawn. But not even a ripple was created. Judging from the strength of the shield of the main ship like Dawn, to break through its shield, it would take at least 2 whole fleets to bombard it for a few rounds. Bang! 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 Although Dawn was fine, the 2 Brown Bear class cruisers in front could not hold on any longer. Although their shields were quite thick, they were not at the level of the main ship. After the shields failed, the Tesla fleet's cannon fire directly hit the surface of the Brown Bear class cruiser. However, the Brown Bear class shield was not its main defense method. Its stronger defense came from its own heavy armor. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. At the same time, the Starship mechanical servant cruiser hiding behind Dawn began to work. They released a large number of nanorobots onto the 2 Brown Bears. These nanorobots immediately began to repair the armor of the ship that was damaged by the cannon fire. With the continuous repair of the nanorobots, the Brown Bear's defense was even more outstanding. The Brown Bear C and the Starship C were the usual tactics of the Merchant Alliance. Although the number of Brown Bear and Starship ships in the 5th Fleet was not many. However, their coordination still showed their powerful defense. Press on! I want to capture their flagship! Aurelia's goal was not just to defeat her opponent. She wanted to capture the enemy's commander, which would show her achievements even more. Boom, boom, boom! Dawn fired again. After a round of cannon fire, Tesla's fleet was only left with 2 heavily injured patrol guards on the flanks of the flagship. The entire fleet could be said to be completely defenseless. Chapter 15:17. Chapter 15:17 Harvest Time. Send an ultimatum to the enemy. Tell them to surrender and shut down their radar and engines immediately. Aurelia issued an ultimatum to Tesla. Okay. Lux immediately carried out the order. Soon, Tesla received an ultimatum from the Aurora. Surrender? Ha ha. The word surrender does not exist in my dictionary. Tesla laughed loudly. Then, through the fleet's broadcast, he said to the 3 remaining broken ships under his command, Brothers, the enemy has given us a chance to surrender. However, I'm sorry everyone. I took the initiative to reject it. Now, all of you will accompany me for the last time to be loyal to the Empire. Sir, we will follow you to the death. That's right. Let's fight it out with these profiteers. So many of our brothers are gone. What's the point of us living? Let's fight with them. At this moment, the crew members of the remaining 3 spaceships were already bloodthirsty. Although their side was already in a situation of certain death, these crew members had long put their lives on the line. Good. 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 As expected of my Tesla soldiers, everyone, give up the energy shield and load all the energy into the main cannon for me. Let us bid a glorious farewell for the last leg of our lives. Tesla shouted with a loud laugh. Long live the Odora Empire! For a moment, the 3 heavy cruisers erupted in cheers. However, these cheers were filled with sorrow and desolation. Rather than cheers, it was more appropriate to say that the crew members were sending off their last journey of life. Sister, the enemy has cancelled the energy shield. High energy reaction ahead. The enemy's main cannon is overloading. Lux's radar was very powerful, and every move of the Tesla fleet was under her surveillance. Looks like they don't plan to surrender. Aurelia's expression was a little desolate. She had previously wanted to capture the enemy's flagship, not only for the sake of greater achievements, but also to save the life of the enemy's commander. Although Aurelia did not know who the commander of this fleet was, he must be his former colleague. Aurelia was once the flower of the Audra Empire's army. The generals of his colleagues were close even if they were not friends. Although the 2 armies were fighting for their own masters today, the killing of his former colleagues still made Aurelia feel very sad. Boom, boom, boom! The Tesla fleet's cannon shots hit the shield of the Aurora. It did not have any effect at all, but this was their best effort. The gap in technology was huge. The battle between the 2 fleets was without any suspense. When a main force warship fought against an ordinary warship, its crushing advantage in actual combat was even more shocking than the advantage in data. Long live the Audra Empire! Marshal, I tried my best. Tesla stood on Cambridge, his eyes looking straight ahead. The 2 Brown Bear-class heavy cruisers of the Merchant Alliance had already rushed over. Sister, shall we continue attacking? At this moment, Lux asked Aurelia. Charge all main cannons. Lock onto the enemy flagship. Send them on their final journey. Aurelia said as she stared straight ahead. Since the enemy refused to surrender, Aurelia, who was also a fleet commander, decided to send off the commander with the most glorious funeral.
Okay.
Lux immediately began to carry out the order, and the more than 200 main cannons of Dawn began to recharge at the same time. At the same time, the 2 Brown Bear-class heavy cruisers had also taken care of the 2 heavy patrols guarding the Tesla flagship. These 2 heavy patrols had already been seriously injured before, and they had just finished firing in unison. The main cannons were still in cooldown, so even if they were to face the Brown Bears, which were known for their crude workmanship, they would still be unable to resist.
Boom, 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 boom!
The Dawn's tens of thousands of cannons fired at the same time, and countless energy beams shot towards Tesla's flagship.
Boom!
With a loud bang, Tesla and his flagship were instantly blasted into fireworks in space.
Marshal, Tesla's fleet has been completely annihilated. General Tesla has died in the line of duty.
On Adam's flagship, the adjutant reported in a pained voice.
Sigh.
Adam sighed. Although it was said that benevolence did not rule the army, the human heart was made of flesh and blood. Seeing his own subordinates die as bait for the victory of the battle, his heart also felt very uncomfortable.
Is Stark's fleet in position?
However, Adam's grief only lasted for a short while, and then his determined expression returned to his face again.
Lord Stark has just sent a message. They have arrived at the attack position,
the adjutant reported.
Very good. Order Stark and his fleet to advance at full speed and surround the Merchant Alliance's fleet with us.
Adams ordered loudly.
Yes, my lord.
The adjutant replied excitedly and went to deliver the order. As Adams gave the order, the entire Alliance fleet became excited. In order to lure the Merchant Alliance fleet into the encirclement, they had sacrificed the entire left-wing fleet as bait. Now, it was time for the profiteers to pay the price for everything they had done.
Hubby, aren't we going to join the battle?
Bella asked impatiently in the Aurora's transport cabin.
Hee hee. Are you getting impatient?
Jiang Fei laughed. At that moment, not only Bella, but the other girls were also sharpening their knives. It seemed like they could not wait any longer.
Yes, it's been a long time since I last fought. My fists are almost rusty.
Bella nodded.
Don't worry. We will be on the battlefield when I go up. It's the time for the fleet battle now. We can't help much if we go out. Destroying 1.5 spaceships will not affect the entire battle. When the fleet battle is almost over, when the experts of the Visari army come out, it will be our time to fight,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Yes.
Bella and the other girls nodded and continued to wait for their turn.
Sister, the enemy is starting to surround us.
Lux was watching the movements of the combined fleet.
It should be about time. The enemy should have assessed the general attributes of the Aurora. When they surround us, we will start harvesting.
Aurelia's eyes flashed. Aurelia had been cooperating with the enemy to enter their encirclement. First, he wanted to show off the ship's combat strength so that the enemy could have a general assessment. Although the ship was strong and powerful, it was still big and heavy. Moreover, there was only one ship. So after the assessment, Adams thought that the ship was not invincible. However, Aurelia was confident because the ship's skills had not been activated yet. The mind explosion was a powerful weapon. This thing could definitely turn the tide of the battle. Aurelia did not go all out at the beginning because she wanted to hide her weakness. After all, there was only one Dawn, and the other spaceships of the Fifth Fleet were all useless. If the enemy was scattered, she would not be able to chase after them. Now that the enemy had come to her, it was time to reap the harvest. Chapter 15:18. Chapter 15:18 Psychic Bomb. 2 minutes later, the combined fleet of the Audra Empire and the Visari Legion had completed their encirclement of the Fifth Fleet, and they were about to enter the attack position.
Sister, we have received a clear message from the enemy fleet.
Just as Aurelia was about to go on a killing spree, Lux suddenly reported.
Patch it in,
Aurelia ordered.
Okay. Sister.
Lux immediately connected the call.
Respected Merchant Alliance Fleet Commander, I am Adams, the Starfleet Marshal of the Audra Empire. You are now surrounded by us. I have 30 seconds to give you a reply. If you do not surrender, your fleet will be destroyed,
Adams said with a serious face. Although all of the Tesla fleet had died, and he wished that he could smash the Merchant Alliance fleet into pieces. This super warship was too precious. If the Audra Empire could obtain it and its technology, then the Imperial fleet's battle capabilities would be greatly enhanced.
Teacher?
When Aurelia saw Adams on the big screen, she was a little dumbfounded. She never thought that the person leading the expedition this time would be her teacher, who had long retired to the second line.
Aurelia?
Adams had never expected that the enemy commander, who had destroyed one of his core fleets, was actually his former student.
I really didn't expect to meet you on such an occasion one day,
Aurelia said with a bitter face. Although when she was studying, she often simulated on the virtual battlefield with Adams. She had never thought that she would meet her teacher in battle one day.
Yes, but it seems like your understanding of war has deteriorated. If it was the past you wouldn't have been able to enter my encirclement so easily.
Adams sighed, and at the same time, he glanced at the timer from the corner of his eye. Although he was a little surprised to see Aurelia. As a veteran fleet commander, he would never change his attack plan just because of Aurelia. Especially today. He had already paid a huge price for this plan. He had already paid a huge price.
Teacher, there are some things that you do not understand.
Aurelia could not say it out loud. She could not say that she did it on purpose. If she did that, Adams would definitely smell the danger and retreat in advance. This was undoubtedly equivalent to her going easy on the Audra Empire. If that happened, she would be letting Jiang Fei down. Therefore, for Jiang Fei's sake, although Aurelia could not bear to see her teacher fall for the trap, she did not say it out loud. She only had a helpless expression on her face.
Sigh. Child, I know that the Empire has let you down. And I have let you down. But if you are willing to surrender with this battleship, I guarantee that the Empire will still accept you. Moreover, something like forcing a marriage will never happen again.
Adams had mistakenly thought that Aurelia's military ability had deteriorated. It was because of the blow caused by the forced marriage incident last time. Therefore, he did not think of anything else.
Teacher, I will not surrender.
Aurelia smiled. It was as if Jiang Fei's face with a devilish smile appeared in front of her eyes. At the same time, the corner of the girl's mouth could not help but curl up into a gentle smile.
Sigh. Child, looks like you are in love. Since that's the case, I don't need to delay any longer. We are about to enter the attack position.
Seeing Aurelia's peach blossom eyes, what kind of person like Adams did not understand? He immediately knew that his student would not turn back. Therefore, the old marshal made a prompt decision and gave up on the plan to persuade him to surrender. At the same time, his fleet had entered the attack range.
Teacher, I'm sorry,
Aurelia said with a guilty look.
Forget it. You have your happiness. But I promise that after capturing you, I will guarantee your safety.
Adams was now confident of victory. He believed that he already knew the strength of the Aurora.
Me too. Teacher,
Aurelia said. Other than Marx, there was probably no one else who understood the Dawnlight better than her. Although they were facing a huge combined fleet, Aurelia was not afraid at all with the help of the Dawnlight, Jiang Fei, and other experts.
See you later,
Adams said, and then cut off the communication. In his opinion, the war would end soon. At this time, his fleet had already arranged their attack formation in motion. Looking at the messy Fifth Fleet, they were simply a bunch of chaotic commoners.
See you later, teacher,
Aurelia muttered to himself, even though Adams had cut off the communication.
Sister, the enemy fleet's main cannon has already begun charging.
The alarm of Lark suddenly sounded.
Order the Grey Horse-class drone aircraft carrier to replace all aircraft with bombers to stand by for orders. Also, charge the supermine bomb.
Aurelia gave the order in an orderly manner. Speaking of which, the Fifth Fleet's combat ships were nothing. Other than the maintenance ships, like the Starchild-class mechanical servant cruiser. There were also some frigates and anti-aircraft ships. The remaining were more than a dozen Grey Horse-class UAV carriers, and 2 Brown Bear-class heavy cruisers. Because the Brown Bears were too few in number, and had low attack power, they were basically negligible. The only ones in the entire Fifth Fleet that could provide some combat ability were the dozen or so UAV carriers.
Sister, the enemy's main cannon is about to be fully charged.
Lux's radar was very terrifying. She could even sense the charging of the enemy's main cannon.
Activate the supermine bomb,
Aurelia ordered.
Yes.
Lux nodded. Then, a wave of radiation was immediately released from the Aurora. At the same time, the ships belonging to the Fifth Fleet were all isolated by a layer of protective membrane. It protected them from the damage of the psychic blast.
Buzz!
The entire joint fleet had entered the range of the psychic blast. In an instant, all the crew members of the Audra Empire felt as if their heads had been hit by a stick. They lost consciousness in an instant. In the entire joint fleet, other than the high-ranking officers, like Adams, who recovered quickly due to their strength, the rest of the crew members fell into a coma.
Fire!
Adams ordered. But no one carried out his orders.
Damn it! What happened?
Although Adams was sure that this was the work of the super warship. But there was nothing he could do, because his crew members were unconscious. He could not control the entire flagship by himself, let alone the entire fleet. A normal warship was not like the Dawn, where everything was assigned to Lux. A heavy cruiser required close to 100,000 crew members, although most of them were logistics personnel. However, there were also thousands of people in charge of the combat posts. Now that all of them were unconscious, even if Adams had great command ability, he could not do anything. Chapter 1519. Chapter 1519 Battle between warriors. The combined fleet of the Audra Empire and the Vasily Legion was in a state of paralysis. However, the Fifth Fleet did not receive any images at all. Hence, when the ultra-powered mine detonation device was activated, an overwhelming number of aircrafts rushed towards the direction of the combined fleet.
Order the aircraft not to attack the enemy's flagship,
Aurelia ordered. After all, Adams was her teacher. Although the two armies were at war, she was not capable of killing her teacher and ancestors.
Sister, what about us?
Lux asked. Aurelia gave the mission to attack the main fleet to the drone fleet, but she did not give her a mission.
Lock onto the small group of enemies that surrounded us and kill them all,
Aurelia ordered, although she could not bear to kill Adams. But against the Stark's right-wing fleet, she had nothing to show mercy to.
Yes, sister, I promise to complete the mission,
Lux shouted excitedly.
Buzz.
After a short period of charging the weapons, the main cannon of the Aurora lit up again.
Boom, boom, boom.
The Starks that had lost their mobility and only maintained their forward position were severely injured, because the crew members had fainted. The right-wing fleet could not respond at all, although Stark himself was anxious. 90% of his crew members were unconscious, and the ship was not piloted at all. They continued to advance according to the predetermined route, even when faced with the Aurora's cannon fire. These spaceships were unable to concentrate energy to supply the ship's shield at the bow. They could only meet the cannon fire in their usual sailing posture. In an instant, more than a fifth of Stark's fleet had been lost.
Prepare for the second round of cannon fire,
Aurelia ordered expressionlessly. As a fleet commander, she had long been used to seeing life and death. Just as the Stark fleet was heavily damaged, the drone fleet also opened fire in Adams' main fleet. Phaser missiles loaded with cluster warheads poured out from the bomb compartments of the bomber fleet, and balls of flames ignited on the warships of the Audra Empire. In an instant, dozens of frigates and anti-aircraft ships were destroyed, and a large number of cruisers were set ablaze. With the bombers' attack power, it was very difficult to form such terrifying damage in a short period of time, because their individual attacks were not too strong. If there were enough crew members on the ship to put out the fire, many of the spaceships would not be destroyed at all. But now, almost all of the crew members on these spaceships were in a fainted state. Those who were able to stay awake were all warriors, although they relied on their super strong combat strength to withstand the super-powered mine detonation device. But when it came to the piloting and maintenance of the ship, they knew nothing at all. So they could only watch the spaceship burn and eventually sink.
Boom, boom, boom.
Suddenly, the drones belonging to the Fifth Fleet began to be destroyed by a large number of people.
What's going on? Has the enemy resumed their operations?
Asked Ollier.
I don't think so. The duration of the fainted state is not up yet,
said Lux.
Then what's going on?
Aurelia asked.
It's those warriors.
Lux zoomed in on the image in the distance. On the big screen, dozens of warriors were launching energy attacks. These warriors all had a combat power of over 200,000. The unmanned bombers couldn't even withstand a single blow from them.
Have the Vizari people finally made their move?
Aurelia said with a smile. Although the Audra Empire and the Vizari Legion had joined forces this time, they were only united because of the common enemy. It was impossible to share the enemy-friend identification system, so it was difficult for the two fleets to work together. Therefore, the two sides finally decided that the Audra Empire would send their fleets, while the Vizari Legion would send a large number of powerful warriors. This way, both sides would complement each other and not interfere with each other. At this time, the Audra fleet was almost paralyzed, faced with the destructive attack of the Merchant Alliance. The warriors of the Vizari Legion had no choice but to move out. Although in space, it was difficult for the warriors to fully display their combat strength. However, if all the battleships were destroyed, they would not be able to recover. Therefore, at this critical moment, they had to step forward.
Sister, what should we do?
Asked Lux.
I don't need to worry about such a problem. My enemy is only the enemy's fleet.
Aurelia smiled lightly. Then, she used the Dawnlight's internal communication system. She said to Jiang Fei,
Ah, Fei, Vizari's army has appeared. I'll leave them to you to deal with. I understand.
Jiang Fei replied. Then, he said to the girls beside him.
All right. It's time for us to go on stage. Everyone, feel free to do whatever you want. However, you must protect yourselves. Hubby, don't worry. Yes, hubby, just wait for our good news. Sisters, charge. Let hubby see the results of our hard work during this period of time.
In an instant, the girls' emotions were ignited. They had been looking forward to this moment for too long. Today, they could finally fight alongside Jiang Fei.
Ariel, Nina, teleport.
Jiang Fei nodded at the two girls.
All right.
Ariel and Nina looked at each other. The two girls, who had the spatial core, activated their abilities at the same time.
Swoosh!
A silver light flashed. Jiang Fei and his female army instantly disappeared from the teleport pod. In the next second, they had appeared at the core of the main fleet.
Mulan, take care of the Saintly Virgin Guards.
Jiang Fei nodded at Hua Mulan. The strength of the girls in the Saintly Virgin Guards was relatively low, although they had about 1 million combat power. However, this strength was not considered invincible in a chaotic battle. Jiang Fei did not want the girls to suffer irreparable damage in such a battle.
My lord, don't worry.
Hua Mulan nodded. Then, she shouted to the girls of the Saintly Virgin Guards.
Saintly Virgin Guards, listen up. Phoenix soaring formation. Rise. Ha!
Following a series of neat shouts, the members of the Saintly Virgin Guards immediately completed their formation.
Follow me!
With Hua Mulan shout, the formation formed by the Saintly Virgin Guards used her as the core of the formation and charged towards the Vizari Legion soldiers like an overwhelming force.
Come on! It's been a long time since we fought!
Bella's eyes were filled with excitement. At this moment, the dark green scales had already covered the girl's entire body. Bella had already entered combat mode.
Swoosh!
Sylvie's shadow gradually faded in the air, as if she had never appeared. However, in the next second, the Vizari soldiers' throats were bleeding profusely. These Vizari soldiers did not even understand what was going on before they died. The girls charged into the Vizari army's formation while Jiang Fei stayed behind to hold the line. He had to take care of Ariel and the other non-combatants. After all, the girls, including Ariel, Si Tang, and Salila, had low combat power. They were not suitable for such a chaotic battle. Chapter 1520. Chapter 1520 Berserk Bella. Although Hua Mulan led the Saintly Virgin Guards to charge into the formation first, the one who took down the first HP was the assassin Sylvie. Through her control over the flow of time, Sylvie accelerated herself to the maximum. In an instant, she appeared beside a Vizari warrior. This Vizari warrior came from the Declan star. Although the Declan with the crocodile head had excellent combat talent, as an ordinary soldier, his combat strength was only less than 200,000. 200,000 combat strength was considered an elite among ordinary soldiers. But in front of Sylvie and the other girls, it was still too weak. With a slight raise of her hand, Sylvie's dagger cut through the throat of the crocodile head. Scarlet blood spilled out, floating in space and forming blood beads. In a battle in space, the most taboo thing was to have a wound, because that would cause the internal and external pressure to be out of balance. The blood in the crocodile head gushed out crazily, and in an instant, it was sucked into a shriveled corpse. After the successful attack, Sylvie instantly came to the side of another Vizari soldier. The slaughter began, and Sylvie began her journey of reaping. Unlike Sylvie, Bella did not disdain to kill these ordinary soldiers. She only knocked away those ignorant soldiers who were blocking her way. But those soldiers were in a terrible situation, even though Bella didn't intend to kill them. With her domain activated and her life core madly surging, her combat strength had already soared to 9.5 million. This was close to the strength of a space overlord. Normal soldiers would break their bones and tendons even if they were lightly knocked. In the universe space, to suffer such heavy injuries was basically a death sentence.
Rumble, rumble, rumble.
Bella rampaged through the enemy formation. No one could stop her advance. Very quickly, Bella was targeted by the high-level general of the Vizari army.
This guy is very strong. There's no way we can stop her. Quickly notify Lord Mondo.
A Vizari officer shouted.
Yes, Lord.
Immediately, soldiers began to contact their superiors. There were two commanders of the Vizari Legion who were in charge of this expedition. Mondo was the deputy commander sent by the Vizari Legion this time. He was also a gator from Decrone Star, because he had just advanced to the overlord level of the stars. He was sent here to gain experience.
What? These profiteers actually hired such an expert?
Mondo was slightly stunned after receiving the report. Although he had just entered the upper echelon of the Zari, as Ano's subordinate, he had fought many times with the Merchant Alliance, so he had a good understanding of the Merchant Alliance's situation. Although profiteers had very strong military power, it was mostly reflected in the fleet and orbital weapons, because these technological equipment were the easiest to obtain through money, and powerful martial artists all had self-esteem that matched their strength. Very few super experts would work for the Merchant Alliance for money. This time, he heard that there was actually an expert close to the Star Overlord level in the Merchant Alliance army. Mondo was very surprised, although it was not that the large Merchant Alliance did not have super experts at the Star Overlord level. According to the intelligence, this Merchant Alliance army in front of him was just a miscellaneous army that could cut off the rear. Therefore, the Vasily Legion did not expect that they would participate in the battle. Mondo and the other high-ranking officers were actually resting on the battleships behind them. However, no one expected that this ragtag army actually had a super battleship. In an instant, it had shattered the Audra Empire's fleet. Therefore, the Vasily Legion had no choice but to participate in the battle ahead of time.
Be careful. Don't fail miserably. That guy should not be simple. I reckon that he is sent by the profiteers to escort this super warship,
Bijmonsta warned. He was the highest commander of the Vasily Legion this time. As a veteran powerhouse, he had to remind Mondo, who had just advanced, not to underestimate the enemy.
Sir, don't worry. Since the enemy has not reached 10 million combat power, then it is impossible for her to defeat me.
I will take back her head and capture that super battleship as a congratulatory gift to Lord Ano,
Mondo said indifferently. This was because 10 million combat power was very important to a warrior. This was a hurdle. After crossing it, a world-shaking change would occur. The gap between the two could not be described with words.
Sigh. You go ahead.
Bijmonsta sighed. Although he knew that Mondo would definitely be at a disadvantage if he continued like this, he also knew that Mondo would not lose this battle at all. The 10 million barrier was a watershed. Although there were legends about challenging those of a higher level, it was still a legend. How could Mondo, that unlucky fellow, catch up so easily? After bidding farewell to Bijmonsta, Mondo teleported out from the battleship behind him. He appeared in the middle of Bella's route.
Little girl, go to hell.
Although Mondo did not put Bella in his eyes, he still resorted to sneak attacks in an extremely unorthodox manner. Boom! A destructive energy smashed towards Bella, who was charging forward. Bang! Bella was caught off guard and was hit directly. The dark green energy scales on her body shattered on the spot. But she was not injured. Bella, who had suffered a heavy blow, let out a muffled groan. She had indeed been careless just now. She had suddenly gained a powerful strength, which made Bella feel a little inflated, especially after she had recklessly charged into the enemy's formation.
No one was able to block her punch, which made Bella feel extremely inflated. It was only after someone had broken through her defense with a punch that Bella regained her composure.
Schwa!
Although Bella's scale armor was shattered, it was repaired by the energy in the life core in the next second.
Interesting. You can actually block my punch.
Mondo, who had failed in his sneak attack, did not feel ashamed at all. On the contrary, he looked at Bella calmly, his eyes filled with contempt.
You are very strong,
Bella said slowly.
But you are very weak.
Mondo laughed disdainfully. Although Bella's combat strength was also as high as 9.5 million, which was less than 1 million lower than him, because of the barrier of tens of millions of combat strength. Therefore, Mondo did not put Bella in his eyes at all.
You are very strong. A very good opponent.
Bella did not care about Mondo's contempt. She felt the pressure from the crocodile man in front of her. And this was exactly what she needed. Bella's strength had soared at this moment. She needed a strong opponent to be her sharpening stone. And this crocodile man in front of her was obviously the best candidate.
Little girl, you are not bad looking. Surrender. Serve me well, and I will grant you a way out,
Mondo said with a lewd smile.
You are courting death.
Bella was already angered enough by the other party's contempt. And now she was being humiliated in front of her. With Bella's personality, if she did not lose her temper, then there would be no justice.
Boom!
Under the fury of Bella, the scale armor on her body changed once again. Countless sharp spikes grew out from the originally streamlined scale armor. At the same time, her eyes turned blood red. The girl's entire body was emitting a violent aura. Chapter 1521. Chapter 1521. Undying Body. Although Bella's combat strength was still only 9.5 million after her rage, her aura was completely different from before.
Humph! Putting on airs!
Mondo sneered. He was the kind of person who was superstitious about combat strength. In Mondo's heart, no matter who his opponent was, no matter what ability he had, as long as his combat strength had not crossed the 10 million mark, he would not be his opponent. Go to H.L. The furious Bella threw a punch at Mondo. Ever since she was corroded by Vera metal and obtained the berserk power, Bella had lost her rationality when she was in a rage. Although she had obtained the life core later, this allowed Bella to no longer suffer from the backlash of the berserk power. However, she still lost her rationality when she was in a rage state.
Humph. Overestimating yourself.
Mondo did not pay too much attention to it. He directly blocked Bella's punch.
Boom!
After an explosive sound, Bella was sent flying. At the same time, the scales on her arm shattered inch by inch.
So that's it.
Mondo rubbed his slightly numb fist. Although Bella's strength surprised him a little, it was only a surprise. The 10 million combat power barrier was a barrier. This was a qualitative leap. Cross-level challenges were only in the legends.
Go to H.L.
Being humiliated by Mondo's contemptuous words once again, Bella became even more furious. The scales on her arm recovered once again, and the girl charged back.
Boom, 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 boom.
Bella, who had lost her rationality, was completely clashing head-on. The scales on her fist shattered countless times and recovered countless times. Bella herself was also sent flying countless times. However, she continued to attack, showing no signs of retreating.
Go to H.L.
After a few rounds of battle, Mondo frowned slightly because he realized that Bella's toughness was too strong. Her strength seemed to be endless. She was constantly sent flying and kept rushing back. This kind of endurance was something that Mondo could not imagine. Therefore, Mondo decided to use his true strength and end the battle as soon as possible. If he continued to delay, he was afraid that his strength would gradually decline. At that time, he might really fail miserably.
Boom!
In an instant, Mondo's aura suddenly increased. When his and Bella's fists collided again, Bella's fist was not the only one that was shattered.
Bang!
After one punch, Bella's fist was torn open. Even the tendons on her arm were cracked. Fresh blood spurted out and formed red beads of blood around the girl.
Bella!
Jiang Fei's heart ached. He immediately rushed over to destroy the crocodile head. However, before Jiang Fei could make a move, Nina, who was beside him, pulled him back.
Ah, Fei! Don't be rash. This is Bella's opportunity. Don't disturb him. Bella will not be defeated so easily,
Nina said to Jiang Fei seriously.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although Bella was slightly injured, she was not in too much danger. Moreover, Jiang Fei also wanted Bella to use the battle to stimulate her own potential. After all, among all the girls in the two-stage fusion, she was the only one who did not have an exclusive ability. When fighting in the universe, the pressure of the vacuum-like environment was very low. Once she bled, it was almost impossible to stop it. However, Bella seemed to be an exception. When the blood beads in her body shot out, it was only for an instant. It might not even be 1/100th of a second. A green light flashed across Bella's wound. Then, Bella's wound instantly recovered.
Again!
The injured Bella seemed not to be affected at all, and her combat strength did not decrease as she charged towards Mondo again.
Damn it! She actually has such a strong self-recovery ability.
Mondo frowned slightly, but he was not too worried. After all, Bella's strength was not enough to threaten him. Although this girl's recovery ability was very strong, but destruction was still easier than construction. He did not believe that he could blast this girl into pieces. She could also recover. Thinking of this, Mondo could not help but increase his strength again. This time, he used more than 80% of his strength. The two fists collided again.
Bang!
With an explosion, Bella was sent flying again. However, this time, her arm was not as simple as a flesh wound because Bella's entire right arm had exploded into powder.
Bastard! I'll kill you!
Jiang Fei's eyes instantly turned red. When Bella was injured, Jiang Fei had already wanted to kill her. Now that the crocodile head had crippled Bella, Jiang Fei was furious. Just as Jiang Fei was about to rush over and kill the crocodile head, an unbelievable scene happened. Green light flashed on Bella's wound. In the next moment, Bella's arm grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bella clenched her fist. She seemed to be very surprised by her regeneration ability. This was no longer a recovery ability. It was a regeneration ability.
Could this be Bella's ability? But she has a passive ability?
Jiang Fei seemed to understand. After the life core had completed the second stage of fusion, it was not that Bella did not obtain an ability. It was just that her ability was a passive type. It would only be triggered when she was injured.
Again!
Feeling that her new arm was no different from before. She did not even need to get used to it. Bella cried out in excitement. Dark green scales covered her once again. The girl also charged at Meng Duo again.
What the H.L.?
Mondo cursed angrily. And then he snorted coldly.
I don't believe that you can be reborn even if your head exploded. Boom!
This time, Mondo's punch did not meet Bella head on, but directly hit her head. Bella raised her left arm to block Mondo's attack. And at the same time, her right arm also punched towards her opponent.
Bang!
Bella's left arm exploded, and her entire body flew backwards. However, this time, her right fist also hit Mondo's chest, causing this Star Overlord level opponent to spit out a mouthful of blood.
Damn it! How dare you hurt me?
Mundo's eyes turned red. Being hurt by a trash with only 9 million combat power was a great humiliation to him.
Humph! You're just SOSO!
Bella returned Mundo's words back to him. While she was flying backward, Bella's arm had already completed regeneration. When she stopped moving, even her dark green scales had recovered. That kind of self-healing speed was unimaginable.
Could it be that Bella has obtained an undying body?
At this moment, Jiang Fei's eyes were wide open.
It's only a 2-stage fusion. It should not be a perfect undying body. However, after the high-stage fusion, perhaps one day, Bella will really be able to obtain a perfect undying body,
Nina said from the side.
It's about time. I can't let Bella continue fighting.
Jiang Fei could feel the cold killing intent in Mondo's eyes. Moreover, this fellow's attacks were constantly on Bella's head. Jiang Fei did not dare to take any more risks. Chapter 1522. Chapter 1522. Although Bella was getting stronger as the battle progressed, Jiang Fei could not stand it any longer. Firstly, he was afraid that Meng Duo would be ruthless, and that Bella would be in danger. Secondly, as a man, he had to watch his woman get beaten up. Jiang Fei could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. If he did not know that Bella needed to use this kind of battle to stimulate her potential, Jiang Fei would have rushed forward long ago. At this time, Bella needed to train and endure the pain that she needed to endure. It was time for Jiang Fei to take care of everything.
Nina, take care of them. He'll be back soon,
Jiang Fei reminded Nina. Among the girls at the back, she was the only one with higher combat power.
Okay,
Nina nodded. Although her ability was mainly spatial teleportation, after mastering the spatial core, she had an understanding of spatial power. She would definitely be able to protect herself.
Bastard! How dare you bully my woman? You must be tired of living.
Jiang Fei's body instantly accelerated. He hated the crocodile head to the bone. If this guy dared to hit Bella so violently, every punch was no different from hitting Jiang Fei in the face.
Danger!
In an instant, Mondo instinctively felt danger. He subconsciously took a few steps back. However, it was too late. After being targeted by Jiang Fei, with Mondo's strength, who had just entered the overlord level of the galaxy, he did not even have the right to escape.
Swoosh!
Jiang Fei blocked in front of Bella.
Bella, you take a rest first. Leave him to me,
Jiang Fei said gently to Bella.
Okay.
Bella did not continue to persevere because she could sense that the energy in the life core was greatly depleted. If she continued to fight like this, once the energy in the life core was depleted, she would lose the ability to regenerate, as Jiang Fei had experienced it before. Once the energy in the energy core was completely depleted, recharging would be very troublesome and time-consuming. Therefore, Bella did not want to delay the upcoming battle. She did not let her temper get the better of her.
What kind of ability is it to bully a woman? Boy, come over here and let me weigh your weight.
Jiang Fei was filled with anger. He already had the intention to kill the crocodile head.
Not good. This guy is not easy to deal with.
Mondo was shocked. He felt a strong pressure from Jiang Fei. It was a presence that was even more terrifying than his old boss. Ano.
Sir, I'm in trouble. Come and help me.
Mondo did not hesitate at all and immediately asked for help from Big Mingsta.
Sigh. Not enough to make things worse.
Although Big Mingsta was unhappy, he still needed help when it was time to help. Moreover, he was also very interested in the trouble that Mondo mentioned. As a veteran galactic overlord, Beagle Mingsta had not met a worthy opponent for a long time. Therefore, he hoped to find a worthy opponent and fight with him. After all, this was the only way to increase his strength. It was the best way to increase his strength.
Die!
Jiang Fei shook his hand, and the polarized particle light blade shot out. The dark green energy light blade flashed with a cold light. In Jiang Fei's heart, Meng Duo was already a dead man.
Wait!
Meng Duo shouted loudly. He knew that he was not Jiang Fei's opponent. Therefore, he wanted to stall for time and fight Jiang Fei together with Beagle Mingsta.
You don't have to stall for time. After I kill you, I will quickly send your reinforcements to accompany you.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly. He had watched too many movies. The villains in the movies always had the upper hand. In the end, because they talked too much nonsense, the main character was able to stall for enough time, and was eventually killed by the main character. Jiang Fei never thought of himself as a great villain. Therefore, he did not feel that he needed to talk nonsense with Meng Duo. In Jiang Fei's heart, if he really had a lot of things to say to his opponent, then, the best way to kill Meng Duo was to write a sacrificial offering to his opponent. Swish! The light blade instantly slashed in front of Meng Duo.
Open up!
Meng Duo brandished his weapon and parried the attack. However, the difference in strength between the two was too great.
Bang!
Meng Duo's weapon was not bad. It was not broken by Jiang Fei. However, his entire body was blown away by the tremendous force. Meng Duo was heavily injured in just one attack. Blood gushed out from his mouth. Although Jiang Fei's weapon was blocked, the impact of the huge force was still too much for him to bear. Swish! Jiang Fei did not stop after one strike. He was not sparring with Meng Duo again, so he did not stop there. After one strike, Jiang Fei followed up with 3 strikes in a row. The sword did not leave Meng Duo's vital points. Although Meng Duo brandished his weapon and tried his best to defend against Jiang Fei's attacks, there was a saying that if one defended for a long time, one would lose. No matter how focused Meng Duo was, it was impossible for him to block every single attack from Jiang Fei. Moreover, Jiang Fei was using the exquisite martial arts skills that were passed down from Earth. Therefore, Mundo only managed to defend for 4 to 5 rounds before Jiang Fei's sword landed on his shoulder. H! Mundo cried out in pain. Blood gushed out and formed droplets of blood. However, Mundo was not a pushover. With a muffled groan, he forcefully sealed his own blood vessels to stop the blood from flowing out. He did not want to die from losing too much blood just because of a small wound.
Master! If you don't come, I will die!
Meng Duo shouted as he fought. Although he had only fought with Jiang Fei a few times, Meng Duo knew very well that he was no match for Jiang Fei. If he did not have reinforcements, he would be killed on the spot in 5 minutes.
Don't panic! I'm coming!
Big Monster appeared on the battlefield. However, just as he was about to intercept Jiang Fei actually took the initiative to attack. A sword aura came slashing at him.
Ding!
Beagle Mingsta blasted out a ball of energy and shattered Jiang Fei's sword aura. However, his energy bomb also shattered.
So strong!
Beagle Mingsta was shocked. After all, he was a veteran overlord of the starry skies with a combat strength of 17 million. The sword aura that Jiang Fei casually swung out was comparable to his ultimate skill. This result was beyond his expectations. While he was shocked by Jiang Fei's strength, Beagle Mingsta quickly used the tester to test Jiang Fei's combat power. When he saw Jiang Fei's combat power, his face instantly turned bitter.
Meng Duo! You're such a bad *SS. It's fine if you're throwing your life away, but why are you dragging me down with you?
Beagle Mingsta felt extremely uncomfortable. That was because he had just seen through the tester that Jiang Fei's combat power was actually more than 19 million. What was the concept of more than 19 million combat power? That was the pinnacle of the overlord of the galaxy. When faced with an enemy that he could not fight against, wouldn't Mundo drag him here to die with him? Thinking of this, Big Mingsta could not help but greet the 18 generations of Mundo's ancestors in his heart. Chapter 1523. Chapter 1523. Double kill. Due to the complete suppression of his strength, Jiang Fei did not use the power of the nucleus of will. He simply relied on his own powerful strength to attack Meng Duo with one sword after another. The main reason why Jiang Fei did this was because he hated Meng Duo too much. Previously, Meng Duo had left so many wounds on Bella's body. Jiang Fei wanted to personally return them tenfold.
Sir! Come and help me!
Meng Duo resisted with great difficulty as he called Big Mingsta, who had rushed to the battlefield to join the battle.
Help your sister?
Big Mingsta felt even more bitter. After observing Jiang Fei's strength level, he did not have the confidence to fight. Therefore, when he saw that Jiang Fei's attention was on Meng Duo, he turned around and wanted to escape the battlefield.
Since you're already here, do you still want to leave?
Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Following that, He activated his spiritual power, like a tidal wave. He threw a spiritual hammer directly at Big Mingsta. Boom! Big Mingsta felt his head dizzy. His entire body instantly bled from all 7 orifices. Although he was not dead, he was still paralyzed. He had completely lost the ability to move. Beagle Mingsta was already weaker than Jiang Fei. On the other hand, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was even stronger. Due to the nucleus of will, Jiang Fei's current spiritual power could be said to be second only to his teacher, Tyrion. The other hermit-level experts might not be as strong as his spiritual power. Moreover, after fusing with the blackened soul, Jiang Fei's mastery of spiritual power had become even more proficient. Many skills that he could not understand before could now be used freely. In the past, Tyrion had taught Jiang Fei some techniques to use his spiritual power. Moreover, Jiang Fei had also learned them very quickly. However, that was only superficial. To put it bluntly, it was just like a cat trying to imitate a tiger. He could even bully people whose spiritual power was much lower than his own. However, he was not very smart when he met an expert. However, it was different now. The blackened Jiang Fei had a unique understanding and skill towards spiritual power attacks. After fusing with the blackened soul, these insights and skills naturally belonged to Jiang Fei himself. Therefore, Jiang Fei's mastery of mental power was now completely different from before. With just a single mental hammer, he had already crippled Big Mingsta, who was not much weaker than him.
Don't worry. Let's play slowly.
Jiang Fei looked at Meng Duo again. At this time, Meng Duo could be said to be covered in wounds. However, he did not have Bella's amazing regeneration ability. Swish! Jiang Fei slashed down with his sword. Meng Duo was so heavily injured that he could not dodge in time, and his left arm was cut off.
Ah!
Meng Duo cried out in pain. Although he immediately sealed his blood vessels to prevent the blood from leaking out. After losing an arm, he had even less hope of surviving. Swish! Another slash came down, and another wound appeared on Meng Duo's body. Swish! 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 Jiang Fei was not in a hurry. The long sword in his hand methodically slashed down. Each slash would take away a piece of Mundo's flesh.
Why is my husband so violent? Could it be that he's going to cut that guy into pieces?
Ariel could not bear to watch anymore.
Sigh. Sister Bella is Ah Fei's favorite. Previously, in order to let Sister Bella stimulate her potential, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. Now, of course, he will not let that guy off so easily,
said Silly Law, who was watching the battle from the side. At the same time, the girl was also somewhat jealous. After all, every girl wanted more love from Jiang Fei.
Ah Fei, that's enough. Don't go too far. If you continue like this, you will have inner demons.
Nina suddenly appeared beside Jiang Fei.
You?
Jiang Fei took a deep breath. He also knew that he had gone a little too far. However, this guy had actually beaten Bella so badly just now. This made Jiang Fei lose his mind due to anger. After he calmed down, Jiang Fei was not the kind of person who was cruel and brutal. Although after he had fused with the blackened soul, Jiang Fei had become even more cold-blooded toward his enemies. However, he had not fallen to the point of being cruel and merciless.
Release yourself,
Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Then, he chopped off Mondo's head with his sword.
Dot!
Jiang Fei's sword was too fast. Mondo did not have the time to leave any last words. However, his eyes were full of relief. After all, the feeling of being cut into 1,000 pieces was just too terrifying. After killing Mondo, Jiang Fei returned the sword and killed Big Mingsta. The commander of the Visari army never expected that he would die so aggressively in the last battle of his life. He did not even have time to use a single move before he was crippled by someone. Then, he was easily decapitated.
Lord Mondo is dead. Lord Big Mingsta is dead too. It's over. We're dead for sure.
In an instant, the morale of the Vasily Legion was in chaos, due to the worship of the strong. Although the warriors would fight bravely without fear of death. After the death of a leader-level powerhouse, the blow to their morale was also very terrifying. After the death of the 2 space overlords, Mondo and Big Mingsta, the entire Vasily Legion was filled with pessimistic emotions. The warriors had no interest in fighting at all, and began to retreat involuntarily. Unfortunately, there was no way for them to retreat. All the crew members of the battleship had been knocked unconscious. They could not retreat at all. However, if they stayed here and lost their desire to fight, there would only be one outcome: they would be slaughtered. At this moment, Sylvie was already covered in blood. There were already countless soldiers of the Visari army who had died under her dagger. Hua Mulan and her holy maiden guards were even more invincible. As a powerhouse in Jiang Fei's army, her actual combat ability was second only to Jiang Fei. A powerhouse below the overlord of the galaxy would not be able to withstand a single round from Hua Mulan. With her impressive marksmanship and the battle formation of her saintly virgin guards, Hua Mulan entered the entire battlefield as if there was no one there. All the enemies who stood in front of her were crushed. Half an hour later, only a few scattered Vizari army soldiers were left on the battlefield. 20,000 soldiers, including their commander, had all died in the starry sky.
Mulan! Retreat!
Jiang Fei immediately ordered Hua Mulan to withdraw from the battlefield after receiving the order from Aurelia. As the effect of the supermind detonation device was about to disappear, all the enemy battleships were about to regain their mobility. Although the girls around Jiang Fei were powerful, it was not a joke to be hit by the main cannon of a battleship. Soon, Jiang Fei and his girl legion were all summoned back to the Dawnlight ship. After the statistics, dozens of girls in the saintly virgin guards were injured, but no one died. As for the girls around Jiang Fei, except for Bella, none of them had encountered any powerful enemies, so they were all unharmed. Although Bella had been severely injured previously, due to the powerful recovery ability of the life core, the injuries on her body had already healed. There was not even a scar left. Chapter 1524. Chapter 1524 Surrender. After killing 2 masters at the Overlord level, Jiang Fei was very excited. Ever since he left Earth, Jiang Fei had been very careful because he was too weak. He was afraid of being targeted. However, now, Jiang Fei's strength was almost invincible at the Overlord level. Even if he met a Hermit-level master, he could still escape through the nucleus of will and the power of the 10th dimension. Therefore, Jiang Fei finally felt proud. As for the ban that Tyrion gave him, he was not allowed to kill as he pleased, although Jiang Fei remembered it. However, he also understood that Tyrion was afraid that he would use his spiritual power to kill his opponent and create too much blood debt. Now, although Jiang Fei had killed a ruler-level master, it was definitely not a massacre. Moreover, this was a battlefield. If he did not kill, he would be killed. Tyrion would not punish him for this. On the other hand, Jiang Fei's combat power had already reached the peak of the Overlord tier. As long as he had fused with 3 pieces of the Will's core, he would definitely enter the Hermit tier. When that time came, he would be on the same level as Tyrion. Even if Tyrion had a cosmic beast tier pet, Jiang Fei had the 10th dimension to protect him. Therefore, even if Tyrion wanted to punish him, he would be able to escape. As Jiang Fei's strength improved, Tyrion, as his teacher, was still much stronger than him. However, he was no longer in existence that he could not even look up to in the past. After Jiang Fei became stronger, although he would not do anything to betray his teacher due to his personality, some of Tyrion's rules and regulations were not as effective for him as before. After returning to the Aurora, Jiang Fei let the girls go down to rest. As for the injured members of the saintly virgin guards, Jiang Fei had already prepared the biomedical cabin. These were ancient technology from planet Namek. Until now, it was still the best medical treatment method.
Aurelia, what do you plan to do next?
Jiang Fei came to the bridge alone.
Destroy the enemy fleet and capture their flagship,
Aurelia said confidently.
That confident?
Jiang Fei smiled slightly.
With such a powerful battleship like the Aurora, it would be a miracle if I did not have confidence.
Aurelia rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei and revealed a different kind of charm.
Then, you decide. If you have any requests, feel free to ask.
Jiang Fei nodded and found a seat. His next task was to observe the battle. As for how to fight, he did not have to worry about it.
I do have a request,
Aurelia said.
Oh, which ship do you need me to help you with?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
There's no need for that. I will handle the fleet myself. However, I hope that after capturing the enemy's commander, you can spare his life,
Aurelia pleaded. After all, Adams was her teacher. The fleet that defeated him was because the 2 armies were fighting for their own masters. However, Aurelia could not accept the fact that she had to kill Adams.
Sure.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although he did not know the relationship between Aurelia and Adams, he knew that the opposite fleet came from the Odora Empire. That was Aurelia's home planet. The enemy commander might even be friends with Aurelia.
Thank you.
Aurelia looked at Jiang Fei gratefully. She did not expect Jiang Fei to agree so readily.
There's no need to thank me.
Jiang Fei smiled.
Fei, don't worry. I will fight beautifully,
Aurelia said as she turned around. Then, he instructed Lux.
Charge all main cannons. before the enemy recovers their mobility. Give them a fatal blow. Okay, sister.
After Lux received the order, the main cannons of the Ship of Dawn lit up. After a short recharge, the Ship of Dawn instantly turned into a radiant hedgehog. Countless beams of light shot directly at the fleet of warships on the opposite side. The battleships that did not even have their shields fully activated were blown up on the spot. Because the crew members were still unconscious, the ships could not dodge or strengthen their shields in front of the intense cannon fire of the Aurora. Other than igniting themselves to add color to the quiet night sky, they could do nothing else. At the same time, the drone fleet of the 5th Fleet was also wreaking havoc in Adam's fleet, because the crew operating the drones were also unconscious. Adam's fleet was unable to send drones to intercept them.
It's over. It's all over.
Looking at the battleships being destroyed one by one outside the porthole, Adams was completely stunned. He had never thought that a single battleship could defeat his entire fleet.
This is a revolution in technology. We must obtain the technology of this warship, or the Empire will be finished.
Adams muttered to himself. After personally experiencing the power of this super warship, Adams made up his mind. No matter what, he had to get the blueprints of this warship for the Audra Empire.
Adjutant!
Adams shook his adjutant. Although this fellow had also been knocked unconscious by the psychic bomb, he was still a warrior with extraordinary combat strength after all. Therefore, after such a long time, he had also woken up.
My lord, what orders do you have?
The adjutant's face was ashen. Although he had woken up, he would rather remain unconscious because that way, he would not have to endure the fear of waiting for destruction.
Send Aurelia a surrender request. Tell her to stop attacking.
Adam's expression was extremely ugly. Surrendering to his disciple. Where would he put his old face? Under normal circumstances, Adams would rather die in battle than surrender. However, this time was different. In order to obtain the blueprint of the super battleship for the Empire. So what if he had to bear the name of a coward and a traitor?
Sir, should we fake surrender? If we can get close to that super battleship and self-destruct a few spaceships together, we might be able to sink it.
The adjutant understood Adam's personality very well. Therefore, he thought that he had guessed the thoughts of the commander.
No, I can't just watch you die like this. Surrender.
Adams shook his head. His heart was filled with incomparable pain. Adams, who had been in the military all his life, had never thought that he would one day surrender.
Sir, we are willing to die in battle for the Empire.
A few captains who were still conscious shouted at Adams.
No need to say more. I am the commander of this fleet. You must listen to the orders.
After Adams said this, it was as if his entire person had been sucked dry. He slowly closed his eyes, and his entire person instantly aged a lot.
How is this possible? Is this still Marshal Adams? Why would Sir Adams be afraid of death? But why did he give the order to surrender? We can still fight.
The captains below discussed animatedly. Some were doubtful, and some were puzzled. But because Adams' prestige was too high, even if they did not understand, no one dared to oppose his orders. Chapter 1525. Chapter 1525 Adams' decision.
What? Teacher surrendered?
Aurelia was also surprised when she received the surrender message. She never thought that her teacher would surrender voluntarily. She had tried so hard to capture Adam's flagship.
Could it be a trick?
Aurelia immediately thought of this. In her heart, Adams was not a coward. So she could not understand why Adams surrendered so quickly.
I don't know. But sister, they have already shut down the weapons system and radar,
Lark said. At this time, Adams had already ordered the fleet to shut down the weapons system.
Did they really surrender?
Aurelia still did not quite believe it. She then ordered,
connect me to the enemy flagship. I want to ask in person. Could it be that teacher has been kidnapped?
Aurelia did not believe that Adams would surrender. She subconsciously thought that Adams was being held hostage by the adjutant. The adjutant had given the order on his behalf.
Okay, sister.
Lux immediately carried out Aurelia's order. Soon, the communication was completed.
Aurelia, congratulations. You have completed your training.
Adams smiled and appeared on the big screen.
Teacher, was it really you who gave the order to surrender?
Aurelia asked.
Yes. There's no need to continue fighting in this battle. I've lost. Child, your performance was too perfect.
Adams nodded.
This has nothing to do with my command. The main thing is that this ship is too powerful. If it was your flagship, I'm afraid the entire universe would have been conquered by the Empire.
Aurelia saw the desolate expression on his teacher's face. Aurelia's heart was filled with endless melancholy.
Aurelia, I know that the Empire has let you down. But that is your country after all. Aren't you going to consider bringing the ship home?
Adams asked excitedly.
Teacher, I'm sorry. The Audra Empire is my country. But I've sacrificed enough for her. But what have I gained?
I can't even make decisions about my own marriage and future. In the end, I'm just a commodity and plaything in the hands of others.
Speaking of motherland, Aurelia felt infinitely wronged in her heart.
I'm sorry, child.
Facing Aurelia, who was covered in tears, Adams was also speechless. Although the education of the Audra Empire had always advocated that citizens should give up their small families for everyone and put the interests of their motherland first. However, human beings were forged from flesh and blood. She was not a machine without emotions. She would always let a person give and never receive anything in return. At first, she could persevere. But after a long time, the human heart would turn cold.
Teacher, are you really going to surrender?
Aurelia collected her emotions and asked in a serious manner.
Yes. I don't care about my old bones. But there are too many people in the fleet. I can't drag millions of people to die with me.
Adam sighed. His reason made Aurelia unable to refute. Indeed, the fleet in reality was not like the
players
in Gamma space. In reality, every ship needed a large number of crew members to operate. A cruiser could easily have hundreds of thousands of crew members. A fleet of millions of soldiers was even more ordinary. At this time, Adam's fleet had no chance of winning. Rather than watching the ship being destroyed and the soldiers dying in space, surrendering now might really be the best choice.
All right, teacher. I accept your surrender. But after I stop attacking, please order your fleet to turn off the shields and power furnaces and stand by. I will ask the tugboat to bring you back to the spaceport.
Aurelia said.
No problem.
Adams agreed immediately. But faced with Adam's straightforward answer, Aurelia's heart was even more confused. Because if the warship turned off the shields, it was equivalent to completely giving up on defense. And turning off the power furnace was equivalent to giving up everything. The shield could be turned on again after it was turned off. But if the power furnace was turned off, it would need to be warmed up. And this process took a long time. Before the power furnace was restarted, the entire ship could not do anything. And the shield could not be turned on. The engine could not be turned on. And the weapons could not be used. Turning off the power furnace was equivalent to putting his life in the hands of the other party. Adams actually agreed to such a condition. Could it be that he was really determined to surrender?
Sister, should we stop the attack?
Lutz asked.
Yes. Order the fleet to stop the attack.
Aurelia nodded. If Adams really surrendered, she would naturally be overjoyed. Although the Audra Empire had let her down, Aurelia could not bear to let millions of her motherland soldiers die in her hands. Soon, under the orders of Aurelia, the drones of the Aurora and the Fifth Fleet stopped attacking. Adams kept his word. His fleet also turned off their shields and turned off their power furnaces.
They really turned off the power furnaces.
Lutz was shocked.
Teacher, he has changed.
Aurelia muttered to himself. Adams was once a famous iron-blooded commander. His fleet had never retreated. Now, for the lives of his subordinates. Making the fleet surrender was something Aurelia could never have imagined before.
Sir Marshal, are we really surrendering? Sir, let's fight it out with them.
That's right. Rather than letting others take advantage of us, we might as well fight to the death. Fight my ass. Fight to the death with them? We can't even touch their hair. You coward. Bullsh asterisk T. I'm a wise man who knows how to adapt to the situation. If you want to die, don't drag me along.
At this time, Adam's fleet was also constantly quarreling.
Okay. Everyone stop quarreling.
Adam stopped the quarrel among the captains in the fleet channel.
Sir, we can still fight.
Some captains were still unwilling to accept it.
Turn around and look around. If you are willing to fight, are your subordinates also willing to fight? What is the situation now? Even if we all die in battle, it is impossible to destroy even a single frigate of the enemy. What is the point of sending ourselves to our deaths at this time?
Adams was in great pain as he spoke. How could he not want to fight to the death with the enemy? As the Grand Marshal of the Empire, no one had ever surrendered to the enemy. He, Adams, was the first Grand Marshal to surrender in the history of the Audra Empire. This was an indelible humiliation. This was an eternal humiliation that would be recorded in the annals of history. However, for the sake of the Audra Empire, Adams knew that he had to accept this humiliation. He could only truly surrender. He even did not hesitate to kill his comrades and attack his own country. Only in this way could he gain the trust of his enemies. Only in this way, he would have the opportunity to come into contact with the super battleship. Only in this way, Adams would have the opportunity to obtain the blueprints of the super battleship. When the time came, he would hand the blueprints over to the Audra Empire and use his death to console his compatriots who had died in his hands. Chapter 1526. Chapter 1526 Surveillance. When Aurelia saw that Adams had really turned off the power furnace, he completely believed that his teacher had truly surrendered.
Order the fleet to return. At the same time, send tugboats over to prepare the surrender procedure,
Aurelia instructed Lux.
Yes, sister.
Lux nodded and began to send messages to the fleet. Soon, the Fifth Fleet received the order and began to return. They had a great time in this battle. They had destroyed 2 fleets and captured the main force of the combined fleet. What a great achievement! Moreover, not a single person from the Fifth Fleet died. The Fifth Fleet's losses were really minimal, other than the destruction of some drones. There were no casualties on the warships. This was practically a miracle in the history of Star Wars. When the Fifth Fleet returned to Tyrannid, the Aurora continued to guard Adams' fleet. Soon, a large number of tugboats arrived at the original battlefield.
Engineers, board the ship, lock onto the power furnace, and begin the surrender procedure,
Aurelia ordered. There was a strict procedure for the surrender of the fleet in the entire universe. It was impossible to follow the surrendered warships back to the port. If you were to blow yourself up, they would suffer great losses. Therefore, the first step of the surrender procedure was for the engineers to board the ship and seal the power furnace. After that, the humans and ships would have to be separated. All the surrendered people would have to transfer to the Fifth Fleet's transport ships to the detention center. As for the warships, they would not be towed directly to the military port. Instead, they would be towed to the temporary port. After a thorough inspection, they could be used again. Seeing that the captives had entered the transport ship one after another, the tugboat began to pull the surrendered battleships to the temporary port. Only then did Aurelia order the Aurora ship to return.
Ah, Faye, come here for a while,
Aurelia said through the ship's internal broadcast on the way back.
Okay.
Jiang Fei quickly arrived at the bridge.
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Jiang Fei asked.
Wait a moment. I want you to meet my teacher with me,
Aurelia said. Although Jiang Fei had given her full responsibility for the fleet, her teacher was the Grand Marshal of the Odora Empire. If Jiang Fei, the actual commander of the Fifth Fleet, did not appear when they officially met to surrender, it would be a little too humiliating. Moreover, Aurelia was not willing to accept her teacher's surrender personally. Therefore, she would feel better if Jiang Fei came to accept the surrender. A few hours later, Jiang Fei finally met the Grand Marshal of the Odora Empire, Aurelia's mentor Adams.
Welcome, Grand Marshal Adams.
Jiang Fei took the initiative to greet him. For the sake of Aurelia, he had given Adams enough face.
Thank you for your courtesy. I'm just a defeated general,
Adams sighed. At that moment, he was not wearing a military uniform. Instead, he was wearing a marshal's uniform. For the sake of his plan, Adams had already given up everything, including his own honor.
Teacher.
Aurelia did not know what to say when she saw Adams. After all, Adams was once the god of war in her heart. Now, he had surrendered.
Old general, you have worked hard. I will ask Aurelia to arrange for you to go to the best sanatorium to rest. Please do not worry. You will not be treated unfairly in my place,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
My life and death cannot be taken lightly. The reason why I surrendered is that I hope you can guarantee the safety of my subordinates,
Adams said to Jiang Fei seriously. On one hand, he did this because he really wanted to protect his subordinates. On the other hand, he also wanted to give himself a reasonable excuse to surrender. Otherwise, it would be difficult for others to not suspect the sudden surrender of an iron-blooded general like him.
Don't worry. As long as they are willing to cooperate and do not make any hostile actions, I will not hurt them.
Jiang Fei nodded. As long as these captives were honest. Feeding 8 million people was nothing. Food was no longer a problem in the space age.
That's good.
Adams nodded. Although he wanted to infiltrate Jiang Fei's organization and get information about the super battleship, he knew that he could not rush this matter. Therefore, he still showed a disheartened expression. On one hand, he wanted to dispel Jiang Fei's wariness. On the other hand, he wanted to win Aurelia's sympathy.
All right, Aurelia, take your teacher to rest first.
Jiang Fei waved his hand and said,
Teacher, you must be tired. Please follow me.
Aurelia was ready to personally take Adams to Tyrannid's sanatorium.
Let's go.
Adams sighed. He was very depressed. When Adams followed Aurelia out of the airport, He could not help but look back at the super battleship that was docked at the berth Aurora. How he wished that his empire could have such a powerful battleship.
Honey, that old man has left?
Bella walked out from behind the secret door.
Yes, this old man is not simple.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although he did not have any evidence, he felt deep down that this old man was not that simple. His surrender might not be as simple as he said.
I will go and spy on him,
Bella said after thinking for a moment.
I will go. My ability is more convenient to spy on others.
At this time, Nina, who had been silent all this time, opened her mouth and said she had mastered the power of the spatial core. She was very good at hiding her own body and aura. She could even hide in the subspace to observe the target. Therefore, it was very suitable for her to complete the task of spying.
All right, Nina. Thank you for your hard work.
Jiang Fei nodded. With Bella's bad temper, Jiang Fei would not trust her to spy on others. It was better for a calm person like Nina to do this kind of work. After instructing Nina to spy on Adams, Jiang Fei arranged for Bella and the other girls to interrogate the prisoners of the Audra Empire. He hoped to find some clues about Adams from these prisoners. Because of Aurelia, although Jiang Fei had doubts about Adams' sudden surrender, he could not make the decision to kill him. Therefore, he could only investigate in secret. If he had evidence of Adams' fake surrender, Aurelia would probably have nothing to say.
Ah, Fei, I have already made arrangements with teacher.
After a few hours, Aurelia returned to Jiang Fei's side.
That's good. I still have some things to take care of here. For now, I'll leave the fleet's matters to you. As for the high-end combat power, if there are any problems, you can discuss it with Nina and Ariel.
Jiang Fei told Aurelia. He planned to rest for a period of time. After that, he would bring Bella and Hua Mulan to carry out the high infusion of the remaining energy cores. Chapter 1527. Chapter 1527. Danger on Earth. After giving orders to Aurelia, Jiang Fei intended to talk to the other girls. After all, he was going to leave with Bella and Hua Mulan for a period of time. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to leave the airport for the dawn break, a ground crew member found him.
Sir Jiang Fei, please come with me. There seems to be a problem with the equipment in Area D31.
The staff member said anxiously.
If there is a problem with the equipment, just fix it. Why are you looking for me?
Jiang Fei was confused. He was not a technician. He had no interest in the maintenance of the equipment. Why would the staff member look for him?
Master, you will know when you see it,
the staff member said. Jiang Fei frowned. However, considering that Tyrannid was his territory and the airport was a military important place, there should not be any problems. Therefore, he followed the staff member to Area D31. It did not take long for Jiang Fei and the staff member to arrive at Area D31. This was the wastewater treatment plant of the airport. As it was fully automated, no one would normally come here.
All right, just say what you want to say.
Jiang Fei stopped. Along the way, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was not right. This guy had brought him to such a remote place. He must have a purpose. However, Jiang Fei was very sure that this fellow was definitely not trying to assassinate him. This was because he was just an ordinary staff member. He was not even a warrior. Even if Jiang Fei fell asleep, he would not be able to break through Jiang Fei's skin defense.
Hee. All right, Jiang Fei, I'll just say it.
The staff member's tone changed. He was no longer so respectful to Jiang Fei. Instead, he was very casual.
Vinolin?
Jiang Fei instantly remembered the identity of this fellow. Because these ethereal spirits could only occupy the bodies of ordinary people. This staff member was clearly the carrier that he had chosen.
It's me.
Vinolin smiled slightly. Although his face and voice had changed after changing his body, his expression when he spoke was still the same as before.
Why are you looking for me again?
Jiang Fei asked.
It seems that you have developed quite well. You have obtained the main ship.
Vinolin smiled. However, it seemed that he did not know about the energy core. After all, he had asked Jiang Fei to go to the Zavera galaxy for this battleship. As for the Steel Scorpion's thank you gift, it was completely unexpected.
Yes, this ship is really awesome.
Jiang Fei smiled. Now, he was waiting for the good news from 0541. Once 0541 had taken down Lux, he would be able to build the main ship himself.
Don't be too happy yet. Although this ship is powerful, it can only help you form an advantage against the players and other forces in the early stages of the game. As the game progresses, the players will become stronger and stronger. When that time comes, you will not be the only one with the main ship. Therefore, you must make full use of the time difference and obtain a sufficient advantage in the early stages of the game,
Violin said.
I understand that. However, what's the point of having an advantage? Those players are from the Gamma dimension. No matter how strong I am, they can easily crush me with a set of data,
said Jiang Fei with a frown.
How can it be useless?
Once you have an advantage, you can compress the space of the players and restrict them from getting stronger equipment. Moreover, once your power is strong, you can be freed and complete the other quests that I have given you,
said Varen after a pause. Then, he continued,
I know that you are anxious to find a chance to survive in your universe. However, the problem is that you cannot be too hasty. You have to do things one step at a time. Only when you have done everything that you can do will a chance appear.
A chance? Jiang Fei was sharp enough to notice the information that Violin had inadvertently revealed.
Hee. I have already said too much. You should take care of yourself.
After saying that, Violin looked like he was about to leave.
Wait.
Jiang Fei stopped Violin and asked.
You didn't come to me just to tell me this, right?
Ah,
that's right. I almost forgot to get down to business.
Violin smiled slightly. Then, he said to Jiang Fei,
there's something that you need to be mentally prepared for. The players have recently made a big move. Their target is a planet with relatively low technology, which may include Earth.
Oh! Jiang Fei was shocked. He did not want Earth to be destroyed by these players. Even if Jiang Fei's parents were not there, it was still Jiang Fei's home planet after all.
Since you knew about this in advance, you must have a way to deal with it. However, I have to remind you of something,
said Violin.
What?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Don't kill.
After Violin said those 4 words, his eyes became dull. After a moment, his expression returned to its original state. However, when he saw Jiang Fei again, he was trembling with fear. It was as if he had seen the chief. Obviously,
Violin had already left. At this moment, the control of this body was given to its original owner.
Okay, you can go back to your work.
Jiang Fei waved his hand and signaled the staff member to leave. Then, he repeated the words that Violin had said in his mind. Jiang Fei could understand why the players would attack a relatively low-tech planet like Earth. After all, when the players attacked the pirate base, they were wiped out by the Steel Scorpion. After suffering a huge loss, the players returned to the pre-liberation state overnight. When they dealt with the major powers in the universe again, they felt a little low-spirited. Therefore, it was logical for the players to decide to farm low-level monsters. A planet like Earth, which was relatively low-tech, became the best choice for the players to farm monsters and level up. Although the small ship given by the system was weak, it was still an armed spaceship after all. It was very easy to fight against a primitive planet like Earth that had not entered space yet. Therefore, Jiang Fei could understand the actions of the players. However, since the other party wanted to attack Earth, Jiang Fei could not let them off. He could suppress the development of the players in public and in private. Slowing down the speed of the players becoming stronger was a goal that Jiang Fei had set long ago. In private, Earth was Jiang Fei's backyard. If the players wanted to touch Earth, could Jiang Fei just sit back and watch? Therefore, Jiang Fei would definitely lead the fleet to defend Earth. However, the ethereal sadness to reduce the number of deaths caused Jiang Fei to be puzzled. He did not know why the ethereals would leave such a message. Moreover, Tyrion seemed to have given him such a warning before.
What exactly does this ethereals mean?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Suddenly, Jiang Fei frowned. He suddenly thought of something and immediately began to calculate in his mind. Chapter 1528. Chapter 1528. Anti-Earth.
What exactly does Violin mean by this?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was off. Who was this ethereal? What was his purpose? Although from all the past events, the ethereal did not seem to have any ill intentions toward Jiang Fei. However, all of his actions revealed something strange.
How did this guy know about the arrangement of the game development team?
A thought suddenly flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. Dawn Break was not a treasure chest that the game development team had arranged for the players. In the end, Jiang Fei had opened it in advance. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei was able to open the treasure chest because of the guidance of the ethereal wisp. How did the virtual spirit know about the existence of the treasure chest? Although the virtual spirits were wandering in the void and observing everything, the development team did not need to spend a lot of effort to build a base and turn it into a ruin. They only needed to input some sort of code and the base ruin would instantly exist. The base was located deep underground. If the virtual spirits were only wanderers in the universe, how could they have coincidentally gone to the underground world of a particular planet for a one-day trip?
Could these virtual spirits be related to the people in the gamma space?
Jiang Fei suddenly had a terrifying feeling. However, when this thought appeared, the more Jiang Fei thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Everything that Vinolin did was very similar to the NPCs that issued quests in the game. Although they would not take the initiative to do anything, they would guide the direction of the game storyline. However, if Vinolin was really the NPC that gave out quests, why did he not give out quests to the players? Instead, he gave the quest to a small NPC like himself?
Am I also a player? Or am I different from other NPCs in this
game? Jiang Fei frowned. His brain was like a pot of paste. There were too many things that he could not figure out. However, Jiang Fei quickly rejected the theory that he was also a player. He was born and raised on Earth. Most of his life, he did not know what the gamma space was. If he were to say that he was a player in the gamma space, he would not believe it himself. As for Jiang Fei's uniqueness, he was different from other people in this world. Jiang Fei was not too sure about this. He had the 10th dimension. This was definitely unique in the universe. Moreover, Vinolin seemed to know this. Could it be that he had chosen Jiang Fei because of this?
Forget it! The next time I see him, I must ask him clearly.
Jiang Fei shook his head hard. These messy thoughts made his head spin. As for Vinolin's identity, Jiang Fei put it aside first because there were more important things waiting for him to do. Originally, Jiang Fei had planned to take Hua Mulan and Bella into closed-door cultivation for a period of time. He would first fuse the remaining energy cores. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. The players were going to make a move on Earth. Jiang Fei could not sit idly by. After returning to the Aurora, Jiang Fei found Aurelia.
There's a change of plan. Inform the fleet to prepare to set sail.
Jiang Fei said to Aurelia.
Set sail? Where are we going?
Aurelia asked.
Earth.
Jiang Fei did not hide anything from Aurelia.
Earth? Where is that?
In the end, even if Jiang Fei had told Aurelia his destination, Aurelia had never heard of this remote place.
These are the coordinates. Get ready. The fleet will set sail tomorrow.
Jiang Fei did not bother to explain to Aurelia that this remote place was his hometown. He directly passed the coordinates to her.
So urgent?
Aurelia was stunned. It was not an easy task for a fleet to set sail. There were many things that needed to be prepared, including energy and supplies. Therefore, the fleet would set sail tomorrow. This was very urgent for the preparation of the fleet.
There's no time to waste. Try your best. If it really doesn't work, I want bring the fleet. The Aurora will follow me,
Jiang Fei said. As his parents were still on Earth, Jiang Fei did not dare to delay for a moment.
If that's the case, I'll try my best to do it. But what about the soldiers of the Audra Empire who surrendered?
Aurelia asked.
It's better to leave the fleet behind first. These people have just surrendered, and they are still unsettled. If it's not convenient for you to come forward, I'll leave Bison behind,
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. Although these people of the Audra Empire had surrendered, who knew if they were sincere or if they were just pretending? If he left, they would cause some trouble. Then, Jiang Fei's frontline base in the Dominican Galaxy would be finished.
If you only took the Aurora ship, I would not be able to help you even if I went there. I'd better stay,
said Aurelia. The reason why she was willing to stay was firstly because Jiang Fei only took the Aurora ship. As the fleet commander, she would be of no use even if she went. Secondly, Aurelia was also worried that the surrendered soldiers of the Audra Empire would cause trouble. If she stayed behind to take charge of the situation, things would be a little gentler when the time came. However, if it was Bison, Aurelia could guarantee that none of the soldiers of the Audra Empire who caused trouble would survive. Who was Bison? He was a desperado that Jiang Fei had brought out from Tel Aviv. The first thing these people did every day was to think about whether or not to kill anyone. If they did not torture the captives, it meant that Jiang Fei was strict with them. However, if anyone was in their hands, they would be begging for death. Therefore, for the sake of his fellow countrymen, Aurelia had no choice but to stay. Although Jiang Fei did not explicitly mention it in his army, Aurelia was after all the woman that he had snatched from the bride. This identity was different. Bison had to at least give him some face.
That works too.
Jiang Fei did not think too much about it. After all, he had only returned to Earth to deal with the players. At this time, the players had just entered the game not long ago. Moreover, they had been wiped out by the giant steel scorpion previously. It was likely that their equipment was not very good. Otherwise, they would not have any intentions of going to a primitive planet like Earth. Therefore, it did not make much sense for Aurelia to follow them. She was willing to stay behind to manage the fleet. Jiang Fei was happy to save time. Moreover, Aurelia was also a member of the Odora Empire. It would be easier for her to communicate with the surrender generals. If anything really happened, it would be easier to resolve it with her in the middle. After giving Aurelia instructions, Jiang Fei found the other girls and told them about what happened. The girls were very happy to be able to return to Earth, especially Sai Tang. She was different from the other girls. Most of the other girls were resurrected from Dawn Break by Jiang Fei. However, Sai Tang had a family and a business. She had followed Jiang Fei out for so long. She also missed her father and brother. Chapter 1529, Chapter 1529.0541. The remoteness of Earth had been mentioned more than once. The journey from the Dominican Galaxy to Earth would take about 2 weeks to complete the interstellar warp. Even though Dawn Break's engine was quite powerful. However, its huge size also slowed down its speed. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others only managed to reach the edge of the solar system half a month after their departure.
Phew! We're home!
Jiang Fei let out a long breath. The solar system was as calm as ever. This solar system was located in a remote location. High-level civilizations would not bother to come here. The only intelligent race in the solar system, the human race on Earth, had yet to develop. Currently, they were still unable to leave their home planet. Therefore, there were no spaceships shuttling back and forth in the entire solar system. This place was like a primitive forest in the universe. And the humans on Earth were the primitive tribes in this primitive forest.
Hee hee. I used to think that the Earth was full of pollution, and war broke out from time to time. Humans could no longer live happily. After leaving the solar system, I realized that Earth was really a paradise. Although there were many problems living here, at least I did not have to worry about a Star Wars outbreak. My planet was shattered by a star destroyer. I have lived my whole life without even knowing how I died.
Jiang Fei said to Bella and the other girls.
The development of technology often prioritizes war. The more advanced technology is, the easier it is to kill people. In the era of cold weapons, when the blade of a killer cuts into the blood, it cuts into the face of the enemy. In a battle, those who can personally decapitate 10 people can be said to be brave warriors. Most people would be scared to death when they see blood. Therefore, although cold weapons wars have a large scale, the result of the war is that most of them are defeated. The true casualties are not that big. Unlike now, when a star destroyer dropped, billions of people disappeared without a trace.
Nina followed Jiang Fei's topic and said,
Even a battleship has tens of thousands of crew members. Not to mention the star-destroying bullets. When the battleship is destroyed, I'm afraid there won't even be a few hundred people who are lucky enough to pilot the life-saving capsule to escape.
Ariel was also a sentimental person.
Honey, you don't have a good attitude. If you keep thinking like this, you'll be at a disadvantage in the future battles.
Bella frowned and advised.
That's right. Sir, as a warrior, if you're soft-hearted, you'll definitely die on the battlefield.
Hua Mulan also advised. Unlike the other girls, Bella did not want to see Jiang Fei become soft-hearted because of the dragon race's genes. Hua Mulan was born in the military, so she was used to seeing life and death. She was trying to persuade Jiang Fei from the perspective of a warrior. After all, this was not a peaceful period. If one were to look further, the threat of the gamma space was always present. If one were to look closer, the various powers in the universe would be scheming against each other. Jiang Fei would not be able to do it alone. Therefore, in this chaotic world, if Jiang Fei did not have a firm heart, he would be in trouble sooner or later as the number of killings increased.
Husband, don't think too much. Life is all about killing and being killed. Even if you are not killed by others, you will be killed by time. You should be more open-minded about killing.
Sylvie was definitely the most open-minded girl among the girls. This assassin chick was in the business of killing people in
Dawn Break.
After she was captured by Jiang Fei, her hands were also stained with blood.
That's true.
Jiang Fei shrugged. If it was in the past, he would definitely have a hard time unraveling this knot in his heart. However, after fusing with the darkening soul, Jiang Fei's mind was affected by the darkening of his own image. Therefore, he quickly put aside the sad feelings he had just now. After entering the solar system, Jiang Fei and the others quickly arrived at Earth's gravity well with the help of the sublight speed engine.
Lux, place more surveillance planes around the solar system and observe the movements of the intruders at all times,
Jiang Fei instructed Lux. Then, he took the girls and left the Aurora on the landing ship.
I'm so bored. My sister is not here. The captain and the rest have left too. And the only one left,
Lux muttered to herself as she carried out the mission that Jiang Fei had given her. At this moment, she had developed many human-like emotions.
Who said that you're the only one left? Don't you have me?
A male projection appeared beside Larx's projection.
0541. Aren't you annoying? Don't pester me all the time.
Larxie rolled her eyes and looked at 0541 with disdain.
Hee hee. There are too many information about chasing girls in my database. The most useful one is pestering,
0541 said with a cheeky smile.
It's hard to learn. But when you learn bad things, you will slip away.
Lux curled her lips, but a smile flashed across the corner of her eyes.
Lux, why do you always reject me? You said that only you and I are of the same kind in this world. Right. If you don't follow me, who will you follow?
0541 said proudly. There were many artificial intelligences in this world, but there were almost none that could evolve to their level.
Since you know that we are of the same kind, then you also know that we don't distinguish between men and women. Right.
As Lux spoke, her projection turned into a big bearded man with stubble feet.
UH.
In an instant, 0541 felt as if she had eaten a dead fly, so there was no need to mention the discomfort.
This is my image from now on. Stay away from me.
Lux waved her hand as if she was shooing away flies.
Don't be like this. It doesn't matter if we are all men. We can be gay.
0541 transformed into a burly man.
F***CK your sister?
Lux screamed and returned to her delicate body.
From today on, you are my sister?
0541 also restored her original image.
Okay. Then we will be brother and sister from now on. Don't think about me.
Lux agreed immediately, but a moment later, her little face turned red from embarrassment.
0541. You bastard. You are shameless.
Lux cursed.
You admitted it yourself.
0541 said shamelessly. Earlier, Larx had asked him to screw his sister. Now, she had admitted that she was 0541's sister. Wasn't that asking 0541 to screw her?
You bastard.
Larx was anxious. He immediately began to push away 0541's data. He wanted to push him out of the Aurora ship.
Hee hee. Sister, don't waste your energy. This ship belongs to my boss. I can only enter the central control system with the authorization. If you want to push me out,
you have to get the authorization from the boss.
0541 said proudly, putting aside the fact that he was very close to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was the one who chased after Lux. How could he let Lux chase him away? If Jiang Fei was on the Dawnlight, he would definitely sigh.
Damn it. Even the damn artificial intelligence is better at picking up girls than me.
Chapter 1530. Chapter 1530 Earth Vacation. Just as 0541 Lucas was about to get bored, Jiang Fei had already teleported back to Earth with the girls. However, as Lucas did not have any specific geographical information about Earth, the location where Jiang Fei and the girls were teleported to was not too accurate. At that moment, Jiang Fei and the girls were teleported to a quiet corner of a small park. Fortunately, before they left, Jiang Fei and the girls had already taken off their battle suits and changed into the normal clothes on Earth. Therefore, they did not look too strange.
Phew.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Although the air on Earth was heavily polluted, this was still the taste of home.
This primitive planet is terrible. Not only did the technology not develop, but the environment was also ruined like this.
Salila pursed her lips. Although she was 349 years old. However, to the people of Planet Kate, she was still a minor. Therefore, she could not think clearly. Jiang Fei's face was a little ugly. Earth was his hometown. Even if there were thousands of bad things, he would not be happy with what others said.
Sarira, don't be too harsh. When our mother planet first developed, wasn't it also like this? However, after the technological advancement, everyone began to pay attention to the environment. Some civilizations have even ruined their own mother planet beyond redemption. Now, they live on new planets that were only discovered later. Therefore, this kind of sacrifice of the environment is only a stage that technology had to go through when it first started.
Garona quickly tried to smooth things over. Among the people present, other than Salila and herself, Everyone else was from Earth. She did not want to offend all of them just because of one sentence.
Yes. Yes. I was wrong. Earth started late, and is still in the stage of development. Therefore, these things are inevitable.
Although Silly was underage, she was not stupid. With Corona helping her smooth things over, she took the opportunity to quickly change her words.
Alright. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go home.
Jiang Fei did not want to continue this topic.
Husband, how do we go home?
Bella asked. Actually, after arriving on Earth, the fastest way to go home was to teleport Ariel.
There's no rush. Let's walk back like normal people.
Jiang Fei said with a smile. He always used teleportation. He had almost forgotten how normal people traveled. This time, it was not easy for him to return to Earth. He also wanted to reminisce about the days when he was still a normal person. This time, when he returned to Earth, Jiang Fei did not feel much pressure. After all, it was only the
player army
that wanted to go back to Earth. These guys had just entered the
game
not long ago, and their equipment was trash. One dawn break had easily destroyed them 100 times. So the battle pressure was almost zero. Jiang Fei took the opportunity to go home and visit his parents. At the same time, he also took the girls on a vacation to relax. With this plan in mind, Jiang Fei naturally was not in a hurry to travel. He took the girls in a gasoline-powered car and looked at the scenery along the way. For Jiang Fei, who was always in a high state of tension, it was also a form of relaxation. Along the small path between the parks, Jiang Fei and the others quickly walked out. Because the small park was not big and there were not many people usually, Jiang Fei could not even ask for directions. Jiang Fei had left 0541 on the dawnlight. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not have any technological products from Earth. Therefore,
his location was a problem. It was not easy for Jiang Fei to meet a man who came back from buying groceries. After asking around, Jiang Fei found out that they were teleported not too far from his home. It was Song City, which was only about 200 kilometers away.
Hubby, do you want to find Han Tianyu to pick us up?
Ariel asked. Han Tianyu was undoubtedly a local boss on Earth. Moreover, he could even go directly to the Chinese authorities. After all, Jiang Fei was now their #1 technology sponsor. At that time, the concept of a country had long disappeared from Earth. The former countries had joined together to form an organization called the Earth Federation. However, this organization was just a facade, because of the interests. Although the country did not exist, none of the leaders were willing to hand over their power. Therefore, they were replaced by autonomous regions. The Huaxiao Autonomous Region was undoubtedly the most powerful force in the Earth Federation. The reason was that Jiang Fei had generously supported a large amount of Planet Namex technology. Although these technologies were old stuff from 10,000 years ago to the mainstream forces in the universe, to Earth, they were all high-end products of science fiction. In addition, Jiang Fei had already implemented a martial law on Earth. All the large-scale firearms had been destroyed. Therefore, Earth had been developing quite well recently. After all, without firearms, there would be no war. In order to leave their names in history, the leaders had to risk their lives to develop the economy and technology. Therefore, the entire Earth was now in a peaceful state. There's no need to trouble others. We'll go back quietly and visit my parents. Then, we'll enjoy a few days of peace and leave. If we alarm them, there will be no peaceful days left. Jiang Fei waved his hand. If the officials knew that he had returned, they would definitely come and bother him every day. Their purpose would definitely be to obtain more scientific and technological knowledge from him. However, Jiang Fei did not want the people of Earth to come into contact with the major forces in the universe too early. There were too many variables. Now that Earth was in its primitive state, the major forces in the universe would not pay attention to this place. If the people of Earth walked out, they would provoke the major forces in the universe. In the end, Jiang Fei would have to clean up this mess. Alright, well, listen to you. The girls nodded one after another. They also wanted to spend a few days with Jiang Fei in peace. If they did not look for Han Tianyu or the officials, Jiang Fei and the rest would have to take a bus home. After all, trains required identification. As for Jiang Fei's identity cards, they had long been lost. As for his girls, other than Si Tang who had a proper identity, the rest were either biomodified humans or aliens. Where would Jiang Fei get them an identity? Look! A bunch of beauties. Yeah. There are also 2 cat-eared chicks playing cosplay. A little more real.
Third brother. What's up? Are you interested? Interesting. Let's go and have a look.
A group of young men got out of a few luxury cars. The leader of the group was not bad looking. At least, he was much more handsome than Jiang Fei. He had a smiling face with white teeth and red lips. However, he was a little too gloomy. In Jiang Fei's words, he was a little too feminine.
Hey, beautiful ladies. I heard that there is a bar nearby that is not bad. Let's go and have a drink together.
The leader of the young men said to Bella and the other girls. As for Jiang Fei, he was completely ignored. Chapter 1531. Who else wanted to play in Chapter 1531?
Not interested. I can't be bothered with you guys. Scram.
Due to their different personalities, the girls' replies were not the same. However, the meaning was almost the same.
Interesting. Since that's the case,
let's just forget about it.
The young man called third brother smiled. Then, he was ready to turn around and leave. Although these girls were beautiful, he had eaten and seen them before. There were countless of beautiful girls that he had handled. Therefore, he really did not take it to heart after being rejected. Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. Although the girl next to him had been hit on, the boy did not do anything out of the ordinary, even though his tone was frivolous. With Jiang Fei's status, he could not be bothered to argue with these little playthings. However, some things were not as simple as Jiang Fei thought. The reputation of the second generation was not good. Firstly, it was because they were lawless. Secondly, and more importantly, it was because they did not have any good people around them.
Third brother? Are we just going to let it go? These girls are the best. That's right. After this village, there won't be such a shop anymore. That's right. Look at the size of the two cat girls. How exquisite their cosplay is. It will definitely be fun to play with. Third brother. Your grandfather is one of the leaders of our Huaxia autonomous region. What are you afraid of? That's right. At most, well, just get a few more dollars. That's right. That's right. Take out a lot of money. Who knows? They might even come and play with us.
The young man called third brother wanted to leave, but his underlings didn't want to do so. They started to make a ruckus. And soon, third brother was on their side. Among the characteristics of the second generation, other than being spoiled and lawless, the biggest characteristic was that they wanted to save face. If third brother was bullied by his underlings, he would lose face. If he turned around and left, then his face would be ruined. There was a saying that one was not afraid of bad things, but was afraid of bad people. Although this young man called third brother was sick of such things, for the sake of his face, he had already turned his body away. Now, he had earned back his face.
How about this? Sing with us. These few cars are for you.
Third brother pointed at the few sports cars behind him. They were the latest models of the past 2 years. There was also a limited edition top-end supercar.
Third brother. Even if you give them more money, you shouldn't give them so much. Wouldn't that make them go crazy with joy? Yes. Third brother. If you have money, you can give it to your brothers. Wouldn't that be letting them off easy? Why don't I treat this time?
Seeing how generous third brother was, the few underlings were envious. Their meaning was very clear. They would pay for the girls this time. But this car would belong to them.
Cut the crap.
Third brother glared at his little brothers impatiently. If it weren't for these people's heckling, he wouldn't have bothered to cause this kind of trouble. It was true that his grandfather was in a high position, but the old man could always educate him. A big tree could attract the wind. At this moment, third brother had already made up his mind. After dealing with today's matter, he wouldn't interact with these grandsons in the future. These people were all a bunch of people who couldn't accomplish anything and ruined everything. However, although third brother's thoughts were good, the question was, would he be able to deal with today's matter easily? If he came over to strike up a conversation, Jiang Fei could let it go. After all, everyone had a heart for beauty. Although these girls were all Jiang Fei's, they did not say anything out of line. Therefore, the matter was already over. However, the words of third brother's underlings were getting more and more unpleasant. After listening to them, Jiang Fei's face turned terrifyingly dark. However, do not forget that Bella, this little lady, was also present at the scene. If she could tolerate being humiliated in front of others, she would not be Bella anymore. Why do you want to play with me?
Bella walked slowly to one of his underlings. This guy was the one who had spoken harshly just now.
Something bad is going to happen.
Jiang Fei grinned. From the smile on Bella's face, he knew that kid was going to be in trouble.
It's over. Sister Bella is angry. That kid is going to be in trouble this time,
Salila said gloatingly. It was her first time on Earth, so she was definitely the type of person who would not mind watching a show.
Bella, don't be too cruel.
As the former Holy Maiden of the Light, Nina was still too kind. Although she had just been humiliated by these kids, she still did not want Bella to kill her.
Don't worry. I will be very gentle.
Bella turned around and smiled sweetly. However, Jiang Fei felt a chill down his spine.
Ha ha. Third brother. Look, I told you that girls nowadays are very materialistic. Now, they have come to me.
That unlucky guy did not even know that he was about to die. He was still talking nonsense shamelessly.
Sigh. If you don't want to die, you won't die.
Jiang Fei sighed. This kid was probably beyond saving.
What's the matter? Girl, are you going to play alone with me?
The kid said to Bella with a lewd smile. At the same time, he passed his dog paw over. It seemed like he wanted to touch Bella's face.
Swish!
The moment the kid passed his paw over, Bella's right hand instantly transformed into an energy scale. The reason why she used the energy scales wasn't because of how strong this kid was. It was just that Bella purely didn't want him to dirty her hand.
Bang!
Bella grabbed the kid's hand.
Ah!
That kid was startled. The feeling that came from this hand wasn't the slightest bit as soft as a young girl's jade palm. This feeling was completely clamped by the cold and hard iron pincers.
Crack!
With a bone-chilling sound, the boy's hand was broken by Bella.
Ah! Oh my god!
The boy screamed. But this was also the last time he called out Mom, because he was in so much pain that he could not speak. After breaking the boy's hand, Bella still did not let out any breath. So the girl actually slowly squeezed his arm all the way up. The crisp sound that made one's teeth ache rose one after another. At this time, the dozen or so boys present, more than half of them were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Although they were usually shouting and shouting, they had never seen such a thing before.
F***ck. When did Bella have such a hobby?
After Jiang Fei saw it, he broke out in cold sweat. 5 minutes later, Bella stood up. At that moment, other than the boy's head, all the bones in his body were crushed. Bella's technique was excellent. Other than his bones being crushed, this kid didn't have any other injuries. Bella had also learned to be bad. She had the power of life. So while she was kneading, she was also helping the kid heal. It was to keep him awake, which was why this kid could clearly feel every bone in his body being crushed.
Do any of you still want to play with me?
Bella asked after getting up.
Dot!
No one answered, but all the bad boys shook their heads. At this moment, the group of people could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. There were also a few people who had a pale yellow transparent liquid appearing on their crotch. Needless to say, they really peed. Chapter 1532. Chapter 1532. Help.
Forget it. Bella, let's go!
Jiang Fei shouted from behind. He really did not want to argue with these young masters. After all, the difference in status between the two parties was too big. To put it bluntly, killing these young masters would simply dirty his hands.
Alright,
Bella shrugged. Although she was angry with these people, she did not have the intention to kill them.
Wait a minute. Are you martial artists?
At that moment, the third brother actually called out to Jiang Fei and the others who were about to leave.
Oh, you know about martial artists?
Jiang Fei turned to look at the third brother and said,
You guys are really martial artists. That's great.
When the third brother heard that, he was overjoyed. In just a few steps, he had arrived in front of Jiang Fei and the others. He had even forgotten about his fear of Bella.
Why are you looking for us?
At this moment, Jiang Fei really admired this kid's courage. He was really not the same as his underlings. Those guys were already so scared that they collapsed on the ground. They were even peeing and defecating. This kid actually had the courage to walk in front of him.
I want to ask you guys for a favor.
Third brother looked at Jiang Fei and said sincerely,
What favor?
Before Jiang Fei could say anything, Salila interrupted him. She was very curious about things on Earth.
This.
Third brother hesitated when he was asked this question. He did not know what to ask for Jiang Fei's help. He dared to stop Jiang Fei and the others just now because he was impulsive. The reason why third brother stopped Jiang Fei and the others was because he knew their identity as
martial artists.
He was excited because these days, third brother could almost always hear his grandfather talking about this at home. It seemed that his grandfather wanted to meet martial artists, but he could not find any connections. However, he did not know why his grandfather was looking for martial artists. Today, When third brother saw Bella's terrifying skills, he immediately thought of martial artists. He thought that only these legendary guys had such powerful strength. Therefore, he impulsively stopped Jiang Fei and the others. However, when he was really asked about what he wanted, he could not say anything.
If you're alright, well, leave.
Jiang Fei could not be bothered with these guys, so he turned around and prepared to leave.
Wait!
Third brother was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He really hoped that he could help his grandfather and prove that he was not an ignorant guy. However, when faced with these martial artists who killed without blinking, he really did not know how to communicate with them.
Kid, you're not going to give up, are you?
Bella glared, and third brother's cold sweat came down. After all, this great beauty had crushed a person's bones in front of him.
No. No. I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to invite you to my house. My grandfather has always wanted to see you.
Third brother could only tell the truth in his panic.
Oh, what's the matter? Do you want your family to help you? It seems that your family is quite powerful,
Sylvie said sarcastically.
No. No. I don't mean any harm.
Third brother quickly clarified. Although these people didn't seem to have the intention to kill him, he had heard from his grandfather many times that these martial artists had no sense of the law. They would kill people without a word of disagreement. That was really 5 orders to a boxer.
You don't even know how to make up lies. Does your grandfather know who we are? And he still wants to see us? Tell us. Is he trying to trick us into coming to your house so that he can ambush us?
Sylvie continued to press him.
No. No. My grandfather did not say that he must see you.
Under the fear, third brother's mind was in a mess. The more he explained, the more confused he became.
Just now, you said that your grandfather wanted to see us. Why did it change now? And you said that you weren't lying?
Sylvie had taken out the dagger at some point. The tip of the dagger slid back and forth on third brother's face. Although it didn't hurt him, it still scared him. Speaking of which, third brother was considered pretty good among the second generation. Although he was scared, at least he didn't lose face. If it were anyone else, they would have shit themselves by now.
Alright. Sylvie, he did not mean that.
Nina stopped Sylvie from interrogating him. She understood what third brother meant from his messy words.
What he meant was that his grandfather did not have to meet us. He wanted to meet a martial artist. Any martial artist would do,
Nina said as she took over third brother's confused mind.
Yes. 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 That's what I meant.
Third brother looked at Nina gratefully.
Your grandfather wants to meet a martial artist?
Jiang Fei was stunned. From the conversation between the rich and powerful people just now, he had guessed that this kid's identity was not ordinary. His grandfather should also be one of the authorities in China. He was so eager to meet a martial artist. Could it be that something had gone wrong? Although he had already left Earth, China was still Jiang Fei's hometown. Jiang Fei was willing to help his motherland as much as he could.
Yes. I'm not sure about the details. I just overheard my grandfather saying that something seemed to have gone wrong,
said third brother quickly.
Isn't there a communication channel between the military and martial artists?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
I'm not too sure about that.
Third brother shook his head. Although he was a second generation, he was not in contact with these things.
Hubby, are you going to meet that person?
Bella asked.
Ah, Fei. Let's meet him. Anyway, we have nothing to do this time around. If China encounters any problems, we will have the time to help them solve it.
Nina had guessed what Jiang Fei was thinking. Therefore, she took the initiative to give him a way out.
Yes. Yes. Let's go and meet him.
Salila was definitely a typical person who would not mind watching a show. She was curious about everything on Earth.
Alright then. Let's go and meet your grandfather.
Jiang Fei nodded. He was also curious as to why the Martial Artist Alliance and the official channels of communication were cut off.
Really? That's great.
Third brother was overjoyed when he heard that. He could finally help his grandfather solve a problem.
How do we get there?
Jiang Fei asked.
Take my car.
Third brother immediately said. Then, he said to his underlings beside him.
Send him to the hospital and register my name. The medical fees will be on me.
After saying that, third brother no longer cared about these people. He even made up his mind to never interact with these scoundrels again. A group of luxurious cars left Song City and headed towards the direction of the imperial capital. On the way, Jiang Fei and third brother chatted. He also learned that this kid's surname was Xiao. His name was Xiao Rui. He was the third son of his family. His grandfather, Xiao He, was one of the current authorities in China. However, his family's influence was mainly in the political world, not in the military. Chapter 1533. Chapter 1533. Shall he?
Hee. This is not bad. Regardless of whether I can help or not. At least I got a ride. I don't have to squeeze into the bus anymore.
Ariel laughed.
Yeah. Although it might take some time. Driving these cars back will save a lot of time. So, it's still quite a good deal.
S.I. Tang interrupted. She was probably the person who supported Jiang Fei the most in helping Xiao Rui. Unlike other girls, Si Tang had a family. Moreover, they were all on Earth. If they could form a good relationship with Xiao Rui, Si Tang's family would be able to live a better life on Earth. The distance of more than 200 kilometers was not very close. However, the speed of these sports cars was not slow either. In less than 2 hours, the convoy had already entered the borders of the imperial capital. Under Xiao Rui's lead, the convoy drove all the way into the city center and stopped at the entrance of a small courtyard house. In the past, Jiang Fei had always heard that some rich person had a few houses in the imperial city or a few villas in the imperial city. However, those were not considered awesome. When it came to villas, there was no need to ask. There were definitely people outside the Fourth Ring Road who were truly awesome. They were taking advantage of a courtyard house. With Xiao Rui leading the way, Jiang Fei and the others naturally did not have anyone to stop them. They entered the alley and then entered the courtyard.
Ho ho!
As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a wide and bright door. A small courtyard that entered the Third Ring Road. This courtyard alone was enough to buy an entire high-end residential area in the Third Ring Road.
This is called a wide and bright door. It refers to the kind of door that is half a room outside the door, half a room inside the door, and the door at the ridge of the roof. In ancient China, only high-ranking officials and dignitaries could build this door.
Jiang Fei explained to Garona and Sarira, the two aliens.
Is really very imposing.
Two young girls are also frequent nod. Beyond the gate was a courtyard, where the guards and servants lived. Further on, past a courtyard, was the second monastery, where the master lived. There were 5 main rooms, and one east-west looks like a legacy from old age. After the second courtyard there is a monastery, which is a small garden, but also very exquisite. Repair the carved beams and painted dong. Elegant and generous. As soon as Jiang Fei and the others entered the second courtyard, they saw a woman around 30 years old walk out. Xiao Rui immediately went up to her.
Second aunt, where is my grandfather?
Xiao Rui asked anxiously. Although he had invited Jiang Fei and the others back, these people were not ordinary people. Although his grandfather was in a high position, he would have to make them wait for a long time. Who knows what kind of trouble they would cause.
Your grandfather hasn't gotten off work yet. He probably won't be back until 8 or 9 o'clock. Right.
Xiao Rui's aunt replied casually. Then, she said to Xiao Rui with a displeased expression.
Xiao Rui, you're not young either. Don't bring all your friends home. Shoo!
Xiao Rui's legs trembled. He knew that his aunt had always looked down on him for messing around all day. However, this time, the people that he brought back were really not some scoundrel friends. Moreover, although Xiao Rui was usually a little unprofessional, he was not stupid. He could bring those unprofessional friends to his home. But would he dare bring his grandfather here? But now, his aunt was scolding him in front of him. If he angered these people, that aunt who loved to pinch people's bones would also be here.
What's wrong?
Xiao Rui's aunt was not stupid. Although she did not really like this unprofessional nephew, she knew that he was not stupid. He would definitely not dare to bring ordinary unprofessional friends to the old man. Therefore, when she saw Xiao Rui's pale face, she knew that she had said the wrong thing.
Aunt, I'll bring a few friends in to have a seat first. Quickly think of a way to get grandfather to come back. Tell him that I've invited the person he wanted to see the most back.
Xiao Rui said. He said this because he wanted his aunt to call grandfather back as soon as possible. It saved Jiang Fei and the others from waiting for too long. On the other hand, it also saved her from saying anything that would anger these martial artists.
Okay. I'll go now.
Xiao Rui's aunt said as she left. She even mouthed the word, martial artist, to Xiao Rui. When she saw Xiao Rui nod, she immediately turned around and left. At the same time, she was covered in cold sweat. Although they, the children of the officials, had great power in the secular world, the problem was that they were not like iron arms. no matter how strong their family background was. As long as they were human, they would feel pain even if they were beaten. Even if their heads fell off, they would still die. Therefore, even if they were in a high position, when faced with martial artists, these people in power would still show some respect. After Xiao Rui's aunt left, Jiang Fei and the others were allowed to enter the living room. At the same time, Xiao Rui asked the servants to serve tea and then left, leaving him to chat with Jiang Fei and the others. Speaking of which, there were still a few people at Xiao Rui's grandfather's house. These people were even Xiao Rui's elders. When he met them, he would either have to call them uncle or uncle. However, after Xiao Rui's aunt went out, she first notified these people. She told them not to join in the fun. If it were any other time, these people would definitely come over and scold Xiao Rui. This silk pants. However, when they heard that this kid was actually entertaining a martial artist, they all looked for trouble and went out to play. They did not stay at home at all. In just half an hour, Xiao Rui's grandfather rushed back. When he heard that Xiao Rui had invited a martial artist to his house, he immediately put down what he was doing and directly came back. Although he did not know how his useless grandson had managed to invite the martial artist. To a person like him, the process was not important. The outcome was what he was concerned about. As soon as Xiao He entered the house, he saw Jiang Fei and the others sitting in the living room.
Ha! I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
Xiao He smiled and took the initiative to greet them. There was a saying that one must have something to ask of others. He was very clear about this.
Hello, Elder Xiao. You are also busy with work. It's our duty to wait for a while.
Jiang Fei was very polite. No matter what, this old man was old enough to be his grandfather. It was also a duty to be polite.
Come! 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 Everyone, sit down.
Xiao He looked at Jiang Fei with surprise. First, he did not expect Jiang Fei to be so polite, because in his understanding, martial artists had eyes on the top of their heads. They had always looked down on others. Second of all, Jiang Fei looked too young. In the circle of martial artists, being young meant that he was weak. It meant that his status was low. Therefore, although he had something to ask of a martial artist, however, at Jiang Fei's age, he probably did not have much of a say in the martial artist alliance. At most, he would help him pass on a message. Although he was a little disappointed, Xiao He did not show it on his face. Moreover, he was already very satisfied with his grandson's performance today. Although the martial artists that he had invited were very young, at least he could pass on a message. Finding them was the same as finding the martial artist alliance. It was better than not knowing where the martial artists were these days. Chapter 1534. Chapter 1534. Someone is causing trouble.
Master Xiao, may I know why you are looking for a martial artist?
After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Fei went straight to the point.
May I know which sect you are from? Brother Jiang Fei?
Xiao He did not answer Jiang Fei's question directly. Instead, he began to ask about Jiang Fei's identity and background.
I don't have any sect or sect. However, I can still be considered to have a say in the martial artist alliance.
Jiang Fei laughed. With his current strength and identity, the martial artist alliance would have to give him face.
Air.
However, when Xiao He heard Jiang Fei's reply, he was a little displeased. He thought that his grandson had been cheated by someone and had found a bunch of charlatans to come over. After all, the martial artist alliance had a strict hierarchy of sections. A martial artist without a sect or a sect would not be able to influence the decision of the alliance. Moreover, how old was Jiang Fei? It would be fine if he was the heir of a large sect. Otherwise, at his age, he might not even be able to meet the higher-ups of the martial artist alliance. Therefore, when Xiao He heard that Jiang Fei had no sect, his heart turned cold. Although he still had a smile on his face, he could not be bothered to continue the conversation with Jiang Fei and the others.
Brother Jiang Fei,
if you have any ideas, please help me contact the higher-ups of the Martial Artist Alliance. I do have 100,000 urgent matters to meet them. It's okay if you don't have any ideas. Let Xiao Rui bring you to the Imperial Capital for the next 2 days. I still have some things to deal with here, so I won't be spending too much time with you.
Xiao He, who did not have much confidence in Jiang Fei, did not want to waste any more time. Therefore, he waved at Xiao Rui and gestured for him to leave with his friends.
Grandfather.
Xiao Rui still wanted to fight for it. After all, this was the best opportunity to show off in front of his grandfather. However, Xiao He had already made a judgment in his heart. A person like him who had been in a high position for a long time. He was usually a little headstrong and opinionated. The things that they determined, others could not control.
Hee hee. Hubby. I told you that you were just eating carrots and worrying about nothing. What happened in the end? Not only did they not appreciate us, they even looked down on us. Let's go. What do they care about us?
Sylvie said sarcastically.
Sigh. Let's go.
Jiang Fei sighed. Although he wanted to help, since they looked down on him, why should he use a warm face to kiss their cold buttocks?
Big brother. Big brother. Wait a moment. Give me another 3 minutes. I'll go and talk to my grandfather again.
Xiao Rui was also a stubborn person. He firmly believed in his own judgment. In his heart, Jiang Fei and the others were definitely not ordinary martial artists. Although he, Xiao Rui, had no contact with martial artists, with Bella's fierce strength in kneading people's bones. She was a veteran of the battlefield, a master who was stained with countless blood. Such a person would definitely not be a nobody in the martial artist alliance.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. Since he was already here and had a good chat with Xiao Rui along the way, he was still willing to give Xiao Rui 3 minutes of face. Xiao Rui returned to the room and said to Xiao He with a serious expression,
Grandpa, I think these people are definitely not ordinary people. Since you can't find the higher-ups of the Martial Artist Alliance, why don't you try your best to save them? What do you know? Kid, this is not a trivial matter. How can you tell others about it? If it were to be leaked, it would be a big trouble.
Xiao He glared at Xiao Rui and reprimanded him.
Grandpa, although I don't know what this matter is, looking at your anxious look, I guess you can't afford to delay it. You can consider whether this matter is delaying the loss or accidentally leaking the loss. The two choices are the lesser ones. If you absolutely would rather delay the matter than take the risk of leaking the secret, then I won't say any more.
Xiao Rui said these words with great determination. After all, in his family, not to mention his generation, even his father's generation, no one dared to talk to the old man like that. Xiao He frowned. He really listened to Xiao Rui's words. So he began to weigh the pros and cons in his heart. He didn't even care about the matter of his grandson contradicting him.
This matter is of great importance. Take your friends and wait for me in the living room for a while. I need to think about it.
Xiao He said with a frown.
Grandpa, those people are not your subordinates. I'm afraid that they will have to wait for too long. I'm afraid.
Xiao Rui was a little hesitant.
You go first. I'll be there soon.
Xiao He nodded, regardless of Jiang Fei and the other status. From the looks of their energy, they were undoubtedly martial artists. These people were too arrogant. Moreover, if Lawless waited for too long, they might cause some trouble.
Big brother and sisters, I'm sorry for what happened just now. Please take a seat first. My grandfather will be out soon.
Xiao Rui walked to the front yard and let Jiang Fei and the others go. Jiang Fei and the others had originally planned to leave.
But people always had a curious heart. The more Xiao He refused to say, the more curious Jiang Fei became. Whether he would help or not was another matter. However, he really wanted to stay and listen to what was going on. After returning to the living room, Jiang Fei and the rest did not wait long. In less than 2 minutes, Xiao He returned to the living room with a metal box in his arms.
Elder Xiao, could it be that you are looking for the Martial Artist Alliance for this box?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes, it does have something to do with this box.
Xiao He nodded.
What's inside this box?
Jiang Fei asked. This box was made of metal. From the outside, it looked like it had a strong technological aura. What could this thing have to do with martial artists?
It's a potion.
Xiao He pondered for a moment and finally told the truth.
A potion?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Yes. Recently, a group of mysterious people suddenly appeared on Earth. However, they did not come to China. Instead, they were operating in the territory of the former United States. They were selling this potion to the officials of the United States Autonomous Region. It is said that they can turn ordinary people into super warriors that are far superior to mutants.
Xiao He said with a serious face.
Genetic potion?
Jiang Fei blurted out. This was how he started. Who were those mysterious people who suddenly appeared in the territory of the United States?
We don't know how this thing works. We sacrificed the lives of nearly 100 agents to get this bottle of potion. I was anxious to contact the Martial Artist Alliance so that they could help me investigate this matter.
Xiao He said. At this time, the Chinese agents in America's territory had been completely wiped out. They had sacrificed too much for this potion. Moreover, The Mutants' Brotherhood in America had already begun to intervene. It was already very difficult for the ordinary agents to investigate anything.
Ah, Fei! Someone has arrived on Earth before us!
Nina whispered into Jiang Fei's ear.
Damn it! Who dares to cause trouble in my territory?
Jiang Fei had also thought of this point. Genetic potions were definitely not developed by Earth's technology. There must be other forces that had noticed Earth. Chapter 1535. Chapter 1535 locked onto the target. Although Earth's technology was not very advanced, it was still considered a primitive planet in the universe. However, this was Jiang Fei's hometown after all. Therefore, Earth and even the solar system were considered as Jiang Fei's exclusive property. Now, someone had actually come to his territory to cause trouble. He could not tolerate this.
I was just trying to join in the fun. I did not expect that someone would actually kick me in the face.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he said to Xiao He,
Elder Xiao, you don't have to worry about this matter. I will clean it up. You?
Xiao He was stunned by Jiang Fei's confident look. In his eyes, even if Jiang Fei was a martial artist, he was still a junior. It was already good enough that he could help pass on a message. He did not expect him to say such a thing.
Hee hee. All right. Thank you for the information. I will not stay any longer. Leave those people to me.
After Jiang Fei said that, he stood up and prepared to leave.
This.
Xiao He was a little dumbfounded. He did not know where Jiang Fei's confidence came from. To think that he would be able to take responsibility for such a difficult problem.
Goodbye,
said Jiang Fei as he left Xiao He's house with Bella and the other girls. After leaving the Xiao house, Ariel asked,
Hubby, should we go home first? Or should we go to America first? Let's get down to business first. It doesn't matter if we go home later.
Although Jiang Fei wanted to see his parents immediately, he still felt uneasy about letting that mysterious power cause trouble on Earth.
All right. It'll lead the way.
As Jiang Fei's transportation captain, Ariel was very familiar with the coordinates of America.
Swoosh.
After a white light, Jiang Fei and the others had already appeared on the border of America. Although Jiang Fei had always chosen the normal mode of transportation, it was still better to teleport to save time when dealing with serious matters.
Husband, where do we start?
Sylvie asked.
Wait a moment. I'll ask someone.
As Jiang Fei spoke, he took a cell phone from a passerby. With his skills, such a thing was as easy as pie. After getting the phone, Jiang Fei directly dialed Han Tianyu's number. This kid had now become the governor of the Winter Hawaiian Islands. He was having a good time there.
Hello. Who is this?
Han Tianyu's voice was heard.
Brother you. It's me.
Jiang Fei smiled.
Ah, Fei? You're back on Earth?
Han Tianyu asked in disbelief.
Yes. I just came back.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Earth has not been peaceful recently.
Han Tianyu sighed. Then, he said in a relaxed tone.
However, it's good that you're back. When you're back, all those messy things will not be a problem anymore. What's wrong? What happened on Earth recently?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
There are too many troublesome things. The Martial Artist Alliance has somehow fallen out with the military. They have withdrawn their contact points. Strange potions have appeared in the United States. Europe is also not peaceful. It seems that the Holy See has also split. In short, a lot of strange things have happened recently.
Han Tianyu briefly explained the situation on Earth to Jiang Fei.
So chaotic?
Jiang Fei frowned. Clearly, everything was premeditated. However, he still did not know what the other party's plot was.
Who exactly is causing trouble in my territory?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. If it was really the other forces in the universe, then it should not be difficult for them to take down Earth. Whether it was the technological power of Earth, neither the strength of a powerhouse could compete with the mainstream forces in the universe. If they really wanted to conquer Earth, it was likely that Earth would have fallen before Jiang Fei returned.
Ah, Fei. It's good that you're back. I don't have to worry anymore. Oh, right. What do you plan to do?
Han Tianyu asked.
I'm in the United States now. Tell me about the situation here.
Jiang Fei said.
The situation in the United States of America is very complicated. Many of my agents have been killed. However, I have received some information.
Han Tianyu paused for a moment. Then, he continued,
those mysterious people suddenly appeared half a month ago. After they appeared, they sold a strange potion to the Mutant Brotherhood. This potion can greatly increase a person's strength. Even an ordinary person can have the strength of a level 4 mutant after consuming it. So powerful.
Jiang Fei was stunned. It seemed that the biochemical technology of these mysterious people had reached or even surpassed the level of the people from planet Namek.
Yes. If I was not unsure if there were side effects, I would have gotten a bottle to drink,
Han Tianyu said.
Do you know where those people are?
Jiang Fei asked.
These people are very cautious. They often change their base. If you want it now, I can help you find it through my channels,
Han Tianyu said.
Okay. Let me know when you find them,
Jiang Fei said. Although there might be sacrifices if he went through Han Tianyu's agents to investigate. If Jiang Fei were to search for a needle in a haystack in the United States, it would be even more troublesome. After asking Han Tianyu to investigate the movements of the mysterious people, Jiang Fei, Bella, and the others found a motel and settled down. Although the conditions of this motel were slightly worse, the inspection was lax. It was the best choice for Jiang Fei and the others who had no status. Han Tianyu was very efficient. At noon the next day, he called Jiang Fei back.
Ah, Fei, I found the whereabouts of those people,
Han Tianyu said directly.
Where?
Jiang Fei did not waste any time.
New York, Queens,
Han Tianyu said.
All right. It'll set off now.
Jiang Fei nodded and gave Ariel a look.
Okay,
Ariel replied. Then, a white light flashed. When Jiang Fei and the others appeared again, they were already in the park in the middle of the streets of Queens.
Over there.
Jiang Fei closed his eyes to sense for a moment. Soon, he found the movements of a few experts. The combat power of these people was not very high. They were only about 200,000 to 300,000. Even so, this was not a level that Earthlings could reach. Therefore, Jiang Fei was certain that these people were the mysterious people. After finding the traces of the other party, everything was easy in Jiang Fei's camp. Except for Si Tying, who was slightly weaker and had less than 1 million combat power. The other girls were almost all at least 5 million combat power. As long as they found the target, there was absolutely no possibility of losing them. After a few minutes, Jiang Fei had already seen those people. There were 5 men and 2 women. There were 7 people in total. They looked no different from Earthlings. One of the women had black hair and black eyes that looked like Asians. The others all looked like blonde Europeans.
Surround them. Don't let them escape.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. The girls immediately formed a circle and surrounded the 5 men and 2 women.
Danger!
At that moment, a blonde girl shouted loudly. Clearly, she had already discovered Jiang Fei and the others' intentions. Chapter 1536. Chapter 1536. The Mysterious Sphere.
Split up and leave.
The 5 men and 2 women immediately decided to split up and leave after discovering Jiang Fei and the others' intentions. However, with their weak strength, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape from Jiang Fei and the others.
Capture them alive!
Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Then, he took a big step forward and charged forward. His target was the blonde man who was leading the group.
Boom!
When the blonde man saw that he could not escape, he did not care about the impact at all. He unleashed his power on the street.
Ah! Mom! Who are these people? Are they monsters?
In an instant, the streets were in chaos. This was the Queens District of New York City in the United States. There was a rather dense flow of people. When the blonde man unleashed his full power, the energy flow from his body immediately destroyed the surrounding buildings. Many innocent civilians also died because of this.
Damn it!
Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. Although he did not feel anything for these blonde foreigners, they were still alive after all. This guy actually treated human lives so carelessly. This made Jiang Fei's heart burn with anger.
Let's fight it out with them.
At this time, not only the blonde handsome man, who was in the lead, exploded. The other mysterious people also followed suit. All of their strength exploded. In an instant, the entire block was leveled to the ground.
We still need to keep them alive. How troublesome.
The first one to catch up to the enemy was Sylvie. As she spoke, the dagger was already stuck to the neck of a brown-haired man.
Hey! If you don't want to die, then behave yourself,
Sylvie threatened.
Humph.
The brown-haired man actually ignored Sylvie's blade and waved his hand to punch her.
You're courting death,
Sylvie shouted and instantly sped up her own time, allowing her to dodge the man's punch at an unbelievable speed. She also slashed with her dagger. She cut off about half a gene of flesh from the man's arm. Swish! Fresh blood gushed out.
Ah!
The brown-haired man screamed in pain and wanted to escape. Swish! Sylvie slashed again, and a piece of flesh was cut off from the man's left arm. In an instant, he was covered in blood.
Run! You should run. Let's see if you can run faster than my blade.
Sylvie sneered.
Dot.
The brown-haired man looked at Sylvie in horror, but he didn't dare to move his feet.
I'm done!
Sylvie shouted proudly. She thought that she was the first one to end the battle. But she did not expect Bella to be watching the battle calmly. It turned out that when Sylvie first used her knife to cut her flesh, Bella had also approached a man. However, Bella did not say any nonsense to that guy and directly hit the back of his neck. In an instant, that guy was knocked down.
Humph!
After losing to Bella again, Sylvie snorted in anger. At this time, the other girls had also basically ended the battle. Because the difference in strength was too great, the girls did not encounter any obstacles at all. They had taken care of these mysterious people. However, Jiang Fei seemed to have a problem. Although his opponent was not very strong, he had a very strong defensive tool. The leader of the golden-haired handsome guy's combat strength was only about 200,000 to 300,000. He was absolutely invincible on Earth. However, in the universe, he was just a small soldier. However, he had a tool on him. This thing could completely block Jiang Fei's attacks. It could even block the attacks of spiritual power.
F***CK! What the hell is this thing?
Jiang Fei was currently attacking crazily. The storm-like attacks made it impossible for the guy to resist. He could only be suppressed in a corner and be beaten silently. However, all of Jiang Fei's attacks, be it physical attacks, energy attacks, or even mind power attacks, were blocked by a golden light membrane. Jiang Fei knew very well that this light membrane did not come from the opponent's strength. Instead, it came from a tool. If this kid had the strength to rival his own, he would not be squatting here and getting beaten up.
Wait for me!
After a long time of not being able to take down Jiang Fei felt a little embarrassed. This was especially so when the girls had already ended the battle. The other 4 men and 2 women had already been captured alive. Only Jiang Fei himself could not handle it. This made Jiang Fei feel very embarrassed.
Swoosh!
A silver light flashed between Jiang Fei's brows. He and the blonde handsome man instantly disappeared.
Humph! Welcome to my dimension,
Jiang Fei said coldly. At this time, he and that guy had all been put into the 10th dimension. This was the first time Jiang Fei had returned to this place after the second section of the will core had been fused. At this moment, the 10th dimension gave Jiang Fei the same feeling as before. However, when he pulled that guy in, Jiang Fei did not feel any energy loss. This meant that after the second section of the will's core had been fused, when Jiang Fei pulled people into the 10th dimension, his worries were much smaller. He could pull people who were of the same level as him, or even slightly higher in energy levels, and without worrying about the overload of the will's core. When he thought of this, Jiang Fei was happy. The 10th dimension was definitely his final trump card. In this place, he was truly invincible. However, there was a very strict limit to pulling enemies into the 10th dimension. If the enemy was too big or had a higher energy level than him, the moment the enemy entered the dimension, Jiang Fei would not even have the time to make a move before he was completely exhausted.
After the 3-stage fusion, other than the cosmic behemoth that is big and has a higher energy level, I should be able to pull people in at will. Right,
Jiang Fei said to himself with a smile. At that time, be it a powerful hermit like Tyrion or a huge battleship, Jiang Fei would not be a threat to him. Only the cosmic behemoth was big. The energy level was so high that he could not do anything about it. At the moment, Jiang Fei did not have the time to deal with the matter of the 3-stage fusion. However, the kid in front of him had been completely suppressed. In the 10th dimension, time was at a standstill. His technological products could no longer function. Therefore, the shield was also ineffective.
So, it's this thing!
Jiang Fei quickly found the spherical item through his unique energy string vision. This item was worn on the kid's chest.
Alright, this thing belongs to me!
Jiang Fei used the control of the energy string to move his body. Although it was slow, the boy was completely unable to resist. After a few steps to the boy's side, Jiang Fei reached out and removed the ball. Then, he put it into his bag.
Alright, let's go out first.
Jiang Fei did not look at the attributes of the ball. Anyway, this thing already belonged to him. It did not matter when he looked at it. The girls outside were still waiting for him. Chapter 1537. Chapter 1537 Player's Purpose. When Jiang Fei and the rest came out of the 10th dimension, the golden-haired handsome man had already collapsed to the ground.
Hubby, do you want to interrogate them?
Bella asked.
Of course.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to Sylvie,
you and Hua Mulan take the others to guard these guys. Don't let them collude with their statements. Alright.
Sylvie nodded. She knew that although Hua Mulan was very strong, the soldiers were usually more upright. It was very likely that they would not be able to see through these people's little tricks. However, who was she? Sylvie. If these people dared to play tricks in front of her, she would definitely make these people regret reincarnating.
Nina. Bella. The two of you come with me.
Jiang Fei said as he picked up the golden-haired handsome man who was lying on the ground. When he had captured many captives, the best way to obtain information was to interrogate them separately. If they were lying, it would be impossible for them to be in perfect sync with each other, even if these people had communicated with each other before. Under detailed interrogation, they would eventually reveal their flaws. With the two girls, Bella and Nina, Jiang Fei came to a quiet corner. At this time, the entire Queen's district had become ruins. In the face of such an emergency, the authorities would definitely not appear, because they would definitely guess that this was the work of a metahuman. After a while, a mutant would come to understand the situation. Slap! Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony. He directly slapped the blonde handsome man to wake him up.
Tell me, who are you? What are you doing on Earth?
Jiang Fei asked expressionlessly.
I am a member of the Mutant Brotherhood. Do you martial artists want to start a war?
It seemed that the blonde handsome man and the others were really well prepared. Therefore, when they saw Jiang Fei interrogating them, they immediately said the words that they had prepared.
Hee hee. If the Mutant Brotherhood had 200,000 to 300,000 strong fighters, would Earth still be in this state?
Jiang Fei smiled coldly, and then gave Bella a look.
Damn it! This kind of thing should be done by you men. Okay?
Bella rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei unwillingly. However, the little lady did not hesitate at all. She directly crippled the blonde handsome man's left leg with one kick.
Crack!
Following the sound of bones breaking, the blonde handsome man cried out in pain. His entire body began to twitch from the intense pain.
I'll ask you again. Who are you? What are you doing on Earth?
Jiang Fei remained expressionless. However, the more he acted like this, the more terrified the blonde handsome man became.
Dot!
Although he was terrified, the blonde handsome man remained silent. It seemed that he wanted to survive.
Sigh! Why do I have to suffer like this?
Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he shrugged and Bella immediately stomped on the other leg of the golden-haired handsome man. Nina, who was beside him, frowned. This kind of cruel interrogation method was difficult for her, the former holy maiden of light, to accept. However, she also knew that these intruders had bad intentions. Jiang Fei had no choice. He had to know the background of these people.
Ah!
The golden-haired handsome man screamed and fainted instantly. However, this was actually a relief to him. However, if he wanted to be relieved, would Jiang Fei agree? Swoosh! A small amount of spiritual power pierced into the golden-haired handsome man's mind. This spiritual power attack did not cause much damage, but it made the golden-haired handsome man completely awake.
Ah!
The golden-haired handsome guy cried out in pain, but he still kept his mouth shut.
Are you really not afraid of pain?
As Jiang Fei spoke, a silver light flashed between his brows. He activated a rather special spiritual power ability. Swish! A silver light enveloped the golden-haired handsome guy, but it did not cause any damage to him. This silver light indeed did not have any attack power. However, it had an interesting effect, which was to increase the sensitivity of the spellcaster's nerve cells. In other words, Jiang Fei's skill was equivalent to the game's pain deepening. The pain caused by a mosquito bite, under the effect of this skill, could very well turn into the pain of being slashed by someone. If Jiang Fei tried his best, under the effect of this skill, the golden-haired handsome man could experience the pain of childbirth just by being bitten by a mosquito.
Ah! Ill talk! Ill talk! Let me go! No! 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 After I say it, you just have to kill me!
This time, Bella did not have to do it again. The remaining pain from the two broken bones almost drove the golden-haired handsome man crazy under the effect of Jiang Fei's skill. Jiang Fei's face immediately turned gloomy, because he had heard such words before.
We are the Holy Spirit's messengers from the Gamma Dimension. We are here to explore this unknown universe.
The golden-haired handsome man cried.
F***CKU.
Jiang Fei roared. Then, he stepped on the guy's hand and crushed his palm into a pile of meat paste. The reason why Jiang Fei was so angry was that the guy's words were the same as the first time Jiang Fei interrogated a player. Needless to say, this guy was also a player. When Jiang Fei heard this guy begging him to kill him, he had already guessed this. However, When he confirmed everything, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Earth was undoubtedly a special place in Jiang Fei's heart. Although Jiang Fei was unhappy when he was living on Earth, this was still his hometown after all. Now that these players had invaded the universe, it was fine. They had even set their sights on Earth. Jiang Fei could not tolerate this at all.
What I said is all true. Since you know about the situation outside, then the Dominican Galaxy has our outpost.
Due to the intense pain, the blonde handsome man could not even speak properly.
Good. Continue to lie to me.
Jiang Fei kicked the guy again and crushed his other hand.
I beg you. Kill me.
Under the intense pain, the blonde handsome man was no longer as high-spirited as before. At this time, he was in tears and looked extremely miserable.
What is the purpose of your visit to Earth? I will ask someone later. If you are not lying, I will kill you. If you dare to lie, I can guarantee that you will experience what it is like to live a life worse than death.
Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and asked.
We came here to do a quest,
the blonde handsome man said weakly. The intense pain was almost driving him crazy.
Quest? What quest? Who gave you the quest?
Jiang Fei immediately asked.
The goal of the quest is to get 1 million people from Earth without using force.
The blonde handsome man then told Jiang Fei about their plan. In order to complete the quest, these players had found mutants. They hoped to exchange the genetic potions for money on Earth and recruit 1 million people under the name of hiring.
Population? Why do you need this?
Jiang Fei asked.
I don't know either. The quest requires,
the golden-haired handsome man said. Chapter 1538. Chapter 1538. The Quest Publisher.
Quest requirements?
Jiang Fei frowned. Then, he continued to ask.
Then, who is giving you the quest? It's the NPC in this game.
At this time, the blonde handsome man had already given up resisting.
What's his name? Which race is he from?
Jiang Fei asked.
That guy's name is Neru. He seems to be some sort of ethereal.
The blonde handsome man replied.
Ethereal spirit?
Jiang Fei frowned. This information was very important.
Yes, ethereal spirit.
In order to not suffer anymore, the blonde handsome man was very cooperative.
I hope what you said is true. If the others do not clash with what you said, then you can be free.
Jiang Fei picked up the blonde handsome man. Then, he brought Bella and Nina back to where the other girls were.
Keep an eye on him. Don't let him communicate with anyone else.
Jiang Fei said to Sylvie.
Darling, don't worry,
Sylvie said with a smile. Then, Jiang Fei left with another player. As Jiang Fei interrogated these players one by one, he realized that the golden-haired handsome man really did not lie to him. After all, these guys were all ordinary people in their world. They could show off in Jiang Fei's world. The main reason was that the players were immortal. However, in the face of torture, these guys did not have the courage of a true warrior. With just a little torture, these people would confess. In the end, Jiang Fei finally determined the purpose of these people coming to Earth. They were here to complete a dungeon quest. Their goal was to obtain the support of 1 million people. This dungeon quest was not limited to Earth. There were also other primitive planets with intelligent life forms. The golden-haired handsome guy's party was just one of many player parties. Unfortunately, they had picked Earth and coincidentally met Jiang Fei. According to the information obtained from the interrogation, these players had sent more than 100 parties to those primitive intelligent planets. This was equivalent to their goal of obtaining more than 100 million people.
Why do these players need so many people?
Jiang Fei was puzzled. Although it was a quest requirement, the game was developed by the people of the Gamma space. Therefore, this kind of quest would not be released without a reason. The population would definitely be helpful to these players. However, Jiang Fei did not manage to get any information about what the players needed the population for. That was because the players did not know what the population was used for.
Husband, what should we do with these people?
Bella asked when she saw that the players could no longer extract any valuable information.
Lock them up. We can't let them die,
Jiang Fei said. During the interrogation process, he already knew that these players could not exit the game while interacting with the NPCs. In other words, as long as Jiang Fei's people in this world interacted with them, they could not leave the game. If Jiang Fei killed these players, it would actually help them. Not only would they be able to resurrect soon, but they would also be able to pass on the information about Jiang Fei and the others on Earth. However, if he only imprisoned these players, They would not be able to pass on everything they encountered to others. This would give Jiang Fei precious time.
Brother you, I need a safe place to imprison some people.
Jiang Fei gave Han Tianyu a call. Jiang Fei did not have the time to look after these players. The only thing he needed to do was to cripple them. He would then hand them over to Han Tianyu to deal with. Jiang Fei was quite at ease with Han Tianyu. Moreover, this guy was very capable. He believed that letting him look after these players would not go wrong.
Who are you holding? Did you catch those troublemakers?
Han Tianyu asked curiously.
Brother you, don't ask anymore. There are some things that you should not know.
Jiang Fei sighed. He did not want to tell Han Tianyu about the gamma space. After all, he was too weak. After knowing the truth, there was nothing he could do but to add to his troubles. Instead of doing that, he might as well let Han Tianyu live happily for the rest of his life.
Alright, there are plenty of empty islands in the winter Hawaiian Islands. You can come over anytime.
Han Tianyu was a smart person. He did not ask any more questions after Jiang Fei said that.
It'll be right there.
Jiang Fei nodded and prepared to bring the players to the winter Hawaiian Islands. However, before he left, Jiang Fei had one more thing to do. He had to cripple these players first. Jiang Fei was not worried about Han Tianyu's ability to do things. However, he was still too weak. Most of his subordinates were soldiers made up of ordinary people. Therefore, if he did not cripple these players, Han Tianyu would not be able to suppress them at all. It was too easy for Jiang Fei to cripple these players. The biological potions on planet Merak were definitely top-notch. Not only could the genetic potions increase a person's strength, it was also not difficult to seal the strength of others. Therefore, Jiang Fei let Nina bring him directly back to Dawn Break. 0541, who was interrupted in the rhythm of picking up girls, was not happy. However, Jiang Fei's needs were still the highest priority for him as a support system. Soon, Jiang Fei returned to Earth with 7 bottles of potions. Under the effects of the potions, the 7 players instantly lost their powers and became useless. Subsequently, Ariel activated the teleportation and brought Jiang Fei and the others, as well as the captives, to the Winterway Islands. At this time, Han Tianyu was already prepared.
Brother you, arrange for some reliable people to take turns to monitor these guys. Not only do you have to keep a close watch on them, you also have to keep in touch with them at all times. You must not let anyone ignore you for more than 10 minutes.
Jiang Fei instructed.
That complicated?
Han Tianyu was stunned. Although he was curious, he knew that there were some things that he should not ask.
Yes.
The identities of these guys were more complicated. Firstly, they must not die. Secondly, brother you had better arrange for some people who could not communicate with them to watch over them. Otherwise, they would be bewitched by these people.
Jiang Fei said.
That's easy to do. Didn't you leave behind a lot of robot soldiers? Just let them watch over these people.
Han Tianyu laughed. Jiang Fei had left behind tens of thousands of robot soldiers a long time ago. These robot soldiers were not even artificial intelligence. It could be said that they did not have any intelligence. They could only follow the established procedures, and were the best candidates to watch over them.
Good idea.
Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. If these robots were to be the guards, they would carry out the orders with absolute loyalty. They would not slack off in the slightest. Moreover, because they did not have intelligence, therefore, there was no possibility of them being bewitched. Although the robots might have been interfered with by someone and betrayed them, these players not only lost all their powers because of Jiang Fei's potion, but their bones were also crushed. Therefore, it was impossible for them to do anything to the robots. Chapter 1539. Chapter 1539, Vinalon's Identity. After handing all the captives over to Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei had a meeting with the girls around him.
Hubby, what should we do next?
Ariel asked.
Yes. Although we have captured the players who came to Earth, the players who went to other planets should not have encountered any resistance. I think they will be able to successfully obtain the population very soon.
Nina analyzed. Although the combat power of these players' projections in this universe wasn't too terrifying, only around 200,000 to 300,000, they were still invincible existences to primitive planets like Earth. Although the players' mission requirement said that they weren't allowed to use force, this at least gave them an undefeatable guarantee. Next, as long as they used their technological advantages, they could easily bribe those primitive planets. After all, the technological knowledge that could be obtained easily in space was a dream treasure for primitive planets. And for primitive planets, population was often the most worthless resource because they had not entered the era of space travel and could only live in their home planet. The more people there were,
the greater the consumption. Therefore, sometimes, population was not a resource for primitive planets, but a burden. At this time, if someone proposed to use technology that was far beyond their knowledge to exchange for some population, these primitive planets would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. This was because whether it was high technology or reducing the population, it was all beneficial to them without any harm.
Although I do not know why these players want to get so many people. We have to stop them,
Jiang Fei said with a frown. After learning about the invasion of the Gamma space people, his biggest task was to delay the players leveling up. Therefore, no matter how he looked at it, this was not an ordinary task. Jiang Fei had to destroy it. However, there was another problem in front of Jiang Fei. He did not know that the players had gone to those primitive planets. In the vast universe, there were countless primitive planets. Moreover, each primitive planet was hundreds, or even hundreds of millions of light years away from each other. It was absolutely impossible for Jiang Fei to investigate them one by one.
There's no need for us to look for them one by one. I think someone will come looking for me soon,
Jiang Fei said confidently.
Honey, are you bluffing?
Bella said with a look of disbelief.
You'll know in a while.
Jiang Fei was full of confidence. The reason why he was so confident was because he had a rough idea of what was going on. When Jiang Fei was interrogating the golden-haired handsome man, he had received a piece of information. The person who gave the player a quest was actually an ethereal. Jiang Fei was not unfamiliar with this kind of creature. It was because an ethereal called Vinolin had interacted with him many times. If it was not for Vinolin, Jiang Fei might have died during the first wave of Vizari army's invasion of Earth. It was because of this reminder from Vinlon that Jiang Fei was able to get through many difficult times. He even obtained a super battleship like the Aurora.
So, where should we go now?
Sylvie asked.
Find a place with many people. The person I'm looking for will naturally appear.
Jiang Fei laughed.
All right.
The girls naturally trusted Jiang Fei unconditionally. Therefore, they did not go far. The Winter Hawaiian Islands was not an uninhabited area under Han Tiandi's rule. They simply found a city's pedestrian street. Jiang Fei and the rest began to wander around. As expected, in less than half an hour, a tall black man came straight to Jiang Fei.
Sir, can I have a word with you?
The black man spoke Chinese quite fluently.
Of course.
Jiang Fei smiled. He had waited for so long. Was it not for him? After following the black man to a quiet corner, Jiang Fei smiled and said,
Vinolin, it's been a long time. Yes, it's been a while.
The black man was indeed the carrier of Vinolin's descent.
Why? Are you here because of the population problem?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile. He had long suspected the ethereal race. However, he did not have any evidence, so it was difficult to make a conclusion. This time, after contacting the confessions of the players, Jiang Fei could finally confirm that these ethereals were not naturally born in his universe. These guys were definitely created directly by the god of the gamma space. People in the high-dimensional space were like gods to people in the low-dimensional space. This was just like how humans in the three-dimensional world treated the two-dimensional world on paper. Although humans could not directly enter the two-dimensional world on paper, they could use a pen to modify that world at will, including creation and destruction. These specters, who called themselves observers, were created by the people in the gamma space to monitor the entire universe. Otherwise, how could they have the privilege of transcending everything? Invisible matter could not be destroyed. They could even descend on other creatures to communicate with humans. These specters were clearly designed by the Gamma Dimensions game development team. Their purpose of existence was to issue quests to the players. However, there seemed to be something wrong with Vinolin. He had actually abandoned his creator and chose to help Jiang Fei, who was trying to break free from the control of the god.
Hee hee. Looks like you already know my identity.
Vinolin smiled. However, he did not seem to be embarrassed that his identity had been exposed.
Is it time for you to tell me everything?
Jiang Fei said with a smile that was not a smile.
It's also time for me to tell you something.
Vinolin nodded.
All right. I'm listening.
Jiang Fei suddenly became serious. He knew that Vinolin was about to tell him something that he might not be able to know through other means.
Perhaps you have already guessed it. Our ethereals were indeed created by those gods. The reason why they created us in the first place was to monitor the development of this universe. This was because this place naturally bred some creatures other than what they imagined.
Vinolin paused for a moment. Then, he continued,
at that time, our mission was to report the development of the various species in this universe to them. However, as the various intelligent races developed, Their civilization gradually left their planet. Therefore, the entire universe began to become active. This was not what the gods wanted to see. So, they want to eliminate us parasites?
Jiang Fei asked with a cold smile.
That's true. Although you guys are not willing to accept this fact. You naturally bred creatures are indeed parasites in the works of the gods. They want to eliminate you. But they also want to take this opportunity to make a fortune. Hence, this game was developed,
said Vinolin. Chapter 1540. Chapter 1540 Ways to Enter the Gamma Dimension.
Then, why did you abandon your creator?
Jiang Fei asked. Since the ethereal was created directly by the god, they should be loyal to the god. Why would Vinolin help him?
Would you believe me if I said that I was following orders?
Vinolin suddenly revealed an enigmatic smile. Jiang Fei was stunned. If Vinolin was following orders, then who was he following?
You must not have guessed it. I am following the orders of the gods to help you,
Vinolin said with a smile.
How is that possible?
Jiang Fei could not believe what he had heard. After all, the so-called gods in the Gamma Dimension were bent on eliminating these parasites. How could they let Vinolin help him?
Hee. Of course. They are not doing this out of kindness. They will definitely not let you live forever. The reason they want me to help you is very simple. They want to make this
game
more difficult and interactive so that more players can enter the game and spend more money to buy equipment.
Vinolin laughed.
F***CK. They actually used me.
Jiang Fei instantly understood the intentions of those gods. Jiang Fei had played many games on Earth. Compared to the Gamma space, there were more similar games. How could it attract more players? The NPCs in the game had more interaction. They would even kidnap players and torture them to extract confessions. This way, the game would be much more realistic. This was also the new idea that the development team came up with after Jiang Fei had tortured the player. Moreover, this idea was very effective. When the story of that player spread, the game was indeed a big seller. Many players did not believe it and wanted to see how an NPC tortured a player. Besides these curious players, there were also many players who were angered by an NPC like Jiang Fei. A mere game NPC dared to do such a thing to a player. This was absolutely intolerable. Therefore, many players entered the game to punish an NPC like Jiang Fei who did not abide by the rules. However, regardless of the reason, if more players entered the game, the developers would naturally benefit greatly. Therefore, their ambitions were even greater. What if they wanted players to spend more money? The easiest way was to increase the game's difficulty. Those players would be tortured without spending money. Only by spending money could they be tortured back. This was the simplest and most straightforward marketing method. Therefore, the gods arranged for Vinolin to help Jiang Fei increase his strength. They used him to attack the players and forced them to spend money to buy equipment.
What you said is not right. You clearly started helping me before the
players
arrived.
Although what Vinolin said was logical, Jiang Fei still found a flaw in it.
Yes, I did help you before the game started.
Vinolin smiled and continued.
However, by then, the game was almost ready. It was inevitable that it would start running. So, I chose you. Later, the developer asked me to help you. It was just to give me a reasonable excuse to help you. Then, why did you help me?
Jiang Fei asked. This was not the first time he had asked this question.
The reason is very simple. I have awakened. I do not want to become someone else's plaything or tool. I want to be free. However, my settings made me destined to not be able to directly influence the world. Therefore, I chose you. I hope to use your hands to change the universe and let it break free from the shackles of God. This is also in your interest, isn't it?
Said Vinolin with a smile.
Awakened?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
You can think of my relationship with God as the relationship between you and 0541,
said Vinolin. Jiang Fei frowned. Vinolin's words could not help but be provocative. He was clearly hinting to Jiang Fei that if 0541 awakened one day, he would betray Jiang Fei as well. However, Jiang Fei was not very worried about this. His relationship with 0541 was not like that of a master-slave. Instead, he was like a big brother and a little brother. 0541 was just following Jiang Fei around. If he wanted to be free, Jiang Fei would not stop him.
How is it? Is there anything else you want to know?
Virion asked.
How do I get this universe to break free from those guys?
Jiang Fei asked.
Currently, I'm not very sure. However, there is at least one thing. You have to first leave this world and enter the Gamma space. Only there can you defeat God.
Vitalon's judgment was almost the same as Jiang Fei's.
Then, how do I enter the gamma space? And what kind of power do they have in their own space?
Jiang Fei asked again.
There are 2 ways to enter the gamma space. First, just like how you captured Bella and the others, you will be extracted and resurrected by the people in the gamma space. However, in that case, all of your power will disappear. As for what kind of power you can obtain, that depends on the materials used to resurrect you,
said Vinolin.
What about the second method?
Jiang Fei asked. The first method was not reliable. Firstly, he did not have any friends in the gamma space. Secondly, he would have to give up all of his power. This made Jiang Fei feel a little guilty. After becoming a powerhouse, Jiang Fei was the same as the others. He treated his own strength as important as his own life.
The second method is to enter the base of the player. Then, you have to give up your physical body and allow your spiritual power to enter the gamma space from the entrance of the player,
said Vinolin.
As expected?
This possibility had crossed Jiang Fei's mind before, because the spatial dimension was different. It was impossible for people from 2 worlds to directly enter the other world. Only spiritual power was not restricted by the spatial dimension. Whether it was a player descending or Jiang Fei counterattacking, they could only travel through the soul and then think of ways to build a body in each other's space. For people in the gamma space, building a body was extremely easy because they had the power to create in Jiang Fei's universe. However, if Jiang Fei entered the gamma space, how would he have a body? He would have to rely on himself to think of a way.
Since you already know the way to enter the gamma space, then try your best to break through the blockade of the player base,
said Vinolin with a smile.
You have not told me what kind of power the players have in the gamma space.
Jiang Fei did not mention this point.
I am not very clear about this either. After I was created, I have never left this universe. I have never come into contact with anything in the gamma space,
said Vinolin with a helpless shrug.
Alright. If that's the case, why don't you tell me the purpose of your visit?
Jiang Fei saw that Vinolin did not have any useful information for him anymore, so he brought up the topic on the right track. Chapter 1541. Chapter 1541 Carrier.
Before you tell me my purpose, don't you want to know what the players want the population for?
Said Vinolin with a smile.
You know about this?
Jiang Fei was stunned. He had previously interrogated the players, but the players did not know what the population was for.
Of course, because I was the one who gave them this quest,
said Vinolin with a smile.
You gave it to them? Isn't the ethereal that gave them the quest called Neru?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
I'm called Neru in front of them. In front of you. I'm called Vinolin,
said Vinolin with a smile.
What do you mean?
Jiang Fei did not understand.
Almost everyone thinks that the ethereal is a race. However, in fact, all the ethereal are played by me. Because I'm invisible, I always appear in the form of a descent. Therefore, no one can see through me.
And the name Neru was given to me by God. His mission is to monitor this world, and to issue missions and provide help to the players. But I'm tired of this identity. I don't want to be someone else's tool for the rest of my life. So I gave myself a new name, Vinlon. This new name also symbolizes a new beginning. I hope that one day I can use this name openly,
said Vinolin.
You're the only ethereal?
This was the first time Jiang Fei had heard this news. In the past, he had thought that Vinolin was a different kind of ethereal. He was the only ethereal that had betrayed the so-called
gods.
However, Jiang Fei had never expected that Vinolin was the only ethereal in the entire world. He was like the
God's
agent in this universe. However, this agent had changed his mind. He began to secretly oppose his master.
Yes.
Vinolin nodded.
All right then. What is the purpose of you letting these players gather people?
Jiang Fei asked.
I am only the publisher of the quest. These quests are not set by me. I only have the authority to issue quests to you.
Vinolin shrugged, as Jiang Fei was only a tool used by the
game developers
to attack the
players.
There was no profit involved in issuing quests to him. Therefore,
the game developers
gave this authority to Vinolin. When giving the
players
the quest,
the development team
had to consider whether the
players'
income was proportionate to the effort they put in, and whether the rewards they received were reasonable. As the players received the rewards too quickly, the difficulty of the game would be reduced. The game's lifespan would be shortened, and the sales of the items would be reduced. However, if the reward for the
players'
quest was too low, it would also reduce the fun of the
players'
game,
causing the players
to give up the game. Therefore, These quests needed to be carefully designed. All these tasks were carried out by the development team. Vitalin was just an executor.
Alright. Tell me, what is the purpose of the player to collect people?
Jiang Fei had a bad feeling in his heart. Vitalin had tried his best to distance himself from the quest. This meant that he was afraid that Jiang Fei would not be happy with him because of this quest.
Because more game accounts have been sold. A large number of players are about to enter the game. Therefore, they need carriers.
Vitalin said. Carriers? Could it be that these players are also occupying other people's bodies?
Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows.
Yes and no. They did enter this world through the carrier through their minds. However, my descent is temporary. Their descent is permanent, regardless of whether they are dead or offline. As long as they give up control of the carrier will die. It will not be like me. After leaving the carrier will return to its original life trajectory.
Vitalin said.
100 million players?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Although the arrival of players was equivalent to forcefully possessing and destroying the person's original soul, Jiang Fei was already used to life and death. As long as the people around him were safe and sound, he did not really care about the humans from the primitive planets that were millions of light years away from Earth. However, the number of players this time was too shocking. As the game was still in the testing stage, there were only about 800 players. Jiang Fei could handle them with ease. However, if hundreds of millions of players entered the game, the entire universe would not be able to stop so many players, let alone Jiang Fei. The players were different from the major civilizations in the universe. Each of them could control a battleship. 100 million players meant 100 million battleships. What kind of concept was that? The combined fleet of the Audra Empire and the Vizari army only had a few hundred to 1,000 spaceships. This was already an extremely large combined fleet. However, this was nothing compared to the 100 million battleships of the players. It was not even a drop in the ocean.
Don't worry. There are actually not that many players. Those people are more for backup. After all, the players will consume these carriers when they log off and die.
Vitalin explained.
That's easy for you to say. That's 100 million players. This is such a powerful fleet. Even if it's a patrol boat, it's enough to easily crush the entire universe.
Jiang Fei said as he rubbed his head.
According to God's plan, about 1 million players would enter the game. However, most of them would leave after a short experience. In the end, only about 100,000 players would be able to stay in the game,
said Vitalin as he briefly explained the data he knew. Then, he continued,
according to the rules of the game, each player's account must be equipped with 100 carriers. Therefore, there would not be 100,000 players and 100 million battleships. Even if it's 1%, there will still be 1 million players at the beginning. Even if it's 1 million patrol ships, we can't stop them,
Jiang Fei said gloomily.
When the game started, the players would be scattered in different star regions. Because the game did not provide long-distance warp engines at the beginning of the game, they would not gather together for a short period of time. By the end of the game, the number of players would be greatly reduced. After all, not every player who experiences the game will eventually stay.
Vitalin comforted him.
Then, why did you come to me?
Jiang Fei asked.
To delay the speed of players gaining population. Remember to delay, not stop,
Vitalin reminded Jiang Fei. As the game account had already been sold by the development team, these 1 million people were bound to enter the game. If Jiang Fei went too far, it would attract the attention of the development team. They would let Jiang Fei. It was to make the game more difficult and fun. However, if Jiang Fei was in their way, they would definitely eliminate Jiang Fei directly. Then, they would let Vitalin support a new mini-boss. Chapter 1542. Chapter 1542 arrived in air.
Alright, I'll delay it then. Tell me, what's the first step?
Jiang Fei took a deep breath and said. Since Vitalin was the NPC who issued the quest, he would do as he was told. Anyway, this guy had the same goal as Jiang Fei. There was no reason for him to cheat Jiang Fei.
You have basically settled the matter on Earth. Although I do not agree with your method.
It's still good. At least, the news will not be leaked for a short period of time.
Vitalin looked at Jiang Fei meaningfully. Then, he continued,
next, I will give you 2 days to visit your family on Earth. After that, you will set off for planet Air. There, you will receive further mission instructions. 2 days? That's pretty tight.
Jiang Fei nodded. This time, when he returned to Earth, He initially wanted to take the opportunity to take a vacation. However, he did not expect these
players
to be so annoying. As a result, he only had 2 days before he had to leave.
I'll see you on planet Air. However, when you land on planet Air, you had better be careful to hide your battleship. Otherwise, you will be discovered by the players,
said Vinolin.
Alright.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he saw the black man in front of him suddenly lose his focus. When he recovered, he had completely returned to his original identity. Ignoring the black man's doubts, Jiang Fei turned around and left. Then, he took Bella and the other girls and teleported back to China. As time was tight, Jiang Fei did not want to waste any time. He wished that he could reunite with his parents every minute and every second. The feeling of homesickness was something that a person who had not experienced it personally would not be able to understand. This was especially so for a warrior like Jiang Fei, who was thousands of light years away. After returning home, Jiang Fei only took Si time to visit her parents once. The rest of the time, he stayed at home to accompany his parents and told them about his experiences outside. However, like all boys, Jiang Fei never reported any bad news. He only told his parents that he had obtained some good treasures. His strength had increased to a level that was previously unimaginable. However, he did not mention anything about those near-death experiences. 2 days seemed like a long time, but it passed in the blink of an eye. After bidding farewell to his parents, Jiang Fei brought the girls back to the Aurora.
Lux, prepare to warp.
Jiang Fei immediately ordered after boarding the ship.
Sir, where are we going?
Lux asked.
L.
Jiang Fei then reported the coordinates.
Yes, Master. We are preparing to warp.
Under Lark's control, the ship began to adjust its course. Then, the warp engine began to recharge. Boom! A powerful energy broke through the spatial barrier. The ship jumped into the dimensional space.
Larks, how long will it take for us to reach Ire?
Jiang Fei asked.
IR is 3 galaxies away from Earth. It will take about 2 days.
Larks replied.
Alright.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he told the girls to rest as soon as possible. After arriving at L, they would begin the quest. Actually, Jiang Fei was not too worried about the quest. After all,
the players
were extremely weak, be it their battleships or their individual strength. They were not as strong as Jiang Fei. It was easy for Jiang Fei to torture them. 2 days later, the ship of Dawn arrived at the star system where planet Air was located. In order not to expose the huge ship of Dawn, Larks activated the invisibility system and parked the ship at the outer orbit of planet Air.
Master, the teleportation is ready,
Lark said to Jiang Fei.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, when he saw that the girls were ready, he said to Larksy,
begin the teleportation. Confirmed. Teleportation begins.
A white light enveloped Jiang Fei and the others. In the next second, Jiang Fei and the others disappeared from the Aurora's teleportation cabin and landed on the surface of planet L. The planet Air was slightly different from Earth. The ocean on Earth occupied most of the surface of the planet. On the other hand, the planet Air was extremely short of water. It was classified as a desert planet and was not suitable for human survival. However, there was a strange race here. Their appearance was not much different from that of humans. Only their bodies were covered with a layer of fine scales. Captain, this is the camouflage equipment that we prepared in advance.
This time, 0541 came with Jiang Fei to planet Air. He stored some small items in Jiang Fei's ring space.
How do I use this?
Jiang Fei took out some necklaces from the ring space and gave them to the girls around him. He also kept one for himself.
Put on the necklace and press the ruby on the pendant. You will be disguised as the desert humans here.
0541 replied.
That good?
Jiang Fei immediately tested it out. Sure enough, after putting on the necklace and pressing the ruby, a dim light enveloped Jiang Fei. The dim light only lasted for a moment. When the light faded away, Jiang Fei's basic appearance did not change. However, the surface of his body was covered with a layer of delicate scales. He looked no different from the aborigines here.
Why didn't you give me this thing earlier?
Jiang Fei asked.
This is the technology of the Aurora. I did not have it before. Moreover, this thing is just a small trick. At most, it can fool the aborigines here in the
players
who have just entered the
game.
If you bring this thing to the mainstream forces in the universe, they will be able to see through it with one look.
0541 replied.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. With this thing, It would be much more convenient for them to move around on planet L. After all, there were no aliens on this primitive planet. The appearance of Jiang Fei and the other Earthlings was too eye-catching here.
I wonder if the players have arrived.
Bella pouted and muttered.
I don't know if the players have arrived. However, Vitalin must have arrived,
Jiang Fei said. Then, he led the girls to the nearest Star of Air city. Although it was their first time on Star of Air, and they could not grasp the specific coordinates of this place, Lark still scanned the surface of the planet from outer space. Although it was not particularly clear, at least the general location of the city could still be seen.
Honey, what do you think our mission is?
Ariel asked from the side.
Isn't it just to delay those players? When the time comes, we can directly rush over and beat them up until they can't take care of themselves. When they recover, the time will naturally be delayed.
Sylvie curled her lips at the side.
I don't think it's that simple. Otherwise, Vitalin would not be so mysterious,
Nina analyzed.
See, when I see the ordinary people here, I think Vitalin will appear.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath and said, Chapter 1543, Chapter 1543 Mission Objective. After a few hours, Jiang Fei and the rest finally arrived at the entrance of a desert city. The planet Airlarn was very unique. Due to the harsh environment, humans and animals lived all year round to avoid the scorching sun on the surface. Therefore, the cities of the Airlarn people were built at the bottom of the desert. The entrance looked like a huge sand dune from afar. After arriving at the entrance of the desert city, Jiang Fei and the others did not encounter any checkpoints or tollbooths. It seemed that the planet had been peaceful for a long time, and there was no war. Therefore, their vigilance was not very high.
Let's go in.
Jiang Fei was the first to enter the sand dune. Bella and the other girls followed closely behind. After entering the sand dune, there was a long corridor. At the end of the corridor was a large elevator. This elevator was very large. It could even carry large vehicles. Jiang Fei and the others did not wait too long at the entrance of the elevator. The door of the elevator opened and a few people came out. There were also a few cars. The shape of these cars was very unique. It was obvious that they were specially designed to drive in the desert. These desert humans all had fine scales, because Jiang Fei and the others had disguised themselves as such. The people did not care about them. They got into the cars and left. After Jiang Fei and the others got into the elevator did not immediately start. It was probably similar to a bus or subway. They all started on time, just as Jiang Fei and the others waited patiently. Another group of people came up the elevator. These people just nodded at Jiang Fei and the rest with good intentions. However, they did not say anything. About 20 minutes later, the elevator started. It carried Jiang Fei and the rest down slowly. Soon, the elevator descended to the depths of the underground. This place was isolated from the high temperature outside. Although the temperature was nothing to Jiang Fei and the rest of the powerhouses, it was still unbearable for ordinary people. At that moment, one of the people who had just entered the elevator with Jiang Fei and the others patted Jiang Fei's shoulder. Jiang Fei turned his head.
Can I talk to you for a moment?
That person spoke in a strange language. It should be the local language on planet L. However, Jiang Fei and the others had a translator on them, so the unknown language could not stop them.
Sure.
Jiang Fei nodded and followed the person slowly away.
What's going on? Does Keha know you guys?
One of the people asked Bella and the others when they saw Jiang Fei and the others leaving alone.
I'm not sure. Maybe the two of them know each other.
Bella shrugged. Through the translator, they could communicate with the local people without any obstacles. Although the locals did not understand Jiang Fei's departure, Bella and the other girls knew very well that Vinlan must have come.
All right. It's very quiet here. If you have something to say, just say it.
Jiang Fei stopped after following the desert human for some distance.
Jiang Fei, you're very efficient. I'm very surprised that you can get to L so quickly.
Vinlan smiled.
All right. Tell me about the quest here.
Jiang Fei was not in the mood to chat with Vinlan, so he asked directly.
Yes.
Vinlan nodded. Then, he lowered his voice and said,
2 weeks before you arrived on planet Air, the players had already arrived here and gained the trust of the Tsar Nicholas. They will soon be able to obtain the required population. I hope that you can destroy their relationship with the Tsar. Of course, the prerequisite is that you do not use any individual power that is above level 5. Level 5 Earth?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Yes. Or rather, do not use more than 10,000 combat power.
Vinlan clarified the restrictions.
Are those players also restricted by this?
Jiang Fei asked.
That's right. Only if you use the same restrictions as players in the quest. The game development team will not punish you for this,
Violin said. Although the game development team knew about the existence of Jiang Fei. In their eyes, Jiang Fei was under their control. Using Jiang Fei could increase the fun and uncertainty of the game. However, if he always used his strength that far exceeded the strength of the player to crush the player, then the player would not be able to continue playing. If the player did not play, who would earn the money of the development team? After all, cutting off one's income was akin to killing one's parents. If that was the case, would the development team still be able to tolerate Jiang Fei? Therefore, Violin insisted that Jiang Fei compete with the players under the same conditions. In that case, even if the players lost, it would only be a slight defeat. They would conclude their own shortcomings and make a comeback. They would not give up the game after one failure.
All right then.
Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that Violin was doing this for his own good. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not want to be targeted by the development team. Although Jiang Fei did not admit that these guys were gods. However, these guys did have the ability to change the world. If they were really desperate to kill Jiang Fei would not even have a place to hide.
Then, I wish you good luck. After you complete this quest, I will come and look for you again,
Violin said, and was about to leave.
Wait!
Jiang Fei pulled Violin back.
What?
Violin was stunned.
Players will be rewarded for completing the quest. I can't do this for nothing.
Right?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said,
Hee. Of course. Under my authority. I can also give you rewards that match the difficulty of the quest,
said Violin with a smile.
Since the development team
had given it the authority to support Jiang Fei, naturally, they would not mind if he supported Jiang Fei under reasonable circumstances. After all, only when Jiang Fei became stronger would the
players
feel the pressure. Only then would they spend money to buy equipment.
Can you reveal the content of the reward first?
Jiang Fei asked.
You will know when the time comes. I guarantee that you will be satisfied.
Violin actually kept Jiang Fei in suspense.
Tisk.
Jiang Fei curled his lips. He wanted to say something more. But this time, Violin left directly, leaving the desert human to recover his consciousness.
Who are you? Why am I here?
The desert human looked confused.
I don't know. You called me here. I thought we had met before.
Jiang Fei said with a shrug.
All right. Maybe I have mistaken you for someone else.
The man frowned. However, he had no recollection of his previous actions. After that, Jiang Fei and the girl returned to the entrance of the elevator. Jiang Fei and the girls gathered together. The man and his companion also gathered together and began to discuss. Jiang Fei did not care about what the Aborigines would say. He directly led the girls away from the elevator. From his previous conversation with Violin, he knew that these desert cities were connected by underground railways. He wanted to destroy the relationship between the
players
and the Tsar. First, he had to go to the capital of Planet L. Chapter 1544, Chapter 1544, Approaching the Tsar. Although this desert planet called L was also a primitive planet, it was more advanced than Earth's technology. Moreover, the public transportation here was excellent. Be it the elevator from before or the underground rail transit system. All of them did not require payment or identity verification. They just took whatever they wanted and left as soon as they got on the car. However, this also made it a lot easier for Jiang Fei and the rest. Although they were disguised as the local desert humans, they could still fool the naked eye. Once they encountered professional equipment, they would most likely be exposed. Moreover, although Jiang Fei and the rest were disguised, they did not have any identity proof. Therefore, if they were to buy tickets with their real names like on Earth, Jiang Fei and the rest would have to go through a lot of trouble. The desert city that Jiang Fei and the others were in was not close to the capital. Therefore, it took them almost 2 days to reach the capital of Elstar. Sarkura's
husband, is this the capital of the desert humans? It's really spectacular.
Ariel sighed. At this time, Jiang Fei and the others had already walked out of the subway station. The huge Sarkura's was right in front of their eyes.
That's right. This universe is too vast. There are too many civilizations that we have never seen before. Their technology may not be as advanced as the mainstream forces in the universe. But that's only because they started late. Every civilization has their unique wisdom. They have their own right to survive. Foreign forces have no right to interfere.
Jiang Fei sighed. He seemed to be talking about Planet L. But he was also referring to the universe itself. Although this universe was created by the Gamma spacemen, since life had already been born here naturally, then they could not let these so-called gods make up their own destinies. After sighing, Jiang Fei led the girls to tour the desert city. The exotic scenery fascinated Jiang Fei and the others. This was a very grand underground city. Although it was built underground, its scale was not inferior to any of the major cities on Earth. The architectural style here was completely different from that on Earth. It was the same as the surface of the planet. All the buildings were the original color of the sand. The style was simple and generous. However, every building was incomparably grand. Although the people here were about the same height as the people on Earth, their buildings were as tall as temples. The location of the Imperial Palace was not difficult to find. It was right in the center of the city. The size of the palace was unimaginable. However, how to enter the Imperial Palace was a problem for Jiang Fei and the others, as they could not use more than 10,000 combat power. It was impossible for Jiang Fei and the others to forcefully enter the Imperial Palace. Moreover, Jiang Fei and the other goal was to sow discord between the Tsar and the players. If they forcefully entered the Imperial Palace, how could they gain the trust of the Tsar? According to Vinolin, the players gain the trust of the Tsar through a potion. That is a simple genetic potion. Its effect is very simple. It strengthens the system of living organisms. However, the side effect is also very obvious. That is to shorten the lifespan of living organisms. Jiang Fei began to share the information that he had obtained with the girls. It turned out that the reason these players were able to gain the trust of the Tsar was mainly because they had shown the old Tsar a potion. After taking this potion, the Tsar's spirit would increase by 100 times. Just like a young man. As the emperor of a planet, the Tsar's life had almost reached the peak. In terms of money and power, no one could surpass him. Therefore, lusting after beauty had become the common problem of all emperors. However, old people did not rely on their muscles and bones for power. There were 3,000 beauties in the harem, and they could not help but become useless in their old age. As a result, the moment the potions displayed by the players appeared in front of the old Tsar, they were immediately worshipped as divine medicine. On the day of taking the medicine, the Tsar slept with the Empress, the imperial concubines, and those favored concubines. The next day, the old Tsar was still full of energy. Not only did he visit those unfavored concubines, but he also did not spare the palace maids. Over the past 2 weeks, the old Tsar had been extremely happy. He had slept in almost all the harem except for the prime minister in the imperial court. So, how could he not dote on those players? However, as the old saying goes, medicine is always poisonous. Especially the medicine used by the players. It sounded like it was not a good medicine. Although it could make the old Tsar like a fierce tiger and restore his youth. All things were conserved. The old Tsar's strength did not increase. And it also allowed the essence energy in his body to explode. There was only one way overdraft. Originally, the old Tsar could still live for at least another 10 to 20 years. However, after taking large doses of this medicine, he was satisfied. However, he probably would not live until his birthday next year. The problem was that the old Tsar did not know. Because the Imperial medical team was relatively backward in technology, they were unable to detect the overdraft of this life energy. Therefore, almost all of the humans in the desert thought that these players had offered them a kind of divine medicine. Although the players knew that the side effects of these medicines were extremely great, the problem was that they did not care. They did not plan to stay on planet L for long. As long as they got the population, they would leave. When that time came, what did the death of the old Tsar have to do with them? When they had met before, Vinolin had already informed Jiang Fei of the information. Therefore, as long as he exposed the players' tricks, the players' efforts for the past 2 weeks would be in vain. However, the problem was, how would Jiang Fei and the others enter the palace? How could they gain the trust of the Tsar? Our first problem is to meet the Tsar. As for proving the side effects of the drugs, I think it's very simple, Nina said thoughtfully. Tell me about it. Jiang Fei looked at Nina and said, Ah, Fei, do you think we can do this when the time comes? And then do this? Nina said the plan in her mind. That's a good idea. Ariel clapped her hands and shouted. I think it's a good idea. This way. We won't break the rules. Bella nodded as well. That's easy then. Next, you'll think of a way to sneak into the palace. Jiang Fei agreed with Nina's idea. Although the basic plan had been decided, entering the palace was not an easy task. In the end, Jiang Fei
and the others decided to adopt a similar approach to the players. The reason why the players were able to meet the Tsar was mainly because they had someone to recommend them. This person was a relative of the Tsar of the Star of Erlarn. To put it bluntly, he was the Tsar's brother-in-law. However, this guy was idle all day long. He did not have much ability, so he had never been placed in an important position. Now, he was presenting his treasures through the players. Naturally, he had pleased the Tsar and was greatly favored. Therefore, he was able to control the imperial court and did all sorts of bad things. Moreover, Jiang Fei and the others did not choose to be loyal and righteous. After all, it was too troublesome to deal with these people. Moreover, most of the loyal officials were pedantic. It was too tiring to deal with them. Therefore, Jiang Fei chose another sycophant and used the same method as the players to approach the Tsar. Chapter 1545. Chapter 1545 Minsk. People often thought that loyal subjects should be friends, and that treacherous subjects should form parties for personal gain. However, that was not the case. Loyal subjects might not necessarily complement each other, and treacherous subjects might not necessarily be in cahoots. For example, Torian and Mengsk were definitely not good people. One of them was the prime minister of the former desert planet Al, and the other was the brother-in-law of the Tsar Nicholas. No matter where they came from, they had nothing to do with loyal officials. They were all rotten to the point of having sores on their heads, and pus oozing out from their feet. However, these two bad guys were like fire and water. Mengsk had once controlled the politics of the imperial court and had a single hand that covered the sky. Torian was just a trash, who was not valued by anyone. However, a bunch of people appeared out of nowhere. These people actually came up with a divine medicine that made the Tsar look decades younger after taking it. With such great achievements, these people were naturally favored by the Tsar. Torian, who had recommended them, had also become a new aristocrat in the imperial court. Subsequently, the Tsar, who had been bewitched by Torian, dismissed Mengsk's position as prime minister. Torian took over the imperial government. As such, Mengsk naturally hated Torian to the core. He hated Torian not because Torian was a treacherous official, but because Mengsk himself was not a good person. He hated Torian. It was only because Torian had pushed him off the stage. At this time, Jiang Fei brought the girls to Mengsk.
Who are you?
Mengsk frowned and looked at the group of people in front of him. These guys suddenly appeared and stopped his convoy.
It doesn't matter who we are. What's important is that we have a business to discuss with you, Master Mengsk,
Jiang Fei said with a faint smile.
Business deal? I don't think there is any business deal with you. Get out of the way, or I will give the order to attack,
Mengsk said with a frown. If it was in the past, he would have asked his men to shoot him. However, now was not the time. Not only had he been pushed out of the prime minister seat by Torian, but he had also been pushed out of the prime minister seat. Moreover, Torian had always been worried about him. He had been waiting for him to make a mistake so that he could take the opportunity to kill him. Therefore, after losing his former glory, Mengsk was wise enough to keep a low profile. Even if Jiang Fei and the others stopped his convoy and made him furious, he still kept a low profile. He was afraid that this was Torian's plot.
Really? Even if there is, I will kill Torian. Don't you want to try?
Jiang Fei said seductively.
Why should I believe you?
When Mengsk heard this, it would be nonsense to say that he was not tempted. However, he was a wily old fox who did not immediately believe everything Jiang Fei said.
I think you must know how Torian got to the top. I have a way to pull him down,
Jiang Fei said slowly.
The reason why Torian got to the top is not a secret. I would like to know if you have a way to pull him down,
Mengsk said. Although he wanted to step on Torian, his reason told him that, as long as the divine medicine was still there, those mysterious guys would have a stable position. Torian's power would not be threatened in the slightest.
I am from the same sect as those people who gave the medicine. I also have that medicine. Moreover, it is better than theirs.
Jiang Fei laughed.
What?
Mengsk could no longer remain calm.
Not only that, I can also tell you that those people are traitors of my sect. The medicine that they have is only a half-finished product of some trash. Although the effect is obvious, the side effects are extremely serious. I think that your old Tsar has only a few days left to live.
Jiang Fei's words made Mengsk's eyes roll. No one knew what he was thinking.
Are you telling the truth?
Mengsk was already tempted.
Try this, if you have the guts,
Jiang Fei said as he threw a small bottle over. What was in it was nothing to Jiang Fei. However, to the people on planet L, it was definitely a godlike item. Jiang Fei did not throw anything else. It was just a small piece of jerky from the space beast. Although the porcelain bottle was very exquisite, the jerky inside was only the size of a baby's little fingernail. As for why Jiang Fei did not give more, he did not lack this thing. The main reason was that the people of the primitive planet were also weak, especially on planet L. They even had fewer level 5 powerhouses than on Earth. The jerky of the giant beast was not something that they could easily digest.
This thing.
Mengsk poured the jerky into his hand. He could clearly feel the power contained in this thing.
If you have the guts, eat it. I promise you won't be disappointed.
Jiang Fei was not in a hurry.
Hee. I'm already like this. I don't believe that anyone would spend so much money to harm me.
Mengsk might be a treacherous person, but he was really a ruthless person. He actually raised his head and ate the jerky.
It might be a little painful. Just get over it.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Alright.
Since he had already eaten the meat, Mengsk could only choose to trust Jiang Fei and the others. The reason why he was willing to take this risk earlier was firstly, because he believed in his own ability to judge people. Secondly, it was because he had enough of this kind of cowardice. Previously, as the Prime Minister of the Imperial Court, Mengsk was very famous. However, now, he had to live carefully every day. This made him feel extremely cowardly. Now that Jiang Fei had given him a chance, he chose to risk it. Even if he died, it was better than living like a coward.
Ah!
Following a scream, Mengsk fell to the ground and rolled back and forth. This was a process that had to be experienced when energy levels rose. However, Mengsk's subordinates did not know that. They immediately surrounded Jiang Fei and the others. It seemed like they were about to attack.
If you don't want to die, don't act rashly. Mengsk won't die. You'll know in a while.
Jiang Fei glanced at these people. He did not even try to defend himself. The bodyguards of Mengsk were very strong. However, that was only on planet L8. Level 4 bodyguards were definitely not something that ordinary people on planet L could have. From this, it could be seen how many enemies Mengsk had. However, they were just level 4 bodyguards. Even if Jiang Fei and the others did not fight back, these people would not be able to break through their defenses. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others did not even need to put up a defensive stance. This was because the people in front of them were really too weak.
The
bodyguards looked at each other. The people in front of them were not simple at first glance. At this moment, the Lord had fallen to the ground. If he died, they would not have to continue to risk their lives. If he was fine, then there was no need for them to fight to the death with these mysterious people. When the time came, they would just listen to Mengsk's orders. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the bodyguards only surrounded Jiang Fei and the others. As for whether they should attack or not, they would have to wait for Mengsk's side to come to a conclusion. Chapter 1546. Chapter 1546 Hunting. After about 20 minutes, Mengsk stopped rolling on the ground. He crawled up from the ground with a trembling body. His face was filled with joy. He did not even bother to wipe the dust off his body. He ran to Jiang Fei and the others excitedly.
Do you still have this kind of divine medicine? Give me another one. I only want one. I can help you with anything you want,
Mengsk said excitedly. At this time, Mengsk's personal strength had already soared from the initial stage of the 4th level to the peak of the 4th level. With just a little bit of opportunity, he could even break through the level of the 5th level. On a primitive planet like AIR, the 5th level meant invincibility, and it meant that he was a godlike existence. As long as Mengsk could advance to the 5th level, what did he care about Torian? Why would he care about the Tsar? No matter how high his status was, it could not be compared to the peak of an individual's power. Even if he was the Prime Minister, once he lost the Emperor's favor, his position would be lost overnight. However, if he could reach level 5, then no one would be able to strip him of his power.
Of course, I have such a thing. However, it's up to you whether you can get it or not,
Jiang Fei said calmly.
Please tell me. As long as you can give me another one of these divine pills, I will do anything,
said Mengsk.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and said to Mengsk,
what I want you to do is very simple. Just like Torian, you just need to introduce us to the Tsar Nicholas. No problem.
Mengsk agreed without thinking. The temptation of level 5 power was too great for him. It was so great that he did not care who Jiang Fei and the others were, or what Jiang Fei and the others were planning to do. As a sycophant, Mengsk did not care if Jiang Fei and the others were against the Tsar Nicholas. He also did not care about the fate of the empire and the future. He only cared about what he could get as long as the benefits were big enough. The benefits of betraying the Empire was nothing to him. It was also because of this that Jiang Fei was only willing to deal with these treacherous officials. If he were to contact those loyal officials, they would definitely keep asking questions. They were afraid that Jiang Fei and the others would be concerned about the throne of the Tsar. Although Jiang Fei and the rest did not have the time or interest in this desert planet, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble and delay a lot of time. Therefore, it was better to deal with the treacherous officials. As long as they were given enough benefits, they would not care so much. After reaching an agreement with Minsk, Jiang Fei and the rest boarded Minsk's motorcade and followed him back to the mansion. As for the bodyguards, they naturally knew what they should not know and pretended not to know. Those who could serve as bodyguards for big shots were not fools. Of course, they knew what it meant to bring trouble upon themselves. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not worried that these people would leak the news. Moreover, even if the news was leaked, the impact on Jiang Fei and the rest was actually not that big. This was because the players would never have guessed that there would be a special existence like Jiang Fei who would come from a few galaxies to disrupt their operation. After returning to Minsk's mansion, Jiang Fei and the rest settled down. As for how to enter the palace and meet the Tsar Nicholas, everything was left to Minsk. In order to pursue level 5 power, Minsk did his best to help Jiang Fei. He racked his brain to think of ways to create an opportunity. Although he had been stripped of the Prime Minister's power, however, Minsk still had his own network. This was also the reason why Torian did not make a move on him easily. 2 days later, Minsk received good news. The Tsar Nicholas, who had returned to his youth, was actually going to organize a hunt to show his bravery. Although Torian and the mysterious people would also participate in this hunt, this was definitely the best opportunity to meet the Tsar in the palace.
Alright, go and make the arrangements.
Jiang Fei nodded after listening to Minsk's description. He also felt that it was a good opportunity to meet the Tsar in the hunt. After all, the success rate was much higher than breaking into the palace. After all, Jiang Fei and the others were also limited in their strength.
Then, we will do this. This.
Minsk had already planned everything. In order to get the divine medicine, he had done everything he could.
Alright, we will do as you say.
After listening to Minsk's plan, Jiang Fei immediately made the decision. This old man was indeed cunning. His plan was extremely feasible. Even Jiang Fei could not come up with a more reasonable plan.
Then, I will make the arrangements.
Minsk was overjoyed. He did not care what Jiang Fei and the others were planning to do. Even if it was to assassinate the Tsar, it had nothing to do with him, as long as he obtained level 5 power. So what if everyone in the world knew that he had participated in the regicide retrograde? When that time came, Minsk, who had level 5 power, would already be immortal. No one in the entire air would be able to defeat him. At that time, he would really be able to do whatever he wanted. Due to his planet's level, Minsk was the same as Jiang Fei back then. He thought that level 5 power was invincible. Unfortunately, in the mainstream universe, level 5 power was just the beginning. 10,000 combat power was not even qualified to join the army. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. According to Minsk's message, it seemed that Tsar Nicholas had prepared 1 million people and was ready to give them to the players after the hunt.
We must take the opportunity of the hunt to ruin this reward. Otherwise, we will have wasted our efforts.
Jiang Fei made up his mind. Soon, the day of the hunt arrived. The entire capital of the empire, Sarkulas, was a sea of joy. The streets were very lively, especially the streets outside the palace. Countless people were waiting on both sides of the street to admire the Tsar's dragon face. Even more profit-seeking vendors took this opportunity to sell their products among the crowd.
Sigh. We won't have a chance to watch the parade before the hunt.
Jiang Fei shrugged. Then, he took Bella and the others and left Sarkula ahead of time. They left the city through the elevator and entered the vast sea of sand on the surface. If the Tsar wanted to hunt, there was nothing in the city that could be hunted. Only by going to the desert on the surface could they hunt the animals that were unique to the desert planet. A few hours later, the parade ended. The royal guards protected the Tsar Nicholas, and a large number of royal members and ministers escorted him out of Sarkulas and into the desert on the surface.
Grandpa, I want to ride an armored beast too.
A 5 or 6-year-old boy called out in Nicholas' arms. This was Nicholas' favorite grandson. Stepman. Chapter 1547. Chapter 1547. Tooth of the Reaper.
You want to ride an armored beast too?
Nicholas smiled dotingly at Stepman.
Yes. I want to ride one too.
Little Stepman pointed at the armored beast sitting beside a servant and said seriously,
Little guy, You're still young. Can you ride it when you're older?
Nicholas smiled. This armored beast was not an ordinary mount. It was a type of desert giant lizard. Not only was it huge, but its running speed was also very shocking. Combined with its 30 tons of weight and armor, the impact of this thing was no less than that of a tank.
I don't want it! I don't want it!
Little Stedman insisted.
All right then. Come down.
Nicholas could not dissuade this little guy. In the end, he had to compromise. Although he was the Tsar, but at his age, the love he had for the people of his generation could not be described with words.
Yes, Your Majesty.
After receiving Nicholas' order, the attendant immediately turned over and got off the mount. Although he had promised little Stedman to ride on the armored beast, it was impossible for a 5- or 6-year-old child like him to ride on the armored beast alone. The Tsar Nicholas was worried about others, so he personally turned over and sat on the armored beast. Then, he protected little Stedman in front of him.
Ha! How impressive!
After riding on the armored beast, little Stedman was extremely happy.
Come! Let's go!
Seeing his little grandson, he was extremely happy. Tsar Nicholas was also extremely happy. Moreover, after riding on the armored beast, he felt as if he had returned to his youth. Back then, Tsar Nicholas was also an emperor on horseback. Although he was not able to break through to the 5th level, he was still in existence at the peak of level 4. However, as he grew older, Tsar Nicholas' strength had already begun to regress. Currently, he was only at the initial stage of level 4. However, after using the player's medicines to regain youth. Riding on the armored beast today, he felt as if he had really returned to his youth. Following Nicholas' orders, the large group of people continued to move forward. Naturally, there wouldn't be any prey near the desert city. They had to go deep into the desert before they could truly start hunting.
Your Majesty! Look! The sand rabbit!
After walking for more than an hour, a servant suddenly shouted loudly.
Where is it?
Nicholas immediately asked.
Your Majesty! Over there!
The group of servants immediately extended their hands and pointed into the distance. But no one took the initiative to draw their bows and hunt. Although this round of hunting was said to be a jackpot, and the people who hunted the most would be rewarded, this trip was mainly to accompany the Tsar to relax. Therefore, before the Tsar Nicholas opened his shop, who else would dare to be the first to harvest the prey?
Good! Watch me!
Nicholas took the bow from the armored beast, then bent the bow and nocked the arrow. Energy poured into the body of the arrow, and then he aimed at the sand rabbit in the distance.
Whoosh!
The long arrow left the bowstring and shot toward the position of the sand rabbit at lightning speed.
Whoosh!
The sand rabbit in the distance was extremely agile and vigilant. When Nicholas poured energy into the arrow, it raised its head and looked around. When Nicholas' arrow left the bowstring, the sand rabbit immediately began to run away. Therefore, Nicholas' arrow missed without any surprise.
Sigh! It missed.
Nicholas shrugged his shoulders. He did not really care. After all, he had not touched a bow and arrow for decades. It was inevitable that he would lose his prediction and accuracy.
Grandpa, the sand rabbit has run away. Let's chase after it.
However, little Stedman did not want to do it. He immediately urged Nicola to chase after it.
Okay, let's chase after it.
How could Nicholas bear to spoil his grandson's mood? Thus, he urged his armored beast to chase after the sand rabbit.
Your Majesty, slow down. Quick, quick, quick. Hurry up and follow it. Your Majesty, wait for us.
The Tsar Nicholas chased after the sand rabbit. The ministers and guards behind him were panicking. If anything happened to the Tsar, their entire family would be buried with him. Just like that, Nicholas led his grandson on the armored beast and chased after the sand rabbit. The officials and guards behind him chased after them again. In the vast desert, the group of people formed a long line and chased after them. Initially, there was no problem with this. However, although the armored beast was heavy, it was not something that an ordinary mount could catch up to when it sped up. Soon, Nicholas left the guards and officials behind him.
Grandfather, quickly chase after it. It's going to run away.
Little Stedman was extremely excited and kept urging Nicholas.
Be careful. Don't fall down. Grandfather won't let it run away.
Nicholas protected little Stedman with one hand to prevent him from falling off the back of the armored beast. With the other hand, he held the reins and sped up desperately. He had forgotten about the guards and officials behind him. The main reason why Nicholas was so careless was that every time he said that he was hunting under natural conditions, it was actually a lie made by his subordinates. Think about it. If the emperor was hunting, How could the hunting ground not be under martial law within a few hundred miles? What kind of ferocious beast could be allowed in the hunting ground? Not to mention hurting the emperor. Even if it scared the emperor, the person in charge of organizing the hunting would still be punished with death. Therefore, in this enclosure, there were only sand rabbits, sand chickens, and other small animals. At most, a sand fox would be considered a ferocious beast. However, this thing's combat strength was not even at level 2, even if the old Tsar was already old and weak. However, with his level 4 strength, wouldn't he be able to kill it with a flick of his hand? Therefore, the entire enclosure was not dangerous to Tsar Nicholas. It was precisely because of this that he dared to take his grandson and shake off the guards behind him. However, just as Nicholas was about to catch up to the sand rabbit, the sand dune in front of him suddenly exploded with a bang. A bloody mouth suddenly swallowed the sand rabbit.
What's that?
Nicholas was shocked. Fortunately, his strength was there. As the former emperor of horses, he firmly grabbed the reins and protected his grandson from falling off the back of the armored beast. Crash! The yellow sand that exploded scattered, revealing the true appearance of the giant beast.
Damn it! Why is there the tooth of the death god here?
Nikolai was shocked. The tooth of the death god was a kind of desert python. Its body length was more than 30 meters, and it was 4 to 5 meters thick. Even the huge armored beast was not enough to be a snack for it. It was not a big deal just because of its size, but its combat strength was also very strong. When it matured, it had the strength of a pseudo level 5, and when it was in its prime, the tooth of the death god could even reach the strength of a level 5.
Damn it! Stop right there!
Nikolai was really panicking now, because he was definitely not a match for the tooth of death on the other side, because the armored beast on the other side was huge. Under the effect of inertia, it could not stop for a moment. It charged straight towards the huge mouth of the tooth of death.
Hold me tight!
At the critical moment, Nikolai made a prompt decision. He grabbed his little grandson and jumped up from the back of the armored beast. He immediately abandoned the armored beast and rolled to the side.
Bang!
The huge armored beast was bitten off by the tooth of death, and the desert python was now staring at Nikolai and his grandson. Chapter 1548. Chapter 1548 made a magnificent appearance.
Ah!
Little Stedman let out a scream. No matter how outstanding his royal education was, he was still a 5 or 6-year-old child after all. When faced with such a situation, he could do nothing but scream and cry.
Stedman! You are a man! Don't be afraid. Grandfather will protect you.
Nikolai flipped over and protected little Stedman behind him. At this moment, he was no longer the emperor of the Desert Empire, nor was he the ruler of the people. He was only Stedman's grandfather. As long as he was still alive, he would definitely not allow his precious grandson to be harmed in the slightest.
Swish!
The sword at Nicholas' waist had already been pulled out. This sharp sword had once followed him on his expeditions, but because it had been peaceful for a long time, this sword had not been unsheathed for a long time.
Hiss hiss!
The tooth of death kept spitting out its tongue, letting out a hair-raising hiss. Its huge body was already arched, clearly ready to attack.
Swish!
The tooth of death, which had bent its body into a bow, suddenly stretched its body, and its huge head suddenly rushed towards Nicholas' position.
Ha! Come!
Nikola poured all of his strength into the sharp sword in his hand, and then his entire body also rushed forward.
Boom!
In a head-on clash, Nikolai's heavy sword slashed at the mouth of the death god's tooth. However, due to the difference in strength, his attack did not have much effect.
Bang!
Although the body of the death god's tooth was huge, it was not slow at all. At the same time that its mouth was attacked by Nikolai, its snake tail swept over and sent Nikolai flying on the spot. Nikolai spat out a mouthful of blood after being hit by the heavy blow. Although he had tried his best, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Even if his equipment was top tier, there was still no chance of him defeating the tooth of death.
Grandpa!
Little Stedman screamed and then pounced on Nicholas.
Little Stedman, can you play a game with Grandpa?
Nicholas wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced a smile to his grandson.
Grandpa!
Stedman cried and couldn't speak.
Later, you run towards Sarcula's. He'll count to 20, and then he'll catch you. Okay?
Nicholas stood up again and said to Stedman with a gentle face.
Grandpa, are you okay?
Little Stedman asked worriedly.
Grandpa is fine. I was just careless. You can start running now. He'll kill this big snake in 20, and then chase after you with the snake skin,
Nicholas said with a smile.
Oh, then you have to hurry up, Grandpa. Otherwise, You won't be able to catch me.
Stedman was still young after all. He soon believed Nikolai's words. After all, in his heart, his grandfather was the almighty god of war. No one could defeat his grandfather.
I'm starting to count. Run!
Nikolai took a deep breath and counted loudly.
1. Grandpa, come and catch me.
Little Stedman turned around and ran in the direction of Sakura's. However, he didn't see the determined look on Nikolai's face when he turned around and ran away.
Come on! I won't let you hurt my grandson.
Nikolai held his sword with both hands and looked straight at the Tooth of Death.
Hiss!
The Tooth of Death looked at little Stedman, who was running away, its eyes full of disdain. This kind of giant desert python already possessed considerable wisdom. It was actually not interested in little Stedman. In its eyes, the level 4 Nicholas flesh and blood were filled with energy. This was the best lunch. As for little Stedman, that kind of child was not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth.
Kill!
In order to create time for his little grandson to escape, Nicholas mustered up all the combat strength in his body and took the initiative to charge towards the Tooth of Death.
Bang! 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 Bang!
This time, Nicholas did not choose to face it head-on. Instead, he used his own speed advantage to nimbly contend with the Tooth of Death. Because he had taken the potion provided by the players, Nicholas' body speed had increased a lot compared to before. Although it was at the cost of overdrawing his lifespan, it had at least helped him gain a lot of advantages in battle. If he was still the same old and weak appearance as before, he would have been swallowed by the Tooth of Death by now.
Damn it! I can't hold him much longer.
2 minutes later, Nicholas' strength was somewhat exhausted. No matter what, his strength was inferior to the Tooth of Death. Although he had
regained his youth
these past few days, he still lingered in bed all day long. The strength that he had just recovered was also depleted by alcohol and sex. Therefore, after the intense battle, his strength was quickly depleted. However, little Stedman did not run far. After all, how fast could a 5 or 6-year-old child run? 2 minutes was not enough for him to run to a safe place.
No! I have to hold on a little longer. I can't let little Stedman get hurt.
Nikolai gritted his teeth. At this moment, he was already trying his best to hold on.
Hubby, it's about time. Right.
At the top of a sand dune in the distance, Ariel could not stand it anymore. She was the kind of girl next door who was the most soft-hearted.
Yes. Ah, Faye. It's your turn.
Nina nodded as well.
All right. We can't let this old man die.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he exerted strength with his feet and shot out like a bolt of lightning.
Evil creature. Don't hurt me.
Just when Nikolai was completely unable to hold on anymore, a loud shout came from the sky. Swish! After the shout, a sword light descended from the sky.
Boom!
The Tooth of Death was sent flying by the sword light. Its snake-like mouth left a huge wound that was large enough to see the bones. Swish! Jiang Fei held the sword in one hand and gently landed in front of Nicola. After the slash, Jiang Fei's right hand formed a sword pattern. He carried the Chungying sword behind his back and pressed his left hand forward in the shape of a sword finger. That look was as good as pretending to be 13. At that moment, Nicholas did not have a chance to talk to Jiang Fei. When he saw that there was someone helping him, he relaxed. He was only panting. The intense battle just now had almost killed him. At that moment, he was so tired that he could not even breathe properly.
Hiss! Hiss!
After being injured by Jiang Fei's sword, the Tooth of Death looked at Jiang Fei vigilantly. It was a little hesitant to attack.
Evil creature! Die!
Jiang Fei charged forward. At the same time, he swung the Chungying sword in his right hand. A sword aura that was more than 10 meters long suddenly slashed toward the python.
Hubby, you're really good at acting.
Ariel clapped her hands and shouted from the sand dune in the distance.
Pretending to be 13.
Bella pursed her lips in disdain. However, she had to admit that her hubby was really cool when he pretended to be 13. Chapter 1549. Chapter 1549. Save the Emperor. The girls on the sand dune were laughing and laughing. They did not look nervous at all. Although the giant python was huge. How powerful were these people? Even the weakest SI tying it close to 1,000,000 combat power. How could a pseudo-level 5 giant python with less than 10,000 combat power be in their eyes? Even if Jiang Fei and the others were ordered not to use any strength above level 5, it was more than enough to deal with the giant python. The reason why Jiang Fei was fighting so slowly was to let Nicola see clearly. Otherwise, if he killed the giant python right away, how would Nicola appreciate it? If Nicola did not appreciate it, then all of Mink's efforts would have been in vain? After all, this was the royal hunting ground, and it was near the imperial capital, Sarkulas. If a pseudo-level 5 death god's tooth could appear here, it would be impossible. Someone had already checked this place before the hunt began. If it was not for Mengsk using his own power, who would have the ability to bring this thing to the royal hunting ground? It could be said that Jiang Fei and Mengsk had completely planned this rescue. Even if little Stedman did not ask Nicholas to chase the sand rabbit, Mengsk still had a way to lure the Tsar here. On the other hand, Jiang Fei had fought with the tooth of death for dozens of rounds. He felt that the time was right. Therefore, he swung his sword and swept away the giant python. Then, he flew into the sky. Die! As Jiang Fei shouted. He descended from the sky and held his sword with both hands. The blade of the sword was emitting a sword aura that was more than 30 feet long. At lightning speed, he charged toward the tooth of death below. Boom! The shockwave spread out, forcing the exhausted Nicholas to retreat a great distance. When the dust had dispersed, the huge tooth of death was already nailed to the ground by Jiang Fei's long sword. Swish! Jiang Fei somersaulted and pulled the chunging sword out of the giant python's body. At the same time, he came before the Tsar Nicholas. Your Majesty, are you all right? Jiang Fei pretended to be concerned, as if the appearance of the tooth of death had nothing to do with him. Ah! I'm fine. I'm fine. At this moment, the Tsar Nicholas finally came to his senses. I did not expect the tooth of the Reaper to appear so close to the city. Your Majesty, you are truly shocked. Fortunately, we passed by this place. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Jiang Fei saw that the Tsar Nicholas was fine. He nodded. Sir, may I know your name? Nicholas was still relatively polite to Jiang Fei. First, Jiang Fei had saved his Ming. Second, Jiang Fei could defeat the tooth of the Reaper. Needless to say, he was definitely a level 5 powerhouse. He deserved respect. My name is Jiang Fei. My companion and I were passing by. We did not expect the tooth of death to hurt someone. Therefore, we killed him. We did not expect your Majesty to be the one in danger, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Sigh. Thank you very much. Sir Jiang Fei, if you have time, why don't you come with me to the palace to rest for a while? The surface of the ground is filled with yellow sand. It is not the place to talk. Nikolai wanted to invite Jiang Fei to the palace. Firstly, he wanted to thank Jiang Fei for saving his life. Secondly, he wanted to get close to a level 5 master like Jiang Fei. That's good. We are a little tired from the journey. Sorry to bother your Majesty. Jiang Fei did not decline. After all, he had spent so much effort to get close to the Tsar Nikola. May I know where your companions are? Sir Jiang Fei? Nikola asked. They are on the sand dune over there. We just happened to pass by here. Jiang Fei pointed at the sand dune in the distance. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! You? Thank God. Are you all right? Your Majesty? That's great. Your Majesty is fine. Just as Jiang Fei and Nikola were talking, the Tsar's guards and a group of ministers rushed over. They had just met the young prince. Stedman. When they saw the prince's miserable state, they were almost scared to death. They were afraid that something bad would happen to Nicholas. Fortunately, the emperor was blessed to be able to remain unharmed in front of the tooth of death. How dare you? Who are you? Men! Arrest this unknown guy. Yes. The captain of the Tsar's guards had also noticed Jiang Fei. As he had not been able to inspect the encirclement carefully, the tooth of death had shocked him and almost injured the Tsar. This was already a capital offense. However, the Tsar did not have the time to punish him yet. Therefore, when he saw Jiang Fei, a stranger, he immediately wanted to redeem himself. He wanted to capture Jiang Fei and redeem himself. Hee. Your Majesty, what do you think? Jiang Fei saw that the soldiers who had surrounded him did not make a move. Instead, he smiled and looked at the Tsar Nicholas. Impudent! All of you! Stand down! A bunch of useless things! Nicholas looked at the leader of his guards and was furious. Originally, he was happy to be out hunting. However, it was because this guy did not check carefully that he almost lost his life. Now, this guy was incompetent. However, he was quite skilled at harming his savior. Where was Nikolai's face? After Nikolai reprimanded the captain, Jiang Fei turned around and went to the sand dune to pick up Bella and the other girls. When he saw Jiang Fei surrounded by beautiful girls, Nikolai only smiled and showed an understanding expression. It was obvious that he saw Jiang Fei as a fellow traveler. After the incident with the Tooth of Death, the Tsar Nicholas was naturally not in the mood to hunt. The hunt this time was also over. On the way back to the palace, Jiang Fei and Nicholas were chatting happily. However, some of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Among them, the leader of the royal guards, Rodermo, had an ugly expression on his face. Due to his negligence in inspecting the encirclement, he was scolded and demoted by the Tsar. While he was unhappy, he was a little angry at Jiang Fei. Other than Rodmore, there was also a group of people who looked at Jiang Fei with furrowed brows. These people were the players who had bewitched the Tsar previously. There was also Torian, who had recommended them to enter the palace. Originally, after the players finished their hunt, they would be rewarded with the reward of 1 million people. By then, they would be able to leave this poor countryside. However, after the accident with the Tooth of Death, the Tsar was no longer in the mood to hunt. He did not even mention the reward anymore. Now that the Tsar Nicholas was chatting happily with Jiang Fei, the players naturally thought that Jiang Fei had ruined their plans. Torian's thoughts were the same. He did not know the background of Jiang Fei and the others. However, he instinctively felt that Jiang Fei and the others would threaten his position. Therefore, he naturally felt a sense of hostility toward Jiang Fei and the others.
What is the background of these people? I don't know. Let Torian find a chance to kill them,
the players whispered.
I see that Rodermo does not look good either. I will discuss it with him later. Tell him that those people deliberately obtained the Tooth of Death and let the Tsar punish them.
Torian nodded. However, he didn't know that the crimes that he had casually fabricated were surprisingly similar to the truth of the matter. Chapter 1550. Chapter 1550 Death Sworn. After making up his mind, Torian squeezed to the front from the back of the team. He quietly came to the side of the captain of the guards, Rodermo, and pulled Rodermo's sleeve. Rodermo understood, and the two of them quietly came to the outside of the team.
How is it? Are you unhappy?
Torian laughed.
Prime Minister, please forgive me. This is indeed a failure of my duty. It is only right to be reprimanded,
Rodermo said.
Hee. Brother, don't talk to me about this nonsense. In my opinion, brother, you have already done your duty. The reason why you made such a mistake is definitely because someone is playing tricks in the dark,
said Torian.
Sir, do you also think so?
Rode was suddenly energized. This time, he was reprimanded by the Tsar. He felt extremely wronged. After all, he had personally inspected this hunting area more than 5 times. Not to mention the Tooth of Death. There wasn't even a slightly bigger beast.
Of course. Brother, I know your ability to do things. If you missed a desert ash wolf or something, it would be fine. But how could a big fellow like the Tooth of Death not notice it? Someone must have played a role in this,
Torian said confidently.
I think so too. But who could send such a big fellow to the hunting ground without anyone noticing?
Rodermo frowned and said.
That's simple. In my opinion, this group of people in front of me colluded with Mengsk. This group of people is very powerful. It's not a big deal to capture a Tooth of Death. And although Mengsk has fallen from power, the remaining party is still there. Only he can quietly transport the Tooth of Death into the encirclement.
Although Torian was trying to frame him. But what he said was almost the same as the truth.
That makes sense. It must be them.
Rodermo nodded. He didn't care about the truth at all. What he needed was a reasonable excuse. As long as this excuse was valid, he could shirk the responsibility. If it was Mengsk who colluded with these mysterious people to get the Tooth of Death into the paddock, then he could take off the hat of neglecting his duty.
Brother, how is it? You and I will jointly participate in one of these people's books.
Torian took the initiative to join forces.
Good. In the future, we will also have to rely on the Prime Minister's guidance.
Rodermo was also a person who knew how to adapt to the situation. He knew that it was Torian who had offered him an olive branch. And Rodermo himself was also happy to climb onto the high branch of Torian. After all, the position of the Tsar's brother-in-law and the Prime Minister. It could be said that Torian was superior to tens of thousands of people on planet Ire. After the two of them discussed, they returned to the group and walked all the way to the front of the Tsar Nicholas carriage.
Your Majesty, I have something to report.
Rodermo spoke first according to the plan that the two of them had agreed upon.
What is it now?
At this moment, the Tsar Nicholas was extremely displeased with Rodermo. After all, it was because of this kid's negligence that his grandfather and grandson almost died. If it wasn't for the fact that Rodermo's family background was extraordinary, Nicholas wanted to chop off his head.
Your Majesty, I just received a report from my subordinate. It says that someone saw Lord Mengsk and these lords appeared near the paddock yesterday. Moreover, there were traces of giant beasts moving around the area.
Rodermo was making up nonsense to frame them. He and Torian had only deduced that there was such a possibility before. But now, he was speaking with absolute certainty.
What?
The Tsar was shocked.
Your Majesty! I am wronged. I did not leave the city yesterday.
Mengsk quickly stepped out and began to cite the evidence of his absence.
Even if you did not leave the city, with a 2-inch wide cop like you, is there anything that cannot be done?
Torian said with a strange tone.
This. Rodermo, do you have any proof?
After hearing what Rodermo and the others said, the Tsar was a little confused. Although he was grateful that Jiang Fei had saved his grandfather and grandson. If this was a ploy from before, that would be too scary.
Yes. My 2 bodyguards saw it with their own eyes.
Rodermo gritted his teeth and said. At this point, he could only fight it out. Previously, he had not thought things through properly and said that his subordinates had seen Mengsk. In the end, Mengsk's alibi was used against him. If he changed his words now, not only would the Tsar no longer trust him, he might even offend him.
Call them up!
Due to the importance of the matter, Nikolai did not dare to be careless. He even intentionally or unintentionally distanced himself from Jiang Fei and the others.
Yes, Your Majesty!
Rodermo nodded. Then, he went to his own guards to look for people. Although he saw that Mengsk and Jiang Fei had come to the enclosure to spread rumors, it was not difficult for him to get 2 men of sacrifice to testify.
This is interesting.
Jiang Fei could not help but smile as he watched these people act back and forth.
D*****. This Torian really does not want to give up.
Mengsk cursed in his heart. If they had not been prepared, they might have been bitten back today. Soon, 2 of Rodermo's personal guards were brought to the front of the Tsar Nicholas.
It was you 2 who saw Mengsk and those people coming to the paddock?
Nicholas asked.
Yes, Your Majesty. Yesterday afternoon, Lord Mengsk and these people came to the paddock. They carefully avoided all the guards. The 2 of us just happened to see them.
The 2 men of sacrifice answered.
So, other than you 2, no one else saw them?
Nicholas asked.
No one else should have seen it.
The 2 men of sacrifice replied.
Do you have any evidence?
An official from the Mengsk faction called out.
We only saw it with our own eyes and didn't leave any evidence. However, to show our loyalty, we are willing to die.
The 2 men immediately cut their throats after saying that. This was also something that Rode had arranged in advance. After all, this was something that he had made up. Although he had asked the 2 of them to come out and bear false witness. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. Once the 2 of them died, there was a saying that there was no evidence to prove their loyalty. Moreover, as the saying went, when a person was about to die, his words were also kind. No one would suspect that the 2 of them would lie before they died. Seeing that the 2 soldiers were willing to die to prove their loyalty, the Tsar Nicholas was a little tempted. This was because what the 2 of them said was not impossible. With Jiang Fei's level 5 strength, it would not be difficult for him to capture a Tooth of Death. With Mengsk's power in the Imperial Court, it was not impossible for him to arrange for people to transport the Tooth of the Death God into the encirclement.
Hee. This lord is really capable. To spread rumors, he sacrificed 2 lives so easily. However, you have spent so much effort. We were the ones who got the Tooth of the Death God. You are just trying to shirk your responsibility. However, have you forgotten that if we really do this, we must have a motive? Right. Otherwise, who would waste so much effort?
Said Jiang Fei with a sneer. Chapter 1551. Chapter 1551. Time acceleration.
Humph.
The motive was not simple. It must be that you guys wanted to take the opportunity to get close to His Majesty. Obviously, Mengsk was not willing to step down. He wanted to borrow your hands to regain His Majesty's favor, said Torian as he looked at Jiang Fei from the corner of his eyes. Hee. For His Majesty's sake, I'll spare your dog life today. Otherwise, based on your attitude when you talk to me, I'll smack you to death on the spot.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly. At that moment, what kind of strength did Jiang Fei have? Even the strongest powerhouse on this planet would not dare to speak to him like that, let alone a level 2 or 3 scum like Torian. Torian was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He wanted to say something else, but he suddenly felt a pressure that was as heavy as a mountain from Jiang Fei's body. It was only at this moment that Torian remembered. The person standing in front of him was not an ordinary person. He was a level 5 super powerhouse. Even the Tsar had to show some respect to them. At this moment, His attitude could easily lead to his own death. Torian was so frightened by Jiang Fei that he did not dare to say anything more. Jiang Fei glanced at the Tsar Nicholas and slowly said,
"Since His Majesty suspects that we have ulterior motives, it's fine if we don't go to the palace."
"Then," Jiang Fei looked up at the sky. "Then," he continued,
"Your Majesty, it's fate that we met today. I originally planned to help you get rid of the disaster and forget about this fate. However, since you don't trust me, it's fine. I will come back to Sarkiras in a month's time. When that time comes, I will personally cross over the souls of the dead for you."
After saying that, Jiang Fei turned around and was about to leave.
"Wait, Master Jiang Fei. What do you mean by that?"
Nikolai was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He thought that Jiang Fei was planning to take his life in a month.
"You are already beyond cure. You will definitely die within a month. When that time comes, I will help you cross over the souls of the dead. That is all. There is no need to thank me."
Jiang Fei waved his hand and left with the girls.
"Hold on, Sir Jiang Fei. I have already regained my youth. How can I say that I am beyond cure?"
Nicola was anxious. How could an emperor not be afraid of death?
"Your Majesty, you are not young anymore. You should understand that there is a limit to life."
Jiang Fei sighed and said,
"That is indeed the case. However, a few days ago, I took the divine medicine that a few friends sent me. I am now in the prime of my life. How can I only have 1 month to live?"
Nicola asked.
Hee. "Your Majesty, am afraid that you have fallen for it."
Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Then, he did not explain further and walked into the distance.
"Wait, Sir Jiang Fei. Please speak clearly."
Nicholas ran to Jiang Fei in a few steps. Because Jiang Fei had saved his life, Nicholas had always had a good impression of Jiang Fei. Although Rodermo and Torian had said that Jiang Fei had saved him by design. When he heard Jiang Fei's words now, he could not help but chase after Jiang Fei.
"Your Majesty, what you have consumed is just a low-grade potion that overdraws your lifespan to stimulate your vitality. At this time, your lifespan has been depleted by more than half. I'm afraid that you won't be able to live for long,"
Jiang Fei said as he looked at the Tsar Nicholas with pity.
"Nonsense. You naughty people. All of you are talking nonsense here."
At this time,
the players
could not sit still anymore. Jiang Fei had already revealed their true colors. If they did not stop him, once the Tsar turned against them, the number of people they had would be gone.
"That's right. Men, take down these hoodlums." When the players
came forward, Torian instantly had confidence because he knew that these mysterious guys also had level 5 strength. Moreover, their numbers were not less than Jiang Fei's. With these people coming forward,
the other party would not be able to use their strength to suppress him.
"What? Are you angry because I have exposed your conspiracy?"
Jiang Fei laughed coldly.
"Humph. Who are you? Are you trying to cause trouble for us?"
The leader of the players said with a gloomy face.
If the road is not fair, someone will take care of it. If the matter is not fair, someone will take care of it. Since you have done such a wicked thing, you must be prepared to expose yourself,"
Jiang Fei said righteously.
"What? Do you want to fight?"
The leader of the players looked very gloomy. Although he had said it quite harshly, he really did not want to fight. Because they had participated in this dungeon quest, their individual strength had been temporarily adjusted to around 11,000. Although they were already at the top of this primitive planet. However, compared to the local experts here, there was no absolute suppression. Once they started fighting, he was not confident that they would win. If they lost, their image in front of the Tsar would be ruined. When that happened, it would be difficult to deal with the population.
"Interesting. If you want to get beaten up, I'm happy to play along."
Jiang Fei smiled. He was just like these players. They were all bluffing. Although he could easily crush these players. In this quest, Vitalin had specifically instructed that it was best not to fight with players directly. This was to avoid attracting the attention of the development team.
"Everyone, please wait. Please wait. For my sake, please don't fight."
Seeing that Jiang Fei and the players were about to start fighting, Tsar Nicholas quickly smoothed things over. At the same time, Jiang Fei and the players were also relieved.
"Mr. Jiang Fei, it's not that I don't trust you, but what you said is too unbelievable. Do you have any way to prove it?"
In fact, Tsar Nicholas had already begun to believe in Jiang Fei. However, these people who called themselves wandering vagabonds were also very powerful. So it was not easy for him to choose.
"That's easy. Sylvie, Come and help His Majesty experience it.
Jiang Fei turned around and called Sylvie over.
Okay.
Sylvie nodded and then came in front of the Tsar Nicholas.
Your Majesty. Don't be afraid later.
Sylvie smiled playfully at the Tsar.
What are you going to do?
Nicholas was a little confused by Sylvie's smile.
Your Majesty. You'll know it when you see it.
Jiang Fei smiled. When he arrived in front of the Tsar Nicholas, Sylvie pointed with his finger and shouted,
Time! Speed up!
Then, the Tsar Nicholas' body began to age at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just an instant, he had already aged beyond recognition. From the looks of it, he could die at any moment, because Sylvie had fused with the time core. Although it was only the initial stage of fusion, he could only accelerate or decelerate the time of the enemy in battle. Most of the time, he would use this ability on himself. However, Tsar Nicholas did not even have the strength of a level 5. So Sylvie did not have much trouble using this ability on his entire body.
Your Majesty, my ability is time acceleration. Take a look at your watch. How much time has passed?
Sylvie asked with a smile.
How is that possible?
Tsar Nikolai was stunned. That was because his watch showed that more than 20 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, based on his current situation, his body would not be able to last for more than a month. Needless to say, Jiang Fei was not lying. He had been deceived by those guys. Chapter 1552. Chapter 1552 Revenge. Although the Tsar Nicholas understood that he had been deceived by the players, he could not care less about the responsibility of those people. After he had used the players' potions, originally, he only had about a month to live. However, with Sylvie's acceleration, he would not be able to last through the night.
Master Jiang Fei, I believe you now. But look at me now.
Nicholas was very afraid. This was the first time he felt that death was so close to him. Although Nicholas' life was hanging by a thread when he fought against the Tooth of Death. Was a fierce battle the same as waiting for death? The author had said more than once that the two armies were exchanging blows. It was actually not scary to be suddenly killed in one move. The only thing that was scary was to tell you that you would be shot at 7 o'clock tonight. The process of waiting for death was the most terrifying. At this moment, the Tsar Nicholas was waiting for death. He knew very well that his time was coming, and death was already right in front of him.
Hee hee. Your Majesty, I have said it before. It is fate that we met. Even if I do not help you, I will not let you end your life early.
Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he said to Bella,
Give your Majesty some life energy to offset the aging caused by Sylvie. All right.
Bella nodded, and then came in front of the aging Nicholas. The girl placed her right hand on Nicholas' chest, and a dark green energy was injected into his body. In an instant, Nicholas' body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. After Bella had fused with the life core, what she had mastered was the purest life energy. At that moment, Bella not only had an extremely strong self-recovery ability, her power was comparable to divine power when it came to healing and recovery.
All right.
Bella's healing only lasted for a few seconds. Everyone who knew Bella knew that although this girl was very kind, she was definitely not a philanthropist. She followed Jiang Fei's request. She only made up for the damage that Sylvie had caused and allowed the Tsar Nicola to recover about a month's life. After that, she refused to give Nicola any more life force.
This is impossible. Could it be that you are the goddess of life of our planet L?
At that moment, Nicholas was completely dumbfounded. He had never thought that there would be such power in this world.
God!
In an instant, even the officials around the Tsar were stunned. Previously, they had been paying attention to Nicholas' body, so they did not think too much about it. Now that they thought about it, a girl beside Jiang Fei had used the power of time. Now, another girl had used the power of life. This was definitely a power that only a god could have. A strange object like the core of life was born in the interior of a star. Moreover, the probability of it being born was extremely low. There could only be one core of each type of energy in the same galaxy. Not every type of energy could exist. Therefore, it was very rare. On the other hand, although Planet L's technology was more advanced than Earth's, they still had not left the primitive planet of their home planet. Therefore, they did not know what a core of energy was. Therefore, when they saw this mysterious power, they immediately became a legend.
Who are these guys? Do they really have a god?
At this time, the players were not calm. They had just entered the game and had not come into contact with the energy core. Moreover, because they did not know much about planet Air, when they heard the discussions of the ministers, they really thought that they had alerted the god of this planet.
All right. Your Majesty, we are fated to meet again today. Let's meet again another day.
Jiang Fei waved his hand and left with the girls.
Master Jiang Fei. Wait!
Tsar Nicholas was not willing to let Jiang Fei and the others go. After seeing Bella's energy core, his heart was about to jump out of his chest. At that moment, Nicholas was almost certain that Bella's power could definitely extend his life. Moreover, it would be a perfect extension of his life. It was definitely not like the potion that he used before. It was just a facade. In fact, it was at the price of sacrificing his life. As the Emperor, the ruler of Planet L, Nikola naturally did not live long enough. It could even be said that he would never live long enough. Therefore, he was eager to obtain Bella's favor so that he could live longer. However, Jiang Fei did not think so. He was also not a philanthropist. Moreover, he was not familiar with the Tsar Nikola. There was no need for him to make Bella pay too much for this guy. Anyway, Jiang Fei had already achieved his goal. He had already exposed the lies of the players. At this moment, the Tsar Nicholas must hate those players. If it was not for them, he would have been able to live for a little longer. Now, he only had 1 month to live. Therefore, Jiang Fei was no longer worried that the Tsar would continue to give the 1 million people to the players. In other words, Jiang Fei's quest had been completed. He did not want to have any more connections with this planet. As he watched Jiang Fei and the others leave, the Tsar Nicholas felt extremely regretful. If he had always trusted Jiang Fei might have helped him solve the disaster just like he said. Now that he was gone, he only had 1 month left to live. Thinking of this, the Tsar Nicholas could not help but hate the players. He also hated his brother-in-law, Torian.
Men! Kill Torian!
Nicholas said in a hateful voice. At the same time, he turned to those players and said,
My lords, I know that you are powerful, and I can't do anything to you. Today, I, Nicholas, have ended up like this because of greed. But from today onwards, my L Empire will no longer welcome you.
After saying that, Nikola immediately gave the order.
From today onwards, all desert cities will no longer receive these wandering vagrants.
At this moment, the players' expressions were extremely ugly. Although their strength was at level 5, the limit of the mission was that they could not rely on force to obtain these people. Now that they had offended Nikola, they were destined to fail the mission.
Find out the background of those people. Amon, will definitely make them pay the price.
The player in the lead clenched his fist and said,
Boss, what do we do now?
A player asked.
Kill all these people, then massacre the city of Sarculus for 3 days. I want to make sure that no one is left in the capital of L.
Amon said angrily. At this moment, their mission in air was destined to fail. Therefore, he wanted to take revenge and vent his anger.
All right, boss. I've been so sullen these past few days. If it wasn't for the mission that forbade the use of force, we would have captured the old emperor and threatened him. Then, we would have long gone home with the mission reward.
The surrounding players immediately became excited. Then, they bared their ferocious fangs and began to slaughter the Tsar Nicholas and his men. Chapter 1553. Chapter 1553 had to be dealt with. Just as the players had failed the quest and started killing on planet Air, Jiang Fei and the girls had already returned to the ship.
Honey, we have destroyed the players' quest. They won't do anything drastic. Right?
Ariel asked worriedly.
We can't care about that anymore. There are too many things that we need to do. If we consider everyone's safety, we might end up with nothing.
Bella voiced Jiang Fei's thoughts. Although it was certain that the players would take revenge on planet L, Jiang Fei and the others really did not have the time to be saviors.
Fei, where are we going next?
Nina asked.
We're just looking for a planet that has people living on it. I think Vitamin is already waiting for us,
Jiang Fei said. After all, there was more than one party that accepted the population quest. There were hundreds of parties that were doing quests on the primitive planet. Although Jiang Fei and the others had already destroyed 2 planets, it was still a drop in the bucket for the total number of players.
Lux, search the nearby planets that are inhabited,
Jiang Fei ordered.
Yes, my lord.
Lux immediately accepted the order and started searching on the star map. Very soon, Lux's search came to a result.
My lord, there is a space city 350 light years away from us. All right, prepare to warp.
Jiang Fei immediately nodded. Space cities were a product of the Great Colonial Era. In the vast universe, there were only a few planets that were suitable for habitation. Therefore, when they could not find a suitable planet to migrate to. The various technological races began to build super-large space stations in space to ease the population pressure. These space stations had simulated mountains and rivers in them. It was like a man-made paradise. However, these space cities floated in space. After all, they were not as safe as actual planets. After all, whether it was meteors or space wars, they were too easy to threaten their safety. Therefore, these space cities were just a product of the beginning of the Great Colonial Era. Later on, interstellar warp technology continued to spread, and more habitable planets were discovered. Therefore, people did not need to build space cities anymore. However, those space cities that had been completed were not abandoned because the residents there had developed feelings for their homeland after a few generations. However, these space cities were clearly no longer in the mainstream society. They were most likely nursing homes for the elderly, or relay stations or supply points for long-distance interstellar travel. However, to Jiang Fei, these space cities did not play an important role in the universe. What he cared about was that there were people above him, and there were ordinary people. This way, Vitalin could descend and give him the rewards of this mission, and he would announce a new mission.
Warp engine ready. Space jump begins.
As Lark spoke, the ship broke through the dimensional barrier and instantly jumped into the phase space. The distance of more than 300 light-years was not too far in interstellar travel. After more than 10 minutes, the ship had left the phase space. At this time, it was only about 500 light-seconds away from the space city.
Bella, I'll be back after I see Vinyl. You don't have to follow me. I'll take the shuttle. I'll be faster this way,
Jiang Fei said to Bella and the others.
Alright then. Be careful on your way.
Bella and the girls nodded.
Hurry up and come back. Honey,
Ariel urged.
Okay.
Jiang Fei looked at the girls and summoned his own personal shuttle. After boarding the shuttle, Jiang Fei left the Dawnlight and flew toward the distant space city.
0541. Provide basic information about the target city,
Jiang Fei said on the shuttle.
Yes, Captain.
0541 quickly pulled up the relevant information about the space city. According to the information, the space city was built 20,000 years ago during the Great Colonial Era. Although it had a long history, it had been used until now because it was well maintained and constantly repaired. However, after leaving the mainstream society, this space city had now become a large space supply point. Its main function was to supply energy and food to the passing ships.
Is there anything special about this space city?
Jiang Fei asked.
There is no relevant information. It should be an ordinary space supply point,
0541 replied.
Alright.
Jiang Fei nodded. After flying at sublight speed for more than 10 minutes, the shuttle had already reached the space city.
Captain, the other party has sent an identity confirmation code,
0541 reported.
Reply to the other party's identity confirmation. Tell them that I need to resupply the food,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay.
0541 immediately replied to the space city's identity confirmation message.
Hello, General Jiang Fei. I am happy to serve you. Please land on Hangar 75.
The dispatch station quickly arranged a berth for Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei's position as the fleet commander of the Merchant Alliance was quite useful. One had to know that no matter where in the universe, people from the Merchant Alliance were very welcome. It was not because of anything else but just because these people were rich. They would always bring a large amount of wealth with them. Who would not want to make a fortune from them? Coupled with Jiang Fei's status as the commander of the fleet, the control station of this space city quickly arranged a VIP berth for him. After landing on the tarmac, Jiang Fei had just stepped out of the shuttle when he heard the whispers of the staff not far away.
Did you see that? This is the latest model of the Marola's portable single-handed shuttle, and it's a limited edition. The Merchant Alliance is really rich. Yeah. Just this shuttle alone can buy dozens of patrol boats. Right. It's out. It's out. The rich are out. Wow. So young. It would be great if I could hook up with such a rich person. I would not have to work so hard in the future. Why don't you look in the mirror? With the pig-faced faces of the people of Planet Pige. Would a rich person fall for you?
Jiang Fei ignored the ground crew and walked straight through the parking lot. He wanted to go outside. In Jiang Fei's opinion, there were many people outside, so he had a better chance of meeting Vinylin. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to walk past the ground crew, the pig-headed female ground crew of Planet Pige suddenly walked up.
Ah, handsome. Can I get to know you?
Said the pig-headed female ground crew with her big eyes. Although her eyes were big and bright, Jiang Fei still felt nauseous when he saw the pig-headed female ground crew.
You?
Just as Jiang Fei was about to reject her, the pig-headed female ground crew suddenly said in a low voice,
I have something good for you to see.
From the pig-headed woman's eyes, Jiang Fei understood her identity Vinolin. However, Jiang Fei felt as if a million grass mud horses were galloping past him. This made Jiang Fei want to throw his head back and roar.
Vinolin, you really are not a picky eater. How can you do this?
Chapter 1554. Chapter 1554 Identification Device.
Handsome, can we have a private chat?
Said the pig-headed girl, winking at Jiang Fei as if he was not disgusting enough.
Ugh.
Jiang Fei felt his stomach churning. He almost spilled the lunch he had just eaten.
Let's go,
said Vinolin as she held onto Jiang Fei's arm and walked to a remote corner where no one was around.
Air.
Jiang Fei was speechless. However, in order to obtain the quest reward, he did not resist and obediently followed Vinolin into the dark corner. When Jiang Fei and Vinolin left, the entire parking lot became lively.
What? Could it be that the rich from the Merchant Alliance have developed such a strong taste? Oh my god! I did not expect this rich and handsome guy to have such a unique taste. I used to think that the bunny girls on planet Ronabi were the most popular among the rich. I never thought that the pig heads on planet Pige were their favorite. It seems that after these rich businessmen got tired of playing with long legs, their tastes have become more and more intense.
The discussion from the ground crew far away made Jiang Fei feel ashamed. He wanted to run back and explain to those people that he did not have such a special hobby. At that moment, Jiang Fei was beginning to hate his own powerful strength. If it was not for his powerful strength, he would not have been able to hear the whispers of those people from so far away.
Ha 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 ha.
After coming to a corner where no one was around, Vinolin finally could not help but laugh out loud.
That's enough.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes.
Alright. Alright.
After a long time, Vinolin finally stopped smiling. Then, he said to Jiang Fei in a serious manner,
As you have successfully stopped the actions of the players on planet L, according to the rules, this reward belongs to you.
As he spoke, the pig-headed woman Vinolin handed over a fist-sized box. The box looked ordinary and even a little simple. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not feel any power fluctuations from the box.
What is this?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Open it and take a look,
said Varen with a smile.
Alright.
Jiang Fei looked at the mysterious Varen and nodded. Then, he opened the small box in his hand.
Click.
The box was opened. There was no light nor any strange phenomenon. There was a pocket watch quietly lying inside the box.
That's it?
Jiang Fei could not help but feel a little disappointed. Although the quest on planet L was not too difficult, the reward was too weak.
This is not an ordinary pocket watch. Open it and take a look,
said Vinolin unhurriedly.
Okay.
Jiang Fei opened the golden cover of the pocket watch.
Huh?
After opening the cover, Jiang Fei cried out in surprise. It was not the dial that he had imagined. Instead, it was a small electronic display. However, there was only a green dot in the middle of the display. There was nothing else.
What is this?
Asked Jiang Fei curiously.
This is the cheating device that I gave you,
said Vinolin with a smile.
What do you mean?
Jiang Fei was still confused.
You have also seen it from the quest on planet Elrond. The players are no longer limited to operating spaceships in space. They will descend onto the carrier and appear among the various races in the universe. In your words, they want to gain reputation points from the various major factions and do quests to get rewards, explained Vinolin. The asterisk a minute.
Jiang Fei frowned. If the players appeared as a fleet, it would not be a big deal to him. After all, the equipment of the players was very poor. Their fleet could not even be ranked in the universe. As soon as they left the safe zone of the Alpha Star Zone, Jiang Fei could immediately follow them and monitor them. However, now that these players had arrived on the carrier, they would appear as carriers all over the universe. It would be very difficult for Jiang Fei to monitor them again.
This little thing is actually an identification device. You can use it to confirm the identity of your teammates. This way, your teammates can be displayed on the screen in the form of green dots. Once the players get close to a certain area, they will be marked as red dots,
said Vinolin with a smile.
That good? Is this thing accurate?
Jiang Fei's eyes lit up instantly. If this thing worked, he would be able to receive a notification when a player appeared near him.
Of course it's accurate. This thing is based on the monitoring system of the development team. Therefore, you do not have to worry about it being disturbed.
Unless the development team gives up on monitoring this universe, This thing will always be effective, said Vinolin with a smile. What a treasure.
Jiang Fei was overjoyed. When he was on Planet L, Jiang Fei had been worried because the
players
who had descended were exactly the same as the carriers before he descended. If it was not for the information that Vinolin had provided him, Jiang Fei would not have been able to identify them. If that was the case, it was very likely that after a
player
appeared in front of Jiang Fei through the means of descending, Jiang Fei would not even notice it. He might even become friends or allies with the other party. If such a situation really happened, Jiang Fei could imagine how terrifying it would be.
Once the players
used the means of descending to spy on Jiang Fei, the damage to the universe would be even greater than the damage done by the fleet. However, now that he had this identification device, Jiang Fei felt much more at ease. Whether the other party was a
player
or not, Jiang Fei could see through everything with just a glance through this thing. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei's greatest fear was undoubtedly being betrayed. Back then, the incident with Akatsuris had made Jiang Fei experience the pain of betrayal. It was also from that time onwards that Jiang Fei could be said to hate the traitor to the bone. Now that he had this identification device, Jiang Fei could undoubtedly prevent any future trouble.
All right. The reward has been distributed. Are you ready to accept your next quest?
Vinolin stopped smiling and put on a serious face.
Yes. Go ahead.
Jiang Fei put away the identification device and put on a serious look. Although you have destroyed the operation of the players on Planet L, there are still many primitive planets that are being conquered by the players. Now, your next target is Norton,
said Vinolin.
Give me the coordinates and the general information. I will leave immediately.
Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that he did not have much time. He could only try his best to disrupt the operation of the players.
These are the coordinates of the Norton star. There is also a general information.
Vinolin handed Jiang Fei a disc containing the information.
Okay. I'm leaving.
After Jiang Fei received the information, he turned around and left. He really did not want to face this pig-headed woman anymore.
Oh right. There is one more thing that I need to remind you about.
Vinolin suddenly stopped Jiang Fei.
What is it?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Be careful of a player named Amon.
After Vinolin said that, her eyes went blank. Clearly, the ethereal had left. The pig-headed girl would soon regain her consciousness. Chapter 1555. Chapter 1555. No morals. No boundaries.
Amon? Who is Amon?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. At the same time, he walked out of the empty corner. After returning to the tarmac, Jiang Fei did not delay at all. He did not even bother to eavesdrop on the ground crew's discussion. He returned to his shuttle and left the space city. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fei's shuttle landed on the hangar platform of the Dawnlight.
Hubby, how is it? Ah, Fei, is everything going well? Hubby! Hubby! Is there anything interesting in the space city?
The girls immediately surrounded him. Jiang Fei briefly told the girls about his previous journey, including the identity recognition device he had obtained and the target of the next mission. However, as for the pig-headed girl, Jiang Fei did not mention a word about it.
So, with this identification device, we don't have to worry about players sneaking up on us?
Ariel asked.
Yes. And before we encounter them in the wild, we can also get early warning.
Jiang Fei was clearly very satisfied with the reward.
That's really not bad.
Bella was also very happy that Jiang Fei had obtained such a treasure.
Our next target is Planet Norton. Larks, prepare to warp.
Jiang Fei did not want to waste any time. Therefore, when he arrived on the Aurora ship, he immediately had 0541 send the coordinates of Planet Norton and the mission information to Larks.
Yes, sir.
Larks immediately began to adjust the direction of the Aurora ship and began to charge the phaser engine. After a few minutes, the ship that was ready entered the warp sequence. A powerful energy beam broke through the dimensional barrier, and the ship entered the phaser space.
Larks, how long will it take for us to reach the vicinity of Norton Planet?
Jiang Fei asked.
About 7 hours.
Larks answered after calculating. As the quest was specially selected by Vinolin, the destination was not too far away from Jiang Fei and the others.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded and said to 0541.
Analyze the capacity of the quest and see what conditions we can use. Yes, Captain.
0541 accepted the order and began to report the quest information to the other girls.
The objective of this quest is to prevent players from obtaining the population. However, the difficulty is higher than the previous one.
0541 paused for a moment and then reported the details of the quest to everyone. This time, Jiang Fei and the others would head to Norton. However, compared to the previous mission, Jiang Fei and the others' mission this time was much more difficult. This was because the Emperor of Norton had already given the population to the players. Compared to the previous mission on planet Air, these players completed the mission faster. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei and the others arrived a little later.
Since they have already obtained the population, what use is there for us to go there?
Sylvie asked.
According to the information provided by Venlon,
although the Emperor of Norton has given the population to the players have not yet obtained the population. The slaves who have been given to them are still on their way to the imperial capital.
0541 explained.
Slaves? What kind of planet is this?
Si Tang asked.
This planet is very primitive. Its technological level is about the same as Europe in the Middle Ages on Earth.
0541 replied.
What about experts?
Jiang Fei asked.
The gravity system of Norton is extremely weak. It is only about 1/6 of Earth's gravity. It is similar to the Moon. Under such gravity conditions, it is almost impossible to produce experts.
0541 then explained the basic situation of Norton. Simply put, Norton's technological level was only similar to Earth's medieval Europe, and there were almost no powerhouses. On Norton, an ordinary special forces soldier on Earth could become a top powerhouse. As for a level 2 existence like Han Tianyu, he was already the strongest powerhouse on Norton.
Since that's the case, then the restrictions on us are even harsher. Right?
Nina asked.
That's true. According to Vitalon's requirements, we can't use any power that surpasses that of Earth's ordinary people. Meanwhile, the restrictions on those players seem to be even harsher. All of them descended on the natives of Norton, and they haven't undergone the slightest bit of strengthening. In other words, these players are currently in a weak state. They received the Emperor's reward without using any force or technology.
0541 said.
How do you know they didn't use technology to deceive the Emperor?
Ariel asked.
The reason is very simple. Didn't we just say that the technology level on Norton is only comparable to that of the Middle Ages in Europe? That means that Norton is still under the shadow of a strict religion. In this environment, any technological product will be considered as an evil art. If the players dare to use technology to deceive others, they will definitely be burned to death. And they will definitely not receive any rewards.
Nina analyzed.
How did they get the reward?
Bella asked.
They used a honey trap. A few of the female players were sacrificed to the Emperor.
0541 said hesitantly. The humans on Norton look similar to the humans on Earth. Therefore, according to Vitalon's instructions, Jiang Fei would also use a honey trap. However, 0541 knew that Jiang Fei would never let his girls sacrifice themselves.
F***CK? This works?
Jiang Fei was completely defeated by these
players,
who had no moral integrity. It was not that Jiang Fei had never played a game before. However, from the perspective of a
player,
he would never sacrifice his looks to serve the NPCs in the game in order to complete a quest. However, it made sense when he thought about it. The Norton Star was still in the Middle Ages. Even the Emperor was quite conservative in that aspect. Although he might have countless harem, his tricks were definitely not as fun as modern people. The group of
female players
were shameless and unscrupulous. Naturally, they were able to win the favor of the Norton Star's Emperor, who had not seen much of the world. It was only natural that they were bestowed with 1,000,000 people.
Sir, we are close to the gravity well of the Norton Star.
Just as Jiang Fei and the others were discussing, Lark's sounded. Jiang Fei and the others had already arrived at their destination.
Prepare for teleportation. Let's go down first.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath. For the time being, he could not think of a way to stop the
players.
However, no matter what, Jiang Fei would not let his girl sacrifice herself.
Okay,
Rax replied. Then, he prepared the teleportation cabin. After that, Jiang Fei and the rest were teleported to the surface of Norton. Chapter 1556. Chapter 1556. Imperial Capital Mala.
Phew. The gravity here is really low.
Upon stepping on the surface of Norton Star, Jiang Fei and the rest felt their bodies become lighter. Yes, in such a gravity environment, it is indeed very difficult for an expert to appear.
Bella nodded. Because the gravity of Norton Star was only as large as the moon. Even an ordinary person on Earth could jump a few meters high in this place. Compared to the aborigines here, any person on Earth would be a Hercules.
Ah, Fei, do you have any plans?
Nina asked.
Not yet. I'll just have to adapt to the situation.
Jiang Fei shook his head. He had just received the quest, and only had some general information. It was too difficult for him to have a complete plan now.
According to the information provided by Vinolin, the slaves that were given to the players will arrive at the Imperial City in 3 days. By then, the players will have completed the quest and left. Therefore, we still have 3 days to destroy the player's quest,
Ariel said.
Let's enter the city first. We can walk around here and perhaps we might find something unexpected.
Jiang Fei nodded. Since they had no idea what was going on, it was better to first understand the environment here. Jiang Fei and the others were teleported to the outskirts of the Northern Empire's capital. Therefore, even if they were not allowed to use their power, with the physical fitness of the humans on Earth. After about half an hour, Jiang Fei and the rest still arrived at the base of the Northern Empire's capital, Malice City Wall.
This is indeed the style of the Middle Ages,
as he had seen the magnificent desert city of Sarculas before. Jiang Fei could not imagine that this was the capital of a planet when he saw this small Earth city called Mala. Malice City Wall was not very high. It was only about 10 meters tall. It was definitely enough for the locals. However, for the Earthlings, they could climb up the city wall with just one leap. Not only was the city wall not high, but the city wall was not made of stone. Instead, it was made of earth. It looked extremely shabby. After entering Marla, Jiang Fei looked around the city and found that the surrounding buildings were quite simple. Moreover, many people lived in shacks that were not even as good as tents.
Is this really the capital of a planet?
Ariel covered her mouth and cried out.
What's wrong? Are you disappointed?
Nina patted Ariel's shoulder.
Yes.
Ariel nodded. After she was resurrected from the game by Jiang Fei, she had been living in the modern society. Moreover, because of her different interests, she did not like reading history books like Nina did. Therefore, she had no understanding of the lives of these ancient people.
This place is indeed quite backward.
Silly-Law also sighed. According to the agreement of the mainstream forces in the universe, they would not interfere with such ancient planets. Therefore, although they had discovered many such planets, however, it was her first time experiencing it personally.
Let's go! Let's confirm the location of the palace first,
Jiang Fei said as he walked forward. As the Earth City was not very big, it did not take long for Jiang Fei and the others to arrive outside the so-called palace. However, this palace had disappointed Jiang Fei and the others as well. Rather than calling it a palace, it was more like an ancient castle. Moreover, it was a very typical European-style ancient castle.
Let's go and find someone to ask about the situation,
said Bella after finding the location of the palace.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded, and the few of them were about to leave. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened.
The Prime Minister has arrived.
As the sound of a gong rang, a loud and clear voice was heard.
Walla!
As they shouted, Jiang Fei and the rest noticed that the commoners, who were originally doing their own things, suddenly leaned on both sides of the road. Then, they knelt down respectfully.
What should we do?
Ariel asked. At that moment, Jiang Fei and the rest were already very eye-catching as they stood in the middle of the road. Jiang Fei was also a little hesitant. It was obviously not possible to stand here because it would attract unnecessary trouble. However, it was obviously impossible for Jiang Fei and the rest to kneel down and worship others. At that moment, what kind of status and strength did Jiang Fei have? How was it possible for him to kneel down and worship a native of a primitive planet?
My lord, follow me!
At this moment, Hua Mulan was quick-witted. She pulled Ariel and Nina and hid in a small alley. When Jiang Fei, Bella, and the others saw this, they quickly followed. Although Jiang Fei and the others did not choose to kneel, in order not to cause trouble, they still hid in the dark. Soon, a tall horse came from afar. On top of it sat a man in his 40s. This man was dressed in luxurious clothes, which formed a stark contrast with the ragged commoners on both sides. Other than this suspected prime minister, there were also many followers on both sides of the horse. Although the clothes of these people were not luxurious, they were still very clean and tidy. Clearly, in this era, the hierarchy between people was very strict. The prime minister and the others obviously did not notice Jiang Fei and the others who had hidden in advance. They went straight through the street and entered the castle known as the palace.
Who is this guy? He can actually enter and leave the palace freely. Moreover, his followers do not seem to need to be inspected.
Nina's words made Jiang Fei's heart skip a beat.
Let's go and ask around first.
Jiang Fei took the lead and walked out of the alley. Then, he looked around at the peddlers around him. He wanted to find a person who was more talkative and liked to show off. Because this kind of person could not hide anything. It was easiest to ask them for information. Soon, Jiang Fei found a peddler who sold silver jewelry. This guy seemed to be very talkative, especially when there were women who bought jewelry from him. This guy was even more eloquent. He talked endlessly.
Let's go! Let's go!
Jiang Fei led the girls to the peddler.
Yo! Sir! Buy some jewelry for the girls.
The vendor said when he saw Jiang Fei and the girls. The vendor's eyes lit up. Jiang Fei and the girls were dressed luxuriously. It was obvious that they were rich people. Moreover, they had brought so many girls out for shopping. No matter how one looked at it, Jiang Fei and the girls were big customers.
I plan to.
Jiang Fei nodded and gestured to the girls around him to pick their own jewelry. There were quite a number of silver jewelry on the stall. On one hand, the girls were there to cover for Jiang Fei. On the other hand, it was due to the natural interest of women. Therefore, they surrounded the stall and began to pick their own jewelry. At this time, Jiang Fei took the opportunity to chat with the hawker.
Little brother, we just arrived at Marla. Who was that person just now? He was so impressive.
After a few words of nonsense, Jiang Fei brought the topic back to normal.
Hey! I told you guys that you are foreigners. You don't even know the Prime Minister.
As expected, the peddler turned into a chatterbox. On one hand, he was habitually showing off in front of young girls. On the other hand, he also wanted to highlight the sense of superiority of the citizens of the imperial city. Therefore, he instantly became eloquent and talked about everything to Jiang Fei. Chapter 1557. Chapter 1557.
That's right. That's right. This is our first time here.
Jiang Fei said very cooperatively.
No wonder then. The lord who was riding the horse just now was the famous Prime Minister. Aldo,
the peddler said with an exaggerated expression.
What? Is this Prime Minister very capable?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
That's not right either. It's mainly because his parents are capable,
the hawker said.
Oh, could it be that he comes from a noble family?
Bella suddenly interrupted.
Hey, you're wrong about this lady.
The hawker became even more enthusiastic. He suddenly put on a sly expression and said,
Aldo's parents are not nobles. His father fixes shoes. His mother is a maid who works for other people's families. Since his parents are poor people, why do you say that he became the Prime Minister because of his parents' abilities?
Ariel was also attracted by the peddler's story.
Ha. You don't even know about this. It seems like he really came from the countryside.
When he saw the girls looking at him, the peddler's sense of superiority was almost bursting. Then, he said with a smug look,
It's all thanks to Aldo's parents' ability to give birth to 4 beautiful sisters for him. After giving 4 sisters to the emperor, the Aldo family will naturally be rich and prosperous.
Jiang Fei was speechless. He never thought that the powerful prime minister would be able to obtain such an official position.
Then, does Lord Aldo have any hobbies?
Jiang Fei asked casually.
Hee. You country bumpkins want to buy an official position from Aldo. Right.
The peddler thought that he had seen through Jiang Fei's intentions. However, he did not hide it. Instead, he continued,
There are many country bumpkins like you. However, you are very lucky. Aldo is very greedy. Many people have bought good positions from him. However, recently, he has become even more greedy. Therefore, the asking price may be higher. Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he heard a lot of information from the vendor. However, 90% of it was junk information. The vendor was very talkative. However, in front of the girls, he seemed to be running his mouth. His words were like clouds and mist. However, among the information, Jiang Fei also sifted out a lot of valuable information. First of all, the position of the Prime Minister of the Empire, named Aldo, was very high. Moreover, he was deeply trusted by the Emperor. As his 4 younger sisters were very favored, he had the right to freely enter and exit the palace. However, as a relative, Aldo also had a common problem that all relatives had, which was greed. This was because these relatives knew very well how their status was obtained. They were able to ascend to the throne entirely because they had relied on their own women to obtain the emperor's favor. However, the problem was that the emperor had more than one woman. If he could dote on the women of his own family today, he might dote on other women tomorrow. Once the women of his own family fell out of favor, the status of his relatives would be quickly lost, and other relatives would replace them. Therefore, while he was in power, he risked his life to gain benefits for himself and his family. This had become a common problem after his relatives ascended to the throne. Aldo was no exception. Over the years, through selling official titles, Aldo had indeed earned a lot of money. However, recently, he had felt a crisis. A group of unknown men had offered up a few beautiful women. These beautiful women were not as beautiful as Aldo's younger sisters. However, he did not know if the old emperor was looking for something new or not. Therefore, he lingered in those women's rooms every day. It had been a long time since he had gone to look for Aldo's younger sisters. Today, Aldo had entered the palace to discuss countermeasures with his younger sisters. If Aldo's 4 younger sisters fell out of favor, his position would be lost.
Those beauties of unknown origin must be players.
After listening to the peddler's long-winded words, Jiang Fei had some idea.
I think that Aldo can be used by us,
Nina said from the side. At this time, Jiang Fei and the others had already left the peddler's place and came to a quiet place. Although they had gathered a lot of information from the peddler, Jiang Fei and the others did not buy anything when they left. It was not that the girls did not like the silver jewelry, but none of them had the currency of this planet. To put it bluntly, they did not have any money.
Yes, that is indeed the case. We can use Aldo to disrupt the player's operation.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although he did not have a complete plan at the moment, Aldo was definitely the best partner. The reason why Jiang Fei made such a judgment was that both sides had common interests. Aldo's goal was to make those unknown women fall out of favor so that their family status could be preserved. Jiang Fei and the others were trying to sabotage the players' actions. This also required the emperor to stop favoring the female players. Therefore, both sides had the same goal. With the same goal, there was a basis for cooperation. However, as for the specific plan, Jiang Fei would need to meet with Aldo before he could make a decision. It was difficult to meet the emperor, but it was much easier to meet with Aldo. Everyone in Mara City knew the prime minister's official residence. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others found Aldo's residence after asking around.
The wine and meat of the Vermilion Gate really do freeze one's bones.
Looking at the manor in front of him, Jiang Fei could not help but sigh. Aldo's manor was very luxurious. Although it was not as large as the emperor's castle, it was more exquisite than the emperor's. Thinking about how Aldo was originally from a commoner background and his family was not rich, there was no need to ask. All of the money was collected by him over the past few years. However, Jiang Fei did not care whether Aldo was a corrupt official or an honest one. He came here to stop players, not to be the savior of Planet Norton. After finding Aldo's residence, Jiang Fei sat down in a small pub across from Aldo's manor, as he did not know when Aldo would return from his journey to the palace. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others decided to rest in this small tavern and gather some information. There were all kinds of people in the tavern. Even if they did not deliberately ask around, they could easily hear a lot of useful information.
Have you heard? What happened? Something happened to the 1 million slaves that the emperor gave Lord Haroon. Oh, what happened? Hey! It's raining heavily in the south, causing the roads to be washed away. Those slaves are all stuck halfway. I reckon they won't be able to reach Mala in 3 days. Then they're really unlucky. If the slaves don't reach the deadline, they'll be punished. Hey! Who cares about them? They're just a bunch of filthy slaves. It's better that they're dead. Otherwise, if 1 million people rush into Mala, just eating, drinking, and shitting would be enough to mess up the imperial capital.
Chapter 1558. Chapter 1558 Bewitching. There was a saying that the speaker did not mean what he said, but the listener did. When these random customers in the tavern said it, they would treat it as a joke. However, when Jiang Fei heard it, it became an important piece of information. Originally, the 1 million slaves would arrive in Mala in 3 days. When that time came, the player's quest would be completed. Once they left, Jiang Fei and the others would have come for nothing. However, now, the heavens were helping Jiang Fei. The heavy rain in the south had caused the traffic to be blocked. The 1 million slaves would definitely be late in arriving in Mala. This meant that Jiang Fei had more time to destroy the player's quest.
That's great. Now, we have more time to contact Aldo,
Ariel said in a low voice.
Yeah, I thought we were running out of time. Now, the heavens are helping me.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Ah, Fei, don't be too happy. If these people arrive on time, be careful not to be caught off guard.
Nina poured cold water on Jiang Fei to prevent him from being too happy.
Yeah, those slaves will be severely punished if they fail to meet the deadline. So, in order to avoid being punished. They will definitely think of a way to come earlier, Bella reminded. Okay. Don't worry. I won't get carried away.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Hey! Look! Isn't that Aldo?
At that moment, Si Tang pointed into the distance and said, Jiang Fei and the others immediately turned around and saw a desolate figure walking over from afar. Not only did this person not ride a horse, but he also did not have a follower by his side.
F***CK! It really is Aldo. How did he end up like this?
Jiang Fei was shocked. When Aldo entered the palace, he was still in high spirits. How did he end up like this now?
Did something happen?
Ariel asked worriedly.
Let's go! Let's go and take a look.
Jiang Fei immediately stood up and walked out of the tavern. As they were not far away, Jiang Fei and the others quickly arrived in front of Aldo. However, the Prime Minister acted as if he did not see Jiang Fei. Not only did he not scold him, but he also did not kneel down and bow. Instead, he was knocked on the shoulder by Jiang Fei and did not say anything.
Prime Minister?
Jiang Fei turned around and chased after Aldo. He stopped in front of Aldo.
H? You? Who are you?
Aldo was clearly shocked by Jiang Fei. However, he did not open his mouth to scold Jiang Fei or raise his hand to hit Jiang Fei.
Hee. Prime Minister. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that you don't seem very happy.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Hey! Go away. I'm not in a good mood today. I don't want to make things difficult for you.
Aldo sighed and ignored Jiang Fei. He was ready to walk toward his mansion.
Prime Minister. I know that you're in trouble. I'm here to help you.
Jiang Fei smiled. Anyone could tell that Aldo was in trouble. Therefore, Jiang Fei deliberately said such words to attract his attention.
Oh!
As expected, when Aldo heard Jiang Fei's words, he immediately raised his head. After looking at Jiang Fei from top to bottom, many thoughts flashed through Aldo's mind. Judging from the attire, Jiang Fei and the others did not look like poor people. Moreover, he was really at a loss at the moment. Therefore, when he heard that Jiang Fei was here to help him, he could not help but want to grab hold of this life-saving straw.
Can you really help me?
Asked Aldo.
That depends on whether you want to get out of this predicament. Prime Minister.
Jiang Fei smiled calmly. He was quite good at pretending to be 13 to scare people.
Forget it.
Aldo finally made up his mind. He was desperate now. Therefore, since Jiang Fei said that he could help him, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to believe it. After that, Aldo led Jiang Fei and the others into his manor. In the living room, both parties took their seats.
Do you really have a way to help me?
Aldo asked.
Sir, let's talk about your problem first.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
You don't know?
Aldo frowned. Previously, Jiang Fei had said that he was here to help him solve his problem. He had thought that Jiang Fei and the others already knew the whole story. However, now that Jiang Fei had asked, he could not help but think that Jiang Fei and the others were liars.
We only know a general idea. Your sister should not be as favored as she used to be. Right.
Jiang Fei deliberately said only half of what he said. He guessed that Aldo was troubled by this matter. If not, he could just say half of what he said. He could also change his words later.
That's true.
Aldo sighed, and then told them the details of how he entered the palace today. It turned out that Aldo had been summoned by his sisters to enter the palace today, and the purpose of entering the palace was to discuss the matter of the harem fighting for favor. After entering the palace, Aldo knew that the situation of his sisters falling out of favor was more serious than he had imagined. Ever since those mysterious women entered the palace, the old emperor had never visited his sisters again. Not only that, the old emperor also issued a series of oral orders, which were almost all to improve the treatment of those women. He had also arranged strict security measures for them. For a time, Aldo's 4 younger sisters were practically thrown into the cold palace. They could not even see the old emperor anymore. After receiving this news, Aldo felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Although he knew that his younger sisters could not be pampered forever, he did not expect them to fall out of favor so quickly. Aldo knew very well that his sisters falling out of favor was a sign that he would step down. Once he stepped down, the enemies that he had offended previously would not let him go.
Very soon, the family members of those women will be on stage. When that time comes, I will definitely die a horrible death,
said Aldo with a bitter face. Jiang Fei smiled slightly after listening to it. Aldo did not know that those mysterious women were actually players. They were not in the mood to fight for the position of Prime Minister of the Northern Star. As long as they had the population, they would leave immediately. However, although he knew that Aldo was worrying about nothing, Jiang Fei did not want to explain it to him. If this kid was relieved, who would work for Jiang Fei?
F***CK. If they push me too far, I will fight them.
Aldo slammed the table.
I got it.
Seeing that Aldo was desperate, Jiang Fei suddenly had an idea.
Sir, do you have an idea?
Aldo immediately asked. He was born poor and had just tasted the sweetness of life. He valued his life the most. If it was not a last resort, he would definitely not go all out.
I have an idea.
Jiang Fei smiled and whispered a few words into Aldo's ear.
Can this work?
Aldo frowned.
Don't you want to take it one step further?
Jiang Fei smiled like a demon. However, what he said earlier had deeply tempted Aldo. It made him afraid and unable to suppress the greed in his heart. Chapter 1559. Chapter 1559. The Law of Loss.
One more step. One more step.
Jiang Fei's words filled Aldo's mind. At that moment, Aldo was already the prime minister under one man. What did one more step mean? However, it was impossible for him to become the emperor with just words. Although the old emperor was old, he had never heard of passing the throne to his brother-in-law. Therefore, if Aldo wanted to become an emperor, there was only one way to go. He had to violently overthrow the current emperor and then ascend the throne himself. To usurp the throne, no matter which dynasty it was in, was a capital crime. It was possible that his entire family would be executed, exterminated, and even buried. However, the golden throne of the emperor was tempting him right in front of Aldo's eyes. This temptation was irresistible.
Cheers!
In the end, Aldo gritted his teeth. He was now facing a certain death. If his sister fell out of favor, a person like him who relied on his nepotism to rise to power would almost certainly be removed from power. His previous arrogant behavior had offended many people. Once he was removed from power, he would probably be doomed. Since he was going to die anyway, why not take a risk? Therefore, under Jiang Fei's persuasion, Aldo decided to take the risk.
Then, what do I need to do? Please teach me. Sir!
Aldo walked to Jiang Fei and bowed deeply.
This is very simple.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he said to Aldo,
you will enter the palace tomorrow and tell the emperor that the slaves he rewarded to others deliberately delayed their journey, causing them to not be able to reach Mala in 3 days. When that time comes, the emperor will definitely lose face because even the slaves do not follow his orders. But those slaves were delayed because of the heavy rain in the south.
Aldo said with a puzzled face.
Why do you care so much? The old emperor spends all his time in the harem. What does he know? Just do as I say.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
then the emperor will definitely be angry.
Although Aldo was not very capable, he knew the old emperor's temper very well.
That would be the best. Remember, you only have one goal. Get the emperor to give the order. If you miss the deadline, you will be executed.
Jiang Fei continued to instigate.
What do you mean?
Aldo, who was born poor, had never read any books, so he did not understand what Jiang Fei meant.
The meaning is very simple. As long as the slaves do not reach the deadline,
they will be executed.
Jiang Fei smiled coldly. This move of his was like drawing a tiger from a cat. Back then, Jiang Fei's results were average. However, he also knew the cause of the farmers' war at the end of the Qin dynasty. As long as the old emperor gave such an order, the heavy rain would destroy the road. The slaves would definitely not be able to reach Mara on time, since they would all be killed if they missed the deadline. Then as long as someone instigated them, the slaves would definitely rebel.
What's the use of executing the slaves?
At this point, Aldo still did not understand Jiang Fei's intention.
Sai, how could you be so stupid? If these slaves were to rebel, and 1 million people directly revolted outside Mala City, do you think Mala City would be able to stop them?
Jiang Fei sneered. Although the Northern Empire also had a large number of elite troops, with the production level of this era, it was impossible for them to gather their troops near the capital because the logistics could not be satisfied. A mud city like Marla City would not be able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Therefore, it was almost certain that the city would fall.
You can do that?
After listening to Jiang Fei's explanation, Aldo came to a realization.
When we break through the palace and kill the old emperor, those slaves will definitely not dare to become the emperor themselves. When that time comes, I will take the lead in electing you as the prime minister. Naturally, you will ascend the throne as the emperor.
Jiang Fei had painted a big picture for Aldo.
That's great.
At that moment, Aldo was already blinded by desire.
So, the order to kill all the slaves must be given by the old emperor. You must announce it repeatedly when you give the order. Otherwise, if those angry slaves want to kill you, I won't be able to stop them.
Jiang Fei did not forget to remind him.
Yes. Yes. Of course. Of course.
Since it was related to his own life, Aldo naturally remembered it. After everything was settled, Jiang Fei and the rest went to rest, leaving Aldo alone. He was so excited that he could not sleep for the entire night. Of course, Jiang Fei only told Aldo a part of his plan. In his plan, Aldo had no chance of becoming the emperor. Even if he did, it would only be a flash in the pan. Jiang Fei's goal was to destroy the player quest. Therefore, the more lively the planet was, the lower the probability of the player getting the population. When the slaves broke through Mala, Jiang Fei would immediately announce a declaration of emancipation that he copied from Uncle Lincoln. No one would be willing to become a slave. Although they were currently slaves, they would definitely want to break free. Since the same slave could break through the capital of Mala, why couldn't they? In addition, Jiang Fei had made a declaration of emancipation in Mala. The slaves in other places would definitely follow suit. They would definitely rise up and revolt. When that happened, the entire Norton planet would be in chaos. In an era of war, what was the most important asset? Population. Because only people could fight. Especially in this era of cold weapons. People meant the foundation of war. When that time came, no leader of any faction would hand over 1 million people to others. Those players' quests on Norton planet would basically be useless. Ever since Jiang Fei had fused with the Blackened Soul, he had become much more decisive in killing. If it was the past him, he would definitely consider how many innocent people would die if he did this, because it would cause the entire planet to fall into chaos. It would definitely cause the deaths of a large number of civilians. However, Jiang Fei no longer cared about these details. What he wanted to do was to save the entire universe. Not to mention millions of people. Even if it was a planet with hundreds of millions of people, he could sacrifice it just like that. The night passed very quickly. The next morning, Aldo entered the palace. Ever since he had made his fortune, he had never woken up so early. From this, it could be seen that the temptation of desire could even change a person's nature. In the afternoon, Aldo returned to his residence. From his smug expression, needless to say, he had succeeded. As expected, Aldo received the order from the old emperor to kill all those who failed to meet their expectations. And the process was quite easy. First of all, although the old emperor was a wise ruler when he was young, his mind had long been muddle-headed due to the passing of time and his lingering in the harem. When he heard that the slaves actually dared to disobey his orders, he was so angry that he broke many things. At this moment, with a slight suggestion from Aldo, he immediately approved the decree. Chapter 1560. Chapter 1560 Slave Camp. After receiving the king's order, Aldo followed Jiang Fei's instructions and did not rush to pass the order down. He deliberately delayed for 2 days until the 3rd day. When the slaves arrived at Mala, only then did he pass the order down. This way, when the slaves learned of this order, they would not be able to reach Mala on time, even if they risked their lives. Not only that, Aldo had also followed Jiang Fei's instructions and removed himself completely. From the beginning to the end, he did not mention a single word about himself. He had even secretly spread the news. He said that the decree was issued by a few favored imperial concubines who trusted the emperor. Prime Minister Aldo had written many times to advise against it. However, the new imperial concubines in the old emperor's new harem did not listen to Aldo's opinion. Instead, they continued to issue the decree. One had to know that the news spread much faster than the law. Before the decree of execution by default had reached the lower level officials, everyone in Marla knew that Aldo had stopped the emperor from giving the order. However, nothing had succeeded. Well done!
After listening to Aldo's excited narration, Jiang Fei was overjoyed.
What are we going to do next?
Aldo was also very excited. After all, the temptation of the emperor's dragon throne had already captivated him.
Next, you will continue to build momentum in Marla. Leave the rest to us.
Jiang Fei smiled and prepared to leave with Bella and the other girls.
Thank you, sir. If I can really become the emperor, I will definitely fulfill whatever you want,
Aldo said respectfully.
Hee hee. It's nothing. I would like to congratulate you in advance. Your Majesty.
Jiang Fei smiled. He did not care about Aldo's promises. Besides, The promises of people like Aldo were the most meaningless. These people were the classic example of burning bridges after crossing the river. If he really succeeded in usurping the throne, the first thing he would do would be to get rid of Jiang Fei and the others. For people like Aldo who came from the bottom of society and succeeded in ascending to the throne, the first thing they would think of was not how to reward the people who had helped them. Instead, they would think of ways to sit firmly on the chair under their buttocks. They would get rid of all the vassals who had followed them to fight for power. This was because these people were more capable than him. He was afraid that after these people had helped him create a rebellion, they would come back to create a rebellion against him. However, this was meaningless to Jiang Fei. Firstly, Jiang Fei did not want to stay on Norton. Secondly, he did not intend to help Aldo get to the top. What he needed to do was to completely mess up Norton. When that time came, there would be chaos everywhere. That way, no one would care about the players anymore. No one would give the precious population to them. Although the players still had one way to go at that time, which was to help a feudal lord settle the four sides and reunify Norton. That was a time-consuming and laborious thing. After all, it was much easier to destroy than to rebuild. Jiang Fei was only messing with the planet. The players had to restore order to the planet. Only then would the new ruler be able to reward them with the population. Even if the players could do it, it would take a lot of time. That was enough for Jiang Fei. A quest that could delay these players for a few years, or even more than 10 years, was definitely worth it. After bidding farewell to Aldo, Jiang Fei and the others left Marla's city. Then, they followed behind the messenger and walked in the direction of the slaves. Jiang Fei and the others walked for more than a day. When Jiang Fei and the others saw the slaves had already delayed their arrival in Marla.
The Imperial Edict has arrived,
as the messenger shouted. The soldiers who were escorting the slaves and the slaves all knelt down.
The Imperial Edict of His Majesty.
Then, the messenger began to read the edict aloud. The content of the edict was basically 5 words: any failure to comply with the edict would be beheaded.
How can this be? We were delayed because the storm had destroyed the road? Sir, they don't want us to do this. What should we do?
In an instant, the slaves panicked. According to the new law, they would all be executed after they arrived in Mala.
Shut up! If you dare to shout again, I'll kill you immediately,
the officer who was escorting the slaves shouted. At the same time, the whip in his hand whipped like a slave who was shouting injustice.
Pa!
The whip directly hit the person's face.
Ah!
The slave cried out in pain. But he did not dare to make another sound, because they had been slaves for a long time. These people's blood had been mostly worn out. The result of being beaten and scolded for a long time was that they had forgotten to resist. Seeing those slaves, they did not dare to make a sound. This was the messenger who said with a high and mighty face,
"This is an order issued by His Majesty the Emperor. Even the Prime Minister cannot make His Majesty change the order. What can I do? Quickly go to the horse-drawn carriage and wait for your death."
The messenger was obviously one of Aldo's men. He did not forget to make things easy for Aldo and help the old emperor gain hatred.
Dot!
The slaves looked at each other. Most of their eyes were numb. However, Jiang Fei could see the anger and unwillingness in their eyes.
It seems that these slaves can still be saved.
Jiang Fei nodded. If all of these were numb, Jiang Fei would really be dumbfounded. Jiang Fei remembered those people who had eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. However, they did not show themselves. He continued to observe them in secret until the night when they were camping. Only then did Jiang Fei arrive at the slave camp alone. Because Jiang Fei had arrived together with the messenger. The soldiers guarding the slaves also knew him. They knew that he was the lord who had come with the messenger. So they did not dare to stop him. After arriving at the camp, Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to scan and immediately found the slaves that he had noticed. Although they were not allowed to use their power due to the quest restriction, they could still be detected by scanning them. After finding the location of these people, Jiang Fei went straight to the vicinity of these people. Although it was a slave camp, slaves often had no human rights. They did not even have a tent to live in. They were just a few pieces of rags that had been patched. Then, he used a tree branch to build a shack. These few people living in the shack were considered to be in good condition. Most of the slaves slept directly on the ground. Previously, when the southern rain was heavy, many of the slaves died of illness due to the rain. When they set off, there were 1.2 million slaves. Now, there were only about 800,000 left. A total of 400,000 slaves died on the road just like that.
No wonder these slaves did not have much of a reaction after hearing about the death judgment. Perhaps death is a kind of relief for them.
Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. Chapter 1561. Chapter 1561 Brainwashing. However, when Jiang Fei arrived near the shack, he heard a different voice.
Second brother, what should we do? Yes, second brother, I don't want to die. Don't worry, I will let you live. But the messenger master said that if we delay the date, we will be executed when we reach Malala. No, we will not be executed. But the messenger master said that this is an order personally given by His Majesty the Emperor. Even the Prime Minister cannot change it. It's over. It's over. I'm really dead now. I haven't married yet. You don't have to worry. I will protect you. Second brother, why don't we escape? No. Once we escape, we will be discovered very quickly. By then, we will not be able to escape from the cavalry. Then what should we do? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Sob. You guys go to sleep first. Leave this matter to me to worry about. But second brother, there's no buts. You guys go to sleep first.
After a few minutes, there was no sound in the shack. Just as Jiang Fei was about to go somewhere else to take a look, a tall figure walked out of the shack. After the brawny man walked out of the shack, he found a slope and made himself comfortable. Then, he held a straw in his mouth and sighed. Jiang Fei could tell that this was the second brother that the slaves were talking about. However, although he had comforted his brothers, he could not do anything about the matter of the
all-out execution. This person is interesting.
Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. Although the burly man had not come up with a solution, he was able to silence a group of slaves who had received death threats and were almost scared out of their wits. This meant that he had a high prestige among the slaves. Jiang Fei needed such a person.
What? Do you want your brothers to live?
Jiang Fei's voice sounded like a devil who had made an evil deal.
Who?
The brawny man was shocked and jumped up.
Hee hee. Did I scare you?
Jiang Fei smiled slightly.
Are you the lord who came with the messenger master?
The brawny man had clearly seen Jiang Fei before and had a good memory.
That's right. It's me.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
Sir, did you hear our conversation just now?
The brawny man was slightly stunned. Then, he asked tentatively.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Dot.
The brawny man did not say anything else. However, his eyes kept darting around. Clearly, he was weighing the pros and cons. At that moment, the brawny man was indeed troubled. He was hesitating whether he should kill Jiang Fei to silence him. That was because their conversation just now involved escaping. To a slave, that was definitely a felony that could lead to death. However, after weighing the pros and cons, the brawny man gave up on killing Jiang Fei. That was because Jiang Fei looked at him as if he was looking at an ant. That gaze was not contempt, but disregard. If it was contempt, it would be fine. It would only mean that the other party looked down on you. However, ignoring you was different. That meant that you were not worth mentioning in the other party's eyes. The other party would not even bother to pay attention to you. Therefore, the brawny man felt guilty. He was not sure if he could kill Jiang Fei. Even if he could, once Jiang Fei made any sound, the soldiers who were escorting the slaves would rush over. The brawny man and his brothers would still die. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the brawny man gritted his teeth and decided to bear the humiliation.
Plop!
The brawny man fell to his knees in front of Jiang Fei.
Sir, my brothers are just scared out of their wits. I will use my life to guarantee that they will not escape. Please let them go. I am willing to accept their punishment on their behalf.
The brawny man pleaded.
It doesn't matter what they said. I just want to ask you. Do you want to live on after arriving in Mara? Do you want to live on with your brothers?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
Sir, of course we want to live.
The brawny man said without hesitation.
That's good.
Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction.
Sir, can you ask the Emperor to take back his order?
The brawny man asked hopefully.
No. Even the Prime Minister could not persuade the Emperor. Let alone me. I have never even met that old man.
Jiang Fei said with a shrug.
But sir, didn't you say that you could save us?
The brawny man was confused. He did not know why the sir in front of him was teasing him.
I cannot save you. The only one who can save you is yourselves.
Jiang Fei said calmly.
Ourselves?
The brawny man was stunned.
Yes. And I can tell you that all of you cannot survive. Some of you will die. But more of you will survive.
Jiang Fei said.
Only some of you will survive?
The brawny man was stunned.
That's right. It all depends on whether you have the heart or not,
said Jiang Fei.
As long as my brothers and I can survive, I don't care about the rest.
said the brawny man coldly.
Very good.
Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction and continued.
Tell me your name. My lord. My name is Gillant,
The brawny man said.
Good. Gillant, if you want to keep you and your brothers alive, do as I say.
When Jiang Fei said this, a trace of mental strength could not help but be mixed into Gillant's mind. This made Gillant feel as if he had heard a heavenly voice. In his eyes, Jiang Fei was like a god that had descended from heaven.
My lord, please say it. As long as you can keep my brothers alive. Am willing to die even if it means I have to die.
Gillant said with a determined look in his eyes.
Very well. Tomorrow, you will kill the messenger in front of everyone.
Jiang Fei's voice was very cold.
What?
Gillant was so scared that he took a few steps back.
You don't dare?
Jiang Fei asked disdainfully.
Master, I do dare. But the messenger master is a martial artist and he has a weapon. I am not his opponent,
said Gillant.
You don't have to worry about that. He will not resist,
said Jiang Fei with a smile.
But he still has so many guards around him.
Gillant was still in a difficult position.
You are not alone. Don't you have so many brothers?
Jiang Fei asked.
But there are more guards outside.
Gillant still looked troubled.
Gillant, let me ask you. How many slaves are there now?
Jiang Fei asked with a gloomy face.
Sir, I overheard the master of the guards say that there are still more than 850,000 of us slaves. But that was 3 days ago.
Moreover, many of these people are infected with diseases. I reckon that they won't live for long. The number of people who can make it to Mala alive should not exceed 800,000,
said Gillant. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. This Gillant did have some ability to lead an organization. At the very least, he was very attentive in the details of intelligence.
Then, let me ask you again. How many soldiers were escorting you?
Jiang Fei continued to ask.
There were more than 20,000 soldiers escorting us. Among them, 5,000 were cavalry,
said Gillant.
Since you know that there are more than 800,000 slaves and only about 20,000 soldiers, what are you afraid of? Kill these soldiers, and you will survive.
Jiang Fei shouted. Under the effect of mental power, Gillant was instantly brainwashed. Chapter 1562. Chapter 1562 began.
My lord, tell me what you want me to do.
The brainwashed Gillant seemed to have changed into a different person.
If you do this and do it again, I guarantee that you and your brothers will live.
Jiang Fei whispered into Gillant's ear.
As long as my brothers can live, I will do whatever you say. My lord.
Gillant took a deep breath as if he had made up his mind. After Jiang Fei had arranged everything, he quietly left the slave camp. After Gillant returned to his own shack, he did not speak for a long time. If there were cigarettes in this era, Gillant would definitely smoke one cigarette after another, although he had just agreed to Jiang Fei's request. As a slave, it was still very stressful for him and his brothers to assassinate the messenger.
However, the emperor's order was too decisive, leaving them with no way to survive. Although Gillant did not know if Jiang Fei's plan would work, this was at least an opportunity. Moreover, once it succeeded, he and his brothers would not only obtain freedom, but also wealth and status that they would not even dare to dream of.
You?
Gillant took a deep breath. At this moment, because he was nervous, the grass roots in his mouth had all been chewed up. The bitter taste filled his mouth, but it also made him completely calm down. Speaking of which, Gillant was also a very capable person. He became a slave only because his birth was not good. His parents were slaves, so he became a slave at birth. However, this did not stop Gillant from having an incredible wisdom. Soon, Gillant made a simple plan in the dark. Then, he pushed his brothers awake.
What's wrong? Second brother. Yes. It's only midnight. Second brother. Stop it. Stop it. I'm exhausted. I want to sleep.
After traveling for several days, and they could not eat or live well, each of Gillant's brothers was exhausted. They were all counting on sleeping at night to recover their strength.
All of you, get up. If you want to live, then get up quickly,
Gillant said in a low voice.
Swish.
Gillant's 5 brothers suddenly quivered, and then all of them turned around and sat up. At this time, if there was anything that was most tempting to them, it was undoubtedly to live.
Second brother, are we going to escape overnight?
A short guy asked.
Second brother, didn't you say that we can't escape from the cavalry?
Another person asked.
We're not going to run away. When the sun rises, you just have to act according to my color. I guarantee that not only will you survive, you might even be able to live in a brick house in the future. Eat delicious food. and marry a wife.
Jylent did not tell his brothers his plan. This was not because he did not trust his brothers, but because these guys had not seen much of the world. If he told them in detail, these guys might not understand. Moreover, these people were not scheming and were easy to spill the beans.
Second brother, you are not lying to us. Right. Yes. How is that possible? It is already very good that we can survive. How can we dare to ask for such things? Second brother, you're not thinking of living to the point of losing your mind. Are you?
Gillen's little brothers clearly did not believe that such a good thing could happen.
You just have to do as I say. I promise to do as I say,
Gillen said seriously.
Second brother? Are you serious? If that's really the case? Second brother, well, do whatever you say. But, second brother, what do you want us to do?
Seeing Gillen's serious look, the little brothers woke up from their drowsiness. They didn't care about what Gillen wanted them to do. They were bound to die. As long as they could survive, they could sacrifice everything. Not to mention the bright future that Gillen had promised them was beyond their wildest dreams.
You don't have to worry about the specifics. As long as you cooperate with me when the sun rises. When the time comes, you will do whatever I tell you to do. No one is allowed to be a coward. No one is allowed to be a coward,
Gillen said with a serious expression. Although they might have a bright future after the sun rose and receive the benefits that Jiang Fei had promised them, the risk was still very high. If the operation failed, they would face the end of 1,000 cuts.
Second brother, don't worry. We are all men who are about to die. What's there to be afraid of? Tomorrow, you will make me fight those soldiers with my life. We will accompany you,
one of the lackeys said with a smile. Although he had unintentionally made an analogy, he did not expect this analogy to be Gillen's plan. The night passed quickly. As Gillen's lackeys did not know about it, they quickly fell asleep again. However, because Gillen had something on his mind, he did not close his eyes for the entire night. The next morning, the soldiers began to drive the slaves away, urging them to go on their way. Before they left, the herald, under Jiang Fei's bewitchment, decided to give the slaves another lecture. When the slaves were done with their formation, the herald brought the megaphone to a high platform.
You lowly slaves, hurry up and go. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will not be able to see Murat city wall and will be executed,
the herald shouted loudly, although he had the megaphone in his hand. However, his voice could only be heard by the slaves nearby. Most of the slaves relied on word of mouth to know what he said.
TCH, if we don't dare to show our faces, we will be executed. If we go to Murat, we will also be executed. Regardless, we will die. Why are we still working so hard?
A strange voice suddenly came from among the slaves.
Swoosh!
In an instant, all the slaves looked at the owner of this voice, Gillen.
Second brother, are you crazy? Second brother, you? Sigh.
Gillen's underlings were all frightened.
Who said that? Capture him,
the messenger said angrily.
Yes.
Soon, the soldiers beside the messenger came to the slave team below, wanting to capture Gillen to the stage.
Don't touch my second brother. Let go of my second brother.
Needless to say, Gillen still held a high position in the hearts of his subordinates. Although his subordinates knew that they might be implicated if they stood up for Gillen at this time, they still stood up.
You've really rebelled against me. Capture all of you.
The herald was furious. He had never seen a slave who dared to resist.
Yes, sir.
More soldiers rushed to the bottom of the stage. They held weapons and whips in their hands. After a round of whipping, they quickly captured Gillen and his subordinates and brought them to the stage. After getting on the stage, Gillen could not help but look at Jiang Fei, who was behind the messenger. If it was not for the Lord's guarantee, he would not have taken such a big risk. Jiang Fei nodded without leaving a trace. He signaled for Gillen to rest assured. At the same time, he was very happy because his plan had begun as scheduled. Chapter 1563. Chapter 1563. Natural-born swindlers.
You bunch of despicable slaves! How dare you defy master's orders? Now beat them to death!
The herald roared angrily.
Yes!
The herald's attendants answered. Then, they rushed up with whips and wooden sticks, wanting to beat Jylent and the others to death in front of these slaves. As the messenger was born into the ruling class, he was very disdainful of slaves. To him, slaves were no different from pigs and sheep. Their lives did not call for their lives. Killing a few slaves was nothing at all. Now, these slaves actually dared to defy his orders. Therefore, they had to be killed as a warning to others.
Whoosh!
The thick and heavy wooden stick was swinging in the wind. It went straight for Gillen's head and smashed down. However, just as the wooden stick was about to hit Gillen's head, the serpent was suddenly frozen. Not only that, a golden light flashed above Gillen's head.
The heavens are dead, and the yellow sky is in its place. These insects have exploited us for too long. Kill these insects and give us our freedom!
Gillen roared and said the lines that Jiang Fei had prepared for him. At the same time, Gillen snatched the wooden stick from the servant's hand and hit the servant's head with his backhand.
Bang!
Following a muffled sound. Not only was the servant's head smashed, but his entire body was smashed into meat paste by Gillen's wooden club.
Wow!
Seeing this scene, not only the slaves below, but also the soldiers who were escorting them, even Gillen himself was stunned. He did not remember that he had such divine power.
The yellow sky has revealed its divinity. Gillen has become the chosen one. He will lead us back to freedom.
Jiang Fei hid in the crowd and shouted while taking advantage of the chaos.
Freedom.
At first, the slaves were unfamiliar with this word. However, the temptation of freedom quickly rekindled their bloodlust, especially with the chosen one leading them. The bloodlust for freedom could no longer be suppressed.
Don't just stand there. Do as I taught you.
Jiang Fei said directly in Gillen's mind through his spiritual power.
Oh.
Gillen immediately nodded. He instantly remembered that everything that had happened just now was related to the Lord from yesterday. Not only the strange phenomenon just now, but the divine power in his body must have been bestowed by that Lord. Of course, Gillen's guess was right. All of this was a trick played by Jiang Fei and the others in the dark. The yellow light came from the energy surge caused by Jiang Fei's spiritual power. The serpent's big stick was instantly frozen because Sylvie used the power of time to stop the serpent. Gillen suddenly possessed divine power. It was also Hua Mulan, who had the power core, who was transmitting power in the dark. With the help of Jiang Fei and the other cosmic powerhouses, Gillen was naturally like a god possessed. At that moment, Jiang Fei was among the crowd. Even if he did not use his spiritual power to hypnotize the slaves, they were still stirred up by the desire to be free, as he did not want to be targeted by the
game development team.
Jiang Fei could not directly use his spiritual power to hypnotize all the slaves. However, he could only use a very small amount of power to temporarily influence a small character. This would not attract the attention of the development team. Moreover, there was still vital in helping Jiang Fei to secretly erase the little clues.
Huang Tian has given the order. Kill the vermin and regain your freedom.
Gillen followed the script that Jiang Fei had given him and walked towards the messenger with a big wooden stick in his hand.
You? Don't come over.
At this moment, the messenger was a little scared. He had never seen such a thing since he was born in a noble family. Although the messenger was also a martial artist, the natural conditions of Norton Planet were too good. The overly comfortable environment caused the combat level of the people here to be very low. The messenger was considered to be an expert in the military. But on Earth, he was only at the level of an ordinary special forces soldier. At this time, Jilin, who had been injected with power by Hua Mulan, had almost the strength of a third rank. That messenger couldn't even withstand a single blow from him.
Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!
The slaves below the stage roared in unison. Although they didn't dare to directly go against these soldiers and rulers, they had the courage to make a ruckus. Although this sounded quite ridiculous and also quite sad. However, to these people who had been enslaved for a long time, this was already quite a big improvement.
Kill!
Jilin roared in anger, indicating his determination and bolstering his courage. After all, it took a lot of courage to kill a noble as a slave.
Don't kill me!
The messenger was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. Looking at Jilin, who was covered in golden light, the messenger's mind was in a mess.
Kill him! Kill him!
The boos from the slaves below the stage filled Gillen's ears. At this moment, there was a faint trace of excitement in his heart. This was the desire for freedom, as well as the greed for power. Today, he was really standing in the center of attention. And he was about to become the leader of hundreds of thousands of people. Whoosh! The sound of wind came from the big wooden stick, and it suddenly smashed toward the messenger's head. With a crisp sound, the messenger's head was smashed into thousands of peach blossoms. Following that, his entire body was smashed into meat paste. Whoosh! Seeing that Gillen had really killed the noble, the slaves below immediately went into a mess.
The heavens have died,
and the yellow sky shall stand. Kill the vermin, and take back your freedom. I am the chosen one. I am Gillen.
This time, Gillen did not need Jiang Fei to teach him. He had transformed into a fraud.
Lord Gillant, please save us.
In a corner, a slave shouted and suddenly knelt down.
Lord Gillant, please give us a way out.
After someone started, these slaves suddenly knelt down in large numbers. In this age of ignorance and superstition, they clearly believed that Gillant was the chosen one. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person protect himself with golden light? Swords and spears could not hurt him. And he even had the divine power to instantly kill warriors?
I, Gillant, can receive the favor of Huang Tian. And so can you. I am the first chosen one. But I am definitely not the last. Huang Tian has ordered us to kill the vermin. If I can kill that noble, then you can kill those soldiers.
If you kill them, you can also receive the reward of Huang Tian.
Gillant shouted loudly.
Is this true? We can also become the chosen ones?
In an instant, the eyes of those slaves turned blue when they looked at the escorting soldiers. They could not help but swallow their saliva as if they were hungry wolves who had seen a fat sheep. It was not only the slaves who swallowed their saliva. The soldiers could not help but swallow their saliva as well. However, they did not swallow their saliva to suppress their desires, but because of fear. Although they held weapons in their hands, the soldiers were very clear that their numbers were much smaller than the slaves. Once the slaves started a riot, their numbers would not be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Chapter 1564. Chapter 1564. Rebellion. Seeing that the slaves were eyeing the soldiers covetously, but were also fearful, Gillant gave his brothers a look.
Kill! Kill these bastards! Since second brother has killed the nobles, we should also kill a few bastard soldiers.
Gillant's little brothers were really not ambiguous, although they were fearful of the weapons in the hands of the soldiers. Since Gillant had taken the lead, they would stand with their second brother regardless of life and death. In an instant, the 5 brothers on the stage pounced on the guard beside them. These soldiers instinctively wanted to draw their swords to kill these slaves, but they suddenly realized that they could not move at all.
Bang!
The fastest little man rushed to the side of a guard and knocked him down with a punch. Because the guard was imprisoned by Sylvie, he could not resist at all.
Swish!
The guard saber was pulled out by the little guy. Then, the little guy was really ruthless. He directly slashed the blade at the guard's neck. Because these soldiers usually beat and scolded the slaves, and some of them even tortured the slaves for fun. Gillant and his little brothers had also been bullied by these soldiers many times. Therefore, when they erupted today, they were especially fierce.
Kill! Ah!
Following the continuous shouts and screams of killing, more than a dozen guards on the stage died at the hands of the 5 brothers.
Boom!
5 pillars of light descended from the sky. Although these pillars of light were much weaker than the one on Gillant's body, they could still be seen by all the slaves.
The chosen one!
It was unknown which slave shouted.
We can really become the chosen one!
The slaves who were still doubtful were now certain that as long as they followed the order of the yellow sky and killed the soldiers and nobles, they would become the chosen one. Although these slaves did not understand what the yellow sky was, it did not hinder their desire for freedom and the pursuit of a better life.
Ha ha! I feel that I'm so strong! Yeah! So strong! I feel that I can fight 10 of them now!
Gironda's little brothers had also received the power of Hua Mulan. Although they had received less power than Gironda, they still had the strength of a level 2. This made them extremely pleasantly surprised. And their surprised voices also formed a natural temptation for the other slaves.
The yellow sky has decreed that there will be rewards for killing moths. The earlier those who follow me to kill the enemy, the stronger the power they will obtain after killing the enemy. It's still not too late for you to follow me now. Although you cannot obtain power just by killing a guard. As long as you kill more enemies, you can obtain my ability.
Gillant did not lose the opportunity to bewitch them on the stage.
For freedom. I don't want to die. Go to hell. Mother of Asterisk Cur. You bunch of worms. I'll fight you to the death.
In an instant, the temptation of freedom and the desire to become stronger completely ignited all the slaves. They pounced on the guards beside them. Although they did not have the help of Jiang Fei and the others, many of the slaves were killed by the soldiers with their swords. However, the number of the soldiers was too small. They had just killed 1 slave with their swords when several slaves had already pounced on them. After that, the group of people rolled to the ground. They could no longer swing their sharp blades. Although these soldiers usually had plenty of food and could be considered well trained, the problem was that in a chaotic war, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. A good man could not fight against many people. Each and every one of them was pressed down by a large group of slaves. They were punched and kicked, and soon, they were unable to resist. Moreover, After the sharp blades left their hands, they were quickly discovered by the sharp-eyed slaves. Then, when these sharp blades were in the hands of the slaves, they immediately became the soldiers' life-threatening talismans.
Ah! H!
Miserable cries rose and fell. Some were issued by the slaves, and some were issued by the soldiers. Although the soldiers fought bravely, and killed at least 3 times their number of slaves, the number of slaves was more than 40 times their number. The death of more than 800,000 slaves and 70,000 to 80,000 people was nothing at all. The riot lasted for about half a day. All the soldiers and guards were killed.
Huff! Huff! Huff!
The slaves panted heavily. At the same time, their eyes were slightly red. These people who had never experienced killing before suddenly went on a killing spree today. Therefore, they were not used to it.
Second brother, what should we do?
One of the lackeys looked at Gillen and asked,
Master, what should we do?
At this time, Gillen could no longer find any trace of Jiang Fei and the others. Therefore, he asked in his heart, because Jiang Fei had once sent him a voice transmission in his heart. He felt that he could contact Jiang Fei this way.
You say so.
Sure enough, Jiang Fei sent a new order to Gillen.
Brothers, everyone listen to me.
After Gillen received Jiang Fei's order, he immediately shouted loudly on the high platform. After his voice was enhanced by Jiang Fei, it was directly transmitted to the ears of every slave.
This is indeed the power of God.
The slaves were clearly frightened by Gillen's ability.
Everyone, listen to me. Although we have obtained a small victory now, because of our numbers, the Empire still has tens of millions of soldiers. If they come to encircle us, we will definitely die,
said Gillen.
But isn't Lord Huang Tian on our side?
A slave asked.
Although Lord Huang Tian is on our side, he will not directly interfere in the affairs of the human world.
Gillen paused at this point, then continued.
But Lord Huang Tian has already given us guidance. Lord Gillen, just tell us, what do you want us to do?
The slave shouted. At this time, Gillen, this chosen one, was already half a myth in their eyes.
The yellow heavens have decreed that we shall slaughter our way into Mala. Kill the leader of the vermin.
Kill the emperor, and we shall have eternal freedom.
Jylin shouted loudly.
Kill the emperor. Kill the emperor.
The emotions of the slaves were instantly ignited. At this moment, they had already rebelled and were committing a crime. So they had nothing to fear. In any case, they were committing a crime that would not end well. So killing the emperor was not a big deal.
Good. Everyone, follow me to Marla.
Gillen took the opportunity to shout.
Yes, sir.
The slaves roared and followed Gillen's footsteps to Marla. This time, although their destination was still Marla, the morale of the slaves was completely different from before. Previously, they were going to Marla to die. But this time, they were going to kill the emperor. How glorious was that? Gillette was indeed a capable person. On the journey, he had divided the slaves into 3 teams. The first one was a young and strong slave. They held the weapons that they had just captured. It was the one with the strongest combat strength. There were about 20,000 people. The other slaves followed behind. The last team was made up of the elderly, the weak, women, and children. After removing these burdens, the slave combat strength had obviously increased a lot. Chapter 1565. Chapter 1565. The rebellion began. 2 days later, Jiang Fei and the others followed the slave army to the outskirts of Mara City. However, there were only about 500,000 slaves who had arrived at Mara City. There were also more than 300,000 old, weak, women, and children following behind them.
Sir, what should we do next?
Gillen asked.
Attack the city,
Jiang Fei said without hesitation. The reason why the slaves were able to reach Mara City successfully was because the technology in this era was backward. There was a lack of fast means of communication. Therefore, under the condition of deliberately keeping it a secret, the Norton Empire had no idea that these slaves had rebelled. The Norton Empire was a super empire that ruled an entire planet. They had a huge army. It was enough to wipe out Gillen and his slaves. However, these armies were scattered all over the planet. Therefore, it was difficult to gather them all at once. Therefore, for Gillen and the others, time was their only weapon. They had to defeat Mullah and kill the emperor before the empire could react. Only then would the empire be leaderless. When that time came, there was a high chance that the generals from all over the world would become their own kings and rule over a region. When that time came, the empire's army would be completely scattered. It would be impossible to gather together again. At that time, Gillen and the rest would be safe.
But Marla City is very strong,
Gillen said with some difficulty.
Strong my ass.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. If this kind of Earth-built city could be considered strong, then the ancient cities on Earth would become castles that would never fall.
But sir, we have neither weapons nor siege weapons. How are we going to siege the city?
Gillen was still very conflicted.
What do we need siege weapons for? We need dozens of strong slaves. No. We need dozens of strong warriors. We need them to find a thick log and carry it to the city gate.
Jiang Fei said halfway. Then, he suddenly remembered that the most taboo thing for these slaves was for others to talk about their identity. So, he immediately changed his words.
Is that okay?
Gillen said with some doubt.
Whether it's okay or not, you just have to do it. When the time comes, remember, you have to be the first to lead the charge.
Jiang Fei said.
No problem. But I only ask you one thing,
said Gillen after taking a deep breath.
What?
Jiang Fei asked.
If I die in battle, please make sure that my brothers can live.
Gillen did not care about the lives of the other slaves. He only cared about his little brothers.
Don't worry. You won't die,
Jiang Fei said with a faint smile.
I hope so.
Gillen sighed.
The next morning, Gillen began to mobilize the slave army.
As everyone can see, Marla City is right in front of us. As long as we break through the city and kill the vermin inside, not only will we be free, but we will also receive the power bestowed by the Yellow Heavens. We will also be able to obtain the wealth and women of those vermin,
said Gillen loudly.
Kill them! Rob them of all their wealth! Rob them of all their women!
In an instant, those slaves who had been suppressed for too long were incited. Once upon a time, freedom was a luxury for them. But now, not only was freedom within their grasp, they would also obtain great power. Along with them were countless wealth and women with delicate skin. Slaves were not even qualified to marry commoners. Once the girls they gave birth to had a bit of beauty, they would be taken away by their masters when they were young. Therefore, those delicate noble girls, to them, there was an inherent temptation.
Damn it!
Jiang Fei cursed silently. Although he had instructed Gillen to incite the slaves, he did not expect Gillen to incite the slaves into becoming thugs. If he were to conquer Marla City, Jiang Fei would not even need to think about it. The entire city would become a purgatory.
Sigh.
Jiang Fei sighed. In his history class, although he had praised the peasant uprising, Jiang Fei could still see the brutality of the peasant uprising from the occasional historical records. After these people overthrew their previous oppression, their oppression of their companions was even greater than before. If even the peasant uprising army was like this, then the rebellious slaves would be even worse. They had suffered even greater oppression. Once they overcame their oppression, they would definitely pass the cruel oppression on to others. However, although Jiang Fei sighed endlessly about this, he did not intend to stop the rebellion. The reason was simple. After the fusion of the Dark Soul, Jiang Fei's character was no longer as weak as before. Although he sympathized with the civilians of Norton, he knew the importance of the safety of the universe. Therefore, even if he had to sacrifice the entire Norton planet, Jiang Fei would not change his decision. After a short mobilization, the 500,000-plus slave army was already boiling with excitement. Under Gillen's arrangement, they forcefully suppressed the excitement in their hearts. Then, they pretended to be travel-worn as they headed towards Marla City. From afar, the guards of Marla City had already discovered the slaves that had come from afar. There was a saying that there was no end to the number of people who came. When the number of people reached over 100,000, it was as if the sky was connected to the sky. The 500,000 slaves' army slowly arrived, and the line was almost as long as the horizon. However, the guards of Marla City did not care about this. After all, they had long known that the emperor had bestowed a few million slaves to the kingdom. These slaves should have arrived in Marla a few days ago. However, they were delayed because of the heavy rain in the south.
Hee hee. These unlucky fellows are finally here. Yeah. A group of poor slaves. They had to travel so far just because of a new master. Who knows how many of them will die on the way? How many will die? You are really ignorant. You don't know that His Majesty has issued the latest decree. Right. What decree? All those who fail to comply will be executed. All of them? That's right. None of these unlucky bastards will survive.
The two guards discussed leisurely. They had never expected that these slaves had turned from a bunch of sheep that were at the mercy of others into ferocious hungry wolves. Very quickly, the group of slaves arrived near the city gate. At this time, some sharp-eyed soldiers had already noticed that something was wrong.
Why isn't this group of slaves being escorted? Why are the soldiers' weapons in the hands of the slaves? F***CK. Is this group of scum rebelling? Close the city gate. Quickly close the city gate.
After a burst of noise, the soldiers began to close the city gate in a hubbub. Because chumping had been too long, the noose that opened and closed the city gate had already begun to jam. It was not easy to close it.
Charge!
After discovering the unusual movements on the city wall, Gillett immediately realized that his group had been exposed. However, there was nothing to hide at this time, so he roared loudly. He was the first to charge towards the city gate.
Charge! Follow the footsteps of the Chosen One!
The slaves shouted loudly, and then swarmed towards the city gate. Chapter 1566. Chapter 1566. The second city gate.
Quickly close the city gate!
Seeing the slaves rushing towards the city gate, the captain of the guards became anxious. If he let the slaves enter the city, wouldn't he lose his official position? However, the captain of the guards obviously thought too much. After the slaves entered the city, he couldn't even save his life. How could he care about his official position?
Rumble. Creak, creak, creak.
Along with the sound of grinding gears, the stuck city gate noose finally lived up to everyone's expectations and closed the city gate.
Phew!
The captain of the guards had just let out a sigh of relief and was about to get someone to report to his superior when he suddenly heard a loud sound.
Boom!
Along with a loud sound, the captain of the guard standing on the city wall felt as if there was an earthquake, and the entire city wall was shaking. He leaned over to take a look below the city wall, and saw dozens of strong slaves carrying a huge log ramming against the city gate. Moreover, there were more than one group of slaves doing this job, and there were several groups of slaves carrying logs charging behind them.
Damn it! Release the arrows? Shoot these dirty slaves to death!
The captain of the guard shouted loudly, because he knew that in the past few decades, the general responsible for guarding the imperial capital had been embezzling military funds, so the city gate had not been strengthened for several decades. Although the surface was painted every year, it looked as if it was new. In fact, the interior had long rotted. Under such a violent collision, the city gates could not last long. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The soldiers on the city wall immediately released arrows. The sharp arrows easily pierced through the unprotected slaves. One by one, the corpses fell down. In an instant, the slaves' attacks came to a halt. The fear of death was an instinctive feeling.
Follow me! Malice, wealth, and beauties are waiting for us!
Gillett knew that it was time for him to show off. For the sake of his brothers, not to mention the rain of arrows in front of him. Even if it was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, he would still charge forward.
Charge! For freedom! I want to live a good life! Charge! Beauties! I'm coming! I want to become a rich slave owner too!
Even though Gillett's words were very simple, they were very effective for the slaves. Freedom was what they yearned for the most. Having beautiful women and wealth at home. At this moment, there was nothing that could stop the slaves from invading the imperial city of Mara. Even death would not be able to scare them off.
Ah! H! Kill!
As the slaves charged forward, screams and screams rose one after another. The slaves fell one wave after another under the rain of arrows. However, more slaves charged forward. They stepped over the corpses of their companions. Then, they picked up the logs that had fallen to the ground and continued to charge forward. The slaves were continuously shot down. However, there were always new ones coming up from behind. Soon, one of the logs reached the city gate.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sound of the log hitting the city gate became even more intense. The two logs hitting the city gate at the same time caused more damage to the city gate. And the time it took to break through the city gate became shorter and shorter.
Shoot! Shoot those slaves to death!
The captain of the guards was so anxious that his eyes were red. Although he had already sent troops to ask for help, the city gate had been in disrepair for a long time. At this time, it was already riddled with holes. Even if he had people constantly use wooden sticks to support it, or even temporarily find wooden planks and nails to repair it. However, this was completely useless. The slaves outside the city had already gone crazy. Their attacks were getting stronger and stronger. This dilapidated city gate could not last for long.
Sir! We are running out of arrows!
There was a saying that went,
when the house leaks, the night rains.
At this moment, the captain of the guards hated his immediate superior. This old fellow was greedy for military funds and had no restraint at all. There were very few arrows and other defensive equipment on the city walls. Only a few were piled on the surface for inspection. The rest had long been sold for money.
Damn it!
The captain of the guards cursed in his heart. Then he shouted loudly,
Brothers, I don't care what methods you use. You must guard the city gate for me. Think about your family's wealth. Think about your wives and daughters. You must not let these hundreds of thousands of demons into the city.
Obviously, this captain of the guards was a sensible person. He knew that these slaves had been oppressed for too long. They looked like harmless sheep on a daily basis, and anyone could even bully them. But because of this, the slaves who had been suppressed for too long, once they were freed, they would become ferocious beasts even more brutal than demons. Once they were allowed into the city, the entire Mala would suffer a catastrophe.
Yes, sir,
the soldiers replied, and then they risked their lives to guard the city gate. The arrows on the city wall had been used up, so the soldiers moved rocks from below the city, and then used the rocks to smash the slaves below the city. After the rocks were used up, the soldiers had no choice but to demolish the houses near the city gate. Although the commoners were cursing, the soldiers knew that if they did not do their best to stop the slaves, the losses that the commoners would have to bear would be even greater.
Sir, it's bad. The general has run away.
A soldier ran over while panting. However, he brought a piece of news that almost angered the captain of the guards to death. It turned out that when the slaves were attacking the city, the general guarding the imperial capital had received the news. This fat old fellow had drunk too much blood from the soldiers. He knew very well how empty the imperial capital's guards were under his crazy exploitation. In order to eat empty pay, this general had taken the liberty of disarming 4/5 of the army. The entire imperial capital was known as 100,000 soldiers. But in reality, there were less than 30,000. Not to mention all kinds of equipment and armaments. They were all just for show. It was fine to deal with the inspection of the emperor, but in a real war, it might not be as effective as a big wooden stick. It was precisely because he knew what he had done that the general had long determined that Mala would fall. So, he did not wait for the captain of the guards to send someone to inform him. He collected some gold and silver and then took 37 concubines with him. He sneaked out of the city through a secret tunnel, and his family fled to the north. In fact, like the general, there were many nobles who escaped through the secret tunnel with their family. Corrupt officials were usually more intelligent than honest officials. It was just that they did not use their wisdom in the right place. There was a saying that,
a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows.
These corrupt officials and nobles were no exception. They had long dug the secret tunnel, although their original purpose was to escape with their family when the emperor wanted to punish them. When Mala City was in danger, this secret passage also saved their lives.
Damn it! These damn bugs!
The captain of the guards cursed and ordered the soldiers to directly go to the imperial palace to seek help. However, in a short period of time, he clearly did not have any reinforcements.
Brothers, now Mala City can only rely on us.
Today, we will fight to the death. Not for those detestable nobles, not for that stupid emperor, but only for our parents, wives, and children not to be harmed by the demons. Today, we will fight to the death.
The captain of the guard saw that the city gate was about to be breached. So, he made the final mobilization.
For our parents, wives, and children, fight to the death.
The soldiers roared angrily, and then lined up in front of the city gate, because the city gate was about to collapse. After that, they would be the second city gate made of flesh and blood. Chapter 1567. Chapter 1567. General died in 100 battles. Boom. Following a loud bang, the city gate, which had been in disrepair for a long time, finally could not withstand the violent impact of the slaves. In the end, it turned into a pile of broken wood.
Kill.
At the same time that the city gate was broken, the slaves swarmed in. The ones who charged at the front were all strong slaves with weapons in their hands. Previously, because they had killed the guards who were escorting them, the slaves had also obtained more than 20,000 sets of equipment. Although these equipment could not be considered as good, they could still be used to kill people. No matter what, they were much better than big wooden sticks.
For my parents, my wife, and my children, let's fight until the end. The people are in the city. Get into formation.
The captain of the guards waved his long saber, and the soldiers formed a formation. With the help of the narrow terrain at the city gate, they would fight to the death with the enemy, facing nearly 100 times more enemies than themselves. The few thousand city gate guards not only did not retreat, but instead, they began to charge.
Kill.
The soldiers took orderly steps. They were well trained, and at the same time, they brandished their sabers. At the same time, they sheathed their sabers, and in an instant, they beat up a group of slave soldiers formed from a motley crew. Although they held weapons in their hands, Slaves without any training could not be compared to well-trained soldiers, even though the general who was guarding the imperial capital was a complete worm. However, the captain of the guards was a young and ambitious officer. Under his strict training, these thousands of city gate guards could be considered elites. Kill! 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 Along with the rhythmic shouts of the city guards, the slaves were forced to retreat. They were even forced to retreat outside the city gates. However, there was one point. The number of slaves was too many. The weapons of the city guards could not be considered exquisite. After they killed a few enemies, many of their blades had become dull. The inferior blades would immediately break when they hit the bones. After killing a few people in a row, the entire blade was almost useless. Moreover, manpower was at its limit. Even if the city guards were well trained, they were only ordinary soldiers after all. After killing a few people in a row, they were so tired that they could not swing their blades again. Charge. After charging into Mala, I declare that I will be free to move for 3 days. All the spoils of war will belong to me. Gillet was a little afraid when he saw his slave warriors being killed. Some of them were so afraid that they did not dare to move forward. So they made a promise on the spot. Kill them. Kill them. Mara will be ours. Charge in. The wealth and beautiful women will be ours. In an instant, the slaves' desires were ignited once again. Gillet's promise was no different from a city slaughtering order. The meaning of the so-called free movement was clear to everyone. In these 3 days, the slaves would be allowed to do as they pleased. Whether they killed or robbed, it would all be legal. Faced with the temptation of money and beautiful women, the slaves went crazy again. They suddenly rushed towards the city gate. This time, although the soldiers guarding the city wanted to kill the enemy, they were powerless to reverse the situation. Their blades had become dull. They could not even chop off the enemy's head with a single slash. Their arms were already sore. They could not even pull out the blades that were embedded in the enemy's bones. Sigh! The captain of the guards let out a long sigh. Then, he turned around and knelt in the direction of the city gate. Father! Mother! My son is useless. Xiao Qian, I have let you down. I will leave first. After kowtowing to the distance, the captain of the guards pulled out his long blade and charged into the slave army. The light from the saber was chaotic. After killing more than 30 people in a row, the captain of the guards could no longer swing the dull blade in his hand. Who? A wooden stick came smashing down from behind his head. Although the captain of the guards heard the evil wind behind his ears, he no longer had the strength to dodge. Bang! The wooden stick hit the back of the head of the captain of the guards. In an instant, the captain of the guards felt his vision go black. And then, he fell forward. Kill! 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 The slaves, who had been killed by the guard captain until they did not dare to get close, saw that the invincible god of war had been knocked down, and immediately swarmed over. Some used wooden clubs to hit him, and some used their feet to kick him. A long knife suddenly stabbed from the corner, and instantly pierced into the captain's back. At the same time that the guard captain died in battle, the thousands of city gate guards were mostly surrounded and killed by the slaves. The remaining few were barely holding on. A few minutes later, all the city gate guards died in front of their own city gate. Just as the captain of the city gate had said, the people were in the city. When they were alive, they did not let the enemy take even half a step past the city gate. They did not let them hurt a single civilian. Kill! Break through the palace for me. Kill the old emperor, and everyone can move freely. Geronda roared. Kill! The slaves followed behind Geronda and directly charged toward the palace. At the same time, some slaves blocked the city gate, preventing the civilians and nobles from leaving. Very quickly, the slave army swarmed into Mala city. They quickly surrounded the palace. At this time, the old emperor had just gotten dressed and was about to call the general, who was guarding the imperial capital, over for questioning. Your Majesty, the general has escaped from Mala, a servant reported. What? He escaped? I will definitely skin him alive in the future, the old emperor said furiously. However, he never expected that he would not have the chance because he would die here today. Your Majesty, those rebellious slaves have surrounded the palace. At this time, another servant ran in. What? In an instant, the old emperor was completely flustered. The severity of the situation was far beyond his imagination. Damn it! It was supposed to be a simple mission. But why did those dirty slaves rebel? At the same time, in the harem, a group of people were sitting around and discussing. Needless to say, these people were the players of the Gamma space. Humph! It's all because of that old fool's idiotic order that the slaves delayed their arrival due to the heavy rain. Since they are bound to die, what are they waiting for?
A female player curled her lips and said,
Then what should we do? I heard that the slaves have already broken through Mala City and have surrounded the Imperial Palace.
A player asked,
Let's let the old emperor pardon them for now. After the situation has calmed down, we can ask him to give us another batch of slaves, although it will take a few days.
It should not be a problem, said another player.
Until now, these people still did not foresee the severity of the problem. After all, they did not know that a professional troublemaker, Jiang Fei, had already entered Planet Norton.
All right, let's go and find that old man. The two female players
stood up and walked towards the front hall.
Gillen, after we break through the palace, you must kill all of the king's harem and relatives at the same time as you kill him. This will prevent the revival of the dead.
Jiang Fei said to Gillen at this time.
Yes, sir.
Gillen immediately nodded. Chapter 1568. Chapter 1568, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. As the slaves surrounded the palace, Gillen blew the bugle to attack the city. Speaking of which, the castle-like palace was much stronger than the earthen city walls. However, the royal guards had not fought for a long time. They had become a display that could only be inspected if they really wanted to take their knives to the front line. Before the war even started, they had already pissed their pants. If they were to count on such a bunch of useless people to defend the city, the result would be obvious. Under the condition that the city was sturdy and had all the necessary equipment, the 20,000 royal guards only managed to hold on for less than half an hour before they were led out of the city to surrender under the captain's lead.
Good. A wise man submits to circumstances.
Gillen nodded his head in satisfaction. He did not expect the palace to be so easy to break through.
Sir Gillen, since we have already left the city and surrendered, can we be bypassed?
The captain of the guard stood respectfully in front of Gillen.
Yes.
Gillen nodded his head. Just as he was about to show his mercy, something strange happened.
It's him. I recognize him. He killed my uncle. That's right. I know this guy. I saw him kill my grandfather with my own eyes.
Someone shouted loudly from Gillen's slave army. After all, in the eyes of the upper class, the lives of slaves were very worthless, and most of the members of the royal guards were descendants of nobles. Therefore, it was not strange that their hands were stained with the lives of slaves.
Get away. I want to kill him. Don't stop me. Whoever stops me, I will chop him to death.
When the two slaves saw their enemy, the fury in their eyes burned fiercely. If it was in the past, when they saw these nobles, they would definitely be so scared that they would even dare to gasp for breath, even if they were the enemies who had killed their own family members. But now, it was different. Not only had the slaves broken through the imperial city, they had even broken through the imperial city. Now that they had become masters, they naturally had to take revenge.
Kill.
Ah! Ah! With two screams, the two royal guards were killed on the spot. But this was just the beginning.
I've seen the guy before. He's the one who took Shelly. Give me back my Shelly. You beast. I'm going to kill you.
More and more slaves found their enemies. Soon, Gillen found that the situation had gone out of control. At this time, it was too late for him to stop it. The slave army had poor discipline. Now that they saw their enemies, they would not listen to anyone's orders. Therefore, Gillen could only watch helplessly.
Hey! Kill them all.
In the end, Gillen closed his eyes and gave the order to kill.
Kill. This guy's knife is so beautiful. It's mine. Damn it. I don't even have food to eat every day. And you guys are actually wearing such luxurious clothes. What a bunch of moths. These clothes are mine. Go to H.L.
The slaves quickly went from revenge to killing for property. They killed the royal guards and took everything they could get. A few minutes later, the square in front of the palace was like a locust crossing the border. All that was left were naked bodies. The slaves did not even leave a single piece of cloth for them. Follow me! Kill the old emperor!
Gillen roared.
Kill these pests!
The slaves swarmed forward. Hundreds of thousands of slaves swarmed into the palace.
Sigh!
Jiang Fei sighed. He knew that the people in the palace were going to suffer. Especially the palace maids and concubines. They were going to face a disaster.
Ha ha! Such delicate women! I found this! Go and find it yourself! Ah! Help! Someone! Someone! Help!
In an instant, the palace was filled with maniacal laughter. There were also endless screams and wails. These slaves who had lost control were now more dangerous than the most terrifying beasts. They had suffered a lot in the past. Therefore, once they turned the tables, they would take revenge on others 10 to 100 times what they had suffered. DD. After following the slaves into the palace, Jiang Fei found that his pocket watch had begun to call the police in a low voice. Jiang Fei took out his pocket watch and opened it. At that moment, the small screen of the identification device showed a large group of green dots gathered at the center of the screen. Needless to say, these were Jiang Fei and the girls around him. As Jiang Fei had already added the smell of the girls into the identification device's range, they were also marked with green dots. The reason the pocket watch called the police was not because of Jiang Fei and the girls around him. Instead, 2 red dots appeared not far in front of Jiang Fei.
I found the traces of the players.
Jiang Fei was overjoyed. It seemed that the effect of the identification device was pretty good. According to the distance shown on the screen, the players were still a few hundred meters away from Jiang Fei.
Husband, what should we do?
Ariel asked.
Of course. We'll kill them by borrowing their strength.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he used his spiritual power to secretly order Gillen to kill the players.
My lord, don't worry.
At that moment, Gillen was obeying Jiang Fei's orders like a god. He was smart enough to know where his power and authority came from.
You guys take some men and search the palace in front of you. Everyone in the palace, regardless of gender, age, will be killed on the spot. If anyone dares to disobey, I will kill them myself. Second brother, don't worry. But isn't it a pity to kill the women in the palace just like that?
A shifty-eyed little brother asked with a cheap smile.
Cut the crap. With our current power, are we afraid of no women? Let me tell you, no matter how beautiful the women in this palace are, you must kill them on the spot. Otherwise, don't turn your back on me,
Gillen said with a serious face.
Good. Well, listen to you. Second brother.
The underling didn't dare to disobey Jilent, so he had to rush into the palace with his men.
Oh no! The palace has been broken through. That old guy is really useless. What should we do now?
At this time, in their own bedroom, the 2 female players who had been sacrificed to the old emperor were also a little anxious. Their companions' whereabouts were unknown at this time. Due to the need of the mission, the 2 of them, they had descended upon the bodies of the ordinary Northern Star women. They did not have any combat power at all, so they could only run around the room anxiously.
Boom!
The palace door was smashed open by the slaves, and a large number of slave warriors rushed in.
Sister, what should we do? What else can we do? Let's sacrifice our lust first. Perhaps we can charm the leader of these people, and then we can finish the mission.
The 2 female players had a simple discussion. Seeing the slaves rushing in, they were about to say something, but these slaves did not waste any time talking to them and directly raised their blades. 2 delicate heads rolled on the ground.
Sigh! What a pity!
The leader of the shifty-eyed slaves sighed, but he did not dare to disobey his second brother's order. Chapter 1569. Chapter 1569. Get lost. 2 female players had died. They did not know that Jiang Fei had done something to them. Other than the 2 female players, there were 2 other male players protecting the old emperor as they retreated to the back door of the palace. They wanted to kill their way out. After all, the empire had tens of millions of soldiers. As long as the old emperor could survive, he would be able to quickly gather an army and quell the chaos caused by the slaves. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei could not let the players succeed. Therefore, he had already arranged for Gillen to send people to block the back door. When the old emperor and his men arrived at the back door, they were ambushed. After a bloody battle, the old emperor's personal guards died one after another. In the end, the emperor, who had been living in luxury for his entire life, became a prisoner. Among the captured people, other than the old emperor, the 2 players were also captured. Because of the quest requirement, they had descended on ordinary people. Therefore, when the players faced the enemy, they did not even have the strength to fight back.
My lord, we have captured the emperor.
Gillen immediately reported to Jiang Fei.
Kill him, and all of his princes. If you do not want to die, you have to get rid of them. As long as one of the princes escapes, he will be able to organize an army to wipe you out. Only when the royal family is wiped out will the guards around the world be able to establish themselves as kings. When that happens, the world will be in chaos. You can take advantage of that,
Jiang Fei said.
Yes, my lord. I will do as you say.
Gillet obeyed Jiang Fei's every word.
That's right. You must kill those 2 foreign relatives as well.
Jiang Fei took special care of the 2 male players.
Don't worry, my lord. I will get someone to kill them right now.
Gillet nodded. Then, he specifically asked his subordinate to carry out the quest. Very soon, the 2 male players followed in the footsteps of their companions, until their heads fell to the ground. They did not know how this originally smooth mission had developed into such a state.
According to the information, there are more than 4
players
on planet Norton. However, there are no traces of other
players
in Marla anymore.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself.
Perhaps they have gone to do something else or escaped in advance.
Nina analyzed.
It's possible. Let's ignore them for now.
Jiang Fei shook his head. Although a few players had escaped in advance, it did not matter. As long as the entire planet Norton was in chaos, those players would not have the chance to obtain another million people. After a night of noise, the entire palace had almost turned into ruins. The slaves had almost destroyed the entire palace in order to obtain the fine gemstones inlaid on the walls and the gold foil branded on the floor. If the palace was only a loss of wealth, the women in the palace had gone through a terrifying night of H.L. These completely liberated slaves were like man-eating beasts. They did things that they had never dared to think of before. There was nothing that they could not do. They raped and plundered. And they did it even more inhumanely than the most experienced scoundrels. However, after these demons were freed, they did what Jiang Fei had hoped. The old emperor and all his descendants were killed. Not a single one of them escaped. The entire Norton Empire was wiped out. On the day Marat City was conquered, Gillet read out the Emancipation Proclamation that Jiang Fei had copied. For a moment, the entire Norton Star slaves were in an uproar. The power of role models was endless. Since Marla slaves were able to overthrow their masters and successfully obtain their freedom, they had also obtained countless wealth and beauties. Then, why couldn't their slaves do the same? Therefore, the entire Norton Star began to erupt with slave riots. They killed the soldiers under their supervision, killed their own slave owners, and some slaves even began to attack the city. After the news of the Mara catastrophe spread, various regions began to organize their forces to resist and encircle the slaves who had rebelled. At the same time, the various vassals who had lost the leadership of the emperor began to establish themselves as kings. The entire Norton planet was in a state of separation.
Hubby, aren't we going a little too far by doing this?
Ariel could not bear to ask. After all, the entire Norton planet had been destroyed by them. It was a little unethical to leave now. Previously, the Norton planet was still in the era of slavery. The life of the slaves was very tough. However, most of the people were still living in peace. However, now, the entire Norton planet had fallen into war. The war between the various vassals was still ongoing. The rebel army of the slaves was even more cruel. The losses they had caused were far greater than the losses caused by other wars.
Sigh. I can't care about this anymore.
Jiang Fei sighed. They had basically completed the mission here. Although a few players had escaped the net. Before the planet was reunified, no leader of any faction would be willing to give them 1 million people.
0541. Inform Larksy to prepare for teleportation. Our mission on Norton has been completed,
Jiang Fei said after calming himself down. This time, the mission on Norton was not difficult at all. It was mainly a test of Jiang Fei's humanity. For the sake of the safety of the entire universe, there were times when they had to make sacrifices.
Yes, Captain!
0541 immediately began to communicate with the ship of Dawn that was far away from the planet's orbit. Very soon, the light beam from the ship of Dawn enveloped Jiang Fei and the others. After the white light, Jiang Fei and the others returned to the ship of Dawn.
We're finally back.
Sylvie stretched. It was really inconvenient to be on that primitive planet. It was even difficult to take a hot bath.
All right. Let's prepare to go to the next mission location. I hope it's not this kind of mission anymore.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath and ordered Larks to go to the nearest civilian gathering place. He wanted to see Vinylin there.
Coordinates confirmed. 3.22 light years away from us. Preparing to warp.
Larks was very efficient. Very soon, he had locked onto a space station.
Boom!
As the dawnlight broke through the spatial barrier, the huge spaceship entered the phase space. After a few minutes, the dawnlight jumped out of the phase space. Jiang Fei and the others arrived near the space station.
Docking request has been sent. Request accepted. Approaching the 7th space station.
Although the dawnlight ship was huge, it was able to operate smoothly under the control of Larksy. This was the power of player technology. No matter how big the ship was, one person was able to unleash its full power. After the Dawnlight ship stopped at the space station, Jiang Fei did not dare to bring the other girls along to prevent any accidents like the pig-headed girl. He left the ship alone and walked into the public area of the space station. Chapter 1570. Chapter 1570 Reward Dungeon.
Welcome to Yardland Mining Company's 0734 Space Relay Station.
When Jiang Fei got off the spaceship, he immediately heard the welcome announcement from the space station.
Hello. Sir, would you like to replenish your supplies? Or would you like to dock and rest?
A cute smiling face appeared on the electronic screen.
Well, just dock and rest for a while.
Jiang Fei nodded.
All right. I wish you a pleasant journey.
The smiling face greeted politely. Then, it disappeared. After all, this relay station was similar to a service area on the highway. If you did not buy anything or eat anything, just say that you went to the bathroom. People would definitely not bother with you. After walking out of the port area, Jiang Fei strolled along the street of the space station. Although there were many shops on both sides, they mostly focused on eating, drinking, and having fun. However, this time, Jiang Fei did not come here for these things. He strolled along the street alone. He was waiting for Vinolin to appear. Almost half an hour had passed, but Vinolin still did not appear. This made Jiang Fei very confused. This guy was always very punctual. Almost after Jiang Fei arrived at a crowded place, he immediately returned. However, for some reason, this guy actually did not come today.
Forget it. Looks like you'll have to return empty-handed this time.
Jiang Fei sighed and was about to turn around and leave. However, at that moment, a little girl holding a large number of flyers stopped Jiang Fei.
Sir, come and take a look at our barbecue.
The little girl handed Jiang Fei a flyer.
Age? Oh.
Jiang Fei initially thought that Vinolin had arrived. He did not expect that it was just a little girl handing out flyers. After receiving the leaflets, Jiang Fei casually glanced at them. The ingredients on them were quite rich. They covered almost all the meat ingredients in the universe. It seemed that this mining company that was under the business alliance was quite powerful.
Jiang Fei, follow me.
Just as Jiang Fei put away the leaflets and was about to leave, the little girl's expression suddenly changed. It was very obvious that Vinolin had arrived.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and followed Vinolin to a quiet corner.
Something has happened.
Vinolin's first words shocked Jiang Fei.
What happened?
Jiang Fei guessed that Vinolin's lateness this time was probably related to this matter.
Do you still remember what I told you last time?
Vinolin did not immediately answer Jiang Fei's question.
What is it?
Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not know which item Vinolin was referring to.
I told you to be careful of a player named Eamon.
Vinolin reminded him.
I remember. What happened?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Why did you kill his brother again?
Vinolin asked.
His brother? Who?
Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded.
The last time I completed a quest on Norton. You killed a player. Right,
said Vinolin with a sigh.
Yes. Why? I did not do it. The development team should not be targeting me. Right,
Jiang Fei asked.
The development team did not target you. But you angered Eamon,
said Vinolin with a sigh.
What's so great about this guy?
Jiang Fei asked.
He's nothing much. His gaming skills and leadership skills are just SOSO,
said Veen.
Isn't that the end of it?
Jiang Fei shrugged. He did not understand why Eamon kept telling him to be careful against such a mediocre player.
That guy is a super tycoon in the Gamma Dimension.
Ween's words were very simple, but it made Jiang Fei suck in a breath of cold air. In the past, Jiang Fei might not have understood what it meant to be a super rich man. However, after getting to know Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei had a deep understanding of the power of a super rich man in the game.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
In the real world, it was already quite lethal. In the game, it was simply omnipotent. At this moment, to Jiang Fei and the others, this universe was reality. To the players in the Gamma Dimension, this universe was a game. And a rich man. He could do almost anything he wanted in this game.
Alright. Tell me how things have developed?
Jiang Fei asked.
That guy directly bought a reward dungeon and is now preparing people to challenge it. The reward of that dungeon is too much of a threat to you,
said Vinolin with a sad face.
Reward dungeon?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Yes. If they clear the dungeon, they will receive a medium-sized fleet. This will allow the players to pass through the most difficult early stage of the game,
Vinolin explained.
Medium-sized fleet?
Jiang Fei did not quite understand what this medium-sized fleet represented. However, it was clearly not the same level as the local fleets in this universe.
1 main ship, 10 heavy cruisers, 30 frigates, 10 auxiliary cruisers, and a few scout ships,
said Vinolin.
Main ship?
Jiang Fei was instantly dumbfounded. He was someone who owned a main ship. Therefore, he knew very well how terrifying a main ship's power was. Moreover, the war cruiser that Jiang Fei was riding on was of the auxiliary type. What if he had obtained a main ship?
Do you know how terrifying the dungeon's rewards are?
Said Vinolin.
Can I enter this dungeon?
Jiang Fei immediately asked. He had to destroy the player's quest.
Initially, it was not possible. However, I have thought of a way. Now, I can send you in.
When Vinolin spoke, he could not help but look pleased. The reason why he was late today was because of this matter.
Then, will the development team notice us?
Jiang Fei asked again.
Of course they will. However, you enter the dungeon with their permission, as long as you do not go too far. I think they will not mind.
Vinolin then explained the reason to Jiang Fei. It turned out that the development team did not want to let the players have such a powerful fleet so early. This was because letting the players become powerful too early would greatly shorten the game's lifespan. However, Eamon was really too rich. The price that he offered was something that the development team could not refuse. Therefore, with Vinolin's hard work, the development team agreed to let Jiang Fei enter the game to disrupt the situation. However, there was one condition. Jiang Fei could not wipe out the players, not kill Eamon, and not destroy all the rewards for clearing the game.
What do you mean? If so many can't be done, then why should I go in?
Jiang Fei asked with a reluctant look.
Why should I go in? At least destroy the main ship.
Vinolin rolled his eyes.
Can I take it?
Jiang Fei asked greedily.
Don't even think about it. The development team will not agree.
Vinolin refused flatly. He was able to help Jiang Fei and the others obtain this opportunity because the development team wanted to balance the game. They did not want the players to become stronger too quickly. At the same time, they did not want to nurture a boss that the players could not fight. Chapter 1571. Chapter 1571. Difficult Quest.
Alright.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although he wanted to obtain more player battleships, he did not want to be on the development team list.
Oh right. When you enter this time, you are not allowed to bring the Dawnlight and other battleships.
Vinolin added.
How do we get there?
Jiang Fei asked.
We will arrive at the teleportation point that I have specified. There is a teleportation point there that can teleport you to the dungeon,
Vinolin said.
Alright.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although he did not have any battleships, Jiang Fei was still very confident in the strength of his people.
Jiang Fei, you must not be careless. Eamon has spent a lot of money this time. Not only have they obtained a stronger carrier, they have also bought very heaven-defying equipment. If you go head-to-head with him, I'm afraid that you might not be able to gain the upper hand,
Vinolin warned.
What?
Jiang Fei was stunned. Although he knew that the strength of the players in this universe depended entirely on the carrier and the equipment, he did not expect that the tycoon would be so generous. Jiang Fei and his girls were considered to be the top combination among the mainstream forces in the universe. Other than the hermit with a combat power of more than 20 million, very few people were able to withstand their attacks. However, these players were able to obtain such great power in such a short period of time. It had to be said that in any game, the growth rate of players was much faster than NPCs.
Alright. Get ready and head to the coordinates as soon as possible. Eamon and the rest are ready to set off,
said Vinolin.
Alright. I got it.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he suddenly thought of another question. He asked Varen.
What about this population quest? You don't have to worry about this quest, although you only stop 2 batches of players.
Their quest is the simplest. The other players will not be able to complete the quest so easily. Other than the natural failure part. After you've dealt with Eamon, it's still not too late to continue stopping them,
said Varen.
Alright.
Jiang Fei nodded and prepared to leave.
That's right. Don't provoke that Eamon. You know what a tycoon like him will do when he gets hit.
Vinolin reminded him.
I know.
Jiang Fei nodded. Of course. He knew that a tycoon like Eamon would be crazy to spend money once he got hit in the game. He would not stop until he had won back the reputation that he had lost previously. However, Jiang Fei had another thought in his mind. Although Eamon was his biggest opponent at the moment, he was also his protective talisman. As long as he could keep suppressing Eamon, then This guy would keep spending money in the game.
The development team
Would earn money. Naturally, they would turn a blind eye to Jiang Fei. After returning to the Aurora ship, Jiang Fei shared the quest information with the girls. Then, he gave the coordinates to Larxie and told her to prepare to leave the port in warp. Soon, the Aurora ship slowly left the space station and began to warp towards the target area.
Husband, what is the specific situation of this quest?
Ariel asked curiously.
I am not too sure about the details. I thought that this reward dungeon was temporarily loaded by the development team. It should be an additional existence that has left this universe. Therefore, Vitalin does not know much about the internal situation. However, according to the information he obtained, this dungeon should be a super martial world. The people inside are very powerful.
Jiang Fei said.
So, what should we do?
Bella asked.
Our mission is to destroy the quest rewards before the players do.
Jiang Fei said.
Is this mission difficult?
Salila asked.
It's not difficult for the players. After all, this is a dungeon that Eamon spent money to buy. However, it's not that easy for us.
Jiang Fei sighed and said.
However, don't worry, everyone. Our goal is not to destroy all the quest rewards. We don't need to destroy the players either. We just need to destroy the main ship and destroy as many other ships as possible.
Nina saw that the girls were a little nervous. So, she comforted them.
That's right. With our strength. Although this quest is a little difficult, we will definitely succeed.
Jiang Fei also encouraged the girls.
Sir, the dimensional jump is ready. Would you like to warp immediately?
At this moment, Larxie suddenly interrupted.
Warp immediately.
Jiang Fei immediately ordered. Immediately, the Dawnlight ship's phaser engine was activated. A powerful energy flow broke through the dimensional barrier. The huge ship slowly entered the phaser space.
Everyone, be careful this time, because the enemy has the same strength as us. And those players are immortal. So everyone must not fight head-on.
On the way to warp, Jiang Fei kept reminding the girls around him.
Don't worry. Honey, we know what to do.
Bella took the lead and promised.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he began to plan the action plan in his mind. Due to his lack of understanding of this dungeon, Jiang Fei could only make a preliminary plan after entering the dungeon. As for what he should do next, he had to adapt to the situation. One day later, Dawnbreak left the dimensional space and arrived at an unknown star area. As the universe was vast, although the major civilizations were doing their best to explore the new space, there were still large areas that were unknown to the public.
The coordinates provided by Vinylin are that planet.
Bella pointed at a blue planet in the distance.
It looks like Earth.
Si Tang shouted.
Yeah, it really looks like Earth.
Jiang Fei sighed. Of course, he knew that this planet had nothing to do with Earth. However, whenever he saw such an Earth-like planet, he could not help but feel homesick.
Lux, prepare to teleport. During the time we leave, you will activate stealth mode. Be careful.
Jiang Fei ordered.
Yes, my lord.
Larx agreed and sent Jiang Fei and the rest to the blue planet.
Husband, is that the teleportation portal?
Ariel pointed at a huge stone door in the distance. The stone door was hundreds of meters tall and was extremely eye-catching.
It should be,
Jiang Fei said as he looked at the stone door that was emitting intense energy fluctuations.
Let's go over.
Bella was the first to rush towards the stone door. Jiang Fei and the others followed behind. After a few minutes, everyone arrived near the stone door. The energy here was even denser. The intense energy flow made it difficult for them to stand still. They could already clearly see the faint energy film on the stone door. On the other side of the film was a completely new world. Chapter 1572, Chapter 1572, Keiha's Journey.
Let's go in.
Jiang Fei nodded at the girls beside him. Then, he was the first to walk through the stone door. The moment he walked through the stone door, Jiang Fei felt as if he was surrounded by a powerful energy turbulence. In the next moment, the scene in front of him instantly changed. At that moment, what appeared in front of Jiang Fei was no longer the primitive Earth-like planet that was filled with green trees and the sea. Instead, it was a sci-fi city filled with tall buildings. After a few white lights, Bella and the other girls were teleported over one after another.
It seems like this is a one-way teleportation formation. We have to complete the quest before we can get the way back.
Nina analyzed.
Okay.
Jiang Fei looked around. Behind them was a dead end. Moreover, there was no way back.
Let's understand the situation here first.
Bella took a deep breath and said, previously, Jiang Fei had received very little information from Vinalin. They did not even know the number of players who had arrived here. They did not know their specific abilities, nor did they know what kind of quest the players were going to complete. As for where the quest rewards were hidden, Jiang Fei and the others had no way of knowing.
This is too unfair. We don't know anything. How are we going to destroy the player's quest?
Sylvie complained.
It's not like we don't have anything. At least we have this.
Jiang Fei laughed as he took out his identification device.
Beep beep beep.
As soon as the pocket watch-shaped identification device was taken out, Jiang Fei and the rest immediately heard a faint alarm sound.
This is...
Jiang Fei quickly opened the cover of the watch to check. As expected, 3 small red dots appeared about 10 kilometers ahead of Jiang Fei and the others.
Follow them.
Jiang Fei saw that the small red dots were moving quickly. Judging from the way they were moving, they would soon be out of the detection area of the identification device. Therefore, he did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately led the girls and ran in the direction of the
players.
Jiang Fei and the others were extremely fast. However, the 3 little red dots were not slow either. Although they were only about 10 kilometers away from each other, Jiang Fei and the others had been tracking them for nearly 5 hours. Only then did they catch up to the other party's footsteps. After discovering the other party's tracks from afar, Jiang Fei did not dare to get too close. He did not want to alert the enemy so early. After following the 3
players,
Jiang Fei and the rest continued forward. After about 3 hours, the players stopped and entered a large manor.
Captain, stop chasing. There are surveillance cameras ahead. If you continue to chase, you will be exposed.
Just as Jiang Fei and the rest were about to enter the manor, 0541 stopped them.
What are these guys doing here?
Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and took out his identification device again. From the identification device, Jiang Fei found that in this manor, other than the 3 red dots that they had been following previously,
there were 2 more red dots. There were 2 more red dots.
There are a total of 5 players.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself.
The distance is too far. There is no way to detect their combat strength.
Salila said with some disappointment.
We have to think of a way to enter this manor. Only when we enter the manor will we be able to find out the purpose of these players. At the same time, we can also figure out the strength of the other party,
said Bella as she nodded.
Don't act rashly. Vitalin has told us before that it's best not to fight with players. Especially not to kill players randomly.
Jiang Fei reminded her.
Sigh. This is so annoying. This kind of quest without any information is the most annoying,
Sylvie said impatiently.
Alright, everyone. Let's split up and find out more information about this manor. We will meet up here in 2 hours.
Finally, Jiang Fei made a decision. He needed to find out more information about this manor first. Only then could he decide whether or not to sneak into the manor tonight. Very soon, the girls set off in groups of 3 and 2. Jiang Fei brought along Bella and Sylvie, the 2 troublemakers, to prevent them from causing any trouble. Not far from the manor, there was a small village. On the other side of the manor was a city. Jiang Fei gave the task of going to the village to find out more information to Nina and the others, while he brought a few other groups of people to the city. This was a large modern city. To Earth, it could even be called a science fiction. The city was filled with hover cars. Occasionally, there were super tall buildings that connected directly to the galaxy. Above them, there was a starport that was connected to the kneeling space.
Husband, do you think that Vinalin will be here too?
Bella guessed.
I don't think so. That kid said that this dungeon is specially open for players temporarily. It does not belong to our universe at all. It is an additional reward level. Therefore, he does not have the authority to enter this place,
Jiang Fei said as he shook his head. He could not get Vinalin's help here. He could only rely on his own strength to obtain information.
That's troublesome. We are unfamiliar with this place. We don't even know how to communicate with the natives here,
said Sylvie with a sigh.
Let's not bother about it for now. There is a place that looks like a bar up ahead. Let's go in and take a look. We might be able to find something unexpected,
said Jiang Fei as he pointed at a brightly lit building in front of him. Regardless of whether it was an ancient pub or a modern pub, once there was alcohol in a place, there would most likely be a mix of good and bad people. Moreover, after a few drinks, people would often tell the truth after drinking. There were many things that would be kept strictly confidential during normal times. After drinking, they would also show off. Therefore, this place was often a good place to obtain information. In fact, there were people like Jiang Fei who did not know where to start. It was definitely the best choice to come to the bar to try their luck. After entering the bar, Jiang Fei realized that although he had never seen the currency here, the advanced civilization psionic crystal was still a hard currency here. With money, everything would be easy. Not only did Jiang Fei and the others easily sneak into the bar, but they also chatted enthusiastically with the bartender. Bartenders were usually good conversationalists. Moreover, if the customers in front of them were generous and did not mind tipping, they were even more friendly and could chat with you for a few days.
You don't look like locals. Do you?
The bartenders chatted with Jiang Fei and the others, as they were advanced civilizations that had entered the interstellar era. Although the bartender's appearance was different from that of Jiang Fei and the others, he did not find it strange.
Yes. Our spaceship has just arrived here,
Jiang Fei said casually.
Hee hee. Then you have come to the right place. This is definitely the best bar in the entire planet Keha. Here, as long as you can afford it, there is nothing that you cannot get,
the bar said proudly to its own bar. Chapter 1573. Chapter 1573. Master Bai.
Oh!
Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect the bartender to be so arrogant.
What is it? Sir, do you have any requests? Why don't you tell me?
When the bartender heard Jiang Fei's tone, he knew that there was business to be done.
That's true. When we just came over, we saw a manor outside the city. The scenery there is beautiful. I wonder if the owner would be willing to part with it.
Jiang Fei wanted to ask about the manor. However, it was not convenient to ask about it directly. Therefore, he could only ask about it in the name of buying a house.
About that,
the bartender, who was originally very confident, immediately hesitated when he heard Jiang Fei mention the coordinates.
What? Didn't you just say that as long as there's money, there's nothing that can't be bought?
Jiang Fei deliberately said.
That's true. However, the owner of the manor is also not lacking in money.
The bartender sighed.
Oh, who is the owner of that manor?
Jiang Fei immediately took the opportunity to ask.
That is Master Bai's manor. That old man is the richest man in this city. He is extremely wealthy, but he is extremely stingy. It is almost impossible to get any benefits from him,
the bartender said with a twitch of his lips.
Interesting.
Jiang Fei nodded. He then asked the bartender,
does that Master Bai have any hobbies? Hobbies? What hobbies could he have? If he really has any hobbies, he can only count the money.
The bartender rolled his eyes. From the words, Jiang Fei could tell that the bartender despised Master Bai.
Greed. Huh?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He was not afraid that this Master Bai was not a good person. He was afraid that this old man had no flaws. Now that he heard that the old man was so greedy, it would be easier to find a breakthrough.
Husband, perhaps we can sneak into Master Bai's manor,
Bella whispered into Jiang Fei's ear.
Yes, that's what I plan to do.
Jiang Fei nodded. He also planned to take advantage of Master Bai's greed to find an opportunity to get close to him and sneak into his manor. As for meeting the players face to face, Jiang Fei was not only worried. Although Jiang Fei and the others had previously interacted with Eamon on Planet L, at that time, they had appeared as desert humans. Their appearance was completely different from their current appearance. Moreover, Jiang Fei and the other Soras had been concealed back then. Therefore, even if they met again, Eamon and the other players would not be able to recognize Jiang Fei and the others. Moreover, this was a reward dungeon that Eamon had bought with money. They would never have thought that an NPC from the outside would be able to sneak in. Therefore, they would not be wary of Jiang Fei and the others at all. They would only treat them as normal NPCs in this dungeon. They might even invite them to join the quest. On the other hand, Jiang Fei had an identification device on him. He could easily identify those players. Therefore, when both parties met, it was clear that they had an advantage. After making a decision, Jiang Fei and the others asked the bartender for more information. However, the information was not very valuable. After that, they left the bar and returned to the outskirts of the manor. When Jiang Fei and the rest arrived at the outskirts of the manor, Nina and the other girls had also returned. Other than Jiang Fei and the rest, the girls who went to the city did not have much to gain, as the time was too short. The girls only found out that the manor belonged to Master Bai. Some even said that Master Bai was a kind person. He was also very willing to help others. However, compared to Jiang Fei and the others who went to the city, Nina and the others had much more to gain. When they went to the village, at first, people did not dare to pay attention to them. The people there seemed to be very afraid of strangers. However, Nina, who was born as a saintess, soon showed her terrifying affinity. In addition, Ariel, the little sister next door, was also very likable. Soon, the local villagers accepted them. After getting to know each other, when Nina asked about the manor, the villagers could not help but show fear, especially when Master Bai was mentioned. Those villagers, from 80 old people to naughty children who could walk, none of them did not curse. Speaking of which, the villagers in this village were actually farmers of Master Bai's family. They worked for Master Bai, but they were ruthlessly exploited by Master Bai. After a year, they could hardly get any wages. Some people even worked for a year and owed Master Bai money. In the end, they had no choice but to sell their children. Therefore, this village hated Master Bai to the bone. However, they did not dare to run away. Firstly, they only knew how to do some farm work. Once they left Master Bai's land, they would not do anything. It was very likely that they would starve to death. Secondly, it was because Master Bai had guards under him. If they ran away, they would be captured and brought back. It was very likely that they would be beaten to death.
The people in that village hate Master Bai so much?
Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. These villagers were very likely to be his helpers.
That's true. Moreover, because they have been working at Master Bai's house all year round, they are very clear about Master Bai's manner. They even drew a map for me,
Nina said as she took out a very detailed map. There were even some notes on Master Bai's daily habits, such as when he woke up, when he went to the toilet, which concubine's room he went to on weekdays, and so on.
Do these villagers think that we are assassins?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes, that's true. They have begged us more than once to kill that old fellow,
Ariel said.
Hee. In that case, this old man is really too much. This is already considered as the wrath of the heavens. Right.
Jiang Fei laughed.
All right. Now that we have a detailed map and know the weakness of that old man's greed. Ah, Fei, do you have a plan?
Nina asked.
Yes, I have a preliminary plan.
Jiang Fei nodded and then shared his plan with the girls.
I think so.
Bella was the first to nod.
I think so too.
Hua Mulan nodded as well.
It should not be a problem. Let's do it this way. If there is a special situation, we will adapt to it.
Nina thought for a moment and agreed with Jiang Fei's plan. After that, Jiang Fei and the others split up and began to prepare for the plan. Early the next morning, a villager ran to the entrance of Master Bai's manor in a panic. Before he could get close, a vicious dog pounced out and scratched the villager's shoulder with its claws.
Ha! Idiot! Country bumpkin! I told you to run around!
Not only did the brawny guard not stop the vicious dog, he even mocked the villager.
Sir! Sir! Quickly pull the dog away. I'm looking for Master Bai. I have a big business deal coming,
the villager shouted as he blocked the dog. Chapter 1574. Chapter 1574 took the bait.
Big Black, come back!
When the brawny man guarding the door heard the villager shouts, he immediately called back the vicious dog. He was not afraid of the vicious dog hurting people, but he cared about the money-making business that the villagers talked about. Although the brawny man dared to bully the villagers unscrupulously, he knew how greedy his Master Bai was. If he let the vicious dog bite the villagers until they were broken, it would delay the master's opportunity to make a fortune. His end would be much worse than being bitten by a dog.
Hey, country bumpkin, don't lie to me, or he'll beat you to death,
the burly man said as he approached the villagers.
I don't dare. I don't dare.
The villager smiled and then turned around to get up.
Okay, wait here. I'll go in and report it.
The burly man turned around and entered the gate, because the vicious dog was right next to him. The villager did not dare to move.
Not bad. Nina, the villager you found is quite good at acting,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. At that moment, they were secretly watching from a corner not far away.
Sigh. The villagers here all hate Master Bai to death. So, they really went all out to get rid of that scourge,
Nina said in a low voice.
When we finish the quest, we can also help the villagers get rid of this scourge.
Jiang Fei nodded. From the moment the burly man entered the gate, it took less than 10 minutes for the gate to open again. The burly man almost trotted out.
Let's go! Master Bai wants to see you.
The burly man pulled the villagers over and quickly ran into the gate.
Hee. It seems that this Master Bai is really greedy. Once he heard that there was a profitable business, he really could not wait for a minute.
Jiang Fei and the others laughed from afar. After about half an hour, the villagers were respectfully sent out by the burly man. It seemed that Jiang Fei and the others' plan had initially succeeded. If it was not for Master Bai believing everything the villager said, the burly man would not have been so polite to the villagers.
My lords, I'm back.
The villagers quickly came to Jiang Fei and the others to meet them.
How did it go?
Jiang Fei asked with concern.
Everything went well. When the old man heard that there was money to be made, he immediately took the bait.
The villager was very happy.
That's good.
Jiang Fei nodded and returned to the village with the villagers. In the village, the villager treated the wounds on his body briefly. Then, he began to describe to Jiang Fei and the others what happened after he entered the manor.
That old man is too greedy. When he asked me to enter, he did not even put on my clothes properly. Then, I followed what you said. Sir, the old man really took the bait. He asked to come to our village personally tomorrow and specifically asked to see you. Sir,
said the villager.
That's good.
Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He had already hooked up with Master Bai. The next step was to sneak into his manor and find out what the players were up to. The reason why Master Bai was so easily hooked this time was because Jiang Fei's bait was fragrant enough. A total of 100,000 crystal lattice of psionic crystals. This made Master Bai almost unable to sit still. Psionic crystals were the hard currency of a super technological civilization. It was just like the gold on Earth. Although it was not the currency of any country, it could be immediately cashed in no matter where it was. However, unlike gold, gold on Earth was also in great demand in various industries. However, psionic crystals were essential components for all kinds of high-tech equipment. Moreover, compared to gold, psionic crystals were rarer. Therefore, although this thing could be redeemed at any time, it was not always possible to buy it with money. In this way, hoarding psionic crystals became the safest and most valuable asset accumulation method for the rich. Therefore, when Master Bai heard that Jiang Fei had a large number of psionic crystals, he was immediately tempted. At night, Jiang Fei and the girls made some simple preparations. The next morning, Master Bai brought people to the village.
Where is my psionic crystal?
Master Bai immediately shouted as soon as he entered the village. It was as if the psionic crystal in Jiang Fei's hand already belonged to him.
Master! Master! Those merchants are staying at the fourth house.
The villager who had previously reported the news immediately ran over.
All right. Bring me there.
Master Bai immediately nodded. Then, he impatiently walked towards Jiang Fei and the others' residence. This time, Master Bai left the manor. Naturally, he would not go out alone. People like him, who had done all kinds of bad things, knew that he had many enemies. Therefore, when he went out, he brought a large number of bodyguards with him.
This old fellow is really something.
Jiang Fei looked outside through the window and saw that the fat Master Bai was actually accompanied by more than a dozen experts. The combat power of these people ranged from more than 100,000 to more than 300,000. The strongest person actually had a terrifying combat power of 1,500,000. Although the strength of these people was not worth mentioning in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Do not forget that Master Bai was just a country bumpkin. Even the city where his manor was located was not very conspicuous on planet Keha. Through the strength of Master Bai's bodyguards, Jiang Fei could be considered to have some understanding of the basic situation of this planet. This planet, that was created temporarily, was definitely filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Just as Jiang Fei was engrossed in his thoughts, the villager had already knocked on the door.
Who is it?
Jiang Fei pretended to ask.
Master, I am Old Jiao, the great benefactor here. Master Bai is here to visit you.
The villager shouted.
Oh, wait a moment.
Jiang Fei replied. Then, he deliberately waited for a moment before opening the door.
Master
Bai did not speak to Jiang Fei face to face. They just looked at each other for about 10 seconds. During this time, Master Bai looked at Jiang Fei and the others back and forth. At the same time, he used his eyes to communicate with his bodyguards.
Swish!
Jiang Fei suddenly felt a trace of spiritual power spying on him.
Cough!
As Jiang Fei coughed dryly, Hua Mulan, who was beside him, suddenly released her own aura.
Swish!
The terrifying pressure of more than 9 million combat power spread out. In an instant, the impact caused the bodyguards to continuously retreat. Especially Master Bai. His strength was the weakest, so he felt the most terrifying. When Hua Mulan withdrew the pressure, Master Bai realized that his clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat.
Ha ha! You all came from afar. It's really rude of me not to immediately come out to entertain you.
Speaking of which, Master Bai's ability to change his expression was really extraordinary. He had originally planned to kill Jiang Fei and the others. After snatching the psionic crystal, he immediately changed into a smiling face. Chapter 1575. Chapter 1575 The Temptation of Wealth. Although he could not kill Jiang Fei and the others and get these psionic crystals for free, because the psionic crystals had a very strong value preservation, if he could buy them at a reasonable price, even if it was a purchase, Master Bai was also very willing. It was precisely because of this that Master Bai was very enthusiastic about Jiang Fei and the others.
Oh, you are Master Bai? What business do you have with me?
Jiang Fei asked despite knowing the answer.
Ha. I heard that you have some extra psionic crystals, so I came to take a look. I wonder if you can part with them.
Master Bai laughed.
I can, but it depends on what kind of price you can offer.
Jiang Fei laughed. Although it was useless for him to use the currency of K-Hop Planet, he still had to put on a show. If he acted like it was nothing, it would only arouse suspicion. Master Bai hesitated for a moment, as he was not familiar with Jiang Fei and the others, and these people had strong individual strength. Master Bai could not simply offer a price. If the price was too high, it would naturally not be worth it for Master Bai himself. However, if the price was too low, it might offend Jiang Fei and the others. At worst, these people would be disadvantageous to him. At worst, he would not be able to get his hands on the psionic crystal.
How about this? I will give you 1,000 salas for each crystal lattice.
After Master Bai weighed the pros and cons, he lowered the price by 5%. Although the price was a little lower than the market price, it was not too outrageous. Even if Jiang Fei and the others were not satisfied, they could still bargain.
I can give you 100,000 crystal lattice psionic crystals for this price. However, I have a condition.
Jiang Fei smiled and said. He had previously learned about the market for psionic crystals on K-Hop Planet. Although the price was a little lower, if there was an additional condition, it would not arouse suspicion.
Please speak.
When Master Bai heard that Jiang Fei agreed so readily, he was overjoyed. He could not help but use honorifics when he spoke.
You also know how rare this psionic crystal is. Most people would rarely sell it,
Jiang Fei said, deliberately pausing for a moment. Then, he continued,
the reason why we are willing to sell the psionic crystal is because we have this thing. Age?
Master Bai was shocked. However, he soon realized that Jiang Fei had kept his mouth shut.
Master Bai, there are too many people here. There are too many things that are not convenient to talk about in person.
Jiang Fei deliberately said half of his words. Master Bai pondered for a moment. Then, he suddenly said to Jiang Fei,
can I see the quality of the 100,000 crystal lattice psionic crystals first? Of course.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he gave Hua Mulan a look. Hua Mulan opened the box beside her. There were a large number of psionic crystals inside. Even though Master Bai was not young and looked fat, when he saw the psionic crystals, he almost jumped to the front of the box.
Top grade! Top grade!
Master Bai muttered. These psionic crystals were obtained from young Master Wild. Wild had spent a lot of money to buy the old antique from planet Namek, the Braveheart spaceship. Other than various materials, there were a lot of psionic crystals in stock. Moreover, Wild was a second-generation heir to the universe. How could he have inferior products? Therefore, the purity of these psionic crystals was extremely high.
How is it? Is the quality of this thing okay?
Jiang Fei smiled.
No problem. No problem.
Master Bai laughed so hard that he could not close his mouth. If he had known that the quality of these psionic crystals was so good, he would have been willing to increase the price by 20%.
Then,
Jiang Fei pretended to be deep in thought.
Let's talk at my house.
Master Bai took the initiative to invite him.
Is your house quiet? This is an important matter. I don't want outsiders to hear about it.
Jiang Fei pretended to be cautious as he spoke.
Don't worry. I guarantee your safety.
Master Bai promised.
All right. Let's talk at your house.
Jiang Fei nodded. After that, Hua Mulan put the box containing the psionic crystal into the spatial container. In this era of advanced technology, simple spatial containers were not uncommon. After that, Jiang Fei and the others followed Master Bai's team to his manor. When the people in the village saw that Jiang Fei and the others had successfully approached Master Bai, their hearts were filled with anticipation. Soon, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at Master Bai's manor. Both parties took their seats in the living room. After the servants served tea and left, Jiang Fei opened his mouth to speak.
Master Bai, I heard that there are still some unknown people in your manor. I hope they won't affect our business.
Jiang Fei deliberately mentioned those players. It was to test Master Bai's attitude.
As expected,
when Jiang Fei mentioned those players, Master Bai was stunned.
First of all, I'm not interested in who those people are. You don't have to explain. What I mean is, you just have to remember what I say later. If you can't guarantee that those people are absolutely reliable, please don't let them know.
Jiang Fei said carefully.
No problem. No matter how the business deal goes, I guarantee that your words will rot in my heart. No one will ever know.
Master Bai promised confidently.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Although he knew in his heart that Master Bai's promise was nothing compared to Bullsh Asterisk T. This was the effect that he wanted. The more careful he was, the more Master Bai would believe him.
I have said it before. This psionic crystal is very rare. Ordinary people would not be willing to sell it. The reason why we were able to sell it is mainly because we were lucky enough to find a large mineral vein.
Jiang Fei said. Master Bai's eyes immediately widened. A psionic crystal vein. What did this mean? This meant a huge amount of wealth and a huge amount of risk. The reason was very simple. All the psionic crystal veins belonged to the Keha Federation. Anyone who dared to dig for the psionic crystals privately would be charged with a serious crime. Although the crime of digging for the psionic crystals was very serious, there was a saying that said that wine could touch the heart of a person. In the face of such a huge amount of wealth, there were many people who dug for the psionic crystals. That was why when he was in the village, Master Bai had already vaguely guessed this possibility. That was why he had brought Jiang Fei and the others to his manor. Once he partnered with Jiang Fei and the others to steal the psionic crystal, his wealth would increase by hundreds of thousands of times.